死にたくても死にたくして歌詞になって歌う今日だ僕の息が初めて目に映って気づいたんだよ。
音楽の価値なんて所詮主観だと
なら歌いたいように伝えたい言葉を伝う
間違いに怯えて塞ぐんじゃなくて
正しくあろうってあがいていたいんだよ。僕のせいも僕のせいだバカにされたって僕は傷ついては傷つけて歌詞を作っていけ
目に見えた今が全てだから過去や未来にすがりたくないから心臓よ動け動け確かだとしても僕のこと
光も僕の目を確かに照らしている可視化してくんだこの心
でたらめな本音を抱えながら
息が吸いたくて産声を上げて生きづらくなってまた泣いてわめいて
生きたくって
わけわかんないな僕は
死にたくっても
死にたくして歌詞になって歌う消えたくて生きた今日があるなら
どちらも嘘にはしなくていいから真の像
歌え希望も騎士も僕のこと
So I've been playing a lot of Mario Kart recently because of the Ninja Hideaway and Friends pack being added to 8 Deluxe, and I noticed that I always tend to gravitate towards the same characters when playing this game. Which made me wonder, what if I ranked every character that's ever been in Mario Kart? Not in terms of stats or anything, but just in terms of how much I like their inclusion and playing as them overall. Who are the coolest character additions over the course of the series? Who are the lamest additions? Why the fuck was Rob in Mario Kart DS? All these questions and more will hopefully be answered in this ranking video. I've played every game in the series except for Arcade GP and GP2, so I just looked up footage of the characters exclusive to those games in order to get a feel for them for the purpose purposes of this list. I also did that with most of the tour characters because said characters are locked behind the gacha mechanic, and I do not want to waste money trying in vain to get them, nor do I want to play tour any longer. It's very bad. Also, I should probably specify, all the alternate costume versions of pre-existing characters from tour, like Musician Mario or Vampire Wario or what have you, will not be included in this list because that would be ridiculous. But the alternate costume characters who first appeared in mainline Mario Karts, like Tanuki Mario and Cat Peach, those are fair game, as are all the original characters tour added. So with all that said, let's begin the ranking. I've separated all the characters into tiers, starting with the D tiers. The characters I would not be caught dead playing in a million years. Let's go! You know, I was gonna rank that Mario Kart character last, but then I remembered Peachette exists in Mario Kart Tour and she's technically an original character, not an alt costume. So congratulations, Peachette! You're the worst character in Mario Kart history. I guess she was technically part of a mainline Mario game, but she absolutely shouldn't have existed there, and it's no different here. She's so boring. You're just playing as Peach with a slightly different dress and hair. Yeah, she's an inoffensive addition to the tour since it's already loaded with alternate costume versions of pre-existing characters. But that's the thing. Why would you ever choose to play as Peachette if you happen to have access to so many other cooler costume options for Peach? The only compliment I can give this thing is that they actually gave her a unique voice in tour that sounds like a mixture of Peach and Toadette.
Got you! Just like a princess!
It's a nice detail, but it can't save such a worthless inclusion through and through. I'm certain that if she showed up in a mainline Mario Kart, people would be livid. Speaking of which, everyone has their own Pink Gold Peach story. I'll never forget the day I first heard of this diabolical creature's inclusion in Mario Kart 8. I thought it was an elaborate farce, but I 'twas wrong. This horrific abomination was here to poison the well of the Mario Kart franchise for nearly a decade to come. I'll just never understand the thought process behind this thing. According to the Mario Wiki, the character was created to satisfy the need of a female heavyweight in the Mario Kart 8 roster. Who was asking for a female heavyweight, Nintendo? Name one person who wanted that. And was Rosalina not a female heavyweight in Mario Kart Wii? And is she still not a heavyweight? If you really needed two female heavyweights, could you not have either found a cool deep-cut obscure character, or just make a unique original character, like how you invented Toadette for Double Dash? Or just fucking bring the Honey Queen back? I don't know. We really needed Metal Mario 2? Like, Metal Mario was popular in 7 because A, he was a pre-existing deep-cut reference edition and not something the developers pulled out of their asses. And B, people mainly just used him because he had the best stats in 7, not because they like his character. Nobody in the history of the cosmos asked for or wanted Pink Gold Peach. Even the name is so haphazard and terrible. Like, why is she not called Rose Gold Peach? At least that sounds more elegant and less stupid. Oh god, why am I even talking about this? I don't need to justify this placement. You know exactly why she sucks. Let's just move on. And rounding out D tier is all 5 babies. I'm sorry, I can't enjoy any of them. The baby shtick is so oversaturated at this point that I can't stand the sight of them. I generally don't like playing as small characters in Mario Kart anyway. Usually with my character preference, the bigger the better, so that's another knock against them there. And finally, how are these babies driving? Babies can't drive in real life, unlike monkeys, turtles, and dinosaurs, which totally can. So I'm taking off more points for how unrealistic the babies are. Anyway, don't worry, even though I dislike them all equally, it's not a 5-way tie or anything. I still have a ranking for them. The worst one is Baby Rosalina, whose mere existence kinda messes with the pre-established canon from Mario Galaxy, and who exists as the last straw in terms of my tolerance for these characters' inclusions. She also feels like a lazy reskin of Baby Peach, the next worst baby, essentially only because I don't like regular Peach that much. In fact, from here on out, the ranking for the rest of the babies just corresponds to how I feel about their adult version. Next up is Baby Mario. I never liked him in Yoshi's Island anyway. After that is Baby Daisy. Regular Daisy's pretty cool, and I like the orange color scheme scheme here. And the most based baby is Baby Luigi. He gets bonus points because he grows up to be the coolest motherfucker in the entire Mushroom Kingdom. So yeah, that's the baby ranking. They all stink, and the only good thing they gave us was Baby Park, which in Mario Kart 8 includes a statue of pink gold baby Peach. A horrific omen for what the future has in store for us? Maybe, I don't know, who cares? We're done with the D tiers. Those are all the characters I straight up do not pick. Now let's move on to C tiers. The characters I'll play as maybe once in a blue moon. Okay guys, just stay with me on this one. One of the most boring characters you could possibly pick in any Mario Kart game is Mario. Like, seriously. It's like Donkey said that one time.
Who's the last guy any self-respecting human being would pick in Mario Kart? Mario.
Like, legitimately, I just can't think of a single reason to ever play as him. Don't you get enough of playing as him in the mainline games? Why would you ever pick him in a spin-off that gives you access to so many other characters you never get to play as? Like Light Blue Shy Guy. Even when I play Mario Kart with some of my non-gamer friends, they usually gravitate towards characters like Yoshi or Peach. I'm telling ya, nobody wants this plumber man for real. His animations and voice lines are usually generic and forgettable compared to the rest of the cast. He's just the white bread of Mario Kart, whose inclusion on the roster feels like more of an obligation than anything. He's not ranked this low for being a bad character, but he's just an empty void of an inclusion in every Mario Kart game he's in. But don't worry, Mario's not alone here at the bottom of C tier because Peach is here to keep him company. Yeah, I've just never really been a big fan of the princess, who's almost always a bland, inoffensive addition to every non-RPG game she's in. Mario Kart is no exception. Like, I can't even pretend to care about her when she's usually seated next to one or two far better princesses on each roster. And much like Mario, the oversaturation of her variants on the roster doesn't do her much good in terms of winning my favor. I think it's more understandable for someone to want to pick her compared to Mario, but she's definitely nowhere near a go-to character for me. I kind of like her voice clips in Mario Kart 64 for some reason though.
Here we go!
Alright, pop quiz. Who is the most forgettable character in Mario Kart? The answer is Tony Soprano. He was in Super Circuit the whole time, and no one even noticed or talked about him ever. But the second most forgettable character is Paratroopa. He's only ever appeared once in Double Dash, and he never returned since. Not even in Tour, a game that loves adding in random bullshit variations of pre-existing characters. I don't even know what I should say here. He's just Koopa with wings. He's not really all that exciting. But I wouldn't mind if he came back as an alt costume for regular Koopa. I think I heard somewhere that Windy O Koopa is the least popular or least used Mario Kart 8 character, and while I couldn't find anything to back up that claim, I nonetheless would not be shocked at all if it were true. There's just not much to enjoy with Windy. I've always found her design to be kinda ugly, and her color scheme really clashes, and yeah, I don't know, I kinda forgot she's even in the game, despite the fact that I play as some of her brothers a ton. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use her online either, it's Windy, who cares? You might be surprised to see Cat Peach so relatively not low compared to the other Peach variants. Well, the reason is simple. If I feel like playing as Peach, I might as well play as her with unique cat-like animations. It's more interesting than just vanilla-ass Toadstool. Yeah, the animations save this one a bit, but ultimately, I don't think they're pronounced or cool enough to fully justify the inclusion of Cat Peach in the roster. Still, like I said, on the rare occasions when I'm in a peachy mood, this is the version of her I'm picking. I'm deeply sorry, fam, but I have just never understood the appeal of Monty Mole. He's one of the most boring Mario enemies to date, and I'm glad that he's never been in a mainline Mario Kart, because looking at him in Tour, sure he has some cute animations when you do tricks, but when you're just racing, the back of his head is so plain. You're just staring at this little brown nub. Why would I ever want to play as this nub? Again, the cute trick animations give him some points, but he's not really a character that appeals to my tastes. Mario Kart 7 took a couple of big swings with their limited roster slots, and in my opinion, the least successful of said swings was Lakitu. Turning the Mario Kart referee into a playable racer while also keeping him as the referee is just, I don't know, a bit weird for me. I never really liked the idea of having him playable or separating him from his iconic Cloud, which is what I always associate Lakitus with. And while it was still kinda novel to see him playable in 7, he's absolutely one of the most forgettable characters in all of 8. Partially due to the expanded roster burying him a bit, but also partially because I feel like his animations in 7 were just a bit more charming. Especially his finger guns when he wins a race. Just look at that swagger. So yeah, not a bad character, I can see the appeal. he just doesn't really work for me that well. Alright, here we go, guys. My most cancelable take in this whole video, probably. I do not like Diddy Kong. He's alright in the Donkey Kong series, but whenever he shows up in Smash or any Mario spin-off, I just cannot stand the little shit-eating chimp. I really wish I could give you a detailed description of why I don't like him, but I really can't say. I just find him really annoying, and it's been this way ever since I was a kid. I'm sorry, I genuinely cannot help it. I have monkey brain when it comes to my feelings on this dude. While I can't disagree with the people who say he deserves to return to mainline Mario Kart, I personally do not miss him. I nonetheless ranked him higher than I wanted to because there's nothing functionally wrong with his inclusion other than my personal preference. I'm really sorry, I just can't control myself. I do not like this monkey at all. Donkey Kong Country 2 is an amazing game though. Toad! I think this is one of the characters that I have the least to say about. It's Toad, I don't know. He's been in every game, and yet I could probably count the number of times I picked him on my fingers. Like I said when I talked about the babies, I don't really like small characters that much, and there's just not a whole lot Toad has to offer. But much like Peach, his voice in Mario Kart 64 is kind of enjoyable, and he did give us Toad Circuit.
It's Toad Circuit,
baby! Which is of course my friends and I obsess over ironically because it's one of the lamest choices Nintendo could have put in the booster course pass. But we love it because of its lameness. It's like the Morbius of Mario Kart courses. Like hell yeah! Toad Circuit sweet, baby! Alright, so Captain Toad is in Tour and he has his own unique emblem, so I guess he's considered a unique character rather than an alt costume. I even checked with you guys on Twitter just to be sure, and you pretty heartily agreed. So Captain Toad gets to be on this list, and he has no unique animations. He's functionally just Toad with a headlamp. Sorry, I love the little guy, he has a great game, but I can't really rank him much higher than regular Toad, sadly. Still Nintendo, add a Captain Toad costume to 8 Deluxe, that'd be cool. In fact, give Toad alternate colors like Yoshi and Shy Guy have, why not? Spoiler for later in the list, I guess, but I really love the Nintendo guest stars added to Mario Kart 8. But there's one of them I honestly don't like and never play as, and that's Villager Boy. It all comes down to his design. Like, what is this? What's with the bed head and the eyelashes on the bottom of the eye and the pajamas he's wearing? Why not put in the iconic villager design from Smash? Or if you want to be original, why not do something actually visually appealing? He still gets points for being in the game at all. It's a cool guest character with cool animations, but I straight up do not pick him since Villager Girl is right there. Like I said, Mario Kart Arcade GP 1 and 2 are the only games in the series that I haven't played, but just looking at footage of him, I can safely say that I do not care for Blinky very much. I don't really like how his original design was translated into Mario Kart, plus the voice they gave him is kinda generic and a bit annoying. At least staring at this red nub is better than staring at the brown nub that is Monty Mole, but yeah, I can't really say Blinky appeals to me that much. Kamek, a character that was cut from Mario Kart 64 before release, only to finally get their shot in the mobile game. I never really liked Kamek all that much. I find him kind of boring in most Mario games, and he doesn't really do a whole lot in Tour other than shake his wand around. Maybe if this was a console Mario game, they could add some detail like magic effects to go with the wand moving. But as is, Kamek does little to impress, and I don't really need to see him in a mainline Mario Kart anytime soon. I've always been rather indifferent to Birdo personally. I think they have some cute animations, and they're definitely a rather unique addition compared to some of the other bullshit filler characters, but I still don't really pick Birdo that often. I don't know, I'd be happy to see them back in modern mainline Mario Kart, but I'm also not really losing sleep over their absence. Anyway, that's all the C tiers. Now let's get into the B tiers, the characters I like and pick fairly often. Koopa Troopa is a long-time mainstay in the series, and while I don't really care for small characters, I still give this little guy some love now and again, mainly because his voice is just so cute. He's a simple yet more than worthy addition to the roster, and that's pretty much all I have to say about him. Okay, so a few days before I started writing this, the Doctors were apparently added to Mario Kart Tour, and I guess they count as their own characters because they have a unique emblem? Whatever, I'm ranking them all in the same spot. They have some cool, uniquely stiff animations that fit the Doctor theme pretty well, plus I like the pill item they throw, and playing as Dr. Mario in particular feels cool because of his Smash Bros. Prestige. These are nice additions, I like them. Hate on the Koopalings all you want, but I actually quite enjoy their addition to Mario Kart, and I cycle through playing as all of them,
except Wendy,
pretty often. Larry's probably my least played among the male Koopa kids. He's always felt a bit generic in comparison to the others, but I still really like him. He's a nice middle-of-the-road pick with a cool blue shell and mohawk. I'll give him a pass. Okay, so Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man. We might as well cover them both together since they're so similar. It's very cool that they're both in Mario Kart, even if it's just the arcade games, but much like Blinky, they kinda have these weird, annoying voices that I don't really vibe with. And being exclusive to the arcade games does drag them down a bit since those games don't let the characters pop off with crazy animations. Also, I really don't like Pac-Man's Ghostly Adventures design, and that's the one they use for Arcade GP so I just don't pick him in that game. Again, good additions, but not the best execution. Miss Pac-Man ranks a smidge higher because at least she never had a terrible Ghostly Adventures design in Mario Kart. Bowser Jr. is another one of those mainstay Mario characters that I'm kind of indifferent to, but I'll definitely give him a play in Mario Kart every now and again. He's got cute voice lines and even cuter animations in 8 Deluxe in particular. Patrick actually pointed out to me the other day that Bowser Jr. perfectly fits the definition of the scrunkly, something that's mischievous and naughty, but also adorable at the same time. You gotta give it up for the scrunkly, come on. Lemmy is another adorable little scrunkly. He's one of the more flavorful Kooplings, what with his cool rainbow mohawk and wacky animations. Though again, I generally prefer the bigger Kooplings with better speed. I'll still throw Lemmy a bone every once in a while though. Toadette is pretty unique, because she was actually invented for Mario Kart to be Toad's partner in Double Dash. And she's really come a long way since, working her way up to eventually appear in a mainline Mario game. A feat that Waluigi hasn't even accomplished yet. Keyword is yet. I've always liked Toadette, between her bright color scheme and cute little pigtails, and she's definitely a character I get some use out of every now and again. Iggy is another very flavorful Koopling that I get a good deal of use out of. I just don't really know what else to say. There's 7 of these guys, and Iggy's dead center in my ranking of how enjoyable they are in Mario Kart. He's another cool, enjoyable character. There you go. Next. Okay. Turns out I was actually lying about Paratroopa being the second most obscure Mario Kart character after Tony Soprano, because there's actually a character so obscure that I completely forgot about them in my initial draft of this list. Mamichi, who only appeared in Mario Kart GP2. They are a Tamagotchi. Yeah, remember Tamagotchi? That was a thing that existed. In fact, it existed so hard that it got representation in one of the best-selling franchises in all of gaming. You have to give Mamichi points for the sheer audacity of being a Tamagotchi in a Mario Kart game. But at the same time, I also really enjoy what I've seen of them in secondhand footage. Their design and voice are pretty charming, which I think makes up for the fact that they don't have a lot of cool animations since they're restricted to the arcade game. Overall, this is probably one of my favorite arcade exclusive characters. I sincerely doubt they'll ever make it into a mainline Mario Kart, but I'm happy they made it in at all. Look gang, I know everyone likes to complain about the oversaturation of Marios and Peaches on the roster. I get it, I really do. But I'm part of the problem. I picked this lovely Tanuki boy like it's nobody's business. Tanuki Mario is not only adorable, but he has a ton of awesome animations that I love seeing in races. Especially when he turns into a statue, like good lord, they did not need to go that hard for what was essentially just a filler pick, meant to pad out the Triforce DLC pack in the original Mario Kart 8. I went into that pack primarily excited for Link, as most people were, but I was surprised at how much I enjoyed this lovable Scrunklo as well. Ludwig is probably my favorite Koopling in the actual Mario platformers themselves. He just seems so elegant and quietly sinister. But I'll admit, a bit of his uniquely dark charm seems to be lost in translation in Mario Kart. He's still a great character to play as with a cool as hell design, but his voice clips in 8 are fairly generic and leave a lot to be desired. Still a great pick overall. Now we're gonna get into a line of standard safe picks. Characters that are incredibly recurring in the Mario universe, to the point where their inclusion in Mario Kart really isn't special. Yet I still pick them fairly often because they're very cool characters in general. Let's start with King Koopa himself, Bowser. Admittedly, playing as Bowser at all was a pretty novel concept in the older Mario Kart games since that just never happened. But now he's playable in every spin-off under the sun and the novelty has worn off a bit. Not enough to make him any less awesome of a character though. He's still a rad choice and playing as him is a big power move. On a regular Mario character ranking, he'd be way higher, but in the realm of Mario Kart, there's other cooler and more unique additions. The fact that she says that every time you switch characters in Double Dash is honestly one of the funniest things I've ever heard. The sheer manic energy of Daisy cannot be overstated. She's like the Najimi Osana of the Mario universe. While she's at her best and most unhinged in Double Dash, I really like her in the other Mario Kart games as well. She basically negates any desire I would ever have to play as Peach. She just has a more vibrant personality and color design, and her voice lines are always killer. Yeah, I mean, she's Daisy. She's pretty epic. Moving on. And now we get to Donkey Kong, the biggest meme in the entire Mario universe. Yeah, his inclusion is pretty standard and not all that special nowadays, but he's always been a consistently fun character to play as, with funny voice lines and really expressive animations. He also gets bonus points for having the best ass in all of Mario Kart. Plus his animations, and 8 in particular, are just really off the wall and loony in the best way possible. He even kinda sorta dabs? It's not quite a dab, but it has the spirit. Let him do a real dab in the next game, Nintendo. He can pull it off. And rounding out this line of standard favorites is Yoshi. He's Yoshi. Everyone loves him. I'll always have a soft spot for this adorable little dude and his cute little sound effects, but what really elevates him is his alternate colors in 8. They're all really fun to switch between, and they add a ton of replayability to his character. But you know what? How can I play this? There's no Crafted World costume. Oh well. Even though we can't play as this extremely visually appealing costume in Mario Kart, the alt colors are pretty enjoyable. Also, I know I'm not factoring Mario Kart Tour costumes into this, but I really like the existence of Kangaroo Yoshi. Just wanted to put that out there. He's epic. It took me a really long time to come around on Wiggler, one of those big swing characters that Mario Kart 7 added. In this case, the big swing ended up being a miss because he never returned in 8 or even Tour. And I'm not surprised because I don't think he was particularly popular. I certainly never played as him as a kid, but in hindsight, I think he's one of the most inventive additions to the roster ever. The sight of his 4 arms is a bit distracting at first and takes some getting used to, but they really make him stand out. So does the fact that he starts turning red whenever he gets hit with an item. That, coupled with his mellow and laid-back voice, makes for a Mario Kart character unlike any other. I'd love for him to make a comeback. Even so, something about seeing him shrunken down in a cart next to giant wigglers on Maple Treeway just feels illegal somehow. Wario may be a typical mainstay Mario character, but playing as him just feels exciting and fresh nonetheless, despite the fact that he's been in every Mario Kart since 64. I will never get tired of picking this greedy son of a bitch and hearing his glorious fart horn. I don't like fart jokes unless Wario's doing them. Sorry, that's just how it is. Wario's awesome, we all know it, I don't need to sell you on how cool he is. Again, a bit lower than I put him on a regular Mario character ranking video, but only because there's cooler, more out-of-the-box additions to the series. I never used to be a big fan of Morton Koopa Jr., but man, did Mario Kart really turn my interest in him around. His beady little eyes, his monochrome color scheme, his super silly voice, he really feels distinct from all the rest of the Kooplings, and he's quickly become one of my favorites among them. Plus, after you get used to the shrunken down, disproportionate versions of these guys in Smash, it's nice to play Mario Kart to be reminded that no, Morton is a chonky boy, and that's why he's so awesome. I refuse to let the Dry Bones fandom die out. I am a true boner.
Wait, what? What did he say?
There's something so awesome about playing as a skeletal Koopa. He has some of the crispiest and most satisfying sound effects in the whole game. Plus, I love all the little things with him. I love his dance on the Mario Kart Wii character select screen before you pick him, or his animation in 8 Deluxe where he's got to keep his head on. He's a delightful inclusion that doesn't feel like a lazy clone in the slightest. I really enjoy him. Hammer Bro was supposed to be in Wii, but he was ultimately cut, which is such a shame because I've always loved these aggravating fuckers, and driving as one seems like it will be a dream come true. Well, now the dream is true. For everyone who managed to pull him in the gacha game, which I sure haven't. Please put him in a mainline Mario Kart already, he's such a good fit. Please do it, Nintendo, I'm begging you. Anyway, yeah, Hammer Bro and all his variants, those being Fire, Ice, and Boomerang, are a very fitting and fun addition to Mario Kart. The voice lines and animations are all on point, and overall these are some characters I'd love the chance to play as someday. Too bad Mario Kart Tour is classified as torture in my state, otherwise I might play it more. Anyway, let's take a break from Mario Kart tiers for a second and look at an S tier VPN. Surfshark VPN. I mean, it literally starts with the letter S. There's no debate to be had here. Surfshark is an incredible product that encrypts your data and protects you online. Surfshark VPN allows you to access geo-restricted content, meaning you can trick your browser into thinking you're in another country, thus allowing you to access content you couldn't get otherwise. That way, you don't have to physically travel to another country to watch that country's exclusive Netflix or Disney Plus content, for example. So don't worry, any epic, exclusive Toad Circuit content you want to watch can easily be accessed even if you live in Yoshi Valley. I don't know why you would live there. I mean, what is there to do besides stare at the giant spinning egg all day? But you do you. You can also use Surfshark and its Surfshark alert system to get alerts anytime your email address or password is compromised. Surfshark Alert scans various databases of leaked information and notifies its users if their data is found so they can take action, which is an absolutely invaluable feature. Wario isn't getting his greedy hands on your private data anytime soon. Surfshark is also totally unlimited, meaning you can use it on as many devices as you like, even all at the same time. No other VPN allows this. Go to surfshark.deal/Rillis and enter promo code Rillis to get 83% off and 3 extra months of Surfshark VPN for free. It's an amazing deal, and it's even better because it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you're not satisfied, you can cancel during those 30 days and get your money back. If you're looking for a great VPN, there's no reason not to give Surfshark a try. Once again, head to surfshark.deal/Rillis and enter the promo code Rillis. Have a great time with Surfshark VPN. Alright, now it's time for the A tiers. These are characters I play as a ton and overall love the inclusion of. So, let's go. Shy Guy is just so easy to like, man. Such a simple yet endearing as all hell design with hilarious noises and quite a unique history in the series. Debuting in Mario Kart DS as a character exclusive to download play, before finally gaining a slot on the big boy roster in 7, and getting the same cool alternate color treatment as Yoshi in 8. What a glow up! If I ever want to play as a small character, Shy Guy is my immediate go-to. He's adorable yet cool at the same time, with the alt colors offering tons of replayability to boot. Also, if you're curious, green Shy Guy and Black Yoshi are my favorites. And also I like his chef costume in Tor because it reminds me of Orpheus from Hadestown. Okay, moving on. Alright, so this is probably the real most cancelable take on the whole list. But I love the inclusion of Metal Mario. Back in 7, I didn't see him as a lazy palette swap, even though he totally was that. I saw him as a deep-cut reference to Super Smash Bros., since he appears as a boss in the single-player modes of 64 and Melee, and a really fucking badass and intimidating boss at that. Yeah, he's just Mario but silver, but I don't know, I just found him so cool. His entrance in Melee goes so unnecessarily hard, like damn. Plus, he was in Mario Golf and Dr. Mario 64, so like, he's a legit established character from the old days who's now been brought back in Mario Kart. This isn't just a lame, lazy power-up version of Mario like Fire Mario or something. This is a legit character with legit history in the Mario universe. And he was absolutely my main in 7. I didn't know he had the best stats as a kid. I just thought he was the coolest addition with an awesome distorted voice and clever voice lines. He says Mia Mama instead of Mamma Mia because he's the Bizarro Mario. Like, come on, that's fun. He's a fun addition. But yeah, I'll admit, I knocked him down a few slots because I think the novelty kind of wore off when 8 rolled around. Plus, he contributed to the existence of Pink Gold Peach, which is absolutely an unforgivable sin. Gold Mario's kind of cool, but he's also just an alt costume, so I don't have to rank him separately. Bottom line is, Metal Mario is an awesome inclusion, and I'm tired of pretending he's not. I love Taiko no Tatsujin. It's such an endearing rhythm game series, and the fact that Don-chan made it into Mario Kart GP DX is just so delightful. It doesn't look like this drum boy should even fit in a cart, but he inexplicably makes it work. Yeah, I just have a big smile on my face whenever I play as him. He's endearing as all heck, and I love picking him whenever I go to the arcade and get my ass handed to me in this game by Patrick and Chris. Inkling Boy kinda sorta has the same issue as Villager Boy, but to a far lesser extent. I don't particularly care for the tied up tentacles in his hair, but other than that, there's nothing wrong with his design. It's very good and I like his ults as well. But like, Inkling Girl is right there, and her design is just better. So yeah, I don't pick Inkling Boy too often, which is why he's this low. But he's still an amazing, incredibly fitting addition to the roster, with voice lines and animations that feel straight out of Splatoon. Great stuff. Abbott is a character that's just begging to be put in every Mario spinoff under the sun. And while he sadly wasn't added to 8 Deluxe when he could have easily been there, at least he got a chance in Tor. Not only are his animations and voice lines here really charming, but I just find it so funny that he holds onto his bag during the entire race and he will not drop it under any circumstances. My dude is committed as all hell to not dropping this bag, and I just find that so charming. He's a great addition to the series, and I need him in mainline Mario Kart pronto. Alright, I'll admit, my Luigi bias propelled him a lot higher than he probably should have been on this list. Yeah, you can play as Luigi in just about any Mario-themed game under the sun, but he's fucking Luigi, man. I pick him all the time regardless of there being cooler deep cuts on the roster. Besides, if I ranked him any lower than A tier, he'd give me one of his death glares, and then I'd be dead, and then there'd be no list. Luigi makes the top 20 or nothing. I don't think there's any complaints with that. He is one of the best characters in fiction, after all. Charging Chuck is another awesome addition to Tor that I need in mainline Mario Kart yesterday. He's a jock bro with absolutely zero chill in his animations, flexing or flutter kicking on you every opportunity he gets. The idea of playing as this football-loving lunatic is just so tantalizing, and I have no doubt that I'd race with him over and over again if I were only given the opportunity to. When I was a kid, Miis were the shit. I loved the idea of putting yourself or your favorite character in precarious situations, and what's more precarious than Mario Kart? With that said, these guys absolutely peaked in Wii for a number of reasons. Not only did Wii give them unique voices and pronounced weight classes based on how big or small you make them in the Mii Maker, but whenever you play as them, the faces on statues in the different courses are replaced with random Mii faces. That's charming as all hell, and it's a concept that never came back. Miis are fine in 7, but I don't really like the fact that they're forced to wear helmets in 8, obscuring the back of their head, which is what you see most of the time during races. It's like, why did I pick this character if I can't see who they are that often? They kind of make up for it with the cool amiibo costumes. I especially like the Mega Man, Kirby, and Pikmin ones. But locking the only cool feature of Mii's in this game behind some plastic shit isn't great. Still, we had it good in Wii with these guys, which is why they rank so high. Also, now that I think about it, I don't think I ever unlocked the Bee racing outfit for the Mii as a kid. So, oops. I love what a dumb inclusion PD Piranha is. He's so big that his head partially obscures your view of the track, but that's so funny. I love the fact that the developers didn't take his gigantic size into account when adding him to the game. I fucking love joke characters. I want to fucking play as a character with a ginormous intentional handicap that makes their inclusion absolutely hilarious. Maybe it's for the best that he was never included in any game since Double Dash, not even Tor. Because I feel like nowadays they'd shrink him down to make him a bit more viable and usable. Whatever, Nintendo. Give me Impractical Big-Headed Petey Piranha or give me death. Also, the character's really cool in Sunshine and Brawl and all the other games he's in. I like him a lot, so yeah. Donkey Kong Jr. did not rank very high in my initial draft of this list, because why would he? He's a completely irrelevant character that deserves to be stuck in Super Mario Kart because modern Donkey Kong's way more based than Poggers. But then I remembered that they put Jr. in Tor, and holy shit, this is amazing. A 16-bit sprite surrounded by modern graphics is just such a fun idea. His animations and sound effects look great, especially his victory music ripped straight out of Super. This is so much better than if they just brought him back by giving him a modern 3D design. And it's another character I'd love the chance to play as in a mainline Mario Kart. Seriously, why the f does Tor get all the good stuff when it's practically impossible to acquire said good stuff because of the gacha mechanics? I am going to blow a gasket. Dry Bowser is such a real one, man. Now this is how you do a clone character. Such an awesome callback to New Super Mario Bros. With such badass sound effects and animations. I enjoyed him in Wii, but 8 is where he was really allowed to pop the f off. His glowing magma shell in this game is such a cool effect to stare at during a race, and it cemented his status as one of the most badass heavyweights in Mario Kart history. Also, I really love the irony of him being added into Mario Kart 8 via the Animal Crossing DLC pack, because these things go together so well. As someone who never grew up with Mario Kart DS, I keep asking the people I know who did, why the f was Rob in this game? And nobody has an answer for me. This is perhaps the most inexplicable inclusion in Mario Kart history, and they included a fucking Tamagotchi. Seriously, I can't process this. Not only was this 3 years before he appeared in Smash Bros, but this was in a game that only had room for 12 roster slots. This game foregoed Koopa Troopa, Diddy Kong, Bowser Jr., Birdo, etc., all for the sake of adding in the toy robot from the NES days that wasn't even really a video game character. But you know what? I adore out-of-left-field inclusions, and this is no exception. You better believe I'm picking Rob anytime I play DS. His animations and model are on point, and this is just such a deliciously nonsensical inclusion that I can't help but adore it. Speaking of which, as a kid, I could not stand the inclusion of Honey Queen, but now I have truly seen the light. I used to be pissed that they put in such a ridiculous, obscure Mario Galaxy character that needed to be shrunken down to a ridiculous degree in order to fit into a cart, but nowadays, that's exactly why I love her inclusion. I love bees, I love Mario Galaxy, I love when royal characters are allowed to cut loose and have fun for a change, and I love batshit insane character choices that don't make a lick of sense. Honey Queen checks all the boxes, to the point where if I ever revisit 7, I'm always picking her instead of Metal Mario. I want her back in the series so badly, you guys have no idea. Though, it is still pretty raw that they cut Waluigi out of 7, but that's not her fault. Honey Queen did nothing wrong. Saw we I dis Diddy Kong or we are guys. If it's any consolation, I think Dixie's pretty awesome. I've always really liked her, and she's very fun and expressive in tour. She's another awesome addition that just makes sense for mainline Mario Kart. Though, I guess if we're gonna add her, then we gotta have Diddy back first. Okay, sure, whatever, I don't care. All I know is Dixie's awesome, and she makes Diddy obsolete in Tropical Freeze. She should be in Smash right now, and she's amazing. Okay, moving on. I think everyone pretty much unanimously loves Pauline, and agrees that she deserves to be a mainstay in Mario spin-offs. She was the first brand new unique character to get added to tour, and she definitely deserves that status. Playing as her has gotta be awesome as shit. I sure wish I could play as her, you stupid fucking gotcha piece of shit! Yeah, she's awesome. The only thing keeping her out of the top 10 is that I just don't like her hair animation in tour. Something about it looks so off. Like, why is only the bottom part moving? I don't know, it's kind of a natural looking, but her trick animations are great, and she's an awesome character. So yeah, pretty amazing inclusion overall. Barging into the top 10, yet coming up just short of the coveted S tier slot, we got my boy Roy. 8 is the game that finally enlightened me to the fact that Roy is by far the best Koopaling. He is the pinnacle of character design, what with his awesome purple shell and pink shades. His voice is gruff, yet chill at the same time, perfectly conveying what a bodacious dude this guy is. In fact, playing as him reminds me a lot of another Mario Kart character. The character I haven't played as since... it doesn't really matter. Roy's awesome. Definitely worthy of a slot in the top 10. Only brought down a bit by the fact that I enjoy playing as the other Koopalings as well, meaning I'll sometimes take some potential quality Roy time and pick Morton or Ludwig instead. Still, cool as shit dude. And now for the S tiers. The characters that I will always love and immediately gravitate towards, pouring literal hours into them because of how cool their inclusions are. Starting with... my boy Link was always a rather unconventional pick, despite how iconic he is. The idea of seeing him on a motorcycle just seemed too weird to a lot of people. Until Breath of the Wild literally added a motorcycle, and then it's like, oh well, I guess now it's okay. Yeah, I was always going to adore Link's inclusion, what with Zelda being my favorite franchise and all. He ranks a tad lower than some of the other guest stars because he does feel a bit out of place, but you can't deny the awesomeness of seeing him pull out the Master Sword or the Triforce during his trick animations. And being able to swap between his Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild designs in 8 Deluxe is an amazing detail. I still prefer the OG green tunic, but both versions of him get a lot of play from me. The highest ranked tour exclusive character is King Babam. He is the tour character I'm more jealous of than anyone else, and I just know I would pick him day in and day out if he was in 8 Deluxe. I mean, look at him. He's just the perfect specimen. The combination of his round physique, prominent crown, and Pringles-ass mustache makes for one of the most inspired additions to any Mario Kart roster. He has a unique, fun voice, and he's just iconic enough to undoubtedly deserve a roster slot, yet just obscure enough to feel like a cool choice in comparison to the characters that are basically guaranteed to be in every game. I will not be able to sleep well at night until King Babam is safely added to a mainline Mario Kart. All will finally be well in the world once that is achieved. And now we finally get to my favorite Mario character of all time. Waluigi, baby! The surge in Waluigi's popularity over the years has been nothing short of magical. And despite the fact that he's playable in just about every spin-off you could ask for him to be in, well, almost every spin-off, he's still an easy go-to pick for me. His saturation in the Mario series does hold him back from the #1 spot he so clearly deserves, the very spot I'd give him if this was just a straight-up Mario character ranking. But he's still awesome enough to belong here in the top tier. From his iconic horn in 8 to the wacky bag of tricks he can perform, I will literally never get tired of this lanky, beautiful, perfect man. Villager Girl is such a lovely inclusion of Mario Kart. She has a very nice hairstyle and dress, adorable animations and sound effects that reference Animal Crossing so well, and overall she just fits right into the Mario universe. She's just so bright and cheerful, what with her happy face and bright pink hair. Playing as her just puts me in a good mood and I pick her a lot. You see that, Villager Boy? This is how high you could be on the list if you bothered to comb your hair and change out of your pajamas, you piece of shit. Talk about a guest character that just fits in perfectly. Inkling Girl's inclusion is rad as all hell. What with her oversized headphones, bright orange hair, and hella expressive animations. Just another delightful guest character that feels right at home in Mario Kart, while still bringing the amazing crossover edge we've come to expect from a character like this. One of my most played characters in 8 Deluxe for sure. Why do I love playing as Isabelle so much? Maybe it's because unlike the Inklings, Villagers, and even Link to some extent, she's an actual character and not just a self-insert for the player. I adore Isabelle, as most Animal Crossing fans do, and she has some of that Honey Queen charm, where it's nice to see a character you wouldn't expect to see cutting loose, actually doing that and racing for a change. She works so hard for you, she definitely needs this time off to pelt plumbers with turtle shells in a go-kart, come on. Isabelle was undoubtedly my main for a while there in 8 Deluxe. I remember I was playing as her in college one time, and some guy made fun of me for it, so then I proceeded to beat him in every race with her, and that shut him up pretty quickly. Isabelle is fucking rad as shit. Remember that, kids. Okay, look, I'm not someone with a ton of waifus, but even I have to draw the line and accept the literal space goddess as my personal lord and savior. Ever since her debut, Rosalina has always been the best princess in the Mario games, and one of my favorite characters in the whole series. And it's no different in Mario Kart. Even though it's a given for her to be in every Mario spin-off nowadays, I nonetheless pick her all the time because why wouldn't I? She's a popular pick for me in 7 and 8, but the main reason she ranks this high is because of how amazing it was to see her in Mario Kart Wii. Her inclusion mere months after her introduction in Mario Galaxy, with a special unlock criteria of needing a Mario Galaxy save file to get her super quickly in this game, I don't know, that just felt like such a special detail to me. She also had that whole Honey Queen, regal character cutting loose appeal, plus her voice was so unique and soothing in this entry. And best of all, she had a Luma following her around during races. Such an amazing detail that never got added again after this game. That's a shame, but she's still a top tier pick for me. One of the all-time greats. King Boo is, in my humble opinion, one of the most perfect Mario Kart characters of all time. Everything I said about King Babam applies to this guy tenfold. Such a simple yet perfect design that conveys everything you need to know about him. Such delightful voice lines that straddle the line between creepy and goofy so expertly. Such an iconic yet not overused character to spice up every roster he appears in. I love how he sticks his tongue out when you're making sharp turns with a bike in Wii. Hell, I just love everything about him. He's been a consistent go-to character for me in every game he's in, and I've finally settled on him as my main for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. There's only one thing that could change that status, and that would be the return of my number one pick. Don't act like you didn't know it was gonna be him. Funky Kong will forever be the greatest character ever put in a Mario Kart game. As a kid, I didn't even know he had the best stats. I always just picked him because he was Funky Kong, man. He had the coolest design, coupled with absolutely zero chill in his voice lines, which are so filled with energy and so iconic. He belongs in the Mario universe due to its heavy overlap with Donkey Kong, but he's still disconnected enough to feel like a cool crossover pick. I mean, really, what other Mario spin-offs do you get to play as this funky monkey in? The list is pretty damn short, which is why his inclusion in Wii needs to be savored for all it's worth. I can't fully describe what an incomparable pleasure it is to play as Funky Kong. You just had to be there, man. You had to be there to bear witness to the most bodacious dude ever included in a racing game, let alone a Mario game. Funky Kong is God's greatest creation, and I would do anything to get him back in mainline Mario Kart. Him being in Tour is a good start, but it cannot be where his story ends. Good night, Tri-State area. Stay funky. Funding for Shaperless is provided by Squarespace, the sponsor of today's video. From websites and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace is the all-in-one platform to build a beautiful online presence and run your business. Honestly, out of all the videos I made in the past year, the one I had the most fun with was probably my Mario Kart character ranking. Mario Kart is just really fun to talk about, what can I say? Plus, that video exceeded my expectations in terms of views, so you know what? Let's just talk about more Mario Kart. I figured the next logical step would be to rank some Mario Kart courses, but I don't think I have the energy to do them all in one video. So how about we go game by game? I'll make an individual ranking video for each Mario Kart game. And by the time I'm done covering the first 7, 8 Deluxe will probably have all of its DLC out. And then I can rank all 96 of those courses in one video. Woo, how fun! I regret this already. Anywho, I could start with the first game, Super Mario Kart, but literally no one would click on that. Are you seriously gonna tell me with a straight face that you genuinely care about whether or not I would rank Donut Plains 2 over Donut Plains 3? Yeah, fuck that shit. We're starting with Mario Kart Wii, my first Mario Kart that I grew up with. The most popular one, aside from the one that still refuses to die after almost a decade.
I thought you were dead.
My death was greatly exaggerated.
Say what you will about Mario Kart Wii's unbalanced bikes and unbalanced items and unbalanced Funky Kong, but I don't think anyone can argue that Mario Kart Wii didn't have some banger tracks to race on. So many iconic courses that have become huge staples of the Mario Kart franchise. But which ones are the cream of the crop? And which ones are fucking GBA Shy Guy Beach? Let's find out right now.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Wow, it's GBA Shy Guy Beach. There it is. As a kid, I didn't mind this course too much because, I don't know, cool beach level is cute. But then I sat down to play it for this video and holy shit, this course is horrible. The little round islands you have to hop between in order to not slow down are awkward. The trick ramps are tiny and unsatisfying. The cannonballs that land on the course can be pretty unfair when they come out of nowhere. And on top of that, the course is ugly. Super Circuit is a pretty good looking sprite-based game, but its visuals have not been translated over well to Wii's engine. What with the choppy water and stale backgrounds, there is actually no reason to ever pick this course. Aside from the pretty music, it offers nothing but a headache.
Yoshi! It's a double Yoshi explosion!
One of my favorite things to look at with each new Mario Kart is what I like to call the priority retro courses. As in, the courses from the previous game that the developers considered a priority to bring back as soon as possible. For Mario Kart Wii, these would be the retro courses from Mario Kart DS. That game certainly had a stellar lineup of tracks to pick from. So aren't you glad that one of the developers' priorities was to bring back Yoshi Falls? This is honestly such an insulting filler pick when you think of all the masterpieces DS gave us that could have been brought over to a home console and gifted to the masses who got into this series through Wii. I could have been growing up with Airship Fortress, Tick-Tock Clock, Luigi's Mansion, motherfucking Waluigi Pinball. But no, Yoshi Falls just had to be one of their first choices to return. I haven't even talked about the course itself yet, but like, what the f do you want me to say? Drive in an oval 3 times. Make some turns designed for babies. This is pitifully simple by Mario Kart 64 standards, but by the standards of DS, it's a true embarrassment. So short and boring that it ended up being the last Yoshi-themed course in the series. No, seriously, there has not been another Yoshi-themed course since this one. It's kind of hilarious, actually. Anyway, those 2 courses are bad and D tiers, but thankfully, we're on to the mediocre ones now. The C tiers. Let's see which ones are next. Do you get it? Because the letter C sounds like the word C. Get it?
Do you yield?
I don't like N64 Sherbert Lands. Never have. The slippery ice physics annoy me, and aside from this cave section, it looks visually repetitive, with the whole track just being this huge chunk of ice. Dodging and yielding to the penguins can be kind of fun, and the music's pretty, but overall, it's such a bland and uneventful ice level that I'm never excited to play on. Not much else to say, it's just pretty lame. It was in Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games though, so that's pretty epic.
That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario!
I don't think it's a spoiler or an unpopular opinion to say that the retro courses in Wii aren't nearly as good as the brand new ones. Nintendo didn't really hit their stride with remastering old courses until 7 and especially 8, so I don't think it comes as a shock that my bottom 3 has entirely been some of the retros. With that said, out of the 16 brand new Nitro courses made specifically for Wii, which one of those is the worst one? It's Luigi Circuit, obviously. Perfectly acceptable as a first course, but unless this is literally your first time playing the game, there's no reason whatsoever to pick this one outside of the giant statue of Luigi that has a random Mii face on it if you're playing as a Mii. That's pretty much the best feature exclusive to Wii, honestly. I love the courses that did this, but sadly, that's pretty much all this course has. Put a little respect on Luigi's name next time, guys.
Do the Marios!
As of the time I'm writing this, we've only gotten the first 2 waves of the Mario Kart 8 DLC, which means that the current worst course in the entire game is SNES Mario Circuit 3 for how ugly and boring it is compared to the far better remastered base game courses. Luckily for Mario Circuit 3, the bar for retro courses is much lower in Wii, which means that here, it's only the 5th worst course in the game. It's a perfectly inoffensive little throwback. Not terrible, but not impressive. And certainly not anything I ever really want to pick. I also find it really weird as a Lightning Cup course. Not only does it drag down an otherwise really excellent cup, but it's also not nearly difficult or special enough to justify being this far in the track selection list. I mean, Ghost Valley 2, a Shell Cup course, at least had the courtesy to put a boost and a jump pad right before the finish line, while Mario Circuit 3 just has the boost. That seems wrong somehow that they're in the order that they are. Also, fun fact, this course is tied with SNES Rainbow Road for being the most recurring course in the entire series, appearing 5 different times in Super, Super Circuit, Wii, Tour, and 8 Deluxe. Call me crazy, but I don't really see the appeal. Well, anyway, let's move on.
Swing your arms from side to side.
N64 Mario Raceway. A circuit by any other name would play just as blandly. There really isn't a whole lot to say about this one. It's a Mario Circuit track with all the usual Mario Circuit trappings. Grass, trees, a pipe. Wow, I'm so impressed. Cutting corners with mushrooms in this one can be pretty fun, but for the most part, I just forget this course exists.
Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario.
I swear, I did not plan for 3 Mario circuits to be lined up like this. It's just a reflection of how mediocre and samey this Mario Kart archetype has always been. 3 generations of acceptable but kinda boring Mario circuits, lined up in a row for your racing pleasure? Question mark? At least there's a cool chain chomp. Plus, this course is the location of my favorite YouTube video, Mario Says SpongeBob by Vector Chaotix 1. Doesn't it sound like he says SpongeBob? Discuss. Seriously, discuss it, because there's nothing else to discuss about this course. I guess it's nice that there's such a long straightaway so you can see firsthand just how broken bikes and their wheelies are compared to carts. Yeah, I got nothing else.
Boo. Haunted house.
Gee, it's kinda spooky.
Bring a light?
No.
SNES Ghost Valley 2 may have a simple layout, but I like its ghostly atmosphere. I don't know, there wasn't a whole lot to work with Super Mario Kart in terms of unique themes, so aside from Rainbow Road, this was probably one of the best choices to bring back. Not a great course, but I don't hate racing on it, so that's nice, I guess.
That's called cow tipping.
It feels a bit mean to rank Moo Moo Meadows so low, but in all honesty, this is a course that didn't really hit its stride until the Mario Kart 8 remake. Musically, visually, and layout-wise, the original is just kinda whatever. A perfectly fine little Mushroom Cup course that doesn't stick out too much. But I'm never unhappy to play on it. It's pretty fun to dodge cows in the road. Plus, it's cool how this really does feel like a natural evolution of N64 Moo Moo Farm. It's nice, it's cute, it was in Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games for some reason. It's Moo Moo Meadows.
I made it! I walked across the desert, man!
Honestly, my friend talked me into ranking DS Desert Hills higher than I initially wanted to. I usually don't like desert courses much at all. Plus, much like Yoshi Falls, this is another example of a priority course that just makes zero sense. When presented with all these bangers in DS's Nitro course selection, why in the name of God's green earth would you ever willingly choose to bring back Desert Hills immediately? This seems like the kind of course you'd only bring back after you've exhausted all other options. But nope, here it is right away. it's fine, I guess. There's a decent variety of obstacles and scenery, plus this windy part towards the end is pretty fun to traverse. It's overall a perfectly okay course, which for a desert track is a fucking miracle. Anyway, that's all the C tiers. Now let's move on to the B tiers. The tracks that are pretty good, actually. GBA Bowser Castle 3. Not Bowser's Castle 3. No. He doesn't own this one. It's just inexplicably themed around him. Anyway, this is easily the best of the SNES/GBA offerings in this game. The trick ramps are still as pitifully small as the ones in Shy Guy Beach, and they don't feel super fun to use. But otherwise, this course is pretty solid. Lots of sharp turns, thwomps to dodge, and a very cool, sinister, and oppressive atmosphere with good backgrounds and music to boot. At the end of the day, yeah, it's still a flat GBA course, but it manages to be solidly fun in spite of that.
To the dry, dry southern sands.
What do you know? It's another desert course. But this one's good, I swear. Dry Dry Ruins is the developers taking a look at Double Dash's Dry Dry Desert and saying, what if we tried this again, but didn't make it boring this time? Lo and behold, a pretty neat course where you traverse through a pyramid with the help of some random half-pipes. I like how the center of the pyramid slowly fills with sand as the laps progress. It doesn't make a huge difference gameplay-wise, but it is a neat detail. Also, Yoshi Sphinx. That's a really good thing. I like that. All in all, let this be a lesson. If you're planning on making a desert course, either put something cool in it, like a pyramid or a train, or else don't bother. Looking at you, Bone Dry Dunes, you piece of shit.
Like Mario and Princess Peach.
GameCube Peach Beach. My mom always liked playing on this one when I was younger, but for some reason she always thought it was called Pebble Beach. I mean, it probably does have a lot of pebbles on it, so that's valid, I guess. Anyway, it's wild how the Shell Cup just peaks at the very beginning with this course, before instantly dissolving into mediocrity. This course being so good and a starter for what is traditionally the lamest cup in every Mario Kart game is the reason I'm not very forgiving to Yoshi Falls or Mario Raceway. But yeah, overall a lovely little course that offers branching paths, delightful music, nice visuals, and the final canonical appearance of the Cataquacks. No, seriously, to this day, Mario Kart Wii is the last time they ever appeared in a video game. Nintendo, what the fuck did you do to them? Where the fuck are the Cataquacks? Please, for the love of God, Nintendo, tell me what the fuck happened to the Cataquacks right now! N64 DK's Jungle Parkway is a nice, windy, and satisfying jungle course. It's pretty solid with a good theme, though the big ramp is a little lame nowadays. Not just because it's prime glider material if this course was remade in 7 or 8, but because you actually had slight control where you landed in the N64 original, which is just completely gone from the Wii version. You just land where it makes you land, which is fine, not a huge deal or anything. Just kinda meh. The narrow bridge at the end is really cool though. It's definitely fun to leave some bananas or shells there to whack other players with. And I like the temple at the end too. My brother and I had a headcanon that this temple was a shrine to the Great Banana, which is just some sort of giant mystical banana we completely made up in our heads. And then 3 years later, Mario Kart 7 comes out, we play DK Jungle, and holy shit, the Great Banana! The Great Banana is real!
Can we get much higher? Oh, great! Another Mario
Circuit?
I genuinely couldn't tell you what it is about the GameCube Mario circuit that I actually enjoy, especially in comparison to the other 3 Mario circuits I kinda trashed. I really don't know. This one just has more of a spark to it, I guess. More charm than the other ones. Between the Chain Chomp, Piranha Plants, Tunnel, bumps in the road you can trick off of, and that last bridge where you gotta stick to the center to avoid the plants eating your ass, it's just got a lot of nice variety to it. Plus, the scenery and music just feel so whimsical and magical, like you're at the Mario equivalent of Disney World or something. Yeah, I absolutely, positively do not know why, but this one just does it for me. It might be my favorite Mario circuit in the whole series. I think as a whole, Double Dash just really nailed the circuit tracks in a way most other games in the series didn't. But that's a story for another video.
It is a volcanic planet.
Half of my friends hate Grumble Volcano for some reason, and I've never been able to understand why. They turned hell into a Mario Kart course. That's extremely cool. Between the multiple branching paths, fiery obstacles, and parts of the track itself sinking into the lava as the laps progress, it's just an incredibly solid, intense course, and the perfect way to cap off the Star Cup. Plus, while it definitely hit its stride visually in 8, the original absolutely still holds up, even when something like the original Moo Moo Meadows doesn't. It's a really good track, and I will personally fight each and every Grumble Volcano hater to defend its glory. And with that, all the B tiers are done and we're halfway through the list. Yes, Mario Kart Wii's track selection is so good that literally half of them are A tier and above. Before we get to some truly glorious race courses, why don't we take a quick detour to Battle Mode. I hate Battle Mode. Is it because the maps are bad? No, not at all. The 10 maps available to duke it out on are mostly really great. In fact, let's rank all of them right now. Number 10, GBA Battle Course 3. This one takes the L, or rather 4 of them, because the L-shaped obstacles are super annoying and constantly get in your way when you're trying to make it back to the center. Aside from those, there's nothing going on in this map. It fucking sucks, don't pick it. Number 9, GameCube Cookie Land. Visually cute, but so tiny and cramped. Maneuvering on this one is incredibly annoying and unfun. Number 8, SNES Battle Course 4. Already the maps are starting to get good. The sheer number of lanes you can go through in this one makes for some pretty satisfying methods of outwitting your opponents. Number 7, Chain Chomp Wheel. A cool underwater casino atmosphere, and it's fun to dodge the chain chomp and trick off the big ramp in the middle. Number 6, N64 Skyscraper. Doing tricks to quickly switch between parts of the area is satisfying, and it's way harder to fall off compared to the original, which is nice because the focus is where it should be, on killing each other. Number 5, Thwomp Desert. Tricking off the shockwaves this Thwomp gives off is incredibly fun, and overall it's just super hectic and enjoyable. Number 4, DS Twilight House. I love maneuvering through the different rooms and the aesthetic is on point. It's just a shame DS only had one Battle Course music track, and it's hilariously unfitting for this map. Number 3, Block Plaza. Good evolution of Block Fort with tons of statues that can have funny me heads on them. Plus it gets more precarious as it goes along since the structures sink and more cliffs form. I like that. Number 2, Delfino Pier. Avoiding the rising water that instantly kills you and getting to explore a whole new area halfway through before it gets flooded. Such great mechanics. Because of underwater driving, this course wouldn't be the same if it was brought back nowadays, but for the time, it was a super neat idea and extremely fun to battle on. Number 1, Funky Stadium. The opening alone cements this as an all-time classic. Plus, there's so many ramps, half-pipes, tunnels, and wide open areas that all come together to make something that fully lives up to the name Funky Kong. Incredible, exciting, and funky as hell, it's easily the best battle map in the game. So yeah, clearly the maps aren't the problem since there's 8 really strong ones out of 10. So why is this mode so bad? Because they force you to play it in teams with computer players. Your performance does not matter if your AI teammates drop the ball. Plus, you're locked to a time limit of 3 minutes. You can't make it longer, shorter, or remove it entirely. What could have been one of the series' best battle modes got completely fucked over by the rule set it forces upon you. And what's worse, none of the Wii battle courses ever returned in 7 or 8 Deluxe, games with actual good battle modes. Funky Stadium is currently locked to this piece of shit awful mode. This makes me so mad that I'm going to talk about Squarespace to calm myself down. Squarespace is a fantastic, intuitive, online website builder that allows you to create beautiful websites for your business or personal hobby. Present your work using Squarespace's professional portfolio designs. Display projects in customizable galleries and add password-protected pages to share private works with clients. You can even present your videos from YouTube, Vimeo, and Animoto on your Squarespace site. Add an image overlay to your video to improve your website's load speed by waiting to embed video players until playback starts. Every design automatically includes a unique mobile presence that matches the overall style of your website, so your content will look great on every device, every time. And if you don't want that, you can always disable the mobile view from Website Manager. Buying a domain from Squarespace is so simple because there are no hidden fees or price hikes. Each domain comes with an ad-free parking page and free WHOIS privacy on eligible domains. Squarespace sells over 200 top-level domains, so you can find the perfect name for your website. Choose a URL that ends in .com, .net, .org, or you can always get a more specific one like .art if you want to be fancy. If you're ready to share your passions or promote your business with the rest of the world, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/ShapeForAlice to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Dear Mario.
Finally, a priority course I can get behind. DS Peach Gardens isn't the craziest course out there, but it is so pleasant and endearing with a deceptively large amount of shortcuts and alternate paths to be found. It feels like you never take the exact same path on each lap because of all the hedges to weave in and out of and chomps to avoid. I guess it could be a little prettier since the colors are kind of washed out. Like, seriously, forget the 8 version looking better. The DS version looks better than the Wii iteration somehow. But that's my only real gripe. Really solid all around. Daisy Circuit might just be my favorite circuit track in the whole series. It's so good that you honestly forget it's a circuit track. In fact, it probably should have just been called Daisy Plaza or something, because it's nothing like the other circuits at all. It's a gorgeous stroll through this lovely town and beautiful pier, with this amazing orange sunset covering it all. This is one course I would kill to see in HD, because if it was part of the base roster of 8, it would have been one of the prettiest courses in the entire series. And the statues of Luigi and Daisy dancing is a beautiful touch, one that you can ruin with random Mii heads. Delightful. The layout of this course is fairly simple, but thankfully not too simple, making for a course I always enjoy picking to admire the scenery and knock a couple cones over.
So long, Bowser!
N64 Bowser's Castle is the only course to ever actively freak me out as a kid. Something about the eerie music, dark atmosphere, even those glowing green arrow signs that felt like they were pointing you towards your doom. It all came together for a hauntingly great course. Though I actually think the most terrifying element of all as a kid was this one thwomp locked in jail. What the fuck did he do? I don't know, but just imagining the horrific atrocities this hunk of rock must have committed for Bowser to imprison him just absolutely terrified me growing up. Aside from the spooky stuff, it's just a great, twisted course to race on, and an absolutely perfect end to the Lightning Cup. I have no clue why Nintendo refuses to bring any Bowser's Castles back outside of this and the GBA ones, but at least we can always admire how delightfully terrifying this remake was.
Wow, they have it square!
DS Delfino Square is easily the most worthy out of the 4 priority courses. It may seem deceptively simple compared to some of the more ambitious and out-of-the-box DS courses, but then you play on it and realize just what a delight it is. The breezy music, the multiple paths and shortcuts, and the killer drawbridge at the end make this a fantastic one to revisit. It's just so charming and homey. Like, this is easily one of the Mario Kart courses I would most want to live in. An absolute joy from start to finish. Wario's Gold Mine. Talk about a difficulty spike. Who thought this was a good idea for the Flower Cup? Well, whoever they are, I honestly gotta give them props. This course always felt like an omen for how difficult Rainbow Road would be later on. In fact, I know a lot of casual fans of the franchise who specifically never wanted to play on Wario's Gold Mine or Rainbow Road, considering them equally difficult. I definitely wouldn't go that far, but yeah, this course can be a bit of a challenge for newcomers. Nowadays though, it's a blast. It feels like you're on a roller coaster ride, and its exhilarating nature coupled with the creative theme makes for a very memorable course I really enjoy. I don't really have a preference between this and the 8 version. They're both solid interpretations of a banger track.
And if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
The Wii Bowser's Castle is up there as one of my favorites, with so much variety in its design. The twisty opener, the abundance of thwomps, the geysers you can trick off of at the end, the giant mechanical Bowser pelting you with fireballs, meaning if you want to use the center ramp, you gotta time it perfectly to not get hit. It's all an absolute blast. My favorite detail though has always been this billboard that has Boo and Dry Bones on it and says Showtime. No idea what the intention there was, but as a kid, I always assumed they just had a talk show together and they were doing some advertising at Bowser's place. That's probably what it was. Nintendo, if you ever bring this course back, do not remove the Showtime billboard or else I will riot. GameCube Waluigi Stadium is such a natural fit for this game's trick and half-pipe system that it's shocking to think it's a retro course. This is absolutely the Mario Kart game it feels like it was made for, with so many exhilarating tricks to perform and obstacles to dodge. Also, as kids, my brother and I thought this dirt was Waluigi poop. Yes, this is real, we genuinely thought that for some reason. But yeah, not much else to say, just a consistently fun course, and prior to 7 and 8, perhaps the best retro glow-up in the whole series mechanically. Moonview Highway is an absolute banger of a city course, one that I've been dying to see return for years now. It's pretty unlikely that we'll get this in 8 Deluxe, considering there's gonna be a lot of city courses in this DLC, but fine, whatever. At least I'll always have the memories. I do have one slight nitpick with this course, that being how odd it is that the hardest part with the tightest turns are at the beginning, and then the second half of the course is just way easier. I feel like it would have been better if you started the course at this toll booth right before the city, so then the hardest part would come last. But whatever, it's a nitpick. The vibes in this course are immaculate, from the music to the sights and sounds to dodging all the traffic and trying to hit as many boost panels as you can. I always particularly loved how your Miis become toll booth operators. Plus the advertisements in the city are very cute. I like this one for something called the Mushroom Moon because the font they use is literally just the Pikmin font, and that makes me happy. Overall, an absolute banger. Please bring it back.
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come!
Mushroom Gorge is a classic if I've ever seen one. A course so beloved and iconic that Nintendo can't stop themselves from bringing it back in every Mario Kart. It was a priority course that returned in 7, then Tour, and now 8 Deluxe. Layout-wise, I think 8 Deluxe is where it's at its best, with an optional glider shroom in addition to some retained shortcuts. But there are some things about the Wii version that just can't be topped. Like the look of the mushrooms. They just look so tantalizingly bouncy in this version, and only this version. Why did they look so flat in every other iteration of the course? The lack of a glider shroom in the final section also means that you have to master hopping between these shrooms, and it was pretty difficult to get the hang of as a kid, but that just made mastering this course all the more satisfying. An exhilarating delight of a course with killer music and an awesome bouncing concept that got incorporated into so many future Mario Kart courses. It honestly might be a bit too high concept for a Mushroom Cup course, but like, it's Mushroom Gorge. You're legally obligated to put it here, regardless of its concept or difficulty.
Boing.
GameCube DK Mountain is the best retro course in the game. Not really much of a shock, but what are you gonna do? This course is a blast. A barrel blast, that is. Because the barrel blasts you, not because this is anything like Donkey Kong Barrel Blast, because this game is actually good. Despite slightly being the weakest of the 3 barrel cannon courses in this game, this one has the best implementation of said cannon. There's nothing quite like landing on the peak of DK Mountain, then turning around, spotting the barrel cannon in the distance, and saying, holy shit, that's where I started the race from? It gives off such a delightful, adventurous, go-anywhere mentality. And the trek down the mountain is super engaging with tight turns and tons of boulders to avoid. It all culminates with that precarious bridge section that just feels so satisfyingly bumpy. Plus, it's a good place to pelt others with items. My favorite pastime on any jungle-themed DK course in this game. Truly a delight of a track. You'd think a certain other course we haven't gotten to yet would make this one feel redundant, but not at all. This is way more than a nice flavor change. It's an incredibly exciting and fun course in its own right, and definitely the best of Wii's retro offerings.
Oh yes, we work real hard and
Toad.
factory.
It is genuinely insane to me that Toad's Factory has never been remade yet. I understand 7 not having room for it compared to other priority courses, but 8? Really? You thought Moo Moo Meadows and Grumble Volcano were more important to bring back than this one? On top of that, it hasn't even come back in Tour, meaning it's unlikely to get picked for the Booster Course Pass. This is a fucking banger that puts most other Mushroom Cup courses to shame. From the unique setting that's never really been done before in Mario Kart, to the countless conveyor belts you can make use of for a boost, to the insanely phenomenal music that easily stands as one of my favorite Mario Kart songs ever, it is a travesty that this course is currently trapped on just the Wii. What the fuck are you waiting for, Nintendo? Come on! Anyway, now we head to the S tiers. The 5 courses that are just insanely phenomenal and about as close to perfect as you can get. Let's start with
Welcome to the Himalayas!
DK Summit is the perfect evolution of DK Mountain. Just this consistently exciting thrill ride down a snowy peak. I'd argue that this course makes the best use of the game's half-pipe system, offering incredibly helpful boosts to anyone looking to pull off some sick-as-hell moves. There's also tons of terrain variety, with so many ramps, bumps, and snowboarding Shy Guys to dodge, all as the chipper music cheers you on. Very few courses are as exciting as this one, with its delightful extreme sports edge and thrilling descent down the summit. The only real issue I have is, why is there a giant statue of Mario on DK Summit? Who authorized that? Miraculously, Tour actually fixed that and replaced it with a statue of DK. So I hope that same statue makes its way into 8 Deluxe when this course arrives. Because you know it's going to if it's already in Tour. God, I hope this part doesn't age like milk.
It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road.
Wii Rainbow Road might just be the most infamous track in the whole series. Everybody's played Mario Kart Wii, which means everybody's been thoroughly acquainted with what is arguably the most difficult Rainbow Road to date. And that's why I love it. It pulls no punches with how sharp some turns are and how easy it is to fall off and plummet to Earth, dying in a fiery explosion before Lakitu goes all the way down to the planet and picks you up before bringing you all the way back to space. What are they paying this guy? Because it's not enough. But yeah, I adore Wii's Rainbow Road so much. Not only does its difficulty make for such a fun course to rage at with your friends, but the music and presentation are both simply magical. I often get chills as I get launched through the rainbow tunnel or hear the gorgeous sound effects as I perform some half-pipe tricks. It's just wonderful. The inclusion of star bits as a galaxy reference is also a great little touch that I'm glad they added. Overall, a masterful track that combines a tough but incredibly satisfying layout with an absolutely gorgeous presentation. Again, there's no way this isn't the very last track in the Booster Course Pass, so we'll see it again soon.
I spent hours of my life stomping Koopas.
Along with Mushroom Gorge, my top 3 consists of fan favorite courses that Nintendo just won't stop bringing back in everything. From being priority courses in 7, to getting added to Tour, to most likely being upcoming additions to Mario Kart 8. These are 3 courses where the hype is absolutely justified, and I can fully get behind them being in every Mario Kart ever. And the first of them is Koopa Cape. Driving alongside this rushing water is so satisfying, with the vibrant music complementing it perfectly. But the second half of the course really takes the cake. You go down a pipe and find yourself in this gorgeous glass tube that stretches underwater. The music even dynamically changes to match the new atmosphere down here, and I love it. It reminds me of one of those see-through aquariums that always mesmerized me as a kid, and it's no different here on this course. It's cozy, exciting, and just overall a magical track. One that doesn't look like it's gonna be too special at first, before absolutely mesmerizing you with its beauty. 7 kinda ruined the magic by opening it up and making it just like any other underwater segment though, sorry.
For half the summer I thought your name was Maple, like the syrup. No one corrected me.
I'm gonna be honest, I hated Maple Treeway as a kid because this one turn on the tree trunk was really hard and I could never do it. That means the course is bad. Then I grew up and I learned how to actually play Mario Kart and realized, whoa, the course is good. As someone who firmly believes that fall is the best and prettiest season of all time, I gotta give this course props for being one of the most aesthetically gorgeous tracks in Mario Kart history. Such a nice cozy theme coupled with incredibly strong track design and music make for an instant classic. I love the sharp turns, dodging the wigglers, finding items hidden in piles of leaves, pulling off this really cool shortcut right at the start, and bouncing on this net that tragically never made a return after gliders became the hip new thing. There's just so much to discover and enjoy with this one. It's one of the most alive feeling Mario Kart courses there is. Easily one of my favorites in the whole series, but it just barely comes short of the one, the only, the all-time GOAT. I just realized that GOAT stands for greatest of all time, so I didn't need to say all-time before GOAT, because now I just said all-time greatest of all time. But you know what? That's fine, because I just really need to emphasize how amazing this course is. Let's talk about it right now.
You just got Coconut Mall.
Coconut Mall is humanity's greatest achievement to date. This course absolutely blew my mind as a kid. Like, what? You can turn a shopping mall into a race course? That's insane! But they did it. A masterful concept that's beautifully realized here. There's nothing quite like desperately trying to figure out which escalator is the right one to take, or tricking off the fountain, or mushrooming your way through this open store shortcut, or seeing the words "Have a nice day" followed immediately by a death-defying jump into the parking lot below, where you then gotta dodge these Miis who might be some of the worst drivers on the entire planet. It's just incredible. Throughout my entire life, this course has always been my first choice whenever booting this game up because it's just magical. It captures the zany fun of Mario Kart perfectly through what is perhaps the most creative theme for a course in the series so far. There's tons of fun turns, trick opportunities, and different paths to take. Plus, it also helps that the Wii version still remains the best interpretation of this course to date, since 7 and 8 both took their turns neutering it a bit. As a result, the original still reigns supreme. Oh yeah, and this is my favorite music track in all of Mario Kart. Honestly, what else could it be? This course is beloved by myself and millions of other players worldwide. It's Coconut Mall, baby! Easily the best course in Mario Kart Wii. So, that's my list. Let me know in the comments which Mario Kart game you'd like me to rank the tracks for next. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go petition Nintendo to add Luigi Circuit to the Booster Course Pass, cause it would be funny. Good night, Tri-State Area. Funding for Shaperless is provided by Squarespace, the sponsor of today's video. Back in December, I made a video ranking every course in Mario Kart Wii, saying that I had plans to do this for every Mario Kart game this year, all leading up to a big ranking of all 96 courses in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe once the final DLC wave comes out next December. Do I regret this already? Not yet, but I can tell that I absolutely will by the time we get to that last video. Anyway, Mario Kart Double Dash. If Nintendo's gonna take their sweet time giving this game attention in the Booster Course Pass, then fine, I'll do it myself. I never grew up with this one, but I played a lot of it in college on my roommate's hacked Wii U. I mean, completely legal copy on a legitimate real GameCube. And it's awesome. I totally get the hype behind this game. The controls have their own unique feel compared to other Mario Karts. The character-specific items are a fantastic addition. It has Paratroopa, who is the most necessary character added to any Mario Kart ever. And, of course, the courses are bangers. Sure, there's only 16 because we don't have any retro tracks. In fact, this is the last game in the series to not include them. But on the plus side, that means we don't have any bad retros to weigh down the overall quality of this game's track selection. I hope we don't run into any Mario Kart games in the future where that's a problem. Anyway, let's start ranking some Double Dash tracks. There fortunately aren't really any D tiers in this game, meaning there's no tracks that I think are outright bad. But we do have a couple of C tiers which are pretty meh, so let's knock those out right now.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Oh my god, Dry Desert is so boring. Like, it's functional, it works, it's got a few cute attributes like this giant tornado and the big piranha plant in the Sarlacc pit over here. But by god, is there nothing else to enjoy about this one. Just looking at footage of it puts me to sleep. It only exists to be the token desert track, without offering anything unique that allows it to stick out from what is traditionally the most boring biome in Mario Kart. There's no train, no pyramid, no bazaar, no giant dry Bowser mouth that you go into. Okay, Bone Dry Dunes also sucks, but that's another story. Yeah, I got nothing. Don't be the one friend at the party who picks this course. Everybody will resent you for the rest of your life if you do so. That's probably not true, but oh well, the course is still lame. Let's move on.
An ice world. Oh boy, here we go.
Sherbet Land. Yep, that's right. The base version of Mario Kart 8 went ahead and picked the 2 worst courses in Double Dash as its choices to bring back. I know most of them returned already, so it was slim pickings, but come on, there were absolutely better choices than these pieces of trash. Sherbet Land is at least a lot more aesthetically appealing than Dry Desert, with this incredibly endearing wintertime aesthetic and lovely music. But man, this shit is slippery. Double Dash is already a relatively slippery game, but when you combine that with ice physics, it just kind of becomes unfun to drive on. Couple that with the huge freezies that are so easy to unintentionally hit, turning you into a solid block of ice for a few seconds. Yeah, I can't say I'm a fan of this one. It's better than the N64 Sherbet Lands, but not by much.
The defense calls Wario.
With the obvious exception of Baby Park, I feel like the most divisive track in this entire game is Wario Coliseum. I've seen rankings where it's at the top and ones where it's near the bottom. I've seen people who love it and are begging Nintendo to bring it back, as well as people who couldn't care less about its exclusion from every Mario Kart since Double Dash. And this is easily the course I had the hardest time placing. I wanted to make sure I considered every angle, taking the wildly varying perspectives on this course into account. But I've gotta say, as much as I tried, I'm sorry, I don't really like this course. I initially found its steep difficulty curve compared to the other tracks to be annoying, but even after I got good and started winning races without falling off the edge, I still just found it kinda boring. The atmosphere here isn't great. I like all the Wario advertisements, but the track you're driving on feels like a lesser version of Waluigi Pinball. It's got the same cage-like aesthetic, but there it fit the theme. Here, the Coliseum aspect doesn't factor into the track at all. It's just in the background. The turns aren't really that satisfying to pull off. The only real novel part was the big ramp towards the end. Other than that, it's just kind of unmemorable. My friends felt the same way when we played through this course multiple times, just to make sure we weren't missing something. It's not a bad course, I just don't think it's a particularly engaging one. I wouldn't mind if it came back, because I think an updated version could potentially be a real banger. But this original iteration just isn't my thing.
been a lifelong dream of mine to become Mario.
In my Mario Kart Wii ranking, I went over how I surprisingly kinda liked the GameCube Mario circuit, and its simple yet satisfying charm. But I don't know if I can really say the same about its original iteration now that I'm playing it again. It's still largely the same course, but a lot of the satisfaction I get from it comes from the tricks I can pull off on the bumps and bridge at the end in Wii. Here, in a game with no trick system, these bumps are here because why exactly? They basically add nothing. Other than that, it's still an above average Mario circuit, but it kinda pales in comparison to other superior circuits present in this game. A lot of people adore Dino Dino Jungle and consider it to be an amazing top tier course, but I just kinda think it's alright. I was relatively underwhelmed by it when I first played it in 7, and I'm even less whelmed by its original iteration here. It's not a bad course, but it is pretty basic, especially for the Special Cup. I mean, for a dinosaur themed course to only revolve around a whopping one dinosaur? I don't know, that's a bit lame. Yeah, I know there's pterodactyls flying around, but they don't affect the gameplay at all. All you got is this one big blue dude who's really easy to dodge. On the flip side, the bridges are annoyingly tricky with how narrow they are and how easy it is to fall off. I suppose I just need to get good, but I don't know, much like Wario Coliseum, I don't think getting good will make much of a difference considering how everything else in this course, from the rest of the track layout to the atmosphere, is just kind of okay. It's neat to have this vague prehistoric jungle theme going on, but I don't really think it can elevate this track from just being kinda average. It's yet another dinosaur related thing I can't fully get behind, I'm afraid. I swear, I don't hate dinosaurs though, it's just a coincidence. Dinosaurs themselves are cool, leave me alone.
You just got Luigi!
Luigi Circuit. Oh, brother. It's the first course in the whole game, so it's probably gonna be really lame and boring and oh my god, are we going the opposite direction as some of the other racers? Like, in hindsight, it's not all that mind-blowing, but this is the first course to ever implement racers going in opposite directions from each other, and the fact that this is the first course in the game really helps. This is up there as one of the best starter courses in any Mario Kart game, because it sticks out thanks to this gimmick. I mean, you can even get hit by items coming from the opposite direction. That's wild. And have you seen some of the items in this game? Cause yeah, some of them are whoppers. And is that Luigi's A-rank mansion in the background? God, the GameCube era was so cool and so cohesive. Obviously, this isn't a top tier course overall, but by the standards of beginner courses in Mario Kart games, it definitely is. Paris Promenade stole this gimmick. SMH, just another reason why France is cringe. No offense to the less than 1% of my viewers from France.
Wouldn't you rather, I don't know, have a beach day?
Ah, Peach Beach. Back in an era where cataquacks were thriving. Before the dark times. Before Nintendo wiped out and destroyed cataquacks from all of their games. It's a lovely and calming beach that gives off plenty of welcome sunshine vibes. And I love so many of its little details, like how you can see Daisy Cruiser in the background, or how the award ceremony and the ending cutscene takes place on this track, or the thing that everyone mentions, the completely pointless pipe shortcut that actually takes longer to go through. But ooh, it gives you a double item, that's cool, right? Ah well, still an incredibly solid track that helps establish this game's Mushroom Cup as one of the best Mushroom Cups in the entire series. As long as you just ignore the fact that Dry Desert is there, just to avert your eyes.
I wonder if a fall from this height would be enough to kill me.
Oh, Rainbow Road. For a while, I really hated this course, as most noobs do. I thought so many of its turns were too sharp and the course was too cheap and unfair in a lot of areas. Then I finally started getting good and I realized, hey, this Rainbow Road ain't too bad actually. I wouldn't call it a top tier Rainbow Road. It doesn't quite hit the same levels of majesty or iconicness as 64, Wii, or 7's, but it's nonetheless up there as a really good one. I still think there are parts of it that are a little unfair to newcomers. Like at some points I feel like the camera's too zoomed in and it's hard to tell how sharp the turns you need to make are. But for the most part, it's a tough but satisfying final challenge. The music and aesthetic are both gorgeous. The mushroom trampoline tunnel is really cool, and for some reason always reminded me of McDonald's play places. I don't know why, I think my brain's just being weird. And you can see Mushroom City below you, that's epic. Oh, and stars can rain down on the track and you can actually use them. This game is so cool! Yeah, it's a more than worthy entry to the Rainbow Road canon. Not an all-time favorite for me, but still really special. Alright, we're halfway through the list, so now it's time to take a break and check out Battle Modes courses. Double Dash has a pretty fun battle mode to its name, and a pretty solid roster of 6 courses to pick from. Honestly, I went back and forth with my 3rd, 4th, and 5th picks, because they're all almost equally strong. And my 1st and 2nd picks, while easy to name, aren't too far off from the rest of the courses quality-wise. The only real dud in this mode, in my opinion, is Tilt-A-Cart. Wow, it tilts, how amazing. Yeah, barren layout and pretty annoying gimmick kinda dragged this one down for me. It's not awful, but it's absolutely never my first pick. Props for calling back to the Mario Sunshine bonus levels with its aesthetic though. Again, these next 3 are basically tied, and I could see myself flip-flopping between them tomorrow. With that said, next is GameCube. It's also barren and rather small, but that makes for a fun, hectic, enclosed cage match, where there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Plus, the idea of battling on top of the actual console itself that's floating through space for some bizarre reason is a really fun one. I dig this course. Number 4, Cookie Land. I didn't like it on Wii since it was too small and cramped, but since that's how most of the battle courses are in Double Dash, it fits in here a lot better and it's a lot more enjoyable. Nice Yoshi's Cookie-esque aesthetic with delicious looking barriers and a lot of tight corridors that make for fun chaos. Number 3, Block City. Block Fort's younger, more aggressive cousin with a plethora of routes and dead ends, perfect for item pelting. Looks a bit standard from the outset, but it's a surprise banger. Number 2, Luigi's Mansion. While small battle courses are fun, it's nice to have one with some breathing room for a change. Tons of layers and places to hide, with a great aesthetic that sneaks in a ton of references to the portrait ghosts from Luigi's Mansion, something that the Mario Kart 8 version took out. SMH my head. Oh well, the original's got a great aesthetic, great layout, and overall it's a true banger. But not as much as number 1, Pipe Plaza. Oh god, what a cool gimmick, being able to pop in and out of pipes to shake other players off your tail. That, combined with utilizing the 2 layers of this course that are incredibly easy to switch between, make this the easy standout battle course of the game. Overall, a super fun, hectic as hell mode with 5 rad courses and Tilt-A-Cart to pick from. Anyway, time for a word from our sponsor, Squarespace, the best place to make a website on why Paratroopa is the greatest character in Mario Kart history. Maybe if enough of you use Squarespace to make a Paratroopa website, Nintendo will finally bring him back and world peace will be achieved yet again. Squarespace is a fantastic, intuitive, online website builder that allows you to create beautiful websites for your business or personal hobby. Present your work using Squarespace's professional portfolio designs. Display projects in customizable galleries and add password-protected pages to share private works with clients. You can even present your videos from YouTube, Vimeo, and Animoto on your Squarespace site. Add an image overlay to your video to improve your website's load speed by waiting to embed video players until playback starts. Every design automatically includes a unique mobile presence that matches the overall style of your website, so your content will look great on every device, every time. And if you don't want that, you can always disable the mobile view from Website Manager. Buying a domain from Squarespace is so simple because there are no hidden fees or price hikes. Each domain comes with an parking page and free WHOIS privacy on eligible domains. Squarespace sells over 200 top-level domains, so you can find the perfect name for your website. Choose a URL that ends in .com, .net, .org, or you can always get a more specific one like .art if you want to be fancy. If you're ready to share your passions or promote your business with the rest of the world, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/ShapeForAlice to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Word up, Yoshi Sor Munchakoopas is my name, and I'ma tell you how I beat the IRS at their own game.
Yoshi Circuit is one of God's greatest gifts to mankind. After years of mainly getting used to its Mario Kart 8 version, I kinda just take a look at this course and think, yeah, okay, it's a Yoshi outline, so what? But after reacquainting myself with the OG Yoshi, I get it now. There's just this undeniable charm to the original iteration of this course that was never really replicated in either of its remakes. Yeah, they took out the tunnel shortcut. That's a shame because it is really cool. But there's also the overall aesthetic, the colors, the on-point theming. I mean, there's a damn Yoshi-copter in this course floating around in the background. Helicopters are already like the coolest thing ever, but then you get a Yoshi version of a helicopter and it's like, come on! They really just threw in a Yoshi's Island reference like it was nothing. Good for them. I don't know, between all the shortcuts, Yoshi signs, fun turns, and the vibrant circuit theme that fits this course even better than it did for the Luigi and Mario circuits, I think you got a real surprise standout here. Easily one of the best circuit courses in the whole series, and one where its fan favorite status is totally justified in my eyes.
He's found the bridge.
The bridge?
Are you kidding me?
Speaking of surprise standouts, I'm honestly shocked how much I love Mushroom Bridge. It's definitely one of my favorite traffic weaving courses in the series, with enjoyable turns, an adorable Wiggler bus, bomb cars that were made in a factory. A bomb factory. They're bombs. I also think the music here might be my favorite song in the whole game, even though I associate it more with another course, which we'll get to later. Nothing else on this course quite compares to the bridge shortcuts though, which are definitely some of the trickiest to pull off in the entire game. Case in point, I still haven't done it. At least not all the way though. I've gotten on the bridge, but fallen off before hitting every speed boost. Ripperoni. However, you really got to admire how enduring and iconic this shortcut is. Every time I race through here, I'm always tempted to try and pull it off. But I either don't risk it or utterly fail in increasingly embarrassing fashion. Anyway, yeah, lovely course. Shout out to Mario Kart DS for missing the point of it entirely and taking the shortcut out.
Bowser Day 2023. That's right, Mario Day is canceled, you're welcome.
The GameCube Bowser's Castle has got to be one of the most well-rounded ones in the series. It doesn't do anything major to stand out from its contemporaries, but it's nonetheless the perfect template for what a Bowser's Castle track should be. Sharp turns, fire bars, delightfully ominous music, plus the first ever giant mechanical Bowser statue. Its implementation here is pretty quaint compared to Wii and 8, but still, you gotta show some respect for the originator of this common castle trope. Overall, despite its relative simplicity, I'd probably have to call this one of my favorite Bowser's Castles in the whole series. It's just very satisfying to drive on, and I wish Nintendo would start bringing these creepy castles back already. Like, what are they waiting for?
SpongeBob, how long you gonna stay in your little fantasy world?
I absolutely love it when Mario Kart just goes wild with a course theme. Shopping mall, airport, giant pinball machine. No one in their right mind would ever drive on one of these, but that's why they're so creative and cool. Double Dash, of course, has a nutty race course idea of its own in the form of Daisy Cruiser, an incredibly creative and fun track where you dodge shifting tables, life preservers, the pool, since this ain't 7, cars can't swim yet, idiot. All is you take in the beautiful tropical atmosphere. You can even fall down to the brig and get a double item box. How nifty. Overall, a lovely and incredibly memorable course that easily sticks out as one of the best in the whole game. For being Daisy's first ever course, she really knocked it out of the park. I just hope the other racers don't get seasick or carsick easily, cause that sounds like hell. Mushroom City, baby. This one is just so easy to love. The vibes are immaculate, with the branching paths perfectly reinforcing the idea that you're in a real city. You missed this first right turn? That's okay, just go straight and then turn right on the next street. Like a real city. Oh, no way, that's why it's called Mushroom City. I get it now. There's a neat shortcut, more cars and Wiggler buses to dodge. It's all great stuff. I think my favorite part of this course is how alive it feels, especially with how open the middle section is with its multiple routes. It's less like a race course and more like a real authentic place you just happen to be driving through. And it's such a pity that much like Moonview Highway, we probably won't get this in the booster course pass since we already have an abundance of city courses in there. But man, am I dying for this course to make its triumphant comeback. It's such a joyous and cool nighttime drive, and it easily sticks out as one of my favorites to play in the whole game.
I've been in a few real wars, but this one is actually the most terrifying.
I can't believe it. 13 courses that took months to design, build, and playtest, lost to an oval. Baby Park is Satan's greatest gift to mankind. A track that embodies sheer chaos more than any other Mario Kart course before or after. This course can and will break you, testing the limits of your sanity as you find yourself pummeled with the game's large selection of comically oversized items. Bowser shells, fireballs, chain chomps, giant banana peels, you name it. all of these and more as you try and navigate this tiny little oval without getting obliterated and sent all the way back to last place. All as the most maddening music track Mario Kart has ever concocted rings in your ears. Everything you new school gamers have heard about the original iteration of this infamous course are true. It absolutely stands as the most chaotic, undeniably evil creation in Mario Kart history. The fact that they had the gall to just drop this into the roster as if it was just any old course truly astounds me. It's an experience like nothing else in the game, or the series for that matter. And I fucking love it for that. No other course brings me such a delectable combination of sheer rage and euphoric joy. Whether I win or get pummeled by items and find myself coming in last, I just can't help but laugh in an eerily similar manner to Walter White in his crawl space. I can't thank the developers enough for giving us this unconventional, unbelievable, unexpected banger of a course. It changed my life, and if you play this game, it will change yours too. Whether that be for the better or for the worse remains to be seen.
It's me, Uncle Waluigi!
Even without the half-pipe glow-up it received in Wii, Waluigi Stadium remains one of the most exhilaratingly fun courses there is. It nails the killer extreme sports atmosphere that Wario Coliseum was kinda lacking, with creative obstacles, tons of jumps, and an absolutely electric feeling of satisfaction as you nail each turn and leave your rivals in the dust. Plus, even though this has no effect on my ranking, I think it's pretty cool how this was the only course in the game to have an ultra shortcut for over a decade. It kind of unintentionally fits in with Waluigi's wacky, cheater nature. Overall, it's wild how the iteration of this course that's clearly inferior to its Wii counterpart, as well as being inferior to the amazing 8 Deluxe version that totally didn't come out as I was editing this, still manages to be one of the absolute best courses in Double Dash. But there's one more that's even better. Whoa, what a shock. It's my favorite retro course from Wii. Who could have guessed that it would top this list too? DK Mountain isn't the flashiest course out there, and it doesn't really look too special at a first glance, but it is one of those courses that when you're playing it, you just get it, you know? Tight turns, boulders to dodge, an overwhelming sense of adventure and joy, good shortcut opportunities if you're bold enough, and that godforsaken, evil as all hell bridge. Just pray there's no Bowser shells or big banana peels on that thing. When you take it all in, it becomes incredibly clear that this course is way more than the sum of its parts. It's a thrill ride from start to finish, consisting of so many elements that make Mario Kart courses great. And it also helps that unlike Waluigi Stadium, it doesn't exist in the shadow of a future remake. The original is pretty on par with the Wii iteration. A couple extra ramps and half pipes don't really make that much of a difference here. And the tour version just looks kinda whatever, who cares? The original DK Mountain absolutely stands tall as the true peak of Mario Kart Double Dash's courses. Anyway, that's about it. Next time I might rank Super Mario Kart just to get it out of the way. Or maybe I'll do 64 if I feel like having fun instead. We'll see. Good night, Tri-State Area. Funding for Shaperless is provided by Squarespace, the sponsor of today's video. Mario Kart Soup or Circuit? Nobody's favorite Mario Kart game. That's not because it's a bad game or anything. It's more so just because, well, like, come on. I sincerely doubt this would be anyone's first pick if they had the option to play any Mario Kart right now. It's considered functional enough for being the first handheld Mario Kart in the series, and I do think it's a little more fun than Super Mario Kart, but there isn't a ton of reason to go back to it these days. Unless Nintendo drops it on the Switch as part of the GBA selection of Nintendo Switch Online games, in which case I can take a look at it and say, yeah, I guess I can knock this one out real quick. I want to get to all these games eventually, so why not give this one a go right now? And to be totally fair to this game, even though the gameplay isn't the best, I do think they really made the most of the track selection here, with a ton of really unique themes that have never really been done by the Mario Kart series before or since. It sure beats the endless ghost valleys and Mario circuits we had to trudge through in Super, and while I'm not disregarding gameplay entirely, I'm probably going to give more weight to the vibes of each course than I would for any other Mario Kart game, since half the appeal of these courses are the aesthetic and music. Let's be honest, we're not winning any points in the gameplay category with this game overall. How a course feels to play is still important, but how it makes me feel is equally so in this game's case. So with that said, let's jump on into this game's selection of Oh yeah, I'm not ranking the bonus tracks from Super Mario Kart in this video. All of them are the exact same as they are in that game, except actively worse, with a lot of the hazards and course elements removed. Plus, there's no way I'm forcing myself to play through all those courses for 2 different videos. GBA original courses only in this one. Let's-a go.
Disappointment in the game of life.
I feel like most people automatically rank the track with the unfortunate, inexplicable screen shaking gimmick at the very bottom, but you know what? I'm gonna dare to be different and say that Broken Pier is even worse. Between the sharp turns, gaping holes in the floor, and downright miserable atmosphere that can just be summarized as Boo Lake but worse, this is without a doubt the most actively unfun course in the entire game for me. And on top of all that, the music sucks. Truly a miserable, borderline unplayable experience I would not wish upon anyone.
Earthquake! It's an earthquake!
And now we get to the usual bottom spot in everyone's rankings for this game, Snowland. It's such a shame because the music and aesthetic of this course are so lovely, and there's nothing fundamentally wrong with the layout of the track either. It's just, why did this course have to be the one saddled with a violent screen shaking effect? I don't get it. Was this intentional, and if so, why? You could have had this lovely winter-themed course with penguins and snowmen afoot, but instead, everyone remembers this one for giving them migraines. It honestly doesn't look that bad from secondhand footage, but trust me, actually playing this course is agony, and it really didn't have to be that way. I guess I'm glad the Booster Course Pass made an actually playable version of this course, because now people can remember it for that version instead of this piece of shit. Oh well, those are my only D tier courses. So let's move on to some delightful C tier midness.
Does anyone know how to get to the lake? The lake.
Man, the Booster Course Pass really be out here picking some of the worst courses in this game and giving them the glow up of the century, huh? Boo Lake isn't bad per se, but much like Broken Pier, its atmosphere can just be kind of miserable, but not in a fun or creative way. It's just this bland, vaguely spooky boardwalk with the occasional annoyingly sharp turn, and it really doesn't stick out compared to other tracks in the game. Plus, it's called Boo Lake. What did you do with the lake? Did they seriously forget to add the lake? They forgot to add the lake. See, this is why the remake is automatically better, because look, they remembered the lake. Amazing. Oh well, even without the lake, the original version of this course is just kind of aggressively average. Not much else to say here.
It's a Mario.
Mario Circuit. You know, the one they remade in 8 with the Ultra Hands. That's gotta be the only reason anyone remembers this course at all. It doesn't even really resemble a circuit track. It's just kind of a road in a grassland. No obstacles, nothing of note at all, really, aside from this cute little pit stop at the starting line. It's functional, but forgettable. Pretty much one of the most generic tracks you could ever ask for, so I guess it lives up to the Mario Circuit moniker. Still, there's absolutely no reason this needed to be a Mario Circuit. You could have called this Tony Soprano Circuit and it still would have fit. It's honestly pretty raw that this is the only game in the series to feature Tony Soprano and he didn't even get his own circuit. Come the hell on, Nintendo, step up your game. And add him again as a character in the Booster Course Pass. I need to be able to get my Gabagool fix in Mario Kart again.
What am I captain of? Just a bunch of sand.
Alright, look, I said at the beginning that the theming in Super Circuit's courses is actually fairly strong and creative, but there are some courses where that doesn't really apply, and Yoshi Desert is one of them. Like, yep, it's a desert, and yep, that's a Yoshi Sphinx in the background. Okay, are we done here? A pretty standard layout and unbearably boring theme makes this a course I'm absolutely eager to never see return in a future Mario Kart game. Maybe add a train or something and then it will be cool. I feel like that's my suggestion for every desert themed course. Calamari Desert, my beloved, I can't wait to talk about you again.
Are we going to the park soon?
Lakeside Park. Yeah, I think this one has its fans, but I am not among them. The constant lava rocks raining from the sky can be a bit of a nuisance to deal with. And there's this one part where if you don't take a turn correctly, you're forced over a barrier and you end up farther back in the track. Hey Nintendo, I don't like when courses do this. It just makes it a chore when missing one turn sends me careening backwards and I have to make up lost time. Overall, this one's just more frustrating than fun to me. Not a bad course by any means, but not one I'd ever really pick when Riverside Park is right there. Peach Circuit.
Yay! Grass!
Yep, that sure is the extent of Peach Circuit's aesthetic. Oh wait, excuse me, there's also orange trees. That's kinda cute, I guess. Honestly, I don't actively dislike this course, since given how jank Super Circuit's controls can feel, sometimes a nice easy course you can actually play without falling off a cliff is really welcome. I've definitely enjoyed myself on Peach Circuit before, but I also couldn't in good conscience rank this one any higher, because like, come on. It's basically doing the bare minimum for a course in this game. And while it had slightly more charm than Mario Circuit, I can't really say it sticks out in my mind all that much. Fine beginner course, I guess, but not much more. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and start a ranking of every first course in Mario Kart games. I don't think anyone has ever done this before, but that's for good reason because there's no way anyone would ever click on a video like that. So I won't make a video on the topic, I'll just keep a running list as we go through all these games. Currently, number 1 is Luigi Circuit from Double Dash. Quite literally peak fiction because you go backwards on the track at one point. Number 2 is Peach Circuit, because at least it's kinda charming and I like it better than some of this game's jankier tracks. And last place is currently Luigi Circuit Wii, because there's at least 24 courses in that game that are way more fun. Boy oh boy, I can't wait to see how this list evolves over time. Where will Figure 8 Circuit and Toad Circuit rank? Tune in next time to find out. Hoo boy.
Taste the rainbow, motherfucker!
Rainbow Road? More like Painbow Road, cause yeah, this one's kinda painful. I know Rainbow Roads are supposed to be hard, but if you touch any of these corners at the wrong angle, you're plummeting to your death, and I don't know, that just kinda seems excessive. In addition, this is easily the most forgettable Rainbow Road of the lot, with nothing that really sticks out about it. At least I remember the thwomps in SNES Rainbow Road, but yeah, there's not a whole lot about this one. Even the music is painfully average for what is usually the course theme with the best song in every Mario Kart game. It can be fun to try and master the jumps in this course and take some insane shortcuts, but it's hard to say if the amount of effort you need to put in for that is even worth it. Like, who's gonna be impressed by your mastery of the Mario Kart Super Circuit version of Rainbow Road? Overall, an okay iteration of this classic course. Back when we originally got the Wii U DLC for Mario Kart 8, I kinda wished they would have brought this course back instead of SNES Rainbow Road, just so we could skip it when the next game rolled around, and get an actually fun Rainbow Road in Mario Kart 9 instead. Of course, now I know better all these years later. We're never getting Mario Kart 9, so might as well just remaster better Rainbow Roads for Mario Kart 8 instead of subjecting ourselves to this one. Anyway, the C tiers are now over, so it's B tier time, baby! Good, solid tracks and shiz. Let's go.
Rain, huh?
Luigi Circuit leaves the other 2 circuits in this game in the dust by way of its theme alone. I mean, it's raining. That's cool, right? I don't know, it's something I guess. Legit though, I always kinda liked the theme on this one, taking place in this stormy airfield with a big Luigi blimp in the background. It's some relatively neat stuff by circuit standards, and I think the graphical effect of the rain coupled with the puddles you have to dodge make for a pretty decent course, all things considered. Maybe you could even see it as a reflection of Luigi's psyche, and the less than sunny disposition he must have acquired in his brother's shadow. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. Bottom line is, it's not a bad course, and I kinda enjoy it despite its simplicity.
Bowser is coming.
I'ma keep it real with you, Chiefs. I don't have it in me to rank the Bowser's castles separately. They all give me similar feelings when playing them, and they're put critical thought into which ones I like better than the others. It's just that the difference is kinda minuscule, you know? The weakest one to me is Bowser Castle 2. Still a good course with solid lava pits to hop between, but it doesn't really stick out that much to me compared to the other ones. Next is Bowser Castle 1. Easily the simplest course of the lot, but I don't really think simplicity is a bad thing when it comes to this game. I think it's pretty fun to dodge the thwomps and leap over lava in the final section. It's short but sweet, and it feels a lot less basic than it is because of how rockin' the music is for all these castle courses, as well as how neat the backgrounds are. Next is Bowser Castle 4. By contrast with 1, I really admire the complexity at play here and how many branching paths there are in this creepy-ass power plant, complete with lava, thwomps, Mecha Koopas, the works. Definitely the highlight of the Special Cup for me, considering it's the only one of those courses I actually like. Huh. Anyway, my favorite Bow Wow Castle is 3. Not only because the background is the most unique, taking place outside the castle with ominous purple bricks and dark clouds, and not only because this course triggers my Wii nostalgia, but because I weirdly find this one to be more satisfyingly treacherous than 4. What with the thwomps, potaboos, and gaps in the graded flooring. It sticks out in my mind as the most fun, most unique, and most deserving of the super cool music and atmosphere these GBA Bowser's castles have been afforded. But again, they're all not really different enough to justify being that far apart from each other in my ranking. All good courses, but holy shit, there did not need to be 4 of them. Come on, Super Circuit, you were doing so well with making unique track ideas. What happened? Oh yeah, I guess we just raced right past the halfway mark in the ranking. So now it's time for the part of the video where Shayfrillis talks about battle mode. It's okay. You just kinda link up with a second player and try and pop each other's balloons. It's mildly fun, but one of the weaker battle modes in the series, as you probably expected. Here's the course ranking. At the bottom, you got Battle Course 1. It sure is the textbook example of a battle mode course with nothing memorable or exceptional about it. Next is Battle Course 2. It's Bowser themed, which is cool, and I like the part in the center that you can't get to from every side. It adds some strategy and stuff. Up next is Battle Course 3. Are you detecting a pattern here? This one is far better than its Wii counterpart because the L's in each corner are far less intrusive. I like how open it is, but how there are also places to hide. That's neat. Finally, Battle Course 4 is the best one. It may be a desert, but I like the Oasis theme here. It makes for fun hazards to weave between and hide from your opponent with. I think this will be a really cool addition to a modern Mario Kart game with underwater driving added. And it's pretty neat here. Okay, we're done. Now I'm gonna go build a website that talks about how suspicious it is that nobody documented the fact that Tony Soprano is playable in this game. The truth will be revealed! And all thanks to the epic website builder that is Squarespace. Squarespace is a fantastic, intuitive, online website builder that allows you to create beautiful websites for your business or personal hobby. Present your work using Squarespace's professional portfolio designs. Display projects in customizable galleries and add password-protected pages to share private works with clients. You can even present your videos from YouTube, Vimeo, and Animoto on your Squarespace site. Add an image overlay to your video to improve your website's load speed by waiting to embed video players until playback starts. Every design automatically includes a unique mobile presence that matches the overall style of your website, so your content will look great on every device, every time. And if you don't want that, you can always disable the mobile view from Website Manager. Buying a domain from Squarespace is so simple because there are no hidden fees or price hikes. Each domain comes with an ad-free parking page and free WHOIS privacy on eligible domains. Squarespace sells over 200 top-level domains, so you can find the perfect name for your website. Choose a URL that ends in .com, .net, .org, or you can always get a more specific one like .art if you want to be fancy. If you're ready to share your passions or promote your business with the rest of the world, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Shayfrillis to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
You're looking at the non-cheat champion, Mr. Cheat Sheet.
Cheap Cheap Island is probably one of the least talked about courses in this game, which is a shame because I actually think it's pretty solid. Just this lovely tropical level taking place at sunset, with some satisfying turns and branching paths that make this one sufficiently fun to drive through. The crabs, seagulls, and big-ass jumpy cheeps in the background are all nice touches. And yeah, I can't say I would be too upset if this course ever came back. It's simple, but honestly really charming and nice. I could also compliment the music, but I better save those words for the course that more people associate with this song.
It's March 1st, and it's cheese.
Cheeseland, grommet. Remember when the theme of this course was actually cool and unique? When it looked like you were on the moon and there were little mice everywhere, and it was unlike any other course in the series, theming-wise? And then the Mario Kart 8 version kind of missed the point and made it aggressively desert-like while also removing all of its most unique attributes? Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about that choice. Whatever, I'm still a strong supporter of OG Cheeseland. I love the theming, I love the jumps, I like the turns. It's a good solid course and it makes me really hungry. Hungry for a remake that doesn't ditch the entire aesthetic for something notably worse. Whatever. At least this course didn't get the Sky Garden treatment. Good lord, what a disaster. Speaking of disaster, let's talk about the opposite of those. A-tier courses, woo!
White sandy beaches? I'm telling you, this could be the San Diego Zoo.
Shy Guy Beach. Now I know what you're thinking. Shampopolarosis, you trashed this course so hard in your Mario Kart Wii ranking. It was your least favorite course in that game. How is it so high in this ranking? I don't know, honestly. It's just gooder here. In Wii's engine, it sticks out like a sore thumb mechanically and graphically. It just doesn't work for Wii's gameplay style. But here, yeah, I don't know. I just find this big-ass beach really charming to race and cut corners on. Because of the kinda janky controls of this game, I generally have more fun on the bigger and more open tracks. And this certainly is that. It's fun cutting corners on this huge beach and taking in the beautiful music and charming visuals. Plus, the cannonballs and other hazards are way less annoying than they are in the Wii version. So yeah, surprising banger for me that kinda got butchered in the remake. Basically the exact opposite of most of the GBA courses in Mario Kart 8. And as I was saying in the Cheep Island segment, we gotta talk about how good this song is. Just this perfect tropical theme to bop to. Give me the aux chord on a beach vacation and you know I'm playing this at full blast.
The river's just a river.
As of the time I'm writing this, Riverside Park is the latest GBA addition to Mario Kart 8. And as solid as that version is, I definitely have to give props to the original for being one of my favorites in Super Circuit. The Sunset Jungle theme is gorgeous, as is the jazzy music. But honestly, it's the layout of this course that really excites me, which is rare since most of these GBA courses kind of blend together for me layout-wise. But with this one, all of a sudden U-turns and jumps are so fun and distinct to me, especially the sharp turn left and sudden big leap right before the finish line. What a great way to end this course. It may not have any hazards, but it just sticks out to me as being one of the more exciting and adventurous courses of the lot, without having any annoying, difficult aspects to it. It's a banger through and through. For years now, fans gush about how good Sunset Wilds is. And all I can say is, yep, they're right. Themed after the American Southwest and featuring a setting sun that dynamically progresses to nighttime as the laps go on, it's hard to deny how absolutely beautiful this course is. There are sharp turns, an adventurous music track, and my personal favorite touch, tents with Shy Guys in them. You run into one and a Shy Guy will latch onto your cart, slowing you down and sucking up all your coins. What the heck is going on there? Part of me wonders if the clear influence from Native American imagery isn't a little insensitive by modern standards, but I sincerely doubt the Japanese people who made this course 20 years ago had any ill intentions. They just had some neat gameplay ideas and a creative theme they wanted to implement. It's probably for the best that most of the imagery from the original version is gone from the Tour remake, and most likely the upcoming Mario Kart 8 remake, because I can't really see them bringing back any other GBA track besides this. But regardless of whatever weird unintentional implications this course originally had, it really is a banger in the visual and gameplay department, and I can't get enough of it.
Today is a gift. That is why it is called a present.
Everyone knows how good the Ribbon Road glow up in Mario Kart 8 is, but did you know that the original version of the course is also one of the prettiest and most creative courses in that game? It's true! There really is this air of majesty to the presents that are present in the background and as obstacles on the course. And those, on top of the amazingly appealing track itself, make for a course that just oozes charm at every turn. And the turns themselves are fun too. It's just an immensely enjoyable course that puts me in a good mood every time I'm racing on it. And there's barely anything wrong with it. It's just satisfying from start to finish. One of the greatest tracks to come out of this game by far. There's only one course of. The only real S tier course in this game, in my opinion. That of course being... Sky Garden is the best Super Circuit course, and it difficulty. There's plenty of space for you to be able to cut corners and drive the way you want, while still having enough cliffs for you to need to watch your step, and shortcuts for you to try and pull off, if you're bold enough. The layout of this course is about as perfect as you can get for a flat 2.5D racing game, and the aesthetic and background music are equally perfect. There's simply no topping this course in my eyes. It's about as magical and ethereal of an experience as you can possibly get on the GBA, and I fully understand the hype surrounding it. And I also understand the people have with how it was adapted into Tour and Mario Kart 8. Hoo boy, do I have some words about that. But we'll save that discussion for a later date. Whew. That wasn't so bad. I think Super Circuit only looks lame compared to the rest of the Mario Kart series. But taken on its own, it's a cute little game with a decent selection of courses. And I really like how 8 is finally doing so many of these concepts justice with some banger remakes. But even the original iterations of these courses are pretty solid, thankfully. Anyway, yeah, we'll see what game I do next time. I have a lot of fun options to pick from, and also Super Mario Kart, so anything's possible. Good night, Tri-State area. Funding for Shaper is provided by Surfshark VPN. Tune until the end to find out about their amazing service. Mario Kart 64. So, I may have implied in some of my previous videos that this is indeed a fun Mario Kart game. And parts of it sure are. Playing this game with your friends is an absolute delight. Racing and doing your best to pummel each other with items is a blast in multiplayer. You can say this about any Mario Kart game, sure. But there's something about how hectic this one is and how loose its controls feel that add up to an experience unlike anything in the series. It's fun. Then you try and complete all the Grand Prix in single player, and yeah, this sucks. I'm straight up not having a good time. All that jankiness that made multiplayer a blast is now actively working against you and amounting to a miserable experience. I honestly got so tired of playing this after a while that I just booted up Mario Kart DS and started working on that ranking while I was in the middle of this one. 64 is a bit archaic to say the least, and it certainly hasn't aged the best. But hey, its track selection ain't half bad. It's only 5/8 bad. Yeah, there's only 16 courses to pick from here, and a few of them are indeed stinkers. But thankfully, a few of them are also all-time classics that I love dearly and can't wait to talk about. So why don't we jump right in? Every Mario Kart 64 course ranked, starting with those dreaded D tiers everyone knows and begrudgingly accepts. Let's-a go.
Disappointment in the game of life.
As of right now, every single course in Mario Kart 64 has made a return as a retro course in a future game. All except, conveniently enough, the worst one, Wario Stadium. But wait a minute, Shafe. Didn't they bring it back in Mario Kart 8? No, you fool. That was DS Wario Stadium, which is totally different from N64 Wario Stadium. Why they chose to remake a future course with the same name instead of just getting the original out of the way first, I don't really get. Maybe that has to do with the fact that this course is bad. I guess it has plenty of jumps and plenty of turns, but that doesn't really mean much in a game without a trick system or functional drifting. And in addition, everything else here is exceptionally pitiful. The background decoration consists of the same Wario head copy-pasted to infinity. The music is just repeated from Mario and Luigi Raceway, which is horribly unfitting when something like the Yoshi Valley or Choco Mountain song would have suited this track way better. There's a jump where if you get hit with an item, you're sent annoyingly far backwards on the track and you have a lot of ground to make up. And on top of all that, the course is unbearably long, meaning you're stuck with a miserable atmosphere and boring layout for way more time than you should be. Like, I'm ready to move on to the next race by the beginning of the second lap, but it just keeps going. In spite of all its issues, however, I think it is pretty mean that they refuse to bring this, and only this, track back. Like, the booster course pass would have been a great time, plus, seeing the glow-ups they gave to DS Wario Stadium and GameCube Waluigi Stadium, I think they could definitely make a really cool updated course out of this framework. Oh well, I guess we have to wait till Mario Kart 9 comes out in 2037 to see that.
Where'd you come from, mate? My town's called Snow Mountain.
Frappe Snowland is one of those truly special courses where the more you play it, the worse it gets. It's one where I enjoy the music and visuals and basically nothing else, I think. The layout is boring and unspecial, and the course is littered with these godforsaken snowmen that are absurdly difficult to dodge, especially at this one part where they're all bunched up in an incredibly difficult and annoying pattern. The ending part of the track in this pseudo snow tunnel is a really flaccid way to finish the course. And my personal favorite thing is if you try to cut corners with a mushroom too far, Lakitu scolds you for having too much fun and brings you back to the course, ruining your lead, your speed, and your enjoyment level. I swear to God, they did not playtest the boundaries of the Lakitu rescue zones nearly enough, because it just feels way too broken and janky. It's a course where I consistently have either a miserable or boring time, and I'm genuinely shocked that after repeat playthroughs, I liked it less and less to the point where I had to give Sherbet Land the edge. Sherbet Land! Speaking of which,
we're digging to Antarctica.
Wow, Mario Kart 64. 2 lame snow courses in a row. Must be a new record. I'll admit, in my initial draft of this list, I had this course in last place. But playing it again a couple times, it got a bit better as Frappe Snowland and Wario Stadium got a bit worse. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot to hate here. Like, there's barely anything on the ice portions that make it feel like a racetrack. It's just this slippery, boring, frozen wasteland. Wasteland, you say? I think you mean Wonderland, cause there's penguins, and penguins are cool, right? Yeah, I guess, as long as you don't run into one, because that sends you spinning out, which takes forever to recover from. Good luck cutting these annoyingly sharp corners. Hope you don't fall in the water. It won't take forever for Lakitu to pull your freezing corpse out of the lake. I guess it's nice how the cave section is visually distinct from the rest of the track, even though it's easier to hit the penguins there, which really sucks. I don't know, ultimately the penguins are less annoying than the snowmen, so I guess this one gets to rank a little higher than its snowy counterpart. I also don't really know if I like this better or worse than its remake. I mean, I ranked both of them as the third worst courses in their respective games, but I guess I'd say the Wii version is worse because that game had a generally higher bar for its courses. It sticks out a lot more for being bad there. Whereas here, I mean, hey, it's the best ice course in the game, I guess. Let's just move on from talking about this course forever, since it never comes back, thank God. Moving on to the C tiers now. Alright, time for some midness. Let's go.
Any ghost?
Pretty much, any ghost will do, sure.
I genuinely do not know what the consensus is on Banshee Boardwalk, because I just never really see anyone talk about this one. I don't even think there's any Banshees on this course. They probably just picked it for the alliteration, just like how that guy from Banshees of Inisherin picked it for the she sounds. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, it's a course. There's a big fish that jumps, and I like that. I guess the atmosphere can be kind of unsettling with the darkness coupled with the music, but overall, something just feels kind of off about this course. My friend put it really well when he said this feels more like a video game level than an actual place compared to the rest of the courses in this game. Most of it is just a straight shot on this frustratingly narrow boardwalk, which has plenty of turns but no real shortcut opportunities, and it comes across as rather samey and repetitive, aside from that part in the castle with the graffiti arrow signs, which feels more tacky than anything. I don't know, it's not an awful course or anything, but it just kind of feels like an amateur fan-made Wii course rather than one Nintendo would officially make themselves. Just kind of forgettable, with atmosphere that's not nearly good enough to make up for its blandness.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of
Yoshi! Yoshi Valley is undoubtedly the most ambitious course in Mario Kart 64. But maybe it was a little too ambitious? I mean, look at the race placement boxes. They don't exist. Since this course has all sorts of winding alternate paths, the game just straight up can't tell you who's in what place. That's kind of a fun gimmick, but also kind of annoying. And yet, it isn't even close to my biggest issue with this track. Many of these paths are super narrow, and if you happen to fall off of one, you're tumbling all the way down this mountain. Lakitu doesn't even think to save you until you've already reached the bottom, at which point you're likely way behind in the race. Not that you'd even be able to tell, of course, but God, I hate how long the recovery time is on this track. Just put a black abyss here or some water or something. Don't make me sit through this every time I fall. Aside from those issues, it's decent. The branching path idea is really fun and neat, and it has a big Yoshi egg, so that's pretty epic. Overall, definitely a better course than 8 Deluxe, but I can't say the original was all that terrible.
Moo?
Another oval? Why are these tour tracks so uncreative and terrible? So, Moo Moo Farm is the rather underwhelming big brother to Moo Moo Meadows. It's an oval. There are slight hills. There's a bridge that you go under and not on at any point. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. There's 2 bridges that you go under and not on at any point. Woo! What a relief. I thought this course was boring for a second there. Okay, that's kind of mean. I actually do think that much like Super Circuit, considering how difficult this game's controls can be to get a hold of, there's definitely a lot of value to the simpler, more manageable courses, like this one. And it's got plenty of good attributes, like its Windows 95 background aesthetic, and the fact that it puts a bunch of moles on the right side of the track, thus adding a risk factor to the inside portion that might discourage you from drifting along the quickest route. You either risk it and try to dodge the moles, or drift on the left side, which might be slower. That's kind of a clever little detail. But then again, there aren't even any moo-moos on the road. Like, how can I play this? There's no cows. Lame. Moo Moo Meadows was better, plus L plus ratio. Anyway, it's B tier time now. These next courses are pretty solid, so let's see what they are.
Is Mario?
It's hard to really find new things to say about Mario Raceway that I didn't already say in my Wii video. I guess it sticks out as a pretty solid course in this game, compared to in Wii where there were dozens of more exciting courses. In 64, 1/8 of the track selection is Wario Stadium and Frappe Snowland. I'll gladly take a solid enough Mario Circuit course. The aesthetics, turns, and obstacles all suit this game pretty well. It's pretty simple, but I can always appreciate a good, clean race on it. For being the first real Mario Circuit track in a 3D Mario Kart game, I think this sets the standard pretty well. Nice stuff.
And Luigi Mario.
It almost felt kinda wrong to rank Luigi Raceway and Mario Raceway so high, because they are the basic bitch courses designed for beginners to get into the game. But, as I mentioned in the Moo Moo Farm segment, sometimes a simple course in an older Mario Kart game with rough feeling controls can be a good thing. And I think that's absolutely the case here. As usual, Luigi outshines his brother with a slightly better circuit course. The fact that it's mostly a wide oval doesn't bother me too much, since it allows you to use mushrooms to cut corners off the track, which is definitely pretty satisfying. I also like the classic NASCAR feeling atmosphere, in addition to the unique tunnel segment, the Jumbotron, and especially that hot air balloon that guarantees a blue shell every time you grab an item box from it. I think this is a more than solid starter course for this game. In fact, looking at the rankings I'm doing of each starter course as I make these videos, I would currently put it at 2nd place. Not as good as Double Dash Luigi Circuit, but a step above Peach Circuit. Aw, look at Luigi Circuit Wii. Gonna cry? Well, before things get heated up in the Luigi Circuit Wii fandom, let's take a break and check out Battle Mode. And I'm gonna be totally honest, this might just be my favorite battle mode in the entire series. I'm serious. This is definitely the only game in the series where I'd rather play the battle mode over the main racing mode. And I'll talk about why once we run down all the courses. Unlike the racetracks where I went back and forth on my ranking a ton, there's no debate with the battle stages. The weakest is Big Donut. Turns out battling on a big circle is not that fun. There's no way to get from one side to the other quickly, so you might as well just stay in the same spot as each other, or else it turns into an annoying game of chase, and yeah, nobody ever picks this one, let's be real. Next up is Double Deck. I'm surprised that this is the only one that hasn't come back in a future game yet. It's pretty solid with a lot of layers to hide from your friends and plan your attacks. It can be a bit confusing to navigate through, but maybe a visual overhaul in a future remake would alleviate those issues. Next is Skyscraper. It's not as easy to fall off here as I remember, and when you do, it's really funny seeing how far down you go. Essentially, you're just left with a good fun course with a ton of sections to weave in and out of, and it makes for a great time. But literally, none of these matter compared to the single best battle course in the series, Block Fort. They perfected a battle mode course in their second game. Incredible. It's like an obstacle course with multiple layers to it and bridges to connect to each section. There's so many places you could go, hide, dodge, all that good stuff. But what I really love is the psychological aspect here. You have 4 distinct colored fortresses, and battle mode supports a max of 4 players. So telling the rest of your friends that you're claiming one of these forts, and then defending it from anyone who encroaches on your territory, is unbelievably fun. And the course itself is made even better by the rule set, which to this day hasn't been topped by any other battle mode. There's no computers and no time limit. You all have 3 balloons, and you gotta pop the balloons your opponents have. And once someone loses all their balloons, they don't come back. It's elimination based, baby. Oh, so what? They just sit there and watch their friends have fun now? No, man. They respawn as a bomb car, and now they get to cause some chaos by trying to blow another racer up. That's hilarious. Like, this is how you do a damn battle mode. And no Mario Kart since has gotten it as right as this one. I'd argue that battle mode on Block Fort specifically is the single best multiplayer experience on the Nintendo 64. I think I need to cool down for a bit from how incredible this experience is, and talk about Surfshark now. With Surfshark, you can trick your browser into thinking you're in another country, thus allowing you to access exclusive Netflix or Disney Plus content you couldn't get otherwise. No need to physically travel to Sherbetland in order to enjoy all the amazing penguin content they've got there. You can watch it all at home without running the risk of falling into the frozen lake and becoming a human popsicle. Plus, their Surfshark alert system gives you alerts anytime your email address or password is compromised. Surfshark Alert scans various databases of leaked information and notifies its users if their data is found so they can take action, which is an absolutely invaluable feature. Surfshark is also totally unlimited, meaning you can use it on as many devices as you like, even all at the same time. No other VPN allows this. I don't think you can use Surfshark on an N64 though, but that's just because it's old. Pretty much all your modern devices are Surfshark approved. Go to surfshark.deal/Rillis and enter promo code Rillis to get 83% off and 3 extra months of Surfshark VPN for free. It's an guarantee. So if you're not satisfied, you can cancel during those 30 days and get your money back. If you're looking for a great VPN, there's no reason not to give Surfshark a try. Once again, head to surfshark.deal/Rillis and enter the promo code Rillis. Have a great time with Surfshark VPN.
He's almost a quarter of the way there.
Ah, jeez. I don't know what to think about Rainbow Road in this game. I feel like I could rank it really, really high or really, really low, depending on my mood each day. It's the one course that, perhaps more than any other in the series, I just can't pin down a concrete opinion on. And I feel like that's the case for the general Mario Kart community as a whole. Much like Baby Park, this is a really contentious one where you either love it or you hate it. So I'm just gonna take the coward's way out and rank it right around the middle. I think everyone can agree that aesthetically, this course is phenomenal. The Rainbow Road itself, the character fireworks in the background, the music, ooh baby, the music! It's some good stuff. It's one of the most magical feeling courses in the whole series for sure. But yeah, it's 6 straight minutes of driving a pretty uneventful road with very few obstacles and absolutely no opportunities to fall off. On the one hand, I admire it as an endurance test. It's driven me and my friends insane trying to catch up with each other and to get to the end and put a stop to the whole race. But is wanting the race to be over halfway through really a sign of a good Mario Kart track? This course is certainly brutal, like a Rainbow Road should be. But for once, that comes not from its difficulty, and instead from how it feels like it takes 10 hours to complete. I don't know, I admire the audacity, and I have had plenty of fun times on this course, which is more than I could say about most of the ones I ranked at the bottom. But yeah, I think this is about as high as it can go. Also, I've never pulled off the ultra shortcut at the beginning before. Am I just bad at video games? Chocolate! You know, if we're ranking the courses in this game by the ones that give me the most visceral, positive reaction when I think of them, the top 2 would end up being the course that I actually ranked at number 1, and the one that's all the way down at this slot. That being Choco Mountain. I swear to God, this course is the physical manifestation of that meme with the guys on the bus. Thinking about playing Choco Mountain gives me such immense pleasure and joy. Then I actually play it and oh, I touched one of the walls at the wrong angle. Oh, yep, no, I fell off. Guess I'm going backwards on the track now. No, okay, that's fun. That's great. This is so fun. This is the best course ever. I love it so much. It's more than a little frustrating to play on, especially when you combine its janky elements with the already janky controls of 64. And it doesn't feel nearly as dynamic as many of the courses I ranked above it. I don't really have as much fun playing on this course as I do just looking at it and listening to it. Because oh my god, I want to eat this course. They nailed the chocolatey look, and the fog is a really cool touch also. And the music? Honestly up there with Rainbow Road as my 2 favorite songs in the entire game. This is a course that just excites me anytime I see it, because how do you not get excited about a mountain made entirely of chocolate? I really wanted to rank it higher, but since gameplay reigns supreme, I ultimately just couldn't. Fortunately, I'll have plenty of chances to gush about it later when it gets brought back by Mario Kart games that are actually playable. So ultimately, despite being the weakest version of this course, I still think it belongs in the top half because of the theming, music, and some fun parts of the layout like the ramps, tunnel, and boulders. A good course. Except when it's not, I guess.
Hey man, what's going on? I'm on the highway right now.
Okay, revisiting 64 for this video, the biggest shock of the entire ranking for me was just how good the original version of Toad's Turnpike is. Spoilers for my future ranking, I guess, but I hate this course in 8 Deluxe. It is genuinely so boring to me, and the more traffic courses get added to the booster course pass, the more irrelevant it becomes. But like, on the other hand, every time I play this original version, I always have a good time. What sorcery is this? Well, I think the aesthetic plays a big part here, first of all. That skybox, that one right there, best skybox in the game, hands down. I don't even necessarily know what time of evening they're capturing here, but whatever it is, times, it's the best of times. You'd think it's also the worst of times because of how large and in charge the cars and trucks are on this road. But that makes weaving in between them all the more satisfying and fun. Pulling over to the side of the road to get items is a really cute touch. And overall, I just can't help but be incredibly charmed by this course in every aspect, from gameplay to aesthetic to music. And that's not even getting into mirror mode, where they actually flip the direction that the cars are racing so that you're driving against traffic. That's an insanely cool detail. Overall, some really great stuff that I have very little to complain about. You fell off, Mario Kart 8 Toad's Turnpike. You fell off. Unlike these top 5 courses, which are A tier. So let's talk about them now.
Dear Mario, please come to the castle.
Alright, let's get this out of the way right off the bat. Yes, you can drive around Peach's castle on this course, and it's the most amazing thing ever. I'm so glad they did this. It's up there as one of the coolest Easter eggs in any Mario Kart course. It doesn't even matter to the race. You're not supposed to go here, but you just can. And it's incredible, and I love it, and I will never forgive 8 Deluxe for removing it. Now get the fuck out of my house, you stupid game that's superior to this one in every way, except for this one small Easter egg. And the entirety of Toad's Turnpike, I guess. And I kinda like battle mode in this one better. Anyway, what else does Royal Raceway do right? Well, it's got a big ass jump, which at this point in the series is a big deal. Even though you wouldn't bat an eye at a jump like this in any future Mario Kart games, it's a pretty exhilarating and memorable portion of this course based on the standard of this game's tracks. Aside from these cool as shit elements, what you're left with is just a really solid and memorable track. A lot of good turns, it's sufficiently lengthy without being overly long, and the color palette is really nice with the pink sky and green hills. For being a raceway course, i.e. a circuit, which is usually a dreaded, boring moniker for a course to have, I think this one definitely sticks out as one of the best in the series. It feels like Luigi Raceway was the beginner circuit, Mario Raceway was intermediate, and this one's advanced, giving you a fun and satisfying track with a lot to love about it. Let's be honest though, it would probably drop down 2 or 3 slots if it didn't have the Peach's Castle Easter egg.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
DK's Jungle Parkway is another course that I feel no one really talks about, which is a travesty, I say, because wow is this course fun. It honestly feels a lot more elaborate than most of the courses in 64, almost like it would have fit in with the Nitro courses in Double Dash or DS. The jungle theme is on point with a lot of great background details, the bridge is really satisfying to leave items on, being able to control where you go on that huge jump gives me life, and nothing compares to that last turn where if you're going fast enough, you can just circumvent the road entirely and propel yourself up the hill in incredibly stylish fashion. The only slight complaint I have with this course is how annoying it is when rocks get thrown at you whenever you veer on the grass. Like, I get it guys, I can tell I shouldn't be here because I'm going a lot slower. You don't have to pelt me with rocks. No, wait, is that shit? It's not a huge deal, but all I'm saying is, I think there's a reason nobody complained when they took that feature out of the Wii version of this course. But yeah, all things considered, this is a definite standout and one of my favorites in the game.
Looks like this beach was a little too much beach for you, Ken. If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken.
Is there really anything to complain about with Koopa Troopa Beach? It's just nice. A perfect 3D evolution of the Koopa Beach levels from Super Mario Kart. Apparently, putting Troopa in the name meant all the difference, because this one is an easy standout. The abundance of ramps are more than welcome. They can be tricky to fully stay on, but they're also completely optional and can be easily ignored in favor of cutting corners underwater. Yeah, take that, 7. This game has underwater driving too, kinda. Just don't go too far into the ocean and you'll be fine. This course also has one of the coolest shortcuts in the whole game, with a ramp leading to a cave that'll take you through a waterfall and all the way ahead of the pack. I also love how charming this rock that's supposed to look like Koopa Troopa is. It really doesn't, but like, seeing the designers do their best with what the N64 could accomplish will never cease to delight me. Plus, maybe in universe this wasn't designed as a carving of Koopa Troopa. Maybe they just discovered this island and found this rock that coincidentally vaguely resembled a Koopa, so they named it Koopa Troopa Beach. What is the crucial lore of Mario Kart? I need to know. Anyway, an undeniably fun time every time I play it.
It's from Bowser.
Is it just me, or is the N64 Bowser's Castle low-key one of the best ones in the whole series? It has a lot of the oppressive and ominous atmosphere that something like Banshee Boardwalk was missing, complete with haunting music, crispy-looking lava, creepy as shit, ominous laughing thwomps, and huge portraits of Bowser everywhere. Actually, those look kind of silly, never mind. The small garden area is also an interesting juxtaposition to the rest of this formidable fortress, and its confusing nature can be a bit unsettling in its own right. I think aesthetically, this is the most unique Bowser's Castle in the whole series, and it captures a sense of creepiness that no other one does. But on top of that, it's just amazing to drive on too, making all these turns as you dodge the thwomps that move in unique patterns compared to any other course, avoiding the numerous opportunities to fall into the lava and perish, and in general dealing with a course that's tricky but not frustrating or jank. It's the perfect level of difficulty for this game, and it suits the theme beautifully. And of course, the jailed thwomp, who I now know is named Marty. May he one day be free. We're all rooting for you, buddy. Overall, yeah, I gotta give this course some credit. There's no other track in the game, nor any other Bowser's Castle in the series quite like it. It's fun, it's spooky, it's a really great time. Outdone only by one other. I'm sorry guys, but the number one pick was obvious for me. 15 of the 16 courses in this game do not have a train. Calamari Desert, train ahoy! This is my favorite course because train, and I refuse to explain myself any further. Okay, fine, I guess I will. This, to me, is the quintessential desert course. One that doesn't rely on the fact that it's a desert as the main selling point. Because how exactly is that a selling point? These biomes are usually so boring and forgettable. But Calamari Desert subverts the typical mediocrity you'd come to expect from this type of course. Which is crazy considering how it was the first desert track ever put in a Mario Kart game. They really just peaked at the beginning, huh? And let's go over its other positive attributes real quick, so you don't think I'm biased because train, even though I totally am. The music, for starters, is impeccably iconic. Lighthearted and adventurous at the same time, it's something I could listen to for ages without getting tired of it. The curved trail allows you to use mushrooms and stars to cut corners to your heart's content, which is a boon for any course. Basically, every part of this track has a shortcut if you've got the right item for it. The aesthetic is shockingly gorgeous. Like with most deserts, you'd expect the sands to be tan and bland, really matching that typical New Super Mario Bros. Desert color scheme. But here, look at this, man! Look at the beautiful orange ground textures and equally beautiful skybox. It's so pleasing on the eyes, and it just makes you feel like you're on an adventure through this magical land. If this was all the track was, it would still be in the top half, but maybe not number one. But that's where train comes in. Oh baby, oh my god, I love train so much. Do you risk going for it if the train is about to cross your path? Or do you stop and wait for it to pass? It's a classic conundrum in movies and TV shows that's been brought to life in exquisite fashion here in Mario Kart. The amount of fun unpredictability this locomotive provides makes this easily one of the most memorable and special courses in the whole game. Not bad for a Mushroom Cup course. That's pretty wild. And yeah, going off the beaten path and following the train into the tunnel in order to satiate your curiosity is extremely fun as well. It all adds up to a track that's iconic for all the right reasons. Easily my favorite Mario Kart 64 course, and one that I hope comes back in every game in the series from here on out. So yeah, that's 64. It's okay, you know, it's got a lot of great stuff, but not all of it aged the best. And between this and Super Circuit, I think I'm done torturing myself. So I'm gonna play DS next and have some actual fun with this series again. Good night, Tri-State Area. Information and notifies its users if their data is found so they can take action, which is an absolutely invaluable feature. Surfshark is also totally unlimited, meaning you. Funding for Shaperillis is provided by Surfshark VPN. Tune until the end to find out about their amazing service. Mario Kart DS. Finally, some good fucking card again. As novel as it is to look back on games like 64 and Super Circuit, it would be an understatement to say that they haven't aged all that well. But Mario Kart DS is the shit. And I'm saying that as someone who didn't actually grow up with this game. The first time I ever played it was on the Wii U Virtual Console, believe it or not. I loved it then, and a couple years back I picked up a physical copy at a Too Many Games convention so I could play it the way God intended. And honestly, I just couldn't put it down. Unlocking the characters in different carts, making my way through mission mode, and reveling in the sheer joy of Rob, the most nonsensical yet non-Funky Kong character to ever make it into Mario Kart. Oh man, it was such a blast. It also helps that this game's selection of 16 courses is absolutely top notch. One of the best in the entire series. Oh wait, hold on. I just noticed there's 4 other circles on the track select screen. What do these do? Retro courses? Oh yeah, this is the first game that ever brought back previous tracks from across the Mario Kart series, aside from Super Circuit's remakes of all of Super Mario Kart's tracks. Well, hot diggity dog. Don't mind if I do check these out.
2 hours later.
I hate Mario Kart DS. Yeah, as great as this game is, the one thing that really holds it back is its selection of retro courses. They couldn't exactly bring back fan favorites due to the technical limitations of the DS. So not only were their selections not the best, but most of them are actively worse than how they were in their original games. Again, mainly due to technical limitations. It's impressive to see them, and it's not like this game has any less value by including them, since the Nitro tracks are still there and still bangers. But yeah, this is easily gonna be lopsided ranking out of all the games that include retro tracks. Prepare to see most of them in the bottom half. Ooh boy. Well, we might as well trudge through the unfortunate amount of shit these courses provide if we're gonna get to the good stuff. So let's start off with a course that has the honor of being the very first and currently only F tier track in all of Mario Kart.
Disappointment in the game of life.
SNES Choco Island 2 is the most disappointing track since my son. It's truly a special and rare feeling to find a course where nothing, literally nothing at all about it works. The music? Bland and forgettable. The aesthetic? It looks like actual poo. This isn't just a case where I thought the mud in Waluigi Stadium looked like shit as a kid because I was stupid. No. This is actual poo. I don't understand. Choco Mountain is literally also in this game, and that looks fine. It looks like actual chocolate. What the hell even happened here? Now for the gameplay. Well, one thing you'll notice right away about the Super Nintendo courses is that they're ridiculously short. That game compensated for its short tracks by having 5 laps. But Mario Kart DS famously does not respect each game's preferred lap count. So 3 it is for these short-ass courses. You'll literally blink and the race is over. But you'll be thankful for that because that means it's less time of your life wasted on Choco Island 2. You like these embarrassingly tiny bumps in the road that don't add anything and often launch you off the track if you're going at the wrong angle? No? Well then maybe you'll enjoy this gigantic pit of mud that's insanely hard to steer through. Wanna grab that item box? Good luck getting over to it, f***er. Every aspect of this course feels specifically designed to either aggravate or depress you. I have not ever had one iota of fun on this track. This is currently my least favorite course in all of Mario Kart. And I don't think anything from 7 or 8 is gonna top it in terms of awfulness. And Super Mario Kart better fucking watch itself in that regard. Speaking of which, there's 3 other Super Mario Kart courses we need to talk about in this game. In case you doubted me when I said this was the worst selection of retro courses in the series. Luckily, we're now on to D tier courses. Yippee!
Shit. What the fuck happened? We land in the Marianas Trench?
SNES Koopa Beach 2. This one gets a lot of negative points for the obnoxious giant puddles of water you can fall in, which have tripped me up on numerous occasions and not in a fun way.
Highway. Aside from those, there are beach sections with nothing on them. You just kinda go in a circle. Sheeps are bouncing sometimes. And, what are these green things supposed to be? Trees? Hedges? I don't know. They're just ugly and they exist, I guess. They're just like me, for real. God, this course sucks so bad. Why is it not an F tier again? I don't know. I guess it's not the most infuriating thing in the world. But that's literally only because Choco Island 2 is. Count yourself lucky, an even bigger fuck up than you came along, Koopa Beach 2.
This is the greatest course of our lives!
In all honesty, there is not a single course in Mario Kart history that fascinates me more than Figure 8 Circuit. I have no words. Well, maybe a few. Those being, what were they thinking? They just plopped this glorified tech demo into the track list and said, okay, well, that sounds good to me. Let's just leave it in there, sure. It deserves to be in the same game as Airship Fortress and Waluigi Pinball and Luigi's Mansion and Yoshi Falls. Okay, maybe that last one is kind of deserved. But just, what a weird course. I understand that the first track in a Mario Kart game is never really a standout. They're basic on purpose. Yeah, I get it. But they always have something. Luigi Circuit Wii has boost pads and a ramp. Peach Circuit has plenty of turns and decorative trees. Luigi Raceway has a hot air balloon with an item. You know, these are things that these courses bring to the table. But then you look at Figure 8 Circuit and it's nothing. There are no obstacles. There's nothing unique about the track. They didn't even theme it around a random character. It's just a Figure 8. It's the Mario Tennis Ultra Smash of Mario Kart tracks. Just what the hell happened here? This is a course so generic and unspecial that it was a stage in Smash Bros for 10 years and the developers didn't even notice. They called it Mario Circuit in Brawl and Smash 4, even though it was clearly Figure 8 Circuit. They didn't even give it the right name until Ultimate. How does that even happen? I don't even need to pull up the ranking of first courses in Mario Kart games, because there's no question with this one's placement. Last place, by far. The worst starter course in any of the Mario Kart games I've looked at. But with that said, Patrick had this extreme ironic fascination with this course because he wanted it to come back in the Mario Kart 8 Booster Course Pass solely because it's in 8 and it would be in Mario Kart 8. Like, it just had to happen, right? This morphed into an obsession with Figure 8 Circuit, with him constantly trying to gaslight me into thinking it was good. Keep in mind that Patrick never actually played this course, or Mario Kart DS in general for that matter. He just really wanted Figure 8 Circuit in the newest game, and would constantly talk about it as if it was the best Mario Kart course of all time. So you know what? Just for you, Patrick, I'll put this course as the best Mario Kart starter course. What are you gonna do? Call me cringe for doing that? Good luck with that, asshole. Figure 8 Circuit is the peak of track design, and no other course will ever touch its greatness. Except for, like, you know, the next 29 courses.
The one that started the whole thing!
You know, considering how this is the first game to have retro tracks in it, it is a very cute idea to bring back the first ever Mario Kart track. Oh, it's over. The race ended before I could finish that sentence. Good night, Tri-State Area. Yeah, Mario Circuit 1 is one of the tiniest, simplest courses in the entire series. And as much as it definitely deserved to be here, it clearly suffered the most from DS straight up ignoring the fact that the SNES tracks were 5-lap courses in their original iterations. It helped this course feel significantly more lengthy than the 1 minute you spend racing on it in this game. On top of that, there's a sheer lack of obstacles aside from this single pipe in the road, which is still one more obstacle than Figure 8 Circuit has. So congrats, Mario Circuit 1, you get the edge. Not by much, but I think it should just take what it can get. Overall, this course is proof that sometimes your elders don't deserve respect. Turns out old people are just boring as shit sometimes.
I ate my donuts!
Oh, brother.
Oh god, we're finally done with the Super Nintendo courses. Thank the Lord. This was pure agony. Congrats to Donut Plains 1 for being the best SNES course in the game, as well as the 5th worst course in general. This one has a bridge. That's it. That's all it takes to be the best Super Nintendo course in Mario Kart DS.
By default, my favorite way to win.
I guess I also appreciate that it's sufficiently lengthy compared to the other Super Nintendo courses, which all feel like they're done in the blink of an eye. Which, hey, that fact alone means that God is merciful. But it doesn't mean I'm gonna rank a torture simulator very high, just cause it's over after only a minute. Nah, this course is perfectly boring and generic with no obstacles and nothing memorable about it. Which is why it gets the edge over the two active problem children at the very bottom, and the course that feels like it was made for babies more than the literal course made for babies. Which we'll get to soon, don't worry. I just have an old foe I need to complain about one more time first.
As once I fell, so falls the last. Yoshi!
If Yoshi Falls has a million haters, I'm one of them. If Yoshi Falls has one hater, then I'm that one. This course genuinely bores me out of my mind, and I feel like it's only looked upon semi-fondly because it's one of the first courses kids would play when booting the game up. I could totally see this course having a lot of nostalgic value to someone. However, I grew up with Wii, and I was never impressed with it there. It's just, I don't know, man. What is there to talk about? Cutting corners through the waterfalls is kinda cool, I guess. But that's pretty much all this one has. It's just a very nothing track. And I think this is even the weaker version of it since you can't even do tricks like you can in Wii. With that said, the fact that it ranks higher on this ranking than it did in my Wii video, despite being worse, should probably tell you that the standards for courses in Wii are just higher. Congrats to Yoshi Falls for clawing its way out of the bottom 3 in this game. But speaking of my Wii video, I guess I should probably talk about one statement I made. So short and boring that it ended up being the last Yoshi themed course in the series. No, seriously, there has not been another Yoshi themed course since this one. It's kind of hilarious actually. Yeah, so that statement might be kind of outdated now. At least it would be if the Booster Course Pass bothered to give us a new Yoshi track, but it didn't. Instead, they gave us Tony Soprano Island, a course that so obviously feels like it should be a Yoshi's Island track. But instead, it's inexplicably themed around a character who isn't even in Mario Kart 8. Yet. Keyword is yet.
I'm in a waste management business. Everybody immediately assumes you're... It's a stereotype, and it's offensive.
But like, come on, haven't Yoshi fans suffered enough? Oh well, for the time being, Yoshi Falls is still the last Yoshi-themed course to ever be in Mario Kart. I'm just glad that statement from my Mario Kart Wii video isn't outdated at all. I also like the secret bridge on Tony Soprano Island that's made of gabagool.
Gabagool. Over here.
Anyway, on to the C-tier courses. God, that took way too long to get to.
Wow, this is garbage. You actually like this?
Look, it's really not that bad, you guys. I mean, it's bad, don't get me wrong. I don't think there's a single retro course in all of Mario Kart that misses the point of the original track harder than DS Baby Park. I mean, what is this shit?
What is this bullshit?
Why bring this course back in a game that doesn't have any giant items? And also reduce the lap count from 7 to 5? Why do this? Why did you do this?
Why? Why? Why?
I demand a written apology on my desk by the end of the day, or your ass is fired. The visual presentation is also just not it, Chief. All the charm from the Double Dash version has just been flushed down the drain, and all we're left with is this plain, pitiful oval. It's objectively a downgrade from the original in every possible way. And yet, I don't know, it's still Baby Park. The music is still frantic and stellar. There's still a large buildup of shells and bananas for you to dodge across each lap. It's like, not the worst thing I've ever played, and I'd sooner pick it over like 6 other courses. Don't get me wrong, it's still bad. I'm not trying to argue it's not. But there's a smidge of the Baby Park I know and love in here. Even though as a remake, it still kind of fails at almost everything. I still like it better than Yoshi Falls, I'm sorry.
You may wish for an apple or an orange, but you will get a peach.
GBA Peach. Look, this has got to be one of the worst retro choices in the whole game. The SNES courses almost all suck, so the choices they made don't really make that much of a difference. The GameCube courses were chosen based on limitations and an inability to bring the more complex ones over, so I don't really blame them. The N64 choices were okay, could have been better, but could have been worse, and the GBA selections are honestly pretty solid. Aside from this one. These are not complex courses, so you basically could have chosen any of them. And the one you went with is the boring circuit course with no obstacles or interesting theme outside of orange trees. Also, some people in the comments of my Super Circuit video said they were peach trees. That makes way more sense. But I don't know, they look like oranges to me. You can't even get that right, Peach Circuit. At least there's some decent turns and it feels sufficiently lengthy. But oh my god, this was arguably the lamest possible choice from Super Circuit you could have picked. There is actually no reason to ever play it. And yet, it's still better than 7 other courses in this game. How do you manage that?
Happy birthday!
Well, this is definitely an improvement over the old Frappe Snowland, I guess. Lakitu is less prone to just swoop in and pick you up when you go slightly off the required path.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me!
Snowmen are a lot easier to dodge and don't spin you out nearly as drastically. It's, I don't know, it's fine now, I guess. Not really that special aside from the music and general atmosphere, which were the only things I liked about the original. But this version is playable now without obnoxious snowmen cluttering the road. Congratulations! It now meets the baseline requirements for a functional Mario Kart course and nothing else.
I like to move, yeah, I like to move.
In contrast to Frappe Snowland, which got a bit better in DS, I feel like Moo Moo Farm got a tad bit worse. It's still largely the same overly simple track with not much of note to talk about, but I really like the risk-reward factor in the 64 version, where drifting on the right side was a bit trickier thanks to all the moles in your way. Here, the number of moles have been significantly toned down, which makes an already baby-level course even babier. With that said, I don't know, the music and atmosphere is still nice. Not an awful track, just kind of okay, I guess. Yeah, in hindsight, Desert Hills was a lot better on the Wii. I think the turns suited that game's drift system better, whereas here, it's abundantly clear that this course is heavily being carried by its Super Mario Bros. 3 aesthetic inspirations, because wow is this layout unspecial. It's just such a lame course, joining the long line of desert tracks in this series that usually underwhelm. It's not the worst of them, but it's far from the best. And for those of you keeping score at home, both Desert Hills and Yoshi Falls rank among my bottom 3 least favorite Nitro courses in this game. I'm beyond thrilled that they decided to bring both of these back immediately for Mario Kart Wii. Aren't you thrilled as well? Thin Ice, Mario Kart Wii developers. You guys are on thin ice. Actually, you did make Coconut Mall, so never mind, I forgive you completely.
That's Luigi. Show him a little respect.
Ah, nothing like bringing back the very first course from Double Dash in order to complement the very first course from Super Circuit and the very first course from Super Mario Kart. Do you see the problem with the retro tracks in this game yet? Anyway, while Luigi Circuit was indeed Kino in its original Double Dash iteration, it kinda leaves a lot to be desired here. The course was made a lot wider, meaning you don't bump into racers going the opposite direction nearly as much anymore. And that's on top of the lack of huge character-specific items that made things a lot more hectic. Yeah, a lot of the same problems from this game's remake of Baby Park rear their ugly head here. But it's still kinda decent to race on. I don't know, not that great of a remake, but it's not the worst.
Dinosaur
Circuit?
Roar!
The DS version of GameCube Yoshi Circuit is the very definition of the vibes are off. It wasn't quite as butchered as Luigi Circuit in terms of its gameplay, but man is a lot of the charm gone in this remake, unfortunately. No tunnel shortcut, no Yoshi copter flying around, and in general a much drabber and less vibrant color palette. It's okay, but it's definitely far from my first pick in terms of the retro offerings in this game. I mean, at least the course is still shaped like a Yoshi. That's nice, I guess. I know that's to be expected, but you'd be surprised at how badly this series can fuck up the layout of a retro course.
You passed the bar?
Out of all the Nitro courses in this game, DK Pass has always just felt like the one that exists to me. I have no strong feelings on this course one way or the other. It's always just been fine enough, I guess, in my eyes.
It's alright.
I like the music a lot. It's very gentle and lovely.
lovely and suits the wintertime aesthetic incredibly well. There's a cool secret item box that always gives you mushrooms, so that's nice. And dodging the giant snowballs can be pretty satisfying. But mostly this course is just a lot of snow, without doing anything to really stick out from any other snow-themed course, or any other DK course for that matter. Like, what does this one have to do with DK? There's no correlation there. I usually love this Funky Monkeys tracks, like DK Mountain, Jungle Parkway, Jungle Full Stop, and Summit. It's a wide array of iconic and memorable courses, and this one falls kinda short of that status. It's alright, but nothing too terribly special or memorable.
Oh my god, Super Mario! What are you doing here?
DS Mario Circuit is probably best known for stirring up drama in the Mario Kart community when it was added to the Booster Course Pass instead of Airship Fortress. It probably shouldn't have been included over the much better DS courses, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't one of the better Mario circuits in the series. Not much of a compliment, but hey. There's a decent amount of fun turns, some unique fire-spitting piranha plants, a nice view of Peach's castle in the background, and a solid music track. It's about as good as you can reasonably expect a Mario circuit to be, and I'm glad it's getting its day in the limelight again thanks to 8. But like, come on though, over Airship Fortress? Really? Whatever, let's talk about some good-ass B-tier courses now, so we don't need to get into that discourse again.
What's it called? The Banshees of Inisherin, I was thinking.
I really wasn't expecting this going in, but I honestly enjoyed this game's iteration of N64 Banshee Boardwalk a lot more than the original one. It's hard to really describe why. I guess it just feels a lot more natural to me with DS's controls and graphic style. Like in 64, it stuck out in a bad way from the rest of the courses, and felt more video game level-y, instead of an actual location you would race on. On top of that, the narrow boardwalk didn't really mesh well with 64's not great control scheme. Whereas in DS, it's much easier to drift properly and not bump into walls the whole time. It's honestly kinda decent here, and I can appreciate what they were going for with this course better than what the 64 version provided. Not bad, I guess. And now we come to battle mode, which don't tell anybody, but this is easily one of the best battle modes in the whole series. Balloon battle is ludicrously fun because you're able to blow up balloons you have in reserve. And I mean that literally, you blow into the DS's mic. Or you can hold a button down, which is the lame way to do it for pussies. I usually just hold the button down, TBH. But wow, do these reserve balloons add so much strategy. Like, the less balloons you have, the better items you get. So when is the best time to blow one up? I don't know, man. You decide. So friggin' good. And Shine Runners is cool. Don't get it confused with Shine Thief or Coin Runners. No. This is a whole different beast where it's elimination based. Whoever has the lowest number of shines when time runs out is outta here. And there's multiple rounds to go through. A very unique take on battle mode, though I definitely prefer Balloon Battle. Honestly, this might be my second favorite version of it after Mario Kart 64. And this excellent mode is bolstered by a great selection of 6 battle arenas, 4 new and 2 retro. Let's kick it off with the only lame one of the bunch. Number 6, Palm Shore. It's a beach. The water slows you down, and that's annoying. That's literally all there is to say about it. Number 5, Tart Top. Already a vast improvement over the previous course. I love its circular nature and the big jump in the middle. It's so satisfying to nab a Shine Sprite in the very center via that jump. Plus, hitting a cake-like obstacle bounces you around and splatters your screen with a bit of frosting. That's hella charmin', I'm sorry. Good ass battle course. Number 4, Nintendo DS. Quite a bit bigger than the GameCube battle arena. There's plenty of space to avoid the action, yet nowhere to hide. A large and satisfying open arena. Plus, like, come on, it's a giant DS in space. That's the greatest thing ever. Number 3, Twilight House. Simply iconic, with plenty of rooms to hide, trick your opponents out, or get into some old-fashioned one-on-one dueling. The theme and aesthetic is really cool as well. I just wish they could have used a more appropriate music track than the one they haphazardly slapped on every battle course in this game. Come on, just play the Luigi's Mansion music on this stage, and then it'd be pretty much perfect. Number 2, Pipe Plaza. Oh look, they brought back the best battle course from Double Dash. Awesome. It's just as excellent and hectically fun as it was there. Pretty much the only fully intact remake of something from Double Dash in this entire game. And number 1, Block Forts. Oh look, they brought back the best battle course from 64, and pretty much the entire series. Awesome. It's bizarre how bad so many of the retro race course selections in this game were, and yet, They picked the literal 2 best options ever to bring back for battle mode. You'd think they might have felt obligated to sprinkle some Super Mario Kart shit in there. But you know what? I'm not complaining. Block Fort isn't quite as good aesthetically, but otherwise, pick a fort to become king of and get ready for some of the most fun you can possibly have with your friends playing a Mario Kart game. There's no required teams or time limit bullshit. The only thing you're missing from 64 is turning into a bomb car when you die. But you know what? It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Shout out to Block Fort for being the pinnacle of battle course design in every universe. And also, shout out to Surfshark VPN for funding my videos where I get to spread the good word of Block Fort to the masses. You're welcome. Anyway, yeah, Surfshark VPN time. With Surfshark, you can trick your browser into thinking you're in another country, thus allowing you to access exclusive Netflix content you couldn't get otherwise. I know Figure 8 Circuit is the region of the Mushroom Kingdom that gets the most riveting content on streaming services, but with Surfshark, you don't need to physically travel there to see it all. Just watch it from, I don't know, wherever you live. Yoshi Falls for all I know. Plus, use its Surfshark alert system to get alerts anytime your email address or password is compromised. Surfshark Alert scans various databases of leaked information and notifies its users if their data is found so they can take action, which is an absolutely invaluable feature. Surfshark is also totally unlimited, meaning you can use it on as many devices as you like, even all at the same time. No other VPN allows this. Go to surfshark.deal/Rillis and enter promo code RILLIS to get 83% off and 3 extra months of Surfshark VPN for free. It's an amazing deal, and it's even better because it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you're not satisfied, you can cancel during those 30 days and get your money back. If you're looking for a great VPN, there's no reason not to give Surfshark a try. Once again, head to surfshark.deal/Rillis and enter the promo code RILLIS. Have a great time with Surfshark VPN.
Look at that pale skin. He's been living in his brother's shadow for too long.
I may not have enjoyed the inclusion of Peach Circuit, but you know what? I can give GBA Luigi Circuit a pass. I liked it in Super Circuit, and I like it here. I think the rain effect weirdly isn't as pronounced in this version as it is on the GBA, but it makes up for that with a far more ominous and stormy looking background. Gameplay wise, it's pretty much the same, except now it's in a game that controls better, so that's cool. Fun puddles to dodge, good turns, a unique atmosphere. I definitely didn't expect it to crack the top half of the list going in, but yeah, it just remains a surprisingly solid and fun time. They really didn't butcher any aspect of it, which is miraculous for a Mario Kart DS retro course.
What inspired you to build a second castle right next door to the original?
I'm pretty sure Bowser Castle 2 was my least favorite of the GBA Bowser's Castles. Honestly, I'm too lazy to check. Does it even matter? Who cares? Well, it turns out it's a lot easier to appreciate when it doesn't have 3 siblings to compete with. There's a Succession reference in there somewhere, I just know it. Great atmosphere and rockin' music. But it's the abundance of ramps that really does it for me here. I know a lot of people say that ramps just feel hollow in games without trick systems, and usually I agree, but there's something about these ones, where they give you the perfect amount of distance to get over these tiny lava pits, that really satisfies me. It's just kinda fun. Plus, it's night and day how interesting this course is compared to the Super Nintendo tracks and GBA Peach Circuit. Not all flat tracks are bad, who would have guessed?
Nothing's out of reach, we got the backyard beach.
Cheap Cheap Beach is like the perfect standard quality level for a course. It's basically the textbook definition of good, without doing anything to be very exceptional, nor doing anything to actively piss me off. There's a decent level of variety in the terrain, from the boardwalk to the beach to the jungle sections. You can cut corners along the shoreline, there's crabs to dodge. It pretty much fills all the standard requirements for a course that's decent, and not much more. I really don't have anything more to say. I'm just pretty proud of the courses in this game that aren't terrible. So good for Cheap Cheap Beach. It earned this spot.
You want to play Mushroom Bridge later?
Yeah, I mean, like, Mushroom Bridge is definitely the least ruined of the bastardized boys from Double Dash. Still clearly inferior to how it was before, with the biggest L having to be the removal of the bridge shortcuts. That's like half the appeal of the course gone right there. But like, I don't know, there's still cars, the road is around the same size, the music is still great despite being horribly compressed. Ultimately, it's still a good course that I enjoy racing on, even if it evokes such tragic feelings of remorse whenever I think about what we used to have. And I know everyone talks about the Wiggler bus getting removed, but I find it weirder that there was a Moo Moo Farm truck in Double Dash that was taken out for DS, despite the fact that Moo Moo Farm is in DS, but not Double Dash. Maybe they figured having the actual Moo Moo Farm in this game meant there was no longer a need for this truck boy. But that's stupid. The more Moo Moo Farm, the better, says man who ranked Moo Moo Farm in C tier 2 videos in a row.
Peanut butter chocolate flavor.
Oh hell yeah, they made an actually playable version of Choco Mountain. Finally! Don't get me wrong, the course is still a bit narrow, which makes it somewhat tricky to drift at points. But for the most part, this version finally allows me to enjoy the fun layout, iconic music, and exquisitely delicious aesthetic of my beloved Choco Mountain. Plus, it's a lot harder to fall off the edge at that one part and get sent backwards on the track. Like, you have to actively be trying to do that here, instead of the N64 version where it's the status quo. So yeah, I heckin' love Choco Mountain. And this time for more reasons other than it being nice to look at and listen to.
Country road.
Shroom Ridge is kind of a deceptively lovable course. It looks really plain and boring from the outset, but once you start racing on it, it reveals itself to be a super enjoyable time. You take all sorts of turns that are great to drift on, while also making sure to dodge all the cars going back and forth on this windy country road. Many people have said before that it reminds them of going on a road trip. And yeah, absolutely. There are so many roads in real life that match up perfectly with the vibes this one is going for. Every time I'm on a road between a big hill and a cliff, I just think, no way, I'm on Shroom Ridge. It's just very pleasant, making up for some pretty standard aesthetics with a great layout, fun obstacles, and one stellar music track. Anyway, we're now at the top 10, which conveniently enough is where the A tier tracks start. Let's see what we got.
Twitter stinks. I'm leaving.
Wario Stadium is the developers taking a look at the embarrassment with the same name on the N64 and saying, okay, that was a funny joke, but let's actually make a real course this time. This track is loaded with exciting boosts, ramps, and fire bars you gotta do your best to dodge. All as you listen to the great music that totally doesn't remind you of a better track in this game. I like the part with the speed boosts spaced out by mud, because if you don't hit all of them, you're at significant risk of slowing down considerably thanks to this icky mud-like goop. It adds a bit of challenge that I can appreciate. And the same goes for making sure you hit these ramps at the right angle so you don't go off-road or hit the fire bars. It's a sufficiently challenging course that I can't get enough of. Plus, I like the fact that the walls are the same color as Flan. What can I say? I'm a simple man. Flan course is awesome course. One last thing before I move on, I just want to draw your attention to the fact that this track is ranked number 10. And it's also the weakest course in this game's Special Cup. Literally, the entire Special Cup in Mario Kart DS is in the top 10 tracks of the whole game. So, I don't want to see any debates over which game has the best Special Cup. Got it?
Lolly-loo-lay-low. Lolly-loo-lay-low.
If there's one thing Mario Kart DS was great at, it was making awesome references to other Mario games through its tracks. And Luigi's Mansion is no exception. Not only does it nail the spooky atmosphere of its source game, but it even provides us with ample fan service as we get to see portrait ghosts adorning the walls of the mansion. Now that's epic. But then there's the fact that only like 20% of this course takes place inside the mansion itself. Most of it is this semi-original muddy forest area outside, and like, it's not bad, it doesn't overstay its welcome. The graveyard of walking trees are especially cool, but the overabundance of mud in this course does kind of give me war flashbacks to Choco Island too. Hey, look at that! The course is tapping into my worst fear. I guess it is a great horror-themed track. Yeah, it could be stronger and more connected to the titular mansion, but I think it's still a definite standout in this game that I really enjoy. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this weird dream I had. Basically, in my dream, Nintendo announced this course was coming back for the Booster Course Pass, but for some reason, they were trying to pretend that it originated in Tor, so they renamed it Boston Building. Honestly, that sounds amazing. I hope I can play it sometime soon. I think think from now on, I'm just gonna call this course Boston Building. Can't wait for someone to click on my Mario Kart 7 ranking without seeing this one, and just get extremely confused when I get to this course. If they leave a comment on my Mario Kart 7 ranking asking why I called it Boston Building, it is your civic duty as a viewer of this video to reply with Zoo Wee Mama. That'll show them.
Whoa! Is this heaven?
And the award for best retro track in the game, by far, goes to Sky Garden. Considering how generally awful the retro selection here was, it's honestly kind of miraculous that they picked the best course from Super Circuit to bring back, instead of like Yoshi Desert or some shit. And you'd think a flat course like this wouldn't really have the same appeal in a game with real courses, but miraculously, it's still the same standout it was on the GBA. The layout is fun, and there's an abundance of ramps for you to take shortcuts and cut corners on. That, combined with the enhanced majesty of the music and aesthetics, make this easily the best version of Sky Garden out there. The fact that it's this low on my list just goes to show the incredibly high standard for courses in this game. But I think it's also a testament to just how strong this course is that it managed to break into the top 10 as a retro GBA track. Pretty impressive, not gonna lie. I can't wait to see what they do with it in the future. It's gonna be great, right? Right?
Welcome to the sun-drenched tropical paradise of Isle Delfino.
Delfino Square is just awesome. As I said before, this is easily one of the Mario Kart courses I would most want to live in. It's welcoming and inviting, while also providing some satisfying alternate paths to take and shortcuts to pull off. The music is unbelievably cozy, and the vibes are absolutely immaculate. I also like how unique it is compared to the rest of Isle Delfino. It feels like it could exist within Sunshine's setting, and yet it also holds up on its own. I also really like the shirts hanging on these clotheslines, even though I have no idea who they belong to since Piantas don't wear those kind of shirts. Or any shirts at all. This is truly one of the most prominent unsolved mysteries of any Nintendo game, and I will dedicate the rest of my life to getting to the bottom of it.
You planted grass? Grass?
Eagle-eyed viewers might notice that in my Mario Kart Wii video, I actually ranked Delfino Square higher than Peach Gardens. But here we are in their original game, and I actually prefer Peach Gardens ever so slightly. Why? Well, I had to deduct points from DS Delfino Square because you can't do tricks on the drawbridge, and that's kind of the most epic thing ever. Meanwhile, there's no tricks in the DS or Wii version of Peach Gardens. Plus, the colors are a lot prettier in the DS version somehow, so yeah. DS Peach Gardens supremacy. Even though the Mario Kart 8 version is probably the best one. Okay, I gotta get off the tangent train now. Gorgeous track with lovely music and a lot of shortcut opportunities through these flower beds. I love weaving in and out of the hedges and avoiding the chomps. The music and aesthetic are lovely. It's a course with a deceptive amount of things going on in spite of how simplistic it looks at first glance. But it absolutely earned its place in the Special Cup because it is unbelievably special. I remember playing a friend's copy of Mario Kart DS when I was like 9, and this course really stuck out in my mind as being one of my favorites. Then I unlocked it on Wii and was like, oh cool, I can play this one again. Then I proceeded to grow up with Wii and pretty much forget all about DS until I bought it on the Wii U Virtual Console like 10 years later or something. Bottom line is, I've cared about Peach Gardens for longer than you can possibly know. It's a surprisingly fantastic course, and I definitely don't mind its inclusion in almost all future Mario Kart titles.
You make a loop-de-loop and pull.
What was the first course in Mario Kart history to have anti-gravity? Oh, that would be the first course in Mario Kart 8. So, Mario Kart Stadium, right? No, dumbass. It was Rainbow Road on the DS. Get real. I love the fact that the developer said, oh, anti-gravity hasn't been invented yet? You, we're making a loop-de-loop anyway. Have you ever watched the map screen when you go on that loop? Because that shit goes crazy. Oh yeah, and the rest of the track slaps too. I feel like this is probably the most underrated Rainbow Road of the bunch. Like, no, it's not quite on the same level as Wii's or 7's, but it definitely deserves to be talked about more as a really great one. The layout is strong, it's sufficiently challenging without being overbearingly difficult, and god, those twists are just so satisfying to drive on. It really captures the essence of what a Rainbow Road should be. sticking out from the rest of the tracks in the game in a really cool and unique way. And the music's wonderful because it's Rainbow Road. That probably goes without saying. Showtime! Bowser Castle. Okay, seriously, what is with this series going back and forth between Bowser and Bowser's Castle? Yeah, just pick one. Pick one. Anyway, yeah, this is easily one of the best Bowser's Castles in the whole series. I think it stands right up there with the N64 one as being one of my all-time favorites. What do you do when limitations prevent you from having a giant mechanical Bowser statue? I don't know, you do something original for a change. This one relies on an abundance of moving parts to make your journey feel as precarious as possible. There's a large gear Bowser probably stole from TikTok Clock, shifting rectangles towards the end, and my personal favorite detail, the big spinny cylinder. I love this thing so much. And not to brag or anything, but I've literally never fallen off of it once in my life. I don't even know what's down there. I'm just too good at video games to find out, I guess. But having a track with multiple routes of progression is always cool, as are the tight turns, stellar music, and an abundantly oppressive atmosphere that all come together to embody one of the greatest and most complete feeling Bowser's Castles in the entire series. I want all the courses in this archetype to come back as retro tracks, but it is a federal crime that this one in particular hasn't. I guess Mario Circuit was more important. Thanks, Booster Course Pass. Love you.
Airship Slice!
Yeah, I mean, Airship Fortress is a classic for a reason. This stunning and intense tribute to those classic levels from Super Mario Bros. 3 has endured for years as a fan favorite. Between the pesky moles, shifting fire bars, loose crates, and that stellar opening part where you're racing against a barrage of bullet bills. Oh man, this one just has it all. The music is ominous, but in a playful, almost taunting way. I like the part where you get launched to the other tower, mainly because in most other games, there's either a glider that pops out of your cart, or an animation of your character flailing around during this cannon cruise. But here, you just stay perfectly still. The only part of this course I'm not super keen on is this last big turn in the final tower. I don't know, it's a bit of an empty last stretch of the course. It could use some sort of obstacle perhaps, but that's a nitpick, because wow, this course goes hard in every other area. But there's still two absolute S-tier courses I need to talk about. So let's see what they are. You know, it's kind of funny how the detail on the Mario Kart 8 version of TikTok Clock makes the original DS iteration look like an unfinished beta version. No shit! It's also funny how said unfinished beta-ass looking version is nonetheless an S-tier course, and my second favorite in the entire game. I mean, holy shit, this course has so much going for it. Starting with the theme. How often do you see a direct Mario Kart adaptation of a stage from one of the main platformers? It's honestly pretty rare, which makes this Mario 64 homage an absolute treat. It's even more direct of a tribute than Airship Fortress, which is based on a level theme from Bros 3, but it isn't quite as specific as this direct 64 parallel. Even without the reference, you're racing inside a clock.
Well, I've heard of racing the clock, but this is ridiculous.
That's just a cool concept on its own, with an on-point aesthetic and a ton of horizontal and vertical shifting gears. They fit the theme and provide a ton of crucial decisions to make regarding where you should be driving. Which way are the gears turning and which way will slow me down? Am I gonna bump into this pendulum? Can I hit these boost panels without getting struck by the spinning clock hands? There's just so much at play with this course. It's easily one of the most dynamic tracks the series had ever seen at this point, and I've never had a single race on it that wasn't a complete blast. The music is kinda average, not bad at all, but not outstanding. And that's really the only bad thing I can say about this course. It deserves to be remembered as one of DS's crowning achievements. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go give the gold crown to the same course everyone else gives it to. Yeah, I mean, like, come on. There were no other options for number 1. Waluigi Pinball remains the absolute GOAT from Mario Kart DS. It just does everything right, sporting one of the most unique concepts for any track in the entire series, a psychedelic cavalcade of bright neon colors, special item roulette sound effects that only play on this course, and a plethora of bumpers, flippers, and pesky pinballs to dodge. I was admittedly a doubter when I first gave this course a go in its Mario Kart 7 iteration. Not because of any changes specific to that version. Nah, I just found it annoying whenever I was blindsided by pinballs I had no chance of seeing. I just didn't see the appeal of that. But I was a fool. That extra element that forces you to plan out your route far ahead of time, whether you're racing down the metallic track against a ball in the center lane, or you're on the floor where the balls are traveling every which way with no rhyme or reason, you always need to be on your toes. And if you pay enough attention, you can formulate an optimal route in your mind that usually differs between each lap. That's what I call a dynamic course. It just feels so alive, like you're always jolted awake by this candy-coated thrill ride. The turns are sharp and satisfying, the music is relentlessly energetic, the essence of Waluigi can be felt in every inch of this debaucherous wonderland. This is undoubtedly the crown jewel of Mario Kart DS, my favorite course in this entire game. So yeah, overall, an excellent installment in the series, with a mostly amazing selection of brand new tracks, and an extremely mixed selection of retros, with more duds there than winners. Well, no more ambiguity. I'm just gonna tell you straight up that next time, I'm gonna be taking a look at Mario Kart 7, which is kinda sorta the inverse of DS. The brand new tracks in that game are a bit of a mixed bag, with plenty of bangers, but also quite a few duds. But the retros, oh baby, the retro tracks in Mario Kart 7. That'll be exciting. See you then. Good night, Tri-State area. Funding for Shaperillis is provided by Squarespace, the sponsor of today's video. Mario Kart 7. Yeah, remember that one? It existed. Much like Wii, I have a lot of nostalgia for it as I played it a ton when I was younger. But there's definitely a reason why it's often considered one of the most forgettable entries in the series. Double Dash has 2 characters per kart and insane handling. DS has mission mode and custom emblems for your kart. Wii has the most insane item balancing in the series, bikes, and Funky Kong. 7 has... it introduced gliding, underwater driving, and kart customization. You know, all those things that 8 also has. So what reason is there to go back to 7 exactly? Honey Queen? Is that the only thing 7 has that never came back in anything else? Okay, enough bitching. How are the courses? Well, dear viewer, we're in for quite a treat. Actually, even though 7 is often neglected by Mario Kart fans and historians alike, the joke's on them, because it arguably has what is on average the best selection of courses in the entire series. 8 obviously has the most volume and variety, but it also has plenty of stinkers, especially with the booster course pass factored in. But 7's roster of tracks is miraculously solid, with no outright awful courses among them. How is this possible? I mean, spoilers, but it doesn't really have the most impressive selection of new courses compared to other games in the series. None of them are terrible, obviously, but most aren't amazing. Well, my friends, this is where the magic of Mario Kart 7 Retro comes in. Holy shit, they cooked with these courses. They brought back fan favorites from every game in the series except Super Circuit and crafted one of the most insane course lists in all of Mario Kart. I guess they finally caught on to which courses the fan base adores, because pretty much all of them are here. This is 7's big claim to fame. The thing that made it stand out from any other game in the series. Until the Booster Course Pass completely stole its thunder and brought most of these back. Sorry, 7, but that's okay. Let's enjoy the 11 years of bliss when this was the best selection of courses in Mario Kart, and go ahead and rank them all. This was easily the hardest time I've had with any of these course rankings, because again, look at the mountains of gold I'm working with. My ranking constantly changed on an almost daily basis, but I think I've settled on an order that I'll be pretty confident in for a week or so. Then it'll probably change again. Oh well, this video's gotta come out sometime, so let's do it. Starting with the C tier. Yep, that's right, there's no D tiers. That's how good, on average, the tracks we're working with are. So let's jump on in.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Once again, there's no outright awful courses in Mario Kart 7, but ultimately, someone had to be on the bottom, and I don't think anyone would argue against the relative lameness of N64 Luigi Raceway. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just, when a game has this strong of a retro selection, a remade course that's just doing the bare minimum is gonna stick out in a bad way. You're able to race on these bleachers on the right now, a feature I never use. Aside from that, the hot air balloon, tunnel, jumbotron, all of that is still there. But there's nothing really special or updated about this course compared to the N64 version. I ranked it towards the middle of the pack in that game since the tricky controls there gave a lot more value to the simpler tracks. But here, this game has intuitive controls and you can glide on a Super Nintendo track now. What exactly is a faithful recreation of N64 Luigi Raceway supposed to offer me? Again, not bad, but not a single person's favorite track in this game.
I mean, what is the here? Underwater? It's boring!
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who doesn't rank Cheep Cheep Lagoon as the worst brand new course in Mario Kart 7. This one only exists as a tutorial on how to drive underwater. It's just like regular driving, except slower. There are some hills and clams for you to trick off of, and the optional narrow glider path towards the end is kinda neat, I guess. Otherwise though, yeah, this one kinda blows. It's insanely short, and it's one of very few Mario Kart courses that doesn't feel authentic or inspired. It really just feels like, here is the course with a shit ton of water so you can see how cool the underwater gimmick is. And like, you know you can show that gimmick off and also have cool track design with a unique theme, right? Yeah, there's a reason I never really see anyone clamoring for this course's return. It's a massive step down from its big brother Cheep Cheep Beach, and I probably devoted more thought to it in this ranking segment than you have in the past 12 years.
It's Toad Circuit!
Yeah, Toad Circuit! Fuck yeah! I mentioned in a previous video that my friends and I are ironically obsessed with Toad Circuit because it's one of the lamest possible choices Nintendo could have put in the Booster Course Pass. But we're not here to talk about that version today. That one is Toad Circuit! This one is Toad Circuit. You know, it's fine. It's a basic bitch starter course. There's not really much to say. I like the Toad balloons. I like the fact that this is the prettiest version of Toad Circuit that exists. Overall, it does a good job of easing new players into a race, while also having a glider ramp to try out, and a couple shortcut opportunities towards the end. For a baby course, it's not devoid of fun. But at the same time, yeah, let's be real, it's not ranking any higher than this. How about I pull up my handy dandy starter course ranking sheet to see where it stacks up on there, though. Let's see. Last time I appointed Figure 8 Circuit the greatest starter course in history solely because of Patrick's ironic enjoyment for it. I guess I could do the same with this one. Oh wait, no, never mind. This is just Toad Circuit, not Toad Circuit! So I gotta be legit with this one. It goes under Double Dash Luigi Circuit and Luigi Raceway, but above GBA Peach Circuit and Luigi Circuit Wii. This was a stupid fucking idea. Why am I still keeping a ranking of these?
Build you from his castle.
How is this the third Mario Kart game in a row to bring back a GBA Bowser's Castle course? You guys know that Super Circuit had other courses, right? Like, cool courses with unique themes that would greatly benefit from a remake, especially in this game that was dedicated to bringing back fan favorites from across the series. But no, they did Super Circuit so dirty here, only giving it one retro course. GBA Bowser Castle 1.
The simplest and shortest out of all the Bowser's castles. Thanks. I don't know, it has cool music and plenty of thwomps to dodge. Plus, I really like this new optional glider that just lets you soar over these ramps. For the most part, though, it's painfully forgettable. I don't know why this series did such a poor job of representing Super Circuit until the DLC of Mario Kart 8 finally made them remember, oh yeah, that game had some good-ass courses. We'll get there soon enough. Neo Bowser City is one of those base-breaking courses where half the fan base loves it and the other half can't stand its fake ass. And I am firmly on the side of the haters with this one. This has always been a very boring and unspecial course to me. It has good turns, but that's just about all it has. The atmosphere here just feels more tacky than cool. Like it gives me the same vibes as Metroid Prime Federation Force. The rain effect doesn't really add much, and the music is also pretty forgettable. It's not the worst thing in the world, but like, if I wanted to play a mostly pretty flat course with barely any of the features afforded by modern track design incorporated into it, I would just boot up Super Circuit.
Bowser!
Yep. 3 Bowser courses in a row. This is just not his game. I honestly didn't think it was possible to mess up a Bowser's Castle track this badly. But, 7 found a way. It's just a mess, consisting of all sorts of random elements that don't mesh well at all. Every Bowser's Castle has a distinct, memorable element to it. Double Dash, Wii, and 8 all had a giant mechanical Bowser doing different things to the track each time. DS had that spinny tube you got to stay on. N64 had a legitimately creepy atmosphere with bizarre, unexplained garden areas, and Marty! What does this one have? It also has a spinny tube. Just a much shorter and less memorable one. There's a random underwater section, which, like, how are there lava geysers underwater? What's going on? Then there's some easily avoidable cracks in the road, and a big glider section, and then it's over. To be fair, the best part of this track is probably the glider part. It's fun to go through this big goalpost and choose where you land back on the ground for the second and third laps. But that's pretty much it. This track is really just a collection of half-baked ideas that don't coalesce, and which ultimately ends way too soon. It's super short, and it feels even shorter because none of it sticks in your mind once it's over. It's not awful, but right now, it's the only real contender for being my least favorite Bowser's Castle in the entire series. Maybe it'll have some competition when I play Super Mario Kart, but yeah. In my honest opinion, a baffling misfire for what's otherwise an incredibly solid series of tracks. Like, why is this part of the castle flooded? Did he just forget to pay the plumbing bill? Someone please explain this nonsense. Daisy Hills wins the only marginally better than Toad Circuit award. I swear to God, this might just be the worst Mushroom Cup in the entire series. This track isn't terrible. It's kind of the gliding tutorial that gives you a really cool opportunity to fly to different areas. I like the optional ramps on these houses, but other than that, it's pretty short and forgettable. The mountain goats are a cute obstacle, and I like all these hot air balloons, but man, am I struggling to think of any real reason to play this course. It's serviceable enough, and that's the best thing I can really say about it. This game did not mess around with the DS track selection. It is all bangers all the time. What the fuck is that one? Oh yeah, DK Pass, the course that I always forget exists in DS, and the one that I always forget exists here. Did they miss the memo that these were all supposed to be fan favorites? Who invited my man Blood, bro think he on the team? Yeah, I don't know, my thoughts are pretty much unchanged from the DS version. It's a fine enough snow course with a nice added glider and pretty music, but it's still the weakest DK track, and one of the bottom 3 retro courses in this game. Which, like, the fact that I'm saying that about a course whose biggest problem is that it's just kind of forgettable is insane. I cannot stress enough that 7's retro selection popped the f*** off. Anyway, we're now moving on to the B tiers. Some good ass courses, starting with... Alright, I know some of you might think this is a bit of a sneak, but believe me, no one hates generic flat SNES retro courses more than I do. So when I tell you the 3DS version of SNES Mario Circuit 2 is actually pretty decent, you know I'm telling the truth. Yeah, it's short and relatively uneventful, but the layout of this course does allow you to hold insanely long drifts, which is pretty neat, and there's plenty of opportunities to boost through the sand with mushrooms. Oh, and not sure if this is worth mentioning, but there's also a big glider segment segment. Yeah, this edition is easily the star of the show for this remake. The original version of this course had a massive jump, so naturally that's the SNES track you would want to adapt to the game with gliding in it. And it's a damn cool adaptation. I love flying over this last turn, and especially getting some extra airtime by tricking off this giant, pulsating yellow line. It's satisfying and a fun update to an archaic archetype. I'm a simple man. I think flying is cool. End of story. Also, as an aside that doesn't really affect the ranking, here's a really cool video about the insane shortcuts available on this course. Check it out if you got the time. Whoa. So, out of all the Nitro courses on this list, the one that I labored over the position of the most was probably Ice World. I don't know what to make of this course. The track design is decent, I don't know. There's a cool curve towards the beginning and a nice section where you choose between driving on the ice or underwater. It's not bad or anything, just kinda bland and not necessarily Rosalina themed outside of the very end where you see Comet Observatory domes on the sidelines. It just feels off. Like, why couldn't these domes have been incorporated into the course itself? I feel like Rosalina as a character just has the potential for much richer track design than this. But let's be totally fair here. The characters whose names are on the track can be somewhat arbitrary and not really mean anything. But even so, if you took Daisy out of the cruiser or Waluigi out of the pinball, you're left with some cool ass tracks that have very unique themes and layouts. Meanwhile, I feel like being tied to Rosalina is kind of all this track has. You take her name out and it's just an ice world. It really makes you start to realize that nothing much is going on here thematically outside of the tenuous connections to Mario Galaxy and its most popular character. Ultimately, it's not bad or frustrating to race on, which I guess is kind of a miracle for an ice course, but it's just kinda bland. Even the music sounds forgettable and it doesn't even attempt to incorporate any Galaxy motifs. It's just generic ice track song. I don't know, could be a lot worse, but could be a hell of a lot better.
Our princess, though, is in another castle.
Mario Circuit in this game is fine, it's decent, it's whatever. I feel like a lot of people soy out over this one because, oh, you can go in the castle. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty cool. There's also pretty cherry blossoms, some pipes that shoot air for you to get glide time, a big pipe for you to trick off of. Like, yeah, it does the best with what it can do, while also having to adhere to the curse of being a Mario Circuit track. It can't go too crazy or too special, but yeah, for what it is, it's pretty solid. One of the better Mario Circuit tracks in the series, but I don't think that's saying a whole lot.
Fire, 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 fire!
Rock, Rock Mountain, or Alpine Pass. Take your pick, the name is boring either way. Much like Cheep Cheep Beach in Mario Kart DS, I feel like this is the textbook definition of a good course that doesn't do too much to stand out besides that. The best aspect of this track is how it uses the glider. It's probably one of the best courses in the game in that regard. You get some insane airtime from this section towards the middle, and it's a blast. Same goes for the section right after the finish line, where on laps 2 and 3, you can glide right past some of the opening turns. It's a really liberating feeling. Going up the mountain and dodging boulders is pretty fun too. So yeah, overall this course sounds pretty great. What's wrong with it? Well, the theme. Obviously, gameplay reigns supreme, and this one does have good gameplay, but I honestly almost always forget about it solely because of how generic it all feels. I mean, look at those mountains in the background. Those are damn New Super Mario Bros. Mountains. I know we were in the thick of those games when this course first came out, but nowadays, looking at it, it's like, wow, grass and rocks. What a riveting course theme.
Grass!
The music hasn't really stuck with me either. It's a good course, like I said, just not one I ever really want to revisit all that much. A great showcase for the glider, not a great showcase for anything else, really.
It's an entry ticket for the Bazaar!
Shy Guy Bazaar is the best the Mushroom Cup has to offer. It's good, and that's about it. I think the aspect of this course that's really special is the theme, combining Arabian Nights with little touches from Super Mario Bros. 2. It's a really cool idea. The music is nice as well. I enjoy flying past Shy Guys on magic carpets and going through this bazaar. And the actual track layout is... Yeah, the actual gameplay of this course isn't particularly memorable or special to me. It's decent enough, but overall the theme carries this one hard. It's like the opposite of Rock Rock Mountain. It would be cool to see it back in a future Mario Kart game, but I'm not really losing sleep over its absence.
The rainbow connection.
connection.
SNES Rainbow Road was the perfect choice to end this game's retro selection, but that doesn't make the track itself perfect. It's pretty looking and it has some nice new additions like this ramp in that one middle split section, but I can't be the only one really underwhelmed by the tiny ass shockwaves the thwomps make, right? You're supposed to be able to trick off of them, but doing so is pretty unsatisfying, honestly. I guess it's better than no shockwaves at all, but yeah, this edition could be better, and it will be in the next game, but we'll get to that another time. Overall, this is still a really good course with lovely music and atmosphere. It's lost a bit of the difficulty luster that it had in the old days, but I don't mind too much. It's nice, and if they have to fill some of these spots with Super Nintendo courses, this is definitely one of the most worthwhile picks.
I think I'm cheating.
Maka Woohoo tries to recapture the same magic as Woohoo Loop, but falls a bit short. Truth be told, I don't even know why we needed 2 Woohoo Island courses. You could have just kept it at the one course and then the battle map. But Maka Woohoo's here anyway, and while it's mostly solid, the first 2 sections don't do much to justify its existence. Driving through the waterfall cave and by the castle is cool, but when the course is named after the island's volcano, you're kinda setting us up for disappointment by not letting us drive through said volcano. That was the coolest part of the island flyover mode in Wii Sports Resort, and it could have been the coolest part of this Mario Kart course. But nope, no lava for you, sorry. While that's a bummer, the 3rd section does at least justify the existence of this course with its ending. This killer glide along the beachfront. One of the longest glides in the entire game. It's pretty exciting, and the track has great atmosphere taking place at sunset as Wii Sports Resort sunset, but it'll do. Overall, a really good track that just kind of exists in Woohoo Loop's shadow. But did Woohoo Loop have an exploit that allowed players online to jump into the water and skip the entire 2nd section, thus making it so this was the only course people picked online since they could cheat and win the game until Nintendo patched it? Good times. Good times. Speaking of good times, I had those on the A tier courses, so let's talk about them. Can't believe I'm saying this, considering how I found the GameCube version of Dino Dino Jungle to be kinda mid, but this 3DS version just does it for me for some reason. They widened the bridge parts, making them a lot less frustrating, started offering tons of trick opportunities on the various geysers, and perhaps best of all, added in glider segments. These enhance the course immensely because now you can just fly past the dinosaur's head in any direction you choose, and it feels so much more dynamic and exciting than it did in the Double Dash version. It's crazy how a plethora of little changes here and there can change a somewhat weak course into a wonderful standout. Okay, now
It's more than just the makeup. Be unstoppable. Perfect for your day-to-day. It's smooth, it's flawless, it lasts all day and night. Skintific, wear your confidence.
Hai, halo semuanya. Saya Joe yang sudah nyaman bolak-balik ke luar negeri.
Sombong amat.
Santai dong. Anda mau dibikin nyaman? Sorry mbak, bukan sama saya. Tapi sama My BCA.
Now it's halftime. You know what that means. Let's dive into battle mode. It's exactly like Mario Kart Wii's, but this time you can choose not to play with teams. That alone makes this at least 37 times better than Wii's. It's a functional enough battle mode that isn't bad, but also isn't really great. With pretty standard iterations of Balloon Battle and Coin Runners, you could do a lot worse, but it's nowhere near on the same level as 64 or DS. Maybe if you could turn off the timer and make Balloon Battle elimination based, it would be better. I don't know. And also maybe if you made it so 10 coins wasn't the maximum amount you could get in Coin Runners, then that mode would be better. You know, maybe. But I think another factor that makes this battle mode pretty forgettable is the courses. There's only 6, and I wouldn't exactly call most of them standouts. Number 6, GBA Battle Course 1, the worst and most boring battle course from Super Circuit. Oh goody. It's still boring, and there are now pointless moles and a pointless ramp in the center. ordered. At least the music is good. Number 5, Sherbet Rink. It's so forgettable that initially in the script I accidentally just called it Sherbet Land. Now that's embarrassing. It's made of annoying slippery ice and the obstacles are practically worthless. It's just a big icy circle. Riveting. At least it looks pretty. Number 4, DS Palm Shore. Okay, it's a little bit better than it was in DS since the addition of underwater driving lets you go anywhere at any time now. And hiding under the water can be fun. But theme-wise, it's still got nothing going on. Wow, it's a beach. That's crazy. Number 3, N64 Big Donut. It's inherently improved by having 8 players now, rather than the original 4. So there's more use for the big empty spaces the map originally had. And there are temporary glider ramps that get you from one side to the other. A pretty fun way to escape someone on your tail. Still not mind-blowing, but it wins the Most Improved award out of all the retro battle tracks in this game. Number 2, Honeybee Hive. Now we're getting into the really good stuff. Honey Queen kinda sorta gets her own battle map, which is aesthetically and thematically pleasing. Tons of rooms to traverse through and hide in, a general air of franticness thanks to the music, bees, and honey traps. It's got it all. Basically the new Twilight House, except bee theme. Sounds like a banger to me. And number 1, Woohoo Town. Is anyone surprised? An inspired choice with so many landmarks, places to run and hide, places to duke it out, and it takes place at night to complement the other Woohoo courses being at daytime and sunset respectively. Just outstanding. No notes with this one. It's got an excellent layout for a battle map, and it's an overwhelming source of Wii Sports Resort nostalgia. A winning combo for sure. Overall, 2 great maps, 2 fine ones, 2 I can never remember the existence of. Why didn't they bring back any of the Wii maps? You took my only Mario Kart Wii representation. Now I'm gonna starve. The only thing that can make me feel better now is if I talk about Squarespace, so let's do that. Squarespace is an amazing online website builder that enables you to create beautiful websites for your business or personal hobby. Create your own online store to sell your products. Whether they be physical, digital, or service products, you better believe Squarespace has the tools you need to start selling online. Hop on in with one of their professional website templates, with designs for every category and use case. Then make it your own by customizing the design, updating content, and adding whichever features you need. Any Squarespace template can do anything you want, allowing your idea, brand, or business to stand out. And on any device too. You can even host video content using Squarespace, organizing your video library, showing off your content on beautiful video pages, and selling access to exclusive videos with member areas. The possibilities are near limitless. Check out squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/ShayFrillis to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
My ship sails in the morning.
You are without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna be totally honest, you guys. I think we've all been sleeping on Wario Shipyard, and I'm including myself in that, because for years I just thought it was kinda lame and whatever. It's not a particularly talked about course within the fandom, and while nobody outright dislikes it, nobody's bending over backwards to gush about it for days on end. But maybe they should. This sunken boatyard is such a great concept for a course, and they really commit to the theme. Nearly half the place is flooded, there are anchor obstacles, you shoot yourself out of a stationary ship's cannon, and the whole place is Wario colored. Mustn't forget that. It makes for such a unique look for what could have been a very drab looking track. On top of that, it's so varied in terms of its elevation. So many inclined turns and a near vertical ship segment that's just begging to have anti-gravity on it. It feels haphazard and treacherous, but in a way that's purposeful since it matches the theme of an abandoned graveyard for ships. Plus, one of the ships has minecarts from Wario's gold mine on it. I really like that detail. I think this is kind of a surprise banger that more people should really be talking about. The one thing that's not stellar is the music. For the life of me, I could not tell you what course this is from if I just heard it on its own. But otherwise, yeah, it's a damn great course. Who knew?
Man, I spent hours of my life stomping.
N64 Koopa Beach. Excuse me, it was called Koopa Troopa Beach originally, but I guess as a trade-off for losing the Troopa in its name, now the big rock formation actually looks like a damn Koopa Troopa. How nifty. Aside from that, this is easily the retro track that benefits the most from the addition of underwater driving. Now you're encouraged to go down there with coins instead of running the risk of drowning if you go too deep.
Plus, you can glide into that shortcut tunnel now, but only if you have a mushroom and only if the tide is low enough for you to reach the ramp. It's a very neat change that, on top of the underwater additions, make this course feel so much more dynamic and a great fit for 7's mechanics. They made an already banger course even banger, and I couldn't be happier.
Slide to the left.
Piranha Plant Slide is such an obvious concept for a course that I'm shocked it wasn't done sooner. Taking inspiration from the classic underground levels from Super Mario Bros., even going so far as to integrate their theme into its own music in a really exciting way. This course is consistently a blast. I love dodging the piranha plants and blue Goombas, it makes good use of underwater segments, and gliding on top of the castle at the end to get those coins is super satisfying. It's just an aesthetically and mechanically solid as hell course. Not much more to say than that. The Mario Kart 8 version was better, but you know, that's kind of obvious.
Koopas.
You know, everyone always loves to complain about the nerfs Coconut Mall has received over the years, but to me personally, no Wii course has been consistently butchered quite like Koopa Cape. It seems fine at first glance, the same old classic you all know and love, but with an extra pointless glider. Alright, I'm down for this. But then you go into the fabled underwater tunnel, and this is kinda lame now. In the original, underwater driving didn't exist yet, so they made this see-through aquarium-like tunnel for you to drive through, and it was magical. There was also a stream of rushing water and electric hazards for you to dodge. Yeah, that's all gone in the remake. Now it's basically just any underwater segment in any course. The youngins these days are gonna play it and not realize it was supposed to be special. What a travesty. Anyway, still a really good course. This change isn't enough to kill it. It's just, man, I miss the old Koopa Cape so much.
I've never been to Boston in the pool.
Beli Nivea Men Deep Espresso Deo dengan Max Tech dan Black Carbon, perlindungan 72 jam dan wangi segar berkarakter. Melindungi dan wangi, diskon 20% beli sekarang.
Makasih ya.
Boston in the pool.
Boston building is a bit better and a bit worse than its original iteration. It's better because the mud is a lot more manageable than before, meaning the back half of the track is a lot less annoying to traverse through. Plus they added some optional glider sections, but those don't really make much of a difference. The big tragedy here though is the fact that they removed the portrait ghosts in the building itself and replaced them with generic boos. I mean, the boos move around on the wall, it's actually kind of cool. But the portrait ghosts though! Way to suck out some of the character, jeez.
Get it?
It also just looks a bit less ominous than the original. I mean, that shit really captured the terror of Boston. Whereas here, it's a lot less dark and a lot less accurate. It's like the developers didn't even know what city this was supposed to be based on or something. The music is kind of a bop though. They added a nice beat and it sounds a lot better than the original. I don't know, a mixed bag in terms of the aesthetics, but it is a lot better to race on, so that's what matters most. Good stuff.
Nice car.
Woohoo Loop is just immaculate. Such a novel idea to take one of the coolest settings in any Nintendo game and translate it into Mario Kart. This is technically the first big crossover track before 8 really ran wild with the idea. And it's just so exciting. Seeing all the famous locales I encountered in the island flyover mode, now a part of a racetrack, the bridge, the ruins, the candle lighthouse, it's all wonderful. The music is immaculate, there are tons of hidden glider sections, it's just got the most pleasing vibes imaginable. And this also has the distinction of being the first Mario Kart course to be split into 3 sections rather than laps, which is a wonderful innovation that makes courses feel so much more alive, like you're on an adventure. Yeah, this one deserves all the praise it gets and more. The courses ranked above it are just a little more unique in terms of their themes and obstacles, but I adore this one, and I really hope they bring it back. Seriously, this and Maka Woohoo are the only 3DS courses not in Torque. Could someone please explain why?
Mushroom, mushroom.
Let me tell ya, as a kid, there was no greater mind-blowing moment than playing this game for the first time and getting to experience Mushroom Gorge on a handheld. I was dumbfounded. Like, after 3 years of playing it on the Wii, I was just like, how did they fit this whole course from the TV onto a tiny handheld? Wow, it was nuts. It was also the point in the Shell Cup where the game said, okay, you ate your vegetables with N64 Luigi Raceway and GBA Bowser Castle 1. Now it's time for you to eat nothing but dessert for the rest of the Retro Cups. Truly, it was a wake-up call that Mario Kart 7 was not f***ing around in terms of giving me exactly what I wanted. Anyway, how's the course itself? Still the same Mushroom Gorge as ever for the most part. I never noticed it was missing a shortcut from Wii until 8 Deluxe brought the shortcut back 11 years later, but that's still kind of a shame for the people who miss it. I'll tell you what I miss though, the bouncy look of the mushrooms. While they were still fun from a gameplay perspective, I'm never gonna get over just how flat and boring they look in comparison to Wii. I'm gonna be salty about this forever probably. And while it's super awesome to add a blue mushroom in the final part for you to glide over the gap, it does remove some of the challenge from Wii where you had to bounce your way across no matter what. But gliding is fun, so I don't mind too much. Overall, this is a great recreation of an old classic. It has its issues as a remake, but the original was so good that I gotta rank it pretty high. Daisy Cruiser is faithful to its banger original version, but with the addition of underwater segments that, much like Koopa Beach, feel so seamlessly integrated into the track design that I barely remember what it was like without them. You know that pool at the beginning you had to dodge and double dash? Yeah, who cares? Take a swim now. It's very satisfying, and the same goes for the flooded brig. It's super cool to go down there and see the clams and fish that have taken refuge here, as well as the Miis that are just casually underwater. Are they okay? Are they drowning? Do I need to save them? Like, holy shit. Oh well. A great course with a really unique theme that even manages to surpass the original. Great stuff.
Donkey Kong Escape!
Allow me to regale you all with the tragic tale of Donkey Kong. Back in the 90s, this ape was hot shit. He had a massively successful trilogy on SNES. He even got his own reskinned Banjo-Kazooie game on N64. Life was good for Donkey Kong fans. And then his developers Rare got sold to Microsoft and oh my god! Bongo-controlled rhythm games? Oh my god! A lame-ass peg climbing game? What the fuck? A shitty-ass racing game with terrible Wiimote controls? The 2000s were not good for this ape boy. Then Retro Studios, fresh off the Metroid Prime trilogy, asked Nintendo, hey, what if we made a good Donkey Kong game again? Boom! Donkey Kong Country returns. The monkey is back, baby! Then Retro Studios helped out with Mario Kart 7 and said, hey, what if we took that game we just made and turned it into a Mario Kart course? Boom! DK Jungle. Certified banger. This track has everything. A bouncy flower, tiki enemies, tons of ramps, a cool-ass glider section past these angry rock dudes, the great banana, the great motherfucking banana! And that's not even bringing up how the music masterfully rearranges the main theme of Donkey Kong Country Returns. It's the perfect marriage of fun, varied track design and an awesome visual theme, brimming with fan service for a pretty cool-ass game.
Consider the
Coconut Mall! Woo woo! I'm so excited to race up the very hard to distinguish escalators and get hit by the third car in the parking lot specifically. It's gonna be great! Yeah, so the dirty little secret about Coconut Mall is that it peaked in its original iteration on the Wii, and every subsequent remake has slowly sucked more and more charm out of it. We haven't yet reached the somewhat overhated, but still clearly weakest version of this course, provided to us by 8. First, we got the 7 version to deal with. Now, I don't think the escalator difficulty nerf is a huge deal or anything, but I do miss the chaos of frantically trying to determine which is the correct one to take, and getting slowed down if you chose poorly. And the same goes for the removal of the last car in the parking lot. Not the end of the world, but it's a bit of chaos lost to the ages. No. The real thing that bugs me about this remake is just how barren the mall looks. I've seen people level that complaint against 8's version, but I feel like it made up for that with some aesthetical upgrades in other areas. Here, everything about Coconut Mall feels like it's doing less than what the Wii version did. Like, where are the Miis that initially lined the halls of this beloved institution? There were tons of them in Wii, and
now there's no one outside of the 2 parking lot drivers. They added Mii's to the background of courses like Daisy Cruiser, but took them out of a course that actually had them originally. Like, what? The posters that had Mii faces on fake advertisements are also gone now, replaced with empty walls. And the color palette feels a lot drabber in comparison to the original. There are some other missing details like the big spherical Coconut Mall sign, but I won't fault it for missing those since they were likely cut because of the limitations of the 3DS. But that definitely isn't an excuse for the lack of Mii's, the missing posters, the general bleh color palette. 8's version has aesthetical flaws, but I think it's overall a better looking version than this one. Ultimately, however, the layout is the most important thing, and the unspeakable things 8 did to the parking lot mean that 7's still an overall better version of Coconut Mall. Just, part of me wishes they could have saved this course for the base game of Mario Kart 8, since that's a game that would have done it justice graphically. I'm a bit disappointed that one of my favorite courses in the entire series didn't really live up to its full potential here, and yet, even after all that complaining, it's still this high on the list. That's the power of Coconut Mall. Inventive concept, incredible music, fun layout, and yet a massive step down from its Wii iteration.
I like trains.
Oh, no, wait! Holy shit, you guys, it's the train course! The train course is back! I don't know why it took so long for its return, but there it is! You know me, I'm the #1 Calamari Desert stan on the planet. Of course I'm gonna love this remake. It's still pretty, there's still plenty of shortcut opportunities, there's still train! They even added some glider ramps, so if you have the mushrooms for it, you can glide over the train. But why would you ever want to do that? You can glide on just about any course. But where else in the series can you experience the joy of coming to a screeching halt because there's a train in your way? Pure magic. The only thing, and I mean the only thing wrong with this remake is that you can't go into the tunnel anymore. Boo! I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world because I never would have done that during a regular race anyway. But come on, Grandpa Nintendo, way to be a prude. Oh well, still a great ass course that I love dearly.
Rain fire!
Airship Fortress has never been in a console Mario Kart game. Just wanted to remind everyone of that fact. Anyway, they're missing out. This course continues to go super hard. I especially like how the 3D effect enhances the bonsai bills being shot in your direction at the beginning. Aside from that, it's still the same amazingly tense course as it was on the DS. I find it a lot easier to drift all the way through this ending turn here, though I do miss the way your character got awkwardly shot out of a cannon without moving their body at all. You know, gliding makes sense to add here, but damn it, the other way was funnier. Well, that does it for the A tiers. Now we're on to the top 4, the S tiers. Let's go.
Pianos!
Music Park is so good. This was a course destined to be a fan favorite as soon as everyone got their hands on it, because it's one of the most novel ideas Mario Kart has ever had. A music-themed course where racing down piano keys actually makes them play? Incredible. And that's not even taking into account the electric atmosphere here. The musical instruments in the background, the piranha plants bobbing their heads up and down, the barrier that prevents you from falling off the track is sheet music. They replaced the bouncy mushroom platform with a drum. Come on, how are you not playing this course right now? The ending section where you get a chance to glide past these gigantic music notes is a particular favorite of mine. I also love tricking off the shockwaves they produce because you can time when it happens thanks to the beat of the music. Oh, because it's called Music Park. Oh, I get it. This joke only works in America, by the way, because it's called Melody Motorway in Europe. I kind of like that name better, TBH. Alliteration in titles is always better than not alliteration. Well, no matter what you call it, this is a thrill ride and a half, and easily one of the best courses in all of Mario Kart. Also, remember back when this game first came out and everyone thought this course was based on Wii music? What the hell were we on, LMAO? Well, how the turntables. While Coconut Mall was my #1 course in Mario Kart Wii, the nerfs to its remake brought it down a couple slots here. Whereas Maple Treeway is almost perfectly intact as the S tier course we all know and love it as. And yes, I said almost. They did remove the Jackoff Bridge. But like, I don't really think that would have been as satisfying when the trick controls are mapped to a button instead of aggressive Wiimote shaking. So I can live without the bridge. It had a lot of character, but gliding towards whichever
whatever these 2 trees you want is nice too. Other than that, this is the same enchanting course as ever, with the music, visuals, and winding varied track design all working together to create something truly magical. This was the game that truly made me fall in love with this course, since I was too distracted by constantly falling off this one sharp tree trunk turn to appreciate it back on Wii. It was a lot easier to manage in 7, so now that I wasn't falling off every time, I realized, wow, yeah, this truly is something special. And I came to appreciate it on Wii as well once I got good at that game. You know it, you love it, it's Maple Treeway. Also in this game, you can play as a tiny wiggler next to big wigglers, and I just really like that now. They are a family.
Waluigi?
It's a really great pinball. Is that a good title? They have to be like puns or whatever?
Putting aside Coconut Mall's nerfs for a second, can we just admire the sheer audacity this game had to end its Banana Cup with back-to-back Coconut Mall and Waluigi pinball? Like, yeah, no big deal. Here's 2 of the best courses in any racing game ever coming one after the other. There are genuinely so few games that exude as much Giga Chad energy as Mario Kart 7. Anyway, as you probably guessed from its placement, Waluigi Pinball has not been nerfed in the slightest. The original vision of this sheer masterpiece of a course is perfectly intact. They didn't change much up because why would they need to? Racing alongside those giant pinballs is as thrilling as ever, and it's actually a really cool use of the 3D effects, right? Remember that? It was like the main selling point of the 3DS? Anyone? Am I the only person who still uses the 3D slider? Anyway, the atmosphere is still electric, the colors are still vibrant, the layout is as twisty and fun as ever. Just, this is it, baby. This is peak fiction right here. It's a course so good, they knew they had to bring it back, even if Waluigi himself wasn't gonna be on the roster. Kinda cruel of them, actually, but oh well. Simply a course that cannot be topped. Except by, well... Yeah, I mean, obviously. 3DS Rainbow Road is a strong contender for being the single best track in the entire series. It's just untouchably majestic, offering all the whimsy and wonder of the previous Rainbow Roads, while also adding its own unique spin to the proceedings. It's a space adventure, an adventure in space. It benefits so greatly from being a 3-section track, cramming in so many wonderful sights and sounds. You drive past all sorts of moons, hop on a beautiful bouncy mushroom, and then glide onto the rings of Saturn. Before you even have time to process how cool that is, you're on this big moon with craters to trick off of and chain chomps to avoid. All that excitement builds up to the final section, where you land all the boosts on this tunnel and hope you finish it off by hitting the glider ramp, because that lets you soar through the air and get boosts on these launch stars. It's crazy how this course could have easily just cashed in on Galaxy fan service, i.e. the main thing Rosalina's Ice World had going for it.
Gay!
But no, it used those elements sparingly in service to a grander, more unique vision, an astonishing, unforgettable experience. Maybe not quite as brutally difficult as the Rainbow Roads of the past, but it's so awe-inspiring and memorable that it's easy to give it a pass in that department. Without a doubt, the best course in Mario Kart 7, and one of the greatest of all time. And that's Mario Kart 7, a good-ass game with a great-ass lineup of courses that I have no real reason to play since 8 stole its thunder in nearly every regard. But it was a crucial stepping stone in order to get to what is, in my opinion, the best game in the series by far. By today's standards, it does feel like 8 light, but at the time, it gave us a mind-blowing level of quality in terms of its gameplay and its course selection. I had a great time revisiting it for this video, but now it's time for the main event. Everything else is out of the way, so next up is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe! What's that? What do you mean I forgot one of the games? Which one could I possibly be forgetting? Goodbye, everyone. I'll remember you all in therapy.
Funding for Schaefer-Ellis is provided by
Squarespace, the sponsor of today's video. Let's get this over with.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Bowser Castle 2 is the worst track in the entire Mario Kart series. Its only possible competition for this prestigious honor comes from other tracks in this very game. But ultimately, I came to the decision that it earned this spot. It doesn't even feel like a race course, just something that was haphazardly thrown together in a level editor. And before you say, well, isn't that just a symptom of being in Super Mario Kart? No! The other courses have track design. One part of the road naturally leads to the next part on these other courses. That's the bare fucking minimum. Here, there's a complete dead end disguised as a regular turn that you can't progress through if you don't have a feather, and there's a bizarre middle section where no turn naturally leads into another. Why would you ever turn right, then left, then right at this one part? What is the point of that? It's so sloppy and abysmally beneath the already pretty low standards of this game's courses. What else is there? Oh, there's long-ass straightaways where barely anything happens, and sharp 90-degree turns that absolutely do not mesh with this game's control scheme. This is an obscene piece of shit, and Bowser should be ashamed of himself.
I deserve that.
And that was just the first of 3 F-tier courses this game has. Yep, you heard me right. Buckle up, fucko. Wow, Super Mario Kart controls like ass by modern standards. I know what would make it better. Ice physics! Welcome to Vanilla Lake 1. It's slippery as shit, are you surprised? But making your kart impossible to control wasn't enough, because there's also these tiny, difficult to notice ice blocks that bring you to a screeching halt if you hit and break them. What a great course! On top of that, there are pointless multicolored barriers jutting out and making the course more annoying to get through. Plus, the course itself is just one big circle. It's so boring! Or at least it would be if it wasn't so infuriating. Anyway, one more F tier to go. What could it possibly be? Whoa, Vanilla Lake 2! I can't believe it! I thought it was so much better than the first one! Truth be told, the first time I played this course, I just couldn't believe it. Like, the sheer audacity of a course trying this hard to be completely unplayable is so impressive that I have to admire it. Remember those ice blocks from the first Vanilla Lake? Yeah, they're annoying, but there's only a few of them, so it's not so bad. Oh my god! Who did this lying crafting emoji? There's so many of them all bunched up together in 2 different spots. And for what? The most annoying obstacle in the history of the series? Additionally, this course is also a lame-ass circle. But the reason I ranked it above fellow F-tier flunkies is because it can actually be pretty satisfying to hop past the corners of the lake on this one. It makes you feel like a Mario Kart pro, until you remember you're playing Vanilla Lake 2 and sink back into depression. This course is ass, and playing it should be made illegal. Okay, now it's time for the D tiers. Thank God. I missed them so much. Okay, so if you couldn't tell by now, I don't really like Super Mario Kart. It's by far the worst game in the franchise, and I don't think you can possibly make an argument that it's not. But it's obviously not the developer's fault. In fact, they did a great job making something so revolutionary for a 16-bit console. It's a miracle this game is somewhat playable by modern standards at all. And I will say, this game does include maybe one of the hypest items in the entire franchise for me. The feather. Damn it, when I get that feather and land a cool shortcut, that is one of the most exciting feelings in any Mario Kart game. I'm dead serious. I love the feather so much. I know it doesn't really have a place in modern track design, but it is the single best thing about Super Mario Kart, in my opinion. And the reason I'm saying all of this right now is because of the Ghost Valleys. Ghost Valley 1 has a cool feather shortcut. Ghost Valley 2 has a cool feather shortcut. But Ghost Valley 3? No. It just couldn't keep that streak going for some reason. There are no feather shortcuts on Ghost Valley 3, and I'm pissed. Also, the track is overly long with no obstacles outside of falling off. You just drive for ages and listen to the lame-ass music for way more time than you should. It actually has all the same problems as Broken Pier, my least favorite track from Super Circuit. So I mean, yeah, does this placement really surprise you? Bad track. Moving on. Oh
goody! An SNES Bowser's Castle again. Bowser's Castle 1 isn't as jank as its sequel, and yet it still sucks. Most of the course is straightaways with no obstacles except a couple of easy to dodge thwomps. Plus, the annoying 90-degree turns are back since the entire course is just a square. Plus, why does the road jut out with these little side pockets at this one part? What's the point? What's the point of any of this? I don't think I need to sell you on how ass these courses are. I think you get the gist. Anyway, now we're on to the C tiers. This is where most of the courses in this game reside. Can you believe it? I don't have it in me to make 3 different segments on the Donut Plainses. This is by far the most boring theme in the game, because at least the Mario circuits have an excuse to be boring looking. Plus, I like their music a lot better. This shit is just grass. I don't understand. There has to have been a more interesting theme they could have used. I don't know, make the grass purple or something. Who cares? This is so generic. But with that said, the time has finally come to answer a long sought-after question. In the opening of my Mario Kart Wii video, I said this. Are you seriously gonna tell me with a straight face that you genuinely care about whether or not I would rank Donut Plains 2 over Donut Plains 3? Well, here we are. The answer to that question will finally be revealed. Drum roll, please. And the answer is, hey, look at that, it's the Squarespace logo. Finally, an excuse to not talk about Super Mario Kart courses. I'll take it. Squarespace is an amazing online website builder that enables you to create beautiful websites for your business or personal hobby. Create your own online store to sell your products. Whether they be physical, digital, or service products, you better believe Squarespace has the tools you need to start selling online. Hop on in with one of their professional website templates, with designs for every category and use case. Then make it your own by customizing the design, updating content, and adding whichever features you need. Any Squarespace template can do anything you want, allowing your idea, brand, or business to stand out. And on any device, too. You can even host video content using Squarespace, organizing your video library, showing off your content on beautiful video pages, and selling access to exclusive videos with member areas. The possibilities are near limitless. Check out squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/ShayFrillis to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Okay, now back to the question at hand. Donut Plains 2 or Donut Plains 3? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I liked 3 a little better. It didn't really need all that build up. First things first, Donut Plains 2. It's got a pretty standard, okay layout, but the real standout here is the moles. They latch onto your cart and you gotta shake them off. That's funny. Otherwise, there's really nothing to say about this one. Donut Plains 3 is the course that was remade in Mario Kart 8. And while they did a great job with that remake, the original is The road is so twisted and narrow at points that it's so easy to fall in the water and perish. But it's certainly a unique course, and hopping over this one gap in the bridge is fun. Still, not the best this game has to offer. My favorite Donut Plains is 1. Nice, simple, doesn't overstay its welcome, though it doesn't have any of the moles, so never mind, it's kind of a ripoff. I don't know, the order of the Donut Plains doesn't really matter. This is just what I'm feeling today. Can we go to the fun game now? Mario Circuit 1. Short, sweet, and to the point. In this game, I can appreciate simple courses that don't have any annoying elements in them, and this one is perfectly fine in that regard. It's got a nice wide section to take a mushroom shortcut, and I don't know, I like the sound effect when your tires are on the sand. On the ranking of first courses in Mario Kart games, I'll put it, dead last. Yeah, even Luigi Circuit Wii was better than this. I mean, to be fair, this is probably a better course than Figure 8 Circuit, but Patrick gaslit me into ranking that one first place, unironically. So, yep, last place for the weakest Mario Kart game. How fitting. Once we get to the Mario Kart 8 ranking, we'll finally see once and for all how all of these aggressively mid courses stack up next to each other. Doesn't that sound exciting? Okay, so previously on Dragon Ball Z, I anointed SNES Choco Island 2, specifically the Mario Kart DS remake of it, as an F-tier track. But in its original version, this course is perfectly average. What the hell, did Mario Kart DS actually make a fucking Super Nintendo course worse? Holy shit, I didn't even know that was possible! Anyway, why is the original version not terrible? The mud doesn't
slow you down, and the bumps in the road are so tiny that they don't send you careening off the track. Instead, they're just there, and they sure are pointless. With that said, the road is a little narrow, and you do find yourself going off-road a lot as a result of that. Plus, it still looks like ass, especially compared to the rest of this game's courses. Better than I was expecting, based on how it's complete fecal matter in DS, but also not very good. Koopa Beach 2, another course I hated in DS, but it's fine here. In fact, I literally just noticed right now that I ranked all 4 of the courses that made it to DS in a row. I genuinely did not plan that, but I think it's kind of stunning how they all ended up being fine in their original game, and yet DS somehow ruined them. Either by cutting their lap count down and making them comedically short, making the ramp sections and mud barely functional to play on, and I don't know why this version of Koopa Beach 2 is better. Like, I genuinely can't put my finger on it. Maybe because the water is less hazardous since you can hop out of it. But even then, the layout just feels off in the DS. Probably because you have to compare it to real courses in that game. Here, it's fine. It made it to the top half of the list, didn't it? Oh shit, that's right, I forgot about the battle mode courses. The worst one is 3 because it's based on Vanilla Lake, so it's slippery and has ice blocks and it's terrible. Next is 4, way too big for 2 people with far too many layers to it that you're not gonna use. Then we got 1, it's a little hard to see the barriers from a distance because of its flat nature, but otherwise it's fine. And the best one is 2, solely because it doesn't have any glaring issues. Still not great though. Probably the worst battle mode in the series, because at least Mario Kart Wii's mode had Funky Stadium, and Super Circuit has, I don't know, slightly prettier graphics. Leave me alone. Mario Circuit 3, the most recurring course in the series, tied with this game's Rainbow Road. Why? I don't get it. It's basically the Mario Kart equivalent of a Nepo baby. Like, how the hell does it keep landing rolls in future games? It's not that talented. The one turn is too sharp, the shortcut through the sand is cute. I don't know, go watch my fucking Wii or 8 ranking when that's out to learn more. I want to go to bed. Ghost Valley 2. Wow, this one was also in Mario Kart Wii. No way. Yeah, it's also fine. Not too long, but not too short either. As I mentioned earlier, the one aspect I find particularly hype is if you use a feather to clear this one gap. Like, that shit rules. Otherwise, it's whatever. Koopa Beach 1. Yeah, this one's just another circle, but I gotta give it props for not really being all that annoying. Just a nice little island hopping race where going off course puts you in the shallow water, and it isn't that hard to recover and get back on track. But I also have nothing to say about it. It's perfectly fine. Are we done with the fine courses yet? Oh shit, we are. That was the last C tier. Now we're finally on to the B tier courses. Oh, thank God. Here are 6 tracks in this game that I actually like. Finally. Ghost Valley 1 nails the concept best in my eyes. Yeah, it has a lot of straightaways, which I hated about the Bowser's castles, but it's a lot wider and the turns are less obnoxiously sharp. The real star of the show here for me, though, is the loose bridge shortcut that you use the feather for. Woo! I fucking love the feather. It's so cool. So yeah, it's pretty decent. Not much more than that, but I'll take what I can get. Mario Circuit 4 is the only Mario Circuit in this game to never return as a retro course for some reason. And honestly, I have no idea why, because I would take it over Mario Circuit 3 any day. I don't know what it is, but this is just such a solid course to me. It's windy and complex without being annoyingly so. The pipes and oil slicks that serve as obstacles feel fair. And it really does feel like the culmination of all your Mario Circuit knowledge in a satisfying course that offers no real bullshit. I think it's really telling that with most courses, I'm ready to move on by lap 3 out of 5. But with this one, I pretty much enjoy myself the whole way through. It's solid, damn it. Why can't you just bring it back to fill the obligatory SNES slot in every Mario Kart game? Justice for Mario Circuit 4, damn it. I mean, it's a classic for a reason. No other course in this game is as revered as Rainbow Road. It's the only wholly unique theme in the whole game. There may be 4 Mario Circuits and 2 Vanilla Lakes for some godforsaken reason, but there's only one Rainbow Road. And it looks great, so colorful and inviting. It easily has the best music track in the game, and the thwomps serve as good obstacles. It is certainly a challenge, not so much in terms of its layout, but because of the janky controls, making it super easy to fall off. But I don't really think there's anything unfair here. It's just a matter of getting good. Something I refuse to do because I'm never gonna play this game again once this video's over. But if you do, then more power to you. This is a pretty simple Rainbow Road in the grand scheme of things, but it cannot be overstated how much it did for Mario Kart and gaming as a whole. There's just 3 other courses I like playing on more, so let's get to those. Let me tell ya, I've hated every Bowser's Castle in this game from 1 to 2.
1 to 2?
Yeah, 1 to 2. You know, the Bowser's Castles.
What about 3?
3?
3, the number after 2?
1, 2, 3! Here it is! Bowser Castle 3! Just like you said!
Oh boy.
Oh! It's fun! It has varied track design! It's Bowser scented! Bowser Castle 3 is genuinely one of the best things this game has to offer. And this is after 2 straight Bowser's Castles that were ass! There's more room to take sharp turns. There's a choose your own adventure section where you can hop to a specific little island you want. One of the straightaways has different lanes and another has well-placed challenging thwomps to dodge. A few portions can still feel a little too narrow to be fun, but overall, is this a good course? No fucking way! They did it! They made a good Bowser's Castle. One that easily stands out as one of the most ambitious, exciting, and fun courses in this entire game. I'm happy playing this. It's still like a B tier course overall, but like veering into B plus territory. So you know what? That's awesome. Take a bow, Super Mario Kart. You earned it with this one. Okay, I'm gonna sound like an insane person for this ranking, but hear me out. I always love playing on Choco Island 1 because the bumps in the road make your character hop up and down, and that makes me happy. That's it. That's all there is to it. I mean, it's a good course with no frustrating elements and a few areas with shortcut potential if you have a mushroom. It would have made it to B tier even without the jumps. But like, look at them involuntarily hopping up and down like that. That's just funny. Look, this game doesn't have much. Just let me have this, okay? I probably should have ranked Bowser Castle 3 and Rainbow Road higher, but like, look at the hopping. I love that. Congratulations, Choco Island 1. You're an absolute delight. But with all that said, now we get to the number 1 slot. And in terms of which tier it's in, we're jumping all the way straight up to B tier. It's still in B tier. It's like not that good or anything, sorry. It's still pretty good though. Let's talk about it. Guys, I genuinely never in a million years would have expected this, but my number 1 favorite course in Super Mario Kart ended up being Mario Circuit 2. That's right, Mario Kart 7 fans, stay winning. This game has every best course there is. Except DK Mountain and Sky Garden, but all my other favorites are here. So why the heck would I ever choose Mario Circuit 2 as my favorite Super Mario Kart course? It's because of the big boost, let's be honest. Before they installed a glider section on this track, it provided a massive jump for players to leap over the part of the track you just raced through. It's the only course in the game with a huge jump like this. And I'm gonna be honest, if I was playing this game in 1992, I'm pretty sure that shit would have blown my mind. And it's not just a thrill ride. You have to angle it properly and make sure you don't hit the pipes on the left when you land. And you can see other racers on the track below you sometimes. This is the shit, man. As someone who's already exhilarated by the use of the feather compared to the rest of Super Mario Kart's ho-hum gameplay, it should come as no surprise that the only thing more exciting to me than a jump is a super jump. Obviously, this would be a moot point if the rest of the layout of this course wasn't good, but it is. It's not too short, not too long, the turns aren't too sharp, nor too simple. There are obstacles and shortcut opportunities. It's a good-ass course. Even if it didn't have the big jump, it would still probably be in my top 5 and be my second favorite Mario Circuit after 4. But with the big jump, oh baby, this is peak. This is undoubtedly my favorite course in Super Mario Kart. There's nothing quite like it in this game, and I'm happy 7 kept its legacy alive. And that was Super Mario Kart. I didn't like it. But to be totally fair, I didn't hate it either. It was mildly amusing. And really, what would I even get out of hating on a 31-year-old game anyway? It doesn't
really matter if it's aged well or not, because either way, Super Mario Kart deserves all of our respect. The developers laid the foundation and worked within an incredibly difficult framework to give audiences back then a racing game like no other. Without this foundation, we wouldn't have the Mario Kart we know and love today. So yeah, while we all kind of groan whenever a Super Nintendo course takes up a retro slot in modern Mario Kart games, I think it's important to always have at least one of them in there to show just how far the series has come. Super Mario Kart was ambitious, cool, and at the time, a ton of fun. But I'm never gonna play it again. Holy shit, we've finally gotten through all the previous Mario Kart games. That means there's only one left to go. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the game with 96 courses in it. 3 times the amount a regular Mario Kart game has. This is gonna be a lot, but I've come this far, I can't stop now. And in fact, I've got a special surprise planned for this gigantic ranking. You'll just have to wait and see what it is. Until then, good night, Tri-State area. To the point where I never feel like I see it all in a single race. I just can't believe this is real. Like, this was our first impression of how ambitious and incredible a non-city tour course could be. And yet, none of the other brand new tour tracks quite topped it. Not that I really expected them to. I am hoping and praying that this and Accelerated Toilet is the standard for what we can expect from the next full Mario Kart game. Tracks that are ambitious as all hell, with a plethora of extensive, optional alternate routes, and a perfect encapsulation of their creative theme. The only issues I can really muster for Ninja Hideaway is that having random propellers floating in midair to boost you looks a little bit silly. And graphically, the course could look a little nicer, especially the background details. This is very much a Wave 1 course, and you can tell. But other than that, this is one of those courses that just makes me feel alive whenever I play it. It's incredibly exciting, and I've had a blast on it every single time. Except for the first couple races where it was pretty tricky to get the hang of. I was a little mixed on it at the beginning. Then I got good, and this is where it's ranked now. Crazy how that works. Alright, that's 95 entire courses talked about. It's all been building up to this. The greatest track in all of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And I think it's pretty safe to say the greatest track in all of Mario Kart, which is... I don't think it could have been anything else. 3DS Rainbow Road is the first ever retro course to be my #1 pick for a game, which also makes it the first course to be #1 on 2 of my lists. And there's a very good reason for that. It's just flawless, and this remake is a flawless version of it. I guess the moon could be a little brighter, and they also took out the little sound effects that play on the boost panels at the start of lap 3, but those are my only nitpicks. Otherwise, they nailed this HD recreation of the best track in the whole series. The space background and the road itself are both simply gorgeous. Much like Wii Rainbow Road, it just enchants you with the beauty of the visuals and the music, while also coupling it with this thoroughly majestic journey across everything space has to offer. I don't think I have much more to say that I didn't already say in my 7 ranking. It's just indescribably brilliant. One that I'm so glad more people have the opportunity to experience now. For as negative of a reputation the Booster Course Pass frequently gets, I think it's really telling that 6 of my top 10 are from it. It had its fair share of stinkers, but I think the masterpieces it brought into Mario Kart 8 made it more than worth it. Hell, the entire DLC was worth it for 3DS Rainbow Road alone. It is undoubtedly my pick for the greatest course in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So that is every Mario Kart game's courses ranked.
except for Tour because it's literally impossible to play them all, and the arcade games because that's also very hard to do. Thank you for following me throughout this long journey and indulging my obsession with the series. I'm just really happy these videos took off and you guys got really excited to hear me talk about video games and not just movies. You know, it's kind of heartwarming to know that I can just talk about almost anything I care about on this channel now and you guys will be interested, so thank you for that. Thank you to everyone who cameoed. It was really cool to get all of you on board. Pretty much everyone I invited agreed to be a part of this. I think there were only like 2 invites where they didn't respond. But yeah, otherwise it was cool how many people were excited to do this. And I would highly recommend checking out their channels in the description. Just go show them some love, especially if you want to see more Mario Kart videos, since a lot of them have made some really great ones. And yeah, since this is my last video of the year, I just wanted to say, thank you so much for all your support and for bearing with me. This was not an easy year, obviously, but making my stupid little videos really helped. Like, please don't worry, I didn't make them out of obligation to you guys or anything. I kept making them because I wanted to. Like, it's nice talking about things that I like or don't like, and it also helps knowing that you guys want to hear that stuff, so, thank you, I guess. I honestly don't want to be done with Mario Kart videos. Like, these have been some of my favorite videos to make, and I'd be down to talk about the series a little bit more. Like, I know the obvious thing would be to combine all my lists and make a definitive ranking of every track, but I don't want to do that right now. Are you serious? Maybe in like a year or so. But there are other aspects of Mario Kart that I can make videos on, so we'll see about that. In terms of the other stuff I want to do in 2024, there sure is a new Kung Fu Panda movie coming, so of course I'm going to review that. And I guess I'd better get cracking on doing big analysis videos on the other ones. I'd like to get a Kung Fu Panda 2 analysis out before 4 if I can. And then maybe I'll do a shorter video on 3 later in the year, since there's really not much to say about 3 compared to 2. I don't know, we'll see. I'm probably gonna open the year with videos of my favorite games and movies of 2023. Maybe even a video on the TV shows I watched this year, since there were quite a few of them. I want to get popping on more director rankings. I think I'm pretty set on Christopher Nolan as my next one, since he's only done like a dozen movies or so that'll be very easy. I also think enough time has passed since my best animated feature winner ranking, and now I think it'd be cool to do all the nominees. Maybe go through it year by year and see which movie deserved to win each Oscar. And then at the end, quickly go through the order I'd put all of them in. I definitely want to do something similar to the Smash Pizza video and determine another wacky fact about each Smash character. I have plenty of ideas, but I'll keep them hush-hush for now. I think Smash in general could be the basis of some fun rankings like Mario Kart, so gotta get on that. Oh, Pikmin! You better believe I'm gonna do that Pikmin 4 video. I've just been waiting for a point where I had enough free time for that. And once that video's done, maybe some more Pikmin videos. I don't know, I just want more Pikmin out there in the world, so I guess I'll get on that. I have another idea for a Star Wars movie ranking that isn't actually ranking the quality of the movies themselves. I always have a great time with that series, even if they're not the most popular videos I make. They're just so stupid. I love doing them. Maybe I could do something Persona related again, who knows. I'll definitely keep up with the new Disney animated stuff. I think Inside Out 2 is the only one coming out this year. I could be wrong, but yeah, I'll cover that. Oh, I'll probably review the Oscars again if there's enough to talk about. Oh, and you better believe I'm making another Freebirds video in November. Probably a different format than a film theory parody, but something Freebirds related for sure. Ooh, and I'm gonna cook up some stuff on my second channel, Shafe Classic. I actually have a new YouTube poop that's gonna release on Christmas Day, so you should check that out there. And then afterwards, my girlfriend and I were gonna do a YouTube poop tennis match based on the Tears of the Kingdom cutscenes, so I think that'll be a very fun time. I'm gonna make more AMVs, like, oh man, do I love making Kaguya Love is War AMVs. And other ones. But I know I just said that I wanted to make all these videos, but I was also thinking about slightly reeling back the number of videos I make next year. Like, just slightly, in order to give myself more time to progress on the game I'm making. Oh, you're making a game, you might be asking? Yes, I am, and I talked about it in my Whisper of the Heart video, which is the best video I made this year, and you should definitely check it out. It didn't get nearly as much views as some of my more shitposty videos, but if you're watching this still, if you haven't tuned out yet because I'm just rambling at this point, watch my Whisper of the Heart video, and be sure to check out all the people who cameoed in this video. Check out their channels and stuff. Thanks for tuning in this year. The support you guys give me means a lot, and yeah, let me know in the comments why I'm wrong about SNES Mario Circuit 3 or whatever. Happy holidays, and see you in 2024. absolutely beautiful. About as beautiful as you can get while trapped on the DS sound file. I just don't know if I would rank this one in the upper echelon of Rainbow Roads, since it borrows its opening from the 64 and Double Dash versions, only to transition into a less compelling melody. And by less compelling, I just mean it's not supremely godly. It's still really great, enchanting, and gorgeous. Just a little bit weaker than its siblings though. Alright, credit where credit is due. I don't love the Mario Kart 7 version of Bowser's Castle, but the song is really good. The organ is intimidating, yet cool as f at the same time. And I really appreciate the incorporation of Double Dash's castle theme as well. Very much feels like a this walked so the 8 Bowser's Castle could run situation. But damn, did this walk harder than any other Bowser-related piece of music has ever walked before. A live orchestrated version of this has total S-tier potential. Winter Incarnate. I was gonna say Christmas Incarnate, but another course has that market covered. It's an absolutely pleasant and whimsical song to stroll or race alongside. The bells in the background and the iconic do-do-do-do-do whistle give me so much life. The Double Dash version was a decent blueprint, but the 8 version knocks it out of the park. Sounds like you're on an adventure and on vacation at the same time. And really, isn't that what visiting a harbor town is all about? It's just so cheerful and upbeat, and the amount of good vibes it gives off is truly staggering. The tropical Mario Sunshine-esque vibes in this one are so satisfying. This music often gets overshadowed thanks to another Mario Kart 8 water track, but I think it's safe to say that this song is the absolute best thing about Water Park. Aside from Waluigi's seabed, that's pretty epic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, sing it, KK. I loved DK Summit as a race course when I was a kid, but I never really came to appreciate just how strong this music track is until recently. It perfectly suits an exciting, extreme sports journey, and that one do-do-do-do-do-do-do part is killer every time. That's right, I didn't forget it. The only course in Mario Kart currently trapped in a mobile game. It's got a real bop of a song attached to it. Very fast and snazzy, with some great trumpet and unexpected guitar bits. It's super catchy and exciting. But man, I can only imagine how much a Mario Kart 8 rendition of this song would have slayed. Total bombastic S-tier potential in this one, waiting to come out. But for now, it's only fantastic. How sad. Tokyo Blur is garbage. But don't let that distract you from how insanely great the music is. It starts out sounding like any old circuit theme, before blossoming into something much more majestic and exciting. An outstanding burst of jazz fusion that would have been the perfect complement to a good course, but the fact that it's attached to this one is fine too, I guess. They cooked with the GBA circuit theme. It's so playful and exciting, and it even inspires such feelings of joy and whimsy when heard through shitty GBA or DS speakers. But yeah, obviously the Mario Kart 8 version is where it's at. What a phenomenal jazzy remix of a song that already slapped. I absolutely
What is low-code?
A visual application development approach that uses a graphical user interface and drag and drop features instead of coding.
And what can I do with low-code?
You can develop software and mission-critical applications.
Okay, why should I use low-code?
It speeds up the delivery process for developers, improving agility and responsiveness to the business.
Can I use a low-code platform to build?
Yes, yes, also yes, yes, and yes.
Okay, got it. So, what's the best low-code platform?
Well, that's OutSystems, the platform with everything you need to build what you want.
Imagine capturing every shot with absolute precision, where each frame is a calculated masterpiece. This is the power of motion control. Today, we're focusing on precision pads. All right, who's excited to learn about precision pads? First, let's define them. A precision path in the context of motion control and camera robotics refers to the exact predetermined path along which a camera or robotic system moves to capture footage with pinpoint accuracy. The path is programmed to follow a specific trajectory, speed, and timing, allowing for highly repeatable and controlled movements. Precision paths are essential for complex shots, especially in scenarios requiring multiple takes that must look identical, like visual effects, or for creating smooth, seamless movements that would be challenging or sometimes impossible to replicate manually. In short, a precision path ensures that every frame and angle aligns perfectly, enabling filmmakers to push creative boundaries with reliable, consistent camera movements. It's worth mentioning that just because these robots were designed to move cameras specifically, that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that they can move. You are absolutely still able to use them to move inanimate objects, such as lights, for smooth, controlled changes in lighting. It's actually quite common for lights to follow a precision path on a controlled set to emulate the changing of time, the movement of the sun, or even the movement of a model. Let's take this shot for instance. We have a locked-off cockpit shot of a LEGO X-Wing fighter where a robot is wrapping hard light around it. When you cut this together with an exterior shot of the aircraft actually rotating, it feels like you are actually in the cockpit as it's spinning through space. Precision paths are especially important when working with unique lenses such as probes and snorkels. You can get right up in the action and never miss a shot or focus. Speaking of focus, if you remember back to the Flare video, I described programming in Flare as a choreographed dance between a camera and a target in 3D space. Well, we use the focus as an additional axis to determine where the target is so that we can stay locked on while we pilot the camera to find keyframes and define our precision path. Here's an example of me doing that with my Cinebot Mini at home. All I did was rack focus to the tip of this WD-40 spray can and pilot the camera around to find some interesting frames. My precision path ensures focus and the target stay locked on the entire time. With high-speed motion control, it's crucial that the focus is programmed, as it would be incredibly difficult for anyone to keep up and nail focus manually. Alright guys, that is it for this video. Thank you so much for spending some time with me today. I hope you're enjoying this series. If you are, feel free to like and subscribe and maybe leave a comment down below. I am reading them. And as always, if you have any specific questions, feel free to reach out to MRMC directly. If you'd like to connect, hit me up on Instagram. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Upon descent, time comes to a slow as my mind relaxes and my heart opens up. Once again, I'm ready to discover peace inside and out. As I walk among welcoming waves, the breeze washes over me like a soothing balm.
Since I've been covering some of this Mr. Beast stuff,
The biggest game show in history ever.
Big money, right? 7 figures, millions of dollars. But you probably know him as Mr. Beast.
Millions and millions of dollars. Who cares, right?
Yeah, sure. I make money. I don't make money.
$23 million from, quote, scams, shady deals, and his network. Better than any car, feels better than any shirt or any expensive pair of pants.
Like, I think people overplay it. A lot of people in my situation would be like, yeah, I love giving and it's the greatest thing ever and it brings it about. And even like PR people, when I do talk to them, they're always like, you should play it up more.
CGI, these bus wheels are CGI, this explosion is fake, Shredder is CGI.
And it's just like, no, it just feels good.
What do you want to be when you grow up? In 2024, the new normal answer that many children give to that question is, I want to be a YouTuber.
Now, it's cool if you want to be a YouTuber in high school or middle school. Back then, no one gave a fuck.
And much of the reason why is due to the wildly famous and successful YouTubers on the platform. YouTubers who've built empires for themselves and brands that make them out to be superhero-like figures.
I'm gonna give away this $300,000 mountain of money to people in need.
I am standing on $5 million. 3, 2, 1.
Hold up forever. One day, his empire came crashing down. This is the story of the fall of Mr. Beast. Hello friends and internet acquaintances, welcome back to another video on my channel, covering mainly controversial internet figures. If you like these sort of videos, don't forget to subscribe for more and more deep dives, and if you like this video, give it a like if you want to. Now before we dive in, I'm in a different outfit, which means it's time for this video's sponsor. Sponsorships allow me to continue covering topics that we cover on this channel, so I'm not screwed if a video gets copyright claimed or demonetized, and I'm able to support my team who puts a ton of effort into these videos. This video is sponsored by Midas Merge. Midas Merge is one of the most relaxing, cute, and totally enchanting games that I've ever played, and I love the convenience of playing it on my phone. In Midas Merge, you team up with King Midas and Queen Laia to revive the Gardens of Gold, which are under the shadow of Nyx, the goddess of night. Fantasy book lovers, you'll love the lore of this game, at least I did. I think it's such a fun component. You unravel Nyx's mystery as you merge sunbursts to brighten the garden and free its inhabitants, which just so happen to be these super adorable creatures. You hatch them, feed them, help them grow, and merge them together to create new creatures. The game is also made by the same designers as The Sims 3 and 4. Midas Merge is completely free to download and perfect for offline play. You don't have to have Wi-Fi connected to play the game, which I love since my favorite time to play games on my phone is while we're traveling or in long car rides, like visiting family during the holiday seasons. And for December, Midas Merge will feature winter gardens, completely full with the magic of the holidays, which is just so fun and cute. I just love fantasy that has an element of winter in it. From December 5th to December 29th, players can earn seasonal creatures like the adorable reindeer and the rare polar bear. You can unlock festive prize boxes to enhance your main garden and experience all the holiday spirit this season. Find your favorite Midas Merge creature, heal the garden, and meet new friends. Download now to be the first among 100 people to use my link or QR code, and you can gain a personalized winter creature, the super cute reindeer one with my name. Join the adventure and add this adorable friend to your garden. Thank you so much to Midas Merge for sponsoring this video, which helps support the video creation process and give us more room to improve our content. Now let's start off this video by discussing where Mr. Beast started, his upbringing, as well as how that led to him aspiring to be the most successful YouTuber of all time. Mr. Beast was born with the name James Stephen Donaldson, but later went by Jimmy. He was born on May 7th of 1998 in Wichita, Kansas. Jimmy's mother, Sue, was in the military and serving as a prison warden in Germany, and then ended up getting stationed at Fort Leavenworth.
I'm a retired lieutenant colonel. I ended up being the first female prison warden for the DoD prison over in Heidelberg, Germany.
Though today, Sue's career is much different. Sue works as Mr. Beast LLC's Chief Compliance Officer, COO.
Sue seems like she works for Jimmy. She's like a head of compliance, okay?
She just makes sure no one steals money.
A senior executive responsible for making sure that Mr. Beast LLC is also aligned with their internal policies and ethical standards. Well, considering what ends up happening later on with the Mr. Beast company, I'd say, oops. She also manages her son's personal affairs, like his banking. Again, oops.
He decided that his time was better spent being creative, doing him. He obviously, trusted me to do the other stuff.
According to his own statements, he's said, I don't have access to any of my bank accounts. I have a CFO and everything, but my mom is the one who has access to the master bank account. As a child, Jimmy mostly kept to himself, and his mom believes that his introversion is largely due to the fact that they moved around a lot when he was a child. As a military family, Sue claimed, we lived in 3 different locations in the southern US before he was 7. There were no cousins, no aunts, no uncles. It was really just us. Then in 2007, Jimmy's parents separated when he was only 8.
I really didn't have any friends. Like I said, tons of pimples, no money, no dad. It was just my mom who was working all the time.
He now no longer has any contact with his biological father and declines to speak on the reasons why.
It was interesting because it was just my mom. My dad left, so I don't know.
Have you talked to your dad since?
Anyways, new topic.
I want to note here that it's been alleged by many commentators that Jimmy's father was abusive. Allegedly, Jimmy's mother Sue experienced DV when she was in a relationship with Jimmy's father. But it seems like the main reason this has been alleged and spread online is because of a specific Reddit post, as well as claims that Jimmy's mom Sue wrote a book on domestic violence recovery and had a blog about it. The thing is, this blog has since been removed, and it's hard to tell if these claims have any further backing to them, so I don't want to heavily make this claim without a lot of evidence to back it up. On top of that, Jimmy also claims not to have any vivid memories of his childhood before the age 11. I want to note here that this experience of someone not having a lot of memories of their childhood can be a common experience for those who've gone through trauma. Traumatic experiences can have a profound effect on memory function, often leading to memory loss as a coping mechanism, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily Jimmy's experience. Of his past memories, he said, I'm very forward thinking. F the past, it's already happened. I'm trying to conquer the future. Even as his family settled down in North Carolina, Jimmy had very few friends growing up.
I didn't talk to anyone. I hardly had any friends because I was so obsessed with YouTube, as back then just no one cared.
Dude, if I don't have 1 million subscribers when you see this video, my entire life has been a failure. I better have 1 million subs. I better have 1 million.
And I'm just 8,000 subscribers here. 8,000 subscribers. No one talks to me. Everyone tells me I'm too obsessed. Everyone tells me to get a f***ing life.
The one word that those who knew Jimmy Donaldson often used to describe him was obsessive, and this quickly transferred onto YouTube when he discovered the platform. There's a 5-year point in my life where I was just relentlessly, unhealthily obsessed with studying virality, studying the YouTube algorithm.
I was as awkward as they came. No money, no nothing, and I just basically just obsessed over YouTube.
But Jimmy's obsessions sometimes made it hard for him to make friendships. I'm not really good at keeping friends. All my friends revolve around work. He also spends very little time with his family, including his older brother CJ. CJ is a fellow YouTuber who Jimmy describes as being like him but less successful. As a kid, Jimmy enjoyed playing baseball until he was diagnosed with Crohn's disease in his sophomore year of high school. Crohn's disease is an autoimmune disorder characterized by intestinal distress.
I got Crohn's when I was 15, so I played baseball nonstop. And then when I got Crohn's, I lost 50 pounds. But then once I got that, which was probably a blessing, I was I don't care anymore. And I just went all in on YouTube.
Nowadays, Jimmy has all of his personal meals prepared by a private chef to help with his symptoms of Crohn's disease. Because of Jimmy's Crohn's disease, he also spent more and more time indoors. Being inside with very little to do, he eventually turned his obsession to YouTube content. And after high school, Jimmy made a group of friends who were just as obsessed with YouTube as him. He and his friends did absolutely nothing but just study study what makes a successful YouTube video.
From like learning how to editing, the pacing of the videos, like ideas, what's going viral, what's trending, what's hot. Basically what I did was I somehow found these other like 4 lunatics, and we basically talked every day for 1,000 days in a row and did nothing but just like hyper study like what makes a good video, what makes a good thumbnail, what's good pacing, like how to go viral.
But it seems that Jimmy's had this dream for quite a long time, as his YouTube videos go all the way back to when he was just a child. When Jimmy was only 11, he was uploading videos of himself, usually playing video games like Minecraft and Call of Duty.
Hey guys, this is a new mod I found, and I just have fun playing around by myself in this mod.
By age 13, Jimmy started a new channel called Mr. Beast 6000, since Mr. Beast was already taken.
Mr. Beast 6000, oh.
At first, Jimmy would make a bunch of random videos, seeming to try different trends and see what would stick, what was getting the most views. He did a lot of video game commentary and made videos estimating how much different YouTubers made on the platform.
Today we're going to be talking about how much money YouTubers make. I see comments about YouTube money all the time, and most people have no idea what they're talking about.
When it came to YouTube, it seemed like Jimmy was very obsessed with success and finances. A few of these video concepts stuck, and slowly Mr. Beast started gaining more subscribers and earning money from his content. Mr. Beast makes a good portion of his profit through brand deals. His pitch deck to different sponsors in hopes that they'll choose to sponsor his content shows the tens of millions of followers that he has across all social media. The pitch deck talks about how Mr. Beast is the most subscribed YouTube creator in the world, and also shows the previous brands he's partnered with, like Walmart, Current, Discord, Social Point, PayPal, YouTube, Crash, Epic Games, Coinbase, Microsoft, Honey, Verizon, Chipotle, NordVPN, TikTok. They then have a slide on the pitch called the Beast Consumer. They claim that 70% of their viewers are male, and the age distribution is 25% of viewers from the ages of 13 to 17 years old, 33% from the ages of 18 to 24 years old, 18% from 25 to 34, and 16% from 35 to 44.
The average demographic is what, 13 through 17? Is that the biggest spike in your analytics?
Well, I mean, mine's horse. It says like 18 to 24, but I know all my fucking viewers are little kids. And then I have like a fucking massive one for like the 40-year-old range because all the fucking idiots are on their parents' account.
And he gained more and more success the more he experimented with his content, quickly realizing that if he made more and more outlandish videos, those were the videos that would get views. In one video, his friend wrapped him in 100 layers of toilet paper and saran wrap.
I just gotta get that first few rolls up there, and then after that we're good.
3 layers of toilet paper at a time. Oh, I can get the rest. Sweaty.
In another video, Jimmy counts to 100,000, does nothing but just count to 100,000.
923,901, 23,902. Make sure you like the video, drop a comment. 100,000.
And subscribers were definitely a main goal of Jimmy's. In a video made in 2015 where he addresses a future him, he says, "I hope you have at least 100,000 subscribers."
I hope you have at least 100k subs. I'm gonna have 200. Yeah, I'm gonna have 200k subs.
Jimmy ended up enrolling in community college around the time his YouTube channel was picking up traction, and he claimed he never attended a single class and dropped out midway through the semester.
I graduated high school, and my mom was like, either move out or go to community college. And I didn't have enough money to move out, but I hated school with a passion. But she forced me to go to community college. I would act like I was going to community college, but I would just work on videos in my car and edit and stuff like that. I had straight zeros. And so now the clock had started, because once my mom found out, I was screwed. There was a lot of arguments, a lot of drama, but ended up working.
Jimmy then moved into a duplex with his friend Ava Chris Tyson. Just around this time, Jimmy ended up reaching 750,000 subscribers. He also received his first brand deal, all of his dreams of being a successful YouTuber coming to fruition. When you end up boiling down the formula of a Mr. Beast video, it all actually seems quite simple. At their core, the premise of Mr. Beast videos is that numbers with a lot of zeros are impressive. Surviving 50 hours in Antarctica, why not 24 hours, which makes a day, or 48 hours, which makes 2 days, because it doesn't have a zero attached to it. Eating a $70,000 golden pizza, $500,000 game of tag, $1 million hide and seek, or 1 billion Christmas lights. All extreme numbers that shock people, but also eye-catching numbers that are easy to see.
I was offered $5 grand for a video. I was like, double it, and I'll walk outside and I'll give it to homeless person. I was like, $10,000 just looks better in a title. It'll get more views. My mom's like, why don't you just give away $8,000, $9,000? all 10,000. I was like, Mom, it'll look better in the title.
Jimmy must have noticed this trend early on, like in the video when he counts to 100,000, or when he watched Jake Paul's It's Everyday Bro for 10 hours straight. Jimmy, now just full-blown Mr. Beast, was making the wildest dreams of a 10-year-old boy come true. From putting millions of pennies in a friend's backyard.
That is $1,000 in pennies. So when he gets home, there's gonna be $20,000 in pennies laying across his entire backyard.
Buying hundreds of leaf blowers to make a hover field. They were so influential, they started an entire YouTube genre called junk lord content, known for its extreme amount of waste.
And today, we're talking about the most popular genre of video on YouTube right now. I wanted to dive in a little deeper to address what I'm calling junk lords. Just getting millions of gallons of slime and just putting it in a pool. 100 million Orbeez in a backyard? He's burying his friend in Orbeez! There's so many Orbeez!
Forbes published an article about this phenomenon, stating, with videos like dropping expensive things into 10 million Orbeez, smashing 30 iPhones with a hammer for science, and can 10,000 condoms stop a bullet? Wow, YouTubers really answering the important questions here, asking the things that need to be asked. YouTube creators are bragging about the pointless, extensive waste they generate, and yet tons of people view and love this content.
And they're just throwing this in, just with reckless abandon. I cannot keep up with the amount of junk. If I had to bet, I would say at the end of this video, they probably do not show how they clean it up. Oh boy, he's just throwing garbage around his backyard like it's nothing.
But the video that Jimmy says completely changed the Mr. Beast channel trajectory wasn't a junk lord content video. Instead, it was a video made in 2017 where Jimmy wrapped up $10,000 in cash and handed it to a homeless man.
If you want to take it, it's about $10,000. I'm not joking. You're right. Yeah. It's real. So, yeah. So, I have about 1 million subscribers, so I just wanted to do some good.
You want to check out his YouTube channel?
Allegedly, this act and the virality of this video after he posted it is what started Mr. Beast's journey into philanthropy content. Jimmy's philanthropy content became an entire genre on his channel, a genre where he does extreme, maybe even wacky versions of philanthropy.
Everything you can fit in this circle, I'll donate to your charity.
This is gonna feed so many people. I have thousands and thousands of pounds of food here.
And because of these videos' bizarre or extreme premises, they gain lots of views. Jimmy uploaded a video where he gave his mom $100,000 in cash. At first she refused, but he said if he doesn't give it to her, he doesn't have a viral video.
Well, you're going to take it.
No, I can't take it.
I don't want it.
I promise you Quit is not giving you that.
Obviously, I know. But if I don't give it to you, I don't have a viral video.
So you're using me for views?
Yes. But you get money too, so we're both happy.
So you use me for views and I get to pay off my mortgage?
Mm-hmm. I think it works out pretty well.
What an entrepreneur.
And this system of giving away money has been one that seemed to work throughout Jimmy's career. He became lifted up as some sort of saint-like figure or wacky Willy Wonka-like character, one his fans could look to in hopes that he would bestow them generous gifts. Over time, this system morphed into the standard Mr. Beast productions we see today. Videos that are incredibly flashy with so many things going on, made to be easy to digest and entertaining, and are usually competitions where people outcompete one another for enormous cash prizes.
Behind me are 100 people, and they range from the age 1 all the way through age 100. And I've trapped each of them in their very own glass cube. The last one to leave their cube is going to win $500,000.
Jimmy also developed a dedicated YouTube channel to just philanthropy. In that channel, he'd often give stuff away with no contest needed, and all of the profits from these videos are allegedly linked to a 501c3 nonprofit organization.
We essentially just started a charity and then made a YouTube channel where, you know, whatever we do with the money from the charity, we film it so that it generates revenue on the back end.
Other extreme generous videos are like when Mr. Beast gifts a Lamborghini to an Uber driver.
I am going to Uber people, but at the end of the ride, let them keep the car. We literally have a Lamborghini, and I'm going to give it away. You want to watch this video.
Or an entire house deeded to an unsuspecting Domino's delivery person.
I just bought this house, and I'm going to give it to Chandler. Really? No, but I am gonna give it to a pizza delivery guy. This whole house is for you. Chad doesn't exist. Yeah.
In one video, he offers a deli cashier $100,000 to quit her job on the spot.
I'm curious if you would quit your job for $100,000.
No, I don't think I would. Mr. Beast, thanks to you, I can quit my job now. I'm so happy.
Because of all of this grandeur generosity, the Mr. Beast name became an almost mythical figure, someone who can bestow random people enough good fortune to change their life. There's been a lot of widespread debate on whether or not this kind of philanthropy, random extreme acts to people for the purpose of a viral video, is actually beneficial to the common good or, well, anyone at all. Sure, those individuals are overjoyed at the time the video is being filmed, but if someone is struggling and you give them a drop of water in a drought, it doesn't necessarily fix the existential issues causing that drought, nor does it help with the larger societal problems at the core of it all. All it does is help you look really, really good. For example, people often cite when Jimmy the Uber driver a Lamborghini. This Uber driver now has to pay for taxes on a Lamborghini. They have to pay for upkeep and maintenance on this vehicle. That's very expensive. Even giving the deli cashier $100,000 to quit her job on the spot didn't solve all of her issues. While $100,000 is probably a life-changing amount of money for most of us, it only changes your life if you utilize it in the right ways. That kind of money can actually be a very dangerous thing that can put you into even more financial troubles, which is why so many people who win the lottery end up losing it all. Life is more complicated than a simple Mr. Beast charity video makes it out to be. The best example of this is when Jimmy gave away $1 million to a subscriber and fellow YouTuber, Man to Nice. Man to Nice? They both end up doing a follow-up video together where Mr. Beast has him spend that $1 million within 24 hours. Almost a year ago, Mantinice made a video titled, "Do I Regret Winning $1 Million from Mr. Beast?" He does clarify that overall he's incredibly grateful for Mr. Beast, but he does say he has a few regrets. One of his regrets is he wished he had more time to be able to plan out how to spend the money better.
We sat down and we planned all this in an hour, and I wish I would have did a couple things differently on the time management side, which I guess I really couldn't help because I had to spend it. I wish I would have had more time, and I wish I would have planned out stuff better. And he said he was gonna help me and we was gonna invest, but yeah, that didn't happen. So
an employee from Mr. Beast does claim that they put him on a monthly salary to give him a passive income.
Apparently they just had him on a monthly salary at the Mr. Beast company.
But I think overall this is a good example of how building long-term wealth for a person, or even just financial stability, is very complicated. On top of that, the tone of some of these philanthropy videos can be strange at times.
We have 3 million pennies, and we're going to deliver it to my 3 millionth subscriber.
According to the paper titled "Good Intent or Just Good Content? Assessing Mr. Beast's Philanthropy" by Rodri Davies, it's pretty evident that the origin of Beast philanthropy content came from a channel that had made its name off of pranks and giveaways. This is because oftentimes in these videos, acts of generosity are presented as things you do to people, preferably as a total surprise, rather than something that's designed in partnership with them and designed to give them agency.
Well, they want me to take this car, and they're going to give me $100 to take this car.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Do you want 10 grand though?
Yes, I would love it.
Here you go. Oh, you're crying?
We just found out my grandma has stage 1 cancer.
I'm sorry.
He has
no idea.
He has no idea.
You think he'll cry?
I hope
I might
so.
cry. I think he's gonna break out into tears. Into the camera.
These people they're amazing.
This all could be a consequence of what William Davies calls the reaction economy, where the way in which we react to things is now the basic commodity of the internet. It's probably why reaction channels have done so well. People love watching and engaging with that influencer's reaction to things. And it's also probably why prank channels are so popular. Seeing someone's reaction to being pranked, the big reveal.
He didn't really react too much. And he just was like, I opened the door and he just started crying. And he was like, I didn't even think this money was real. And he's like, I just took tomorrow off work and I haven't seen my kids in so long because I work every day.
Jimmy pulls a lot of those aspects into his content. Not only does he have a very successful reaction channel dedicated to reaction content from him, but most of his videos center around the people included in them and how they react to his power and influence in ways that he bestows gifts and competitions onto them. On top of that, because a genuine reaction is ideal, what exactly is the extent of consent that Jimmy and his team receives from the people in his philanthropy content before he films people? What happens if that person decides, they don't like what was filmed. Instead of an act of charity that has no strings attached, MrBeast requires people to participate, to put in some sort of labor, mostly emotional labor, to contribute to a successful viral video. Not even to mention the different videos where MrBeast goes to different countries and tries to change their life, filming people of different cultures and dialects, presenting himself as their white savior.
I've been so inspired not just by this organization, but by the people of India, that we have already started looking at a long-term involvement over here.
That's wonderful. Every country struggles with poverty, but unfortunately, India has the highest population of orphans in the world.
Imagine living in scorching heat with no access to food, water, or electricity while constantly fearing for your safety. This is a saddening reality for the people that live in this remote village.
And from now on, the kids will no longer experience darkness at night.
We're kicking off this mission in Khayelitsha, South Africa, where we found an orphanage that needs our help immediately, or it faces the chance of getting shut down.
Some experts argue that white saviorism, mainly by international development organizations in their fundraising, constitute human rights infringements and need to be taken more seriously. Overall, in MrBeast's philanthropy content, he's essentially filming people who've been dealt a bad hand or are at a low point in their lives. He shines a spotlight on them. It's all there within their reach if they participate in his YouTube video. I'm not saying our healthcare or housing situations are much better. I'm only asking, is the process that MrBeast puts those in need under through his philanthropy content, well, exploitative?
It's so funny when they just like Twitter. It's Twitter of all the places where they just make crazy assumptions. No, if the camera wasn't there, or MrBeast is evil, and it's like only nice guys or people who want to look nice, they're all evil or whatever things. It's like, what do you even mean by that?
Jimmy's wildly successful empire was built off of flashy philanthropy YouTube content.
Invest in pieces.
Is this real?
Contests with lavish, expensive prizes and unsensible gifts.
I bought this entire island. I have 10 challenges and we have 10 people. And the last one of you to leave this island keeps it.
Ethical concerns arise when the act of giving becomes commodified, the purpose being to boost the creator's brand or revenue rather than solely help the beneficiary. Did anyone else see that sign drop? I guess hanging it up with duct tape doesn't work anymore. Essentially, the main issue with this sort of flashy philanthropy content is it creates a massive power imbalance. Jimmy has tons of power and control over the situation by being the heroic benefactor. On top of that, with everything being filmed by his team, edited by his team, with him having the final say in the cut, means he gets to choose the narrative. MrBeast recently responded to the topic of his philanthropy content possibly being exploitative.
How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment?
I don't want to take advantage of people or use people. We try to, pick people who, don't really fit that bill, if that makes sense.
Jimmy's answers in this interview are bizarre because oftentimes they never actually answer the question. Like in this case, Jimmy never really talked about whether there were any safeguards in place to protect people from being exploited, or what his production team does to gain proper consent to film people's reactions and entire lives for hundreds of millions of people to see. MrBeast mentions his video 1,000 Blind People See for the first time, saying that if people said they didn't want to be on camera, which he alleges happens often, they wouldn't film them, but would still pay for the surgery they needed.
Like if someone's like, I don't want to be on camera, which this happened lots of times, we'd just be like, that's fine, you can still have the surgery,
So let's examine the 1,000 Blind People See for the First Time video. On January 28th of 2023, MrBeast uploaded a video titled 1,000 Blind People See for the First Time. The video has accumulated over 186 million views.
I've been subscribed to you for like 11 years.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Jeremiah has been blind in his right eye since he was born.
The thumbnail is so creepy to me. These uncanny AI looking fake creepy smiles, the way MrBeast is looming over this lady in the thumbnail. The video premise is that MrBeast basically gives 1,000 people a 10-minute surgery for their cataracts, which drastically improves their vision. In the video, someone named Jeremiah was filmed as the bandages from his surgery were removed from his eyes, and you see his genuine reaction as
everything looks so more clear.
Yeah. To make this day even more special, since you're about to graduate high school and go to college, we wanted to give you $50,000 to put towards college.
Even though 1,000 blind people see for the
Winterlands kali ini, arena pertarungan Free Fire.
Maju!
Makin berasa dinginnya. Makin menyala. Bentar. Bukan ini. Apalagi ini? Salah. Terus gimana? Nih, join Google Play Winterlands Challenge. Semua Gold dan Platinum member Google Play Points buat rebut gelar Sultan Winterlands. Menangin total hadiah lebih dari 2 juta diamond. VIP Pass ke acara Free Fire Spring Finals 2025. Taklukin semua challenge-nya. Berani jadi Sultan? Buktiin lo panutan. Booyah! Daftar sekarang.
Even though 1,000 blind people see for the first time wasn't Jimmy's most viewed video, it gained a lot of traction outside of the internet ethosphere. The video became a huge talking point across multiple social media and news outlets. People just unsure exactly how they should feel about the video. There is something so demonic about this, I can't even articulate what it is. YouTube and TikTok creator LOL Overrule tweeted, "People tried defending Mr. Beast in the comments, saying things like, people don't seem to realize that in order for him to be able to keep helping people, he has to turn his charities into content, or he won't make the money he needs to keep helping people. That sort of seems like a snake that eats itself. In order to continue giving money to people, he has to exploit their entire personhood and struggles." And yeah, it may be simple and easy to look at Mr. Beast as a harmless do-gooder if you've never been put in that position before. But imagine if you were in a spot where you needed help from someone, and in order for that person to help you, they had to blast your entire situation to hundreds of millions of people. And also, why is it that so many people feel that they need to resort to this, being demeaned or exploited in a YouTube video in order to receive any form of help? Twitch streamer Hassan Piker said of the video 1,000 blind people see for the first time, "You watch this video and go, ah, how cute, how nice. I watch this video and I'm filled with rage that we shut off access to a 10-minute procedure because we paywalled it and decided that some people just simply can't get it. Insanely frustrating that it's up to one YouTuber guy to decide to make content out of it that people who are too poor just can't effing see."
That's insane. Anyway, sorry. It's just like a deeply, deeply frustrating concept. No, I was more mad about like the guy who couldn't go to work for 4 months because his eyesight is gone.
Mr. Beast also tweeted something that somewhat addressed this situation in sort of as apolitical and neutral of a way as possible. "I don't understand why curable blindness is a thing. Why don't governments step in and help? Even if you're thinking purely from a financial standpoint, it's hard to see how they don't ROI on taxes from people being able to work again." To be fair to Jimmy, he's also worked with a lot of different organizations. In addition to Mr. Beast philanthropy, he also went viral for launching Team Trees in partnership with Arbor Day Foundation.
You guys spammed me to plant 20 million trees on Twitter, Reddit, all over my comment section, so I made it happen. Today, we will be planting 20 million trees.
He also then launched Team Seas.
This is one of the dirtiest beaches in the entire world, and we're gonna pick up every single piece of trash.
But interestingly, Jimmy didn't grow up with much of a passion for philanthropy or much exposure to it. His mother said Jimmy never participated in volunteer activities or even church community service. Jimmy doesn't even claim to have a deep emotional attachment to the causes that he posts about.
I think people overplay it. A lot of people in my situation would be like, yeah, I love giving and it's the greatest thing ever.
So what's his motivation for it all? Jimmy is very sensitive to questions about his motivations.
What brings us happiness is winning and building companies, or it's just having money doesn't, you know?
I have an entire channel built around my nonprofit that I've invested ungodly amounts of hours into building that I'll never see a single penny out of, he defensively claims when asked about his motivation. Though that's kind of a false truth, is it not? Jimmy has reaped massive benefits and become a very rich man off of his YouTube channels.
Do
have become wealthy and because you give, like, part of your work is giving away a lot of money.
Even on his philanthropic channel, every aspect of that content is further contributing to his brand and image. But Jimmy is adamant he doesn't make his content for money or personal gain. Cue earlier in this video and throughout his entire career, where Jimmy's biggest interest is to gain as many subscribers as possible.
So you're using me for views?
Yeah.
But money and success aren't motivators for him now? Interesting.
You invest so much money into
all
the
the
show.
money I make. I don't. Why do I need money?
Jimmy claims to view money as a means to an end, a tool for him to utilize so he can completely dominate YouTube.
But did you desire money, like when you were younger?
I've always wanted money so I can make better videos, so I can grow my channel. Yeah.
But it's like he's trying to deny that he's become a very rich person off of his content.
You have the most brilliant way of saying that you make lots of money.
I agree.
You say, I make all this money, and then you're like, but I spend it all.
Yeah.
But you still get to say that you make it.
There's been various figures that have floated around in regards to Mr. Beast's income. CNBC reported that Mr. Beast brings in $700 million a year but says he's not rich. Jimmy Donaldson rakes in hundreds of millions of dollars from his YouTube channel and food brand.
CNBC reported that you were doing somewhere between $600 and $700 million.
That's what they thought we would do this year.
This year.
Yeah. I reinvest everything.
Jimmy has claimed to numerous people and media outlets that he reinvests everything he makes, all going back into his content.
Let's be honest, you're gonna be YouTube's first billionaire.
Yeah.
Is it happened?
No, actual cash. I'm probably the poorest person in this room. If I make $3-4 million a month, I just spend it on videos the next month. We literally like have razor thin margins and just reinvest it all.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's wild. It kind of sounds like the stupidest thing a business person could do, especially if you employ people across your multiple channels and companies, which of course Mr. Beast does. If you reinvested everything, your business would be so low on cash that it would completely collapse.
How many employees then?
I mean, across everything, over 100, I don't know.
So that right there is just a flat out lie, in my opinion. Too ridiculous to be true, and something that only his 10-year-old audience would probably believe.
Is that ever dangerous? Like, does a video ever not yield a return you're expecting where you're like, oh, this one hurt a little
ton
bit?
of them, yeah.
No, you're spending $4 million on a YouTube video?
Well, $4 million a month on videos, yeah.
But these claims make it almost impossible to track how much Jimmy is actually profiting off of his YouTube content, compounded by the fact that his mom has control of his bank account. And it seems most news sources are just purely speculating when it comes to Mr. Beast's net worth. Celebrity Net Worth has Mr. Beast's net worth estimated at $1 billion, but an online paper estimated that at the age of 25, Mr. Beast had a net worth of $500 million. Then in November of 2022, it was reported that Mr. Beast was looking for investors to buy into his company at a valuation of $1.5 billion. In 2023, Mr. Beast's empire generated $223 million in gross revenue and was on pace to generate $700 million in 2024. And yet in 2022, Forbes estimated that Mr. Beast only brought in $54 million. We know that Mr. Beast is inherently rich. We know off of what he's claimed that he cares about the amount of subscribers he gets, that he cares about dominating YouTube. And yet Jimmy speaks on the matter as if he's just a humble soul, investing every penny he makes back into his philanthropy content, solely for the good of others. On top of that, Mr. Beast deploys other questionable tactics to try and keep all of his viewers engaged in his content. Mr. Beast often pitches the idea of subscribing to his channel as an act of charity. In one video in 2021, he tells his viewers, by literally hitting that subscribe button, you are taking 10 cents out of my pocket and giving it to people like we had in this video.
This is Michael, a random subscriber. Basically, until the end of the year, every time someone subscribes to my channel, I'm giving away 10 cents. And Michael, 100,000 people subscribed, so I could give you this $10,000 in cash. And that $10,000 represents 100,000 subscribers.
Jimmy, what happens if 50 million people subscribe?
If 50 million people subscribe,
Yeah.
I have to give away $5 million.
In another video, one of his friends who often makes an appearance in his videos says in a mock tone, so if they hate charity, they won't watch the videos, making it seem like if you care about people and giving, you gotta watch a Mr. Beast video. As Jimmy says in one of his videos for his philanthropy channel, Beast Philanthropy is literally funded by your eyeballs, not even joking.
And if you're wondering how this is all possible, by watching this video, you helped fund what we just did. By watching this video, you helped us feed people.
In 2022, Jimmy allegedly flew 100 subscribers to a private island. He pitted these 100 subscribers all against each other in Survivor-style challenges for ownership of this island.
We just hit 100 million subscribers to celebrate, I bought this ginormous private island and I'm giving it to one of you in this video.
The thumbnail for this video also gives a completely different impression than reality. Talk about Instagram versus reality, maybe it should be Mr. Beast thumbnails versus reality. Glamorizing everything to be exactly how a 10-year-old would want versus reality. The real island. In May of 2023, a few months after the 1,000 blind people see for the first time video, Mr. Beast posted a video titled 1,000 deaf people hear for the first time.
This is the first out of 1,000 deaf people that we're gonna help hear again. And she hasn't heard her mother's voice in 4 years. Can you hear?
I love you. The system for these videos can essentially be boiled down to inspiration. Inspiration is a term used to describe the portrayal of people with disabilities as objects of inspiration for non-disabled people. The term was coined by late disability rights activist Stella Young. The concept critiques how these portrayals can reduce individuals with disabilities to one-dimensional figures whose sole purpose is to inspire others.
So in this case, we're objectifying disabled people for the benefit of non-disabled people, so that we can look at them and think, well, however bad my life is, it could be worse. I could be that person. And it is objectifying. These images objectify disabled people for the benefit of non-disabled people. You know, they are there so that you can look at them and think that things aren't so bad for you, to put your worries into perspective.
Through doing this type of content, deploying these types of tactics, Mr. Beast just learned how to make more and more money for himself, put himself on a higher pedestal, and then sell all of that in a pitch to potential sponsorships. But no, money is not a main motivator of his. Jimmy, please. In 2023, YouTuber Jacksepticeye criticized Mr. Beast for ruining YouTube, saying that the culture of YouTube has now become more about views, money, and popularity than about having fun. If Mr. Beast had fun doing these videos, they'd be longer. We'd see the fun. At the time, plenty of Mr. Beast fans defended him, but Jacksepticeye's comments are aging pretty well. Mr. Beast essentially created an extremely profitable system on YouTube, mainly through engaging his audience, making them feel involved with the content, and also making them feel good, like simply being involved with his content is generating social good. Then he took all of that success and compounded it, developing numerous businesses that parlayed off of his main demographics' interests, driving further and further profit.
Feastables is the business, right?
There's only so much money brands are willing to spend on a video. It makes more and more sense for me to just build companies that I own because, I know, if I promote something that it converts and it actually leads to real sales.
Why is that? Why did Mr. Beast go on to create multiple businesses, which he consistently promoted to his audience?
So right now we have our snack brand, Feastables. We have a restaurant chain, Beast Burger. We have the data company that I was showing you. We have the Reacts channel, the gaming channel, the main channel, and then we have my charity, which also has a channel.
Is it as simple as he claims, that he needs the money from these businesses, the millions and millions and millions of dollars, to continue feeding back into his YouTube content, all for doing more social good? Does the Mr. Beast channel truly require hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to run? Or is it all just smoke and mirrors? A clever way to hide and conceal where the money is really going. In this section, we're going to address all of the Mr. Beast businesses, why he started them, and how much money he's made.
Almost everything I'm doing outside my main channel is to make money so I can put it back into my main channel because it's just not profitable. That's why I'm building these other businesses and revenue streams. It's just so I can funnel the money back into my main.
It's more than just the makeup. Be unstoppable. Perfect for your day-to-day. It's smooth, it's flawless, it lasts all day and night. Skintific, wear your confidence. What?
Towards the end of 2020, Jimmy launched a virtual fast food brand called Mr. Beast Burgers.
Mr. Beast, whose real name is Jimmy Donaldson, has more than 100 million subscribers, and now he's got a burger joint.
We're now open!
This needs a little more sauce.
Okay. The version they ordered is the one with no sauce.
1 out of 10.
At first, the launch of Mr. Beast Burgers was a huge success. In a single day, Mr. Beast opened 300 locations of Mr. Beast Burgers. But in just a few years after its launch, it faced its downfall.
With the Mr. Beast Burger, you learned a lot of lessons there. Maybe went too fast. You didn't expect it to be so popular, and you lost control of that.
In the first year, the business brought in $100 million in revenue.
Over 1,000 locations.
Over 1,000 locations.
So how was Mr. Beast able to do this rapid expansion? It was all through the ghost kitchen model.
The burgers were made in ghost kitchens and could only be ordered on delivery services.
To me, the concept of ghost kitchens always sounded a little bit strange. A ghost kitchen is when the brand doesn't have a physical storefront of its own. You can't go into a physical Mr. Beast Burger establishment. These brands utilize existing, already successful restaurants to make their food. They also utilize delivery app services like Uber Eats, Grubhub, and DoorDash. When someone places an order on a food delivery service like DoorDash, that existing kitchen plug and places the brand's recipe and sends it out. I would understand the concept behind a ghost kitchen if you were a wonderful cook or had a great idea for a restaurant but didn't necessarily have the means to open a physical location. However, most ghost kitchens are created by rich and famous people who wanted to make more money during COVID. The company Virtual Dining Concepts, which is behind the Mr. Beast Burger brand, also launched a few other ghost kitchen brands with other notable celebrities. Ghost Kitchen Concepts with TV personality Mario Lopez and reality show personality Pauly D. But Mr. Beast's edge that made Mr. Beast Burgers just that much more successful was the power of social media. Not only through Mr. Beast's own promotion of Mr. Beast Burgers, but other people's content and videos surrounding the burger joint as well.
This cost me $60. It better be good. That's good.
Which one was your favorite?
The crisp burger was good. It had so much potential, just needed a bit of sauce. He went for this. Just cheese and bread, really.
Jimmy also often put Mr. Beast Burger logos in his thumbnails. This essentially was like a virtual billboard, advertising Mr. Beast Burgers to hundreds of millions of people, literally. He also talked frequently about the product, promoting it to his audience and tying himself with the brand.
She just delivered our food. If you're wondering what we ordered, it's Beast Burgers, available nationwide.
A business typically has its own brand, a promise that it makes to its customers. Instead of doing this, social media stars who want to develop a brand just end up tying in their own personal brand with the product. So in the end, the only unique offering that their brand has is that it's tied in with their name. Mr. Beast Burgers is probably a warning to not do that, because it may have just led to the downfall of Mr. Beast Burgers. The main pitfalls of this is the brand wasn't hyper-focused on quality, and it expanded way too rapidly to encompass all the areas that Mr. Beast subscribers lived in. The quality couldn't keep up with the strain and pressure to expand.
I have to say, for a beef-style burger, it's just okay. Nothing really stands out for me. No beefy-licious essence. I feel like they didn't season the beef patties at all. It was very plain, very neutral, very boring.
To be honest, it kind of has an interesting smell, almost like a cheap grocery store smell.
So, quality control issues emerged really quickly. Some customers received raw burgers, and other customers found their burgers burnt.
He said that is the Beast Burger. Look how small that patty is. And then how much was this, Sam?
It was like 11 or 12.
11 or 12.
He said this is a double burger. Look at the size of it. Look how small it is.
Am I crazy?
Am I crazy?
That is wild.
The consistency that customers would expect in a brand, particularly
Boo. Hello everyone. Well, this is really unexpected, isn't it? Can you guys hear me? Okay, so I guess I'm gonna have the greeting first. So, good afternoon to those at not good afternoon. Good morning to those at the east side of the world, and good evening to those at the west side of the world. Welcome to the stream. well, not technically. We've been streaming for at least like 4 hours. Well, almost 6 hours, which is unexpected. So, for those who are new here, welcome. For those who has been waiting, who has been together with me since 3 a.m., welcome back. There was a lot long pause earlier because technically it's already morning, so there's a lot of chores that I need to do. So that's why I need to go back and forth. So for today, if you saw the title, I was originally going to do some character design with Project Sekai, so making gacha design. However, I ended up making some, well, I get it's supposed to be status effect and all, because I am very indecisive. So I do need to warning you, I do have things to do early in this afternoon, so I will cut this stream maybe around like maybe 2 or 12, maybe, who knows, because there's gonna be someone who's gonna try to fix the roof of my house. So around that time I'll probably gonna stop stream because it has been a long time. So yeah, I'm probably gonna do some designing in Gacha Club either in this stream or maybe tonight. Yes, I promise I will do another stream tonight, maybe another 6-hour stream, because we do need to finish this as quick as possible. But who knows? Let's see what we can do. Okay. So that is just a little greeting for me. I do more comfortable. I'm more comfortable if I close my mic, but since there's no one here, I'm probably gonna do it like. Okay, I want to move downstairs first. Okay, so give me 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna move downstairs and then turn on the my fan because it is really hot. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm just gonna title this stream like half mic. So so background story. As I said a couple of streams ago, my cousin is spending the Christmas this year at my house, so I need to move to my parents' house, essentially. Hold on. So that's why I cannot like open my mic, because I don't want my parents to know that I'm actually a streamer. But right now my parents is at work. I am home alone, and soon my cousin is going to the zoo, the local zoo. But I'm going to probably be joining them around like afternoon 12. But before that, there will be some guys who will be checking my roof because it has been leaking. It's rainy season at my place, so like it's leaking really badly. So I will be waiting for them until they fix the leaking. At the same time, I do need to do laundry after this as well. So we're gonna see. At the very least, I want to finish all the status here and maybe design a couple of things. If I cannot, at the very least, I finish making all of the status at the very least, okay? This is not what I planned, but now I'm really in the mood. My brain is locked on to finishing this. Hopefully tomorrow I have a lot of time to do it, okay? If, for example, we're not finished the coding, I can probably change the stream into like the whole title of the stream become like stream 13 stream before New Year's, if I do want to finish the game before New Year. Who knows? But that's what happened in planning, okay? Like I do find like if I at Christmas like we're gonna do the whole coding after Christmas, honestly I don't mind, because I actually asked for my brother's help to make the mapping for the main world, essentially. Well, the other places, like the other mapping, I can do it on my own, even though it's not as good as his. But who knows, actually. So I'm going to be continuing this while you can listen to the conspiracy of Mr. Beast. Okay. I'll keep my mic on just in case, okay?
Truly in the food industry was just not there. So eventually the unpredictability of the product eroded customer trust and loyalty. Sure, if you're an influencer, you can get your audience to buy a product from you because they like you, but will they return? Not if the quality is unpredictable or if it just sucks.
Like, is there a retention strategy
at the restaurant? Yeah. Well, hopefully it's just the food's amazing. You know what I mean?
Now, these are the Beast fries. It looks like they just slapped a piece of Kraft cheese on there. Everything here is like basically about $10 for each item, and everything's not really worth it.
Food's amazing.
So with Mr. Beast Burgers, there was a rapid decline in overall customer satisfaction, and there were less and less repeat customers. The decline in Mr. Beast Burgers got even worse when Jimmy's partnership with virtual dining concepts went south. In July of 2023, Mr. Beast filed a lawsuit against virtual dining concepts. The reason being that the poor food quality from Mr. Beast Burgers was damaging his reputation. Then virtual dining concepts countersued. They accused Jimmy of breaching their contract and interfering with business operations. Virtual dining concepts claimed in the lawsuit that Jimmy Donaldson used bullying tactics in order to escape from his existing contractual obligations without sensible reasoning. They also said that he elevated greed over his word and the truth. In a now deleted tweet, Mr. Beast said that quality control issues with Mr. Beast Burgers was hurting his image, but that shutting the business down entirely was out of his hands. The company I partnered with won't let me stop, even though it's terrible for my brand.
Mr. Beast Burger, you kind of loaned your name to it, and it didn't have the same quality control.
Yeah. Well, that one I can't talk about, but
okay, no problem. I was wondering.
It seems like overall, Mr. Beast Burger is floundering and reached a stagnation, especially as the multiple lawsuits, which themselves admit to the poor quality of the product, are pending. 2 years after launching Mr. Beast Burgers, Jimmy launched Feastables, a snack company, in 2022. The first product that Feastables launched were chocolate bars.
Buy Feastables, so I can afford my videos right now. I don't make money.
What do 10-year-olds love? Candy bars. So why don't we give them more of what they love, but with the Mr. Beast brand image and name behind it? Feastables chocolate bars also claim to be a healthier alternative to other chocolate bars on the market, with simple ingredients like organic cocoa and cane sugar. It's supposed to be a more natural alternative to traditional candy bars.
Try to just take categories that make healthier products than what's out there.
But also a much, much worse tasting one, as someone who tried a Feastables bar once. Other food critics and content creators have also tried the chocolate bar and have been seemingly underwhelmed.
I got all the Feastable chocolates. Let's try them and rank them 1 to 6. I'm gonna be completely honest, totally not biased, because if it sells more, I make more money. I'm gonna be honest, and I hope Jimmy is sitting next to me and not getting his feelings hurt. Let's do it. It's a little too sweet. A little bit. It's not bad. It is a lot sweeter than what I would like, though. Here, I got it. Here. All right, this is our Crunch Bar. Okay. This is the one you believe in. Yes. It's not crazy, Jimmy. No? You don't like Crunch Bars? I do like Crunch Bars, but... I agree. You know, you are so right. I'm going to slam this chair. Hershey's sucks. Can I flip the table to end it? Do whatever you put up there.
During its inception, the brand
Ulang tahun ke-8, Juro bagi-bagi HP Samsung, sepeda listrik, dan saldo jutaan. Cicilan ringan, banyak traktiran. Awas ketinggalan.
During its inception, the brand Feastables raised $5 million at a valuation of $50 million from investors.
People who never would have bought chocolate in Walmart are walking to the chocolate aisle specifically to buy Feastables.
Creating a new market.
Exactly. I'm bringing new customers to the aisle. It's just like dumb not to have me there. It's like, you know, literally incompetence not to put our bar there.
The CEO for Feastables, Jimmy Murray, different Jimmy, claimed that when first starting out Feastables, Mr. Beast was fascinated with studying the metrics behind the product. We've been texting frequently, talking about high-level strategy of the business and looking at different designs. But again,
I don't make money.
Money isn't the sole focus of Jimmy's.
When it is in the videos, which is now almost every video, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like a brand deal.
Of course.
You know, but there's still set up moments, like in the boat video, in the yacht video. There's like a moment, a Feastables moment.
Part of Jimmy's, or the Jimmy's, business plan was further gamifying the chocolate bar, just like most of Mr. Beast's businesses, meaning that he turned participating in his business and brand, being a customer buying product, into a sort of game, like how a casino draws in a gambler, or a lottery, because each candy bar that a customer would buy would come with a code on the wrapper, which customers could type into the Feastables website, and some of them would win prizes.
On the back of this bar, you peel this sticker, and it gives you this code. I went to their website, and it made you go through this whole process of consenting your information and your birth date, and you put the price code in. You get to spin the wheel. You want a mystery video for Mr. Beast. Click to watch.
He's teaching children to gamble through buying chocolate bars. So they're having a bunch of candy and using that candy to gamble. And yet this guy has the good guy brand image.
We're in the chocolate aisle at Walmart. We're gonna give the next person to buy our chocolate bar Feastables 10 grand.
Every day for the next 30 days, one person who buys Feastables and scans the QR code will win $10,000. As a reward for buying our chocolate bar, here's $10,000.
No, don't buy them.
Allegedly, some of the prizes from the launch were a Tesla and a lifetime subscription of chocolate from GoPuff.
We went out, we bought 10 Teslas, loads of cash, and all these prizes you see on the screen. And prizes aside, unlike Hershey's, these bars only have 4 to 5 ingredients and just genuinely taste good. Go to Feastables.com right now and order some chocolate.
Definitely things children need, and one of the ultimate prizes that you could win by buying a Feastables chocolate bar was the chance to participate in a Mr. Beast challenge, filmed and posted on YouTube. The ultimate prize being ownership of a physical chocolate factory that he built in his home state.
One of these 10 people is going to walk away with this chocolate factory. These 10 contestants are all here because they found a golden ticket when they bought one of our Feastable bars.
Because that's what every kid needs. A chocolate factory. That's going to solve all their problems. Mr. Beast really getting down into the nitty-gritty of what kids need. He's just a charitable guy and clearly doing all of this to help the world, because the world needs more chocolate factories. Jimmy Murray said about purchasing a Feastables bar, every time you engage with Feastables, it's like a ticket to the spectacle, a ticket to the experience. Lottery ticket? In the first 72 hours of Feastables launch, Jimmy sold more than 1 million chocolate bars. So this strategy clearly worked pretty well on his core audience. Jimmy's chocolate factory video was released a few months later, featured Gordon Ramsay.
Gordon Ramsay, how's it going, man?
But in all seriousness, why would anyone want a chocolate factory? What would anyone do with this? Start a competing chocolate brand to Jimmy's? off of the factory he gave them? That would be funny. I would want to see that.
All the candy's going bad. There's probably a million flies in there.
Will you buy this off of me?
Yes.
For $500,000?
Of course, right here.
Jimmy really went from providing people life-changing surgeries that their insurance wasn't paying for to handing them a chocolate factory to promote his new chocolate company.
This is our chocolate bars that you can order online. Feastable bars, milk chocolate.
No, too sweet.
But of course, Mr. Beast doesn't care about money. Feastable's success was largely due to its partnership with Walmart.
Say that again. Walmart does $4 billion a year in chocolate
sales. Yeah.
Same people who I would take pictures with in Walmart, when they see our product there, they're like, oh, it's the guy from YouTube, and they'll buy it.
Initially, Feastables was only available at Walmart, but due to the massive success, it eventually launched practically worldwide.
Feastables, I didn't think we'd be doing the kind of revenue we are. Like by the end of next year, we could be in like 40, 50,000 locations.
But Mr. Beast was so used to asking his fans to participate in his content that he stopped realizing the reasons why that worked in the past. A year after the Feastables launch, Jimmy annoyed fans on Twitter by asking them to clean up the display of Feastables on store shelves. I need your help next time you see Feastables in Walmart and soon to be new retailers. If you could clean up the presentation and make it look better, that'd make me very happy. I'm building a team to do this routinely. Just need help in the short term. The Feastables Twitter account also claimed that people who shared proof of cleaning up Feastables displays could enter a contest to win $5,000. So people submitted before and after shelfies of them cleaning up Mr. Beast's display for him. Subsequently, Jimmy was criticized for exploiting his fan base for unpaid labor, probably child unpaid labor. What a charitable guy. But no, Mr. Beast doesn't care about money. Because Jimmy took advantage of free labor when he could, you can start to see how he ended up being accused of poor labor practices by his own employees later on. Feastables seemed to be the most successful and long-lasting business venture of Mr. Beast. Eventually, he tried to emulate this model, creating more food products aimed at a child demographic, trying to be the more healthier option of already popular children's food items, with the face of children's favorite YouTube creator plastered all over it. This year, 2024, just a few months ago, Jimmy announced a new partnership, a joint venture, with fellow YouTube creators Logan Paul and KSI. This new venture was called Lunchly, an alternative to Lunchables, and were virtually just pre-packaged meal kits marketed to children.
Perhaps you are familiar with this product. We came together to create a Lunchables competitor featuring the fastest growing hydration beverage ever and the fastest growing candy ever. We'd like to introduce you to Lunchables.
Lunchables is a well-known food brand marketed as a quick and easy on-the-go lunch option for children, but they faced criticism for their nutritional content containing high sodium and processed foods. So Jimmy, KSI, and Logan Paul swooped in and marketed Lunchly as a healthier alternative to Lunchables. Each box includes Prime and Feastables, further promoting all influencers involved respective companies, along with 3 varieties of food. I think you're not going to catch me eating one of them, but their meals have turkey with cheese and crackers and pizza with nachos and salsa. I also find it really interesting that Mr. Beast chose to partner with KSI and Logan Paul. Jimmy immediately aligned himself with KSI and Logan Paul to produce Lunchlys, 2 influencers who are constantly tied up in controversy. For a purpose of creating a business aimed at making a profit? Interesting. When Lunchly was announced, it seemed that these YouTubers' intentions were really transparent, and a lot of people expressed their dissent. In response to all the backlash, Mr. Beast wrote, Lunchables sells hundreds of millions of units and countless people eat it. Jimmy, not-for-profit, focusing on sales and numbers yet again. Our goal is to give people a better-for-you alternative. Our turkey meal, for example, is 80 less calories, 60% less sugar, and more electrolytes. We use real cheese, they use cheese product. We use higher quality meat, etc.
Our pizza uses real cheese. Theirs, as it says on their box, is mozzarella pasteurized prepared cheese product. They can't even call it real cheese.
Though, is the product really focused on the health of children if it's only slightly better than Lunchables? Or is it a strategic play? Play something almost identical to the already popular Lunchables product, except for this product has children's favorite YouTubers involved with it. The parents see that Lunchly is a slightly healthier option. What do you think they choose?
Also 30 less calories, 3 less grams of fat, and 8 less grams of sugar. Turkey stack, 310 calories.
230 calories.
21 grams of sugar.
Only 7 grams of sugar.
Dan TDM, a prominent Minecraft YouTuber who has a mainly child audience, spoke out against Lunchly. What happened to YouTubers, man? I can't not say anything anymore. This is selling stuff for the sake of making money. Simple. How does this benefit their fans? This is selling crap to kids who don't know better than to trust the people who are selling it to them. Do better. together. The creators involved with Lunchly all responded to Dan. KSI wrote, "Some dumb-ass YouTuber said this exact same thing to me the other day. Rather than complaining, crying, and trying to cancel a YouTuber for creating a product, here's an idea. If you don't want a product, just don't buy it. Simple."
People just hate us. People just hate us. People hate Logan Paul, okay? They hate Mr. Beast. And they hate me on Twitter, okay? When it comes to Twitter, Twitter is just a cesspool of the most depressed people on this earth.
Logan replied to Dan's post saying, "I'll tell you what happened to YouTubers. We spent our lives creating content and building our brands. Now we want to build businesses. You don't say anything when Lunchables faces bans for allegedly containing lead. But when we create a better version, you're upset? Then don't eat it." What Logan states feels like a red herring because it's just a complete distraction from the argument Dan is making. Dan also isn't complaining about the brand because he wants to or doesn't want to eat it. He's upset with the very clear intentions of the brand, which is just to push out an uninnovative product and shill it towards children. Logan Paul was also criticized and seen as a huge hypocrite because Prime is currently the subject of lawsuits after numerous flavors of Prime were found to contain lead and other forever chemicals. On top of that, Lunchly, according to reports, is not as nutritious as Mr. Beast, KSI, and Logan Paul claim it is. Dr. Mike, a family medicine physician who creates content on YouTube, reviewed the Lunchly product.
It's been known, especially by experts, that while these kits are fun and tasty, their nutritional value is just not good. And because they fall into the category of ultra-processed foods, they aren't healthy to consume often, period.
23% of Lunchly's calories came from saturated fat and 10.4% came from added sugars. And the turkey meal is only 230 calories, not nearly enough for children to have during lunch.
Knowing all that, is it fair to say that Lunchly is healthier? I guess one can say yes, but honestly, probably more so as a marketing tactic.
The announcement video for Lunchly also over-sensationalized the difference between Lunchly and Lunchables.
Fiesta Nacho, 22 grams of sugar,
10 grams of sugar,
7 grams of protein,
9 grams of protein.
Come in close and look at the queso cheese in Lunchly versus whatever that is. Drip versus stick. I like my cheese drippy.
In one video, Logan Paul ate a Lunchable, spat it out, then commented on how bad Lunchables tasted compared to Lunchly.
Alright, we'll start off with the Lunchables.
Bro, I'm sorry, that's trash.
I didn't even know this was an acceptable form of advertising, so consistently bringing up another name brand and saying that your product is better. It feels kind of lazy and just genuinely points out how Lunchly doesn't bring anything new and unique to the table. So Mr. Beast, KSI, and Logan Paul have to compare it to Lunchables to sell it, instead of just letting it stand on its own as a business. YouTuber and streamer Asmongold both taste tested Lunchables and Lunchly nachos on a stream, and he said they basically just tasted the same. If you prefer Prime, it's going to be Lunchly. If you prefer Capri Sun, then it's going to be Lunchables.
Guys, I feel like this is so anticlimactic. They're basically the same thing. They look different, but they basically taste the exact same.
Lunchly products are marketed as containing real cheese, as opposed to Lunchables, which has a cheese product. And that would all be fine and dandy if their real cheese didn't come with some major complications. Rosanna Pansino exposed a major problem with the Lunchly product when she tried to review it on video. She attempted to compare Lunchly to Lunchables, only to open the product and find mold.
And we just got this one. This was fresh from the store this morning, and there is a ton of mold in there. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I have a fork, and I'm just going to dig into it just to see. Oh, yeah. Okay. That is a ton of mold. This is really dangerous.
The thing that's so concerning about this is that children are consuming this product and may not know to stay away from moldy cheese. They might just open it and consume it regardless, trusting the product and their favorite influencer, Mr. Beast. Some people surprisingly didn't initially trust Rosanna Pansino's video due to the fact that she's taken issue with Mr. Beast in the past. Rosanna first started taking issue with Mr. Beast when she accused him of editing her out of third place in his hide-and-seek challenge, which is just weird. Why would you edit someone out of third place? She posted, "Mr. Beast lied and edited me out of the top 3 in Creator Games 3. Mr. Beast, Jimmy, had edited the video to make me look like I performed worse than I did." For Rosanna and other people, it just brought a lot of suspicion that so much of the videos we see of these Mr. Beast challenges is edited, narrative has been shifted, and since that situation, Rosanna Pansino has been outspoken against Mr. Beast for a lot of his problematic behavior that has seemingly gone unchecked for too long. But people started believing more and more that Lunchly might have some problematic aspects of the fungal variety. A Twitch streamer also found mold in their Lunchly.
Oh, look at the bottom right here.
No way! What? No, chat, that was actually mold. That's 100% mold. I'm so sorry. Oh no, do you see it right there? Do you see it? Sealed and it's molded. What is it? I'm not lying, dude. Don't open it yet. Don't open it yet. That is 100% mold. No way, dude.
And more people recorded opening up their Lunchleys to find mold inside.
An upset parent just posted these pictures that they took the Lunchly home and it was full of mold and it had a terrible smell.
In a statement to the Daily Mail about this issue, Lunchly said, all Lunchly products go through a stringent review process to ensure the quality and safety of its products. That process consists of multiple inspections and approvals, including that of the USDA, before any product can even leave the manufacturing facility. Initially, only KSI and Logan Paul responded to the controversy, speaking of it on a podcast, laughing it off, and then claiming that the haters just use them for clicks.
Yeah, like I like my cheese moldy, bro.
Yo, going at you guys or at Beast, you could get so many likes. You could be showered in likes.
It is a guaranteed way to get a load of it.
Yeah.
Even Lunchly now. Lunchly's in. Like, man, you want to say something, get some likes?
Yeah.
Just tweet about Lunchly.
I'm so sick and tired of that lame-ass excuse whenever an influencer gets into controversy. It's just they're haters. Not only does it feel incredibly self-centered to take people's criticisms of you and instantly brush it off as they're just flawed, they're haters, I'm perfect. In a way, I wish I had just a semblance of that self-confidence and self-belief, because they clearly believe they're untouchable, they're perfect. So if anyone doesn't like what they're doing, that's just a hater. A lot of the people who found mold in Lunchleys bought the product first. And if there was no mold in the product, they probably would have been happy with it, and you guys probably would have gained a customer. Lunchly, up. There's clearly mold in some of the Lunchly products. Mr. Beast recently also responded to the mold in Lunchly claims and continued spreading the narrative that they quality check, that there shouldn't be any mold, seemingly operating on a different realm of reality than what people are experiencing.
The mold thing, here's the thing. Every single Lunchly with cheese meat is USDA inspected. There is no mold when it leaves our factory. There are variables that we just can't control, and that's why every single product in that section, Google it and put mold behind it. It just occasionally happens.
It feels like Mr. Beast isn't denying that mold has been found in Lunchleys. He's just trying to say, hey, don't blame us. It's not my fault. This stuff happens all the time. So it'll be interesting to see the success of Lunchly with such a disastrous start. But not to worry, Mr. Beast has other businesses as backups in case Lunchly fails. He recently launched a children's toy product, maybe learning his lesson to not do any more food products since they're constantly having quality issues, but still making a product geared towards a child demographic.
I'm gonna show you my new Mr. Beast Lab mutators. Mr. Beast Lab mutators, each sold separately.
Mr. Beast started a toy line along with Moose Toys called Mr. Beast Labs.
Launch my brand new toy line, Mr. Beast Labs, and then have a fellow scientist shake it. This bad boy is 6.5 inches tall.
And Mr. Beast heavily promoted these toys in a ton of his new content.
Hey, future Jimmy here, and I'm gonna tell you about my brand new toy line, Mr. Beast Labs Swarm.
You kind of wonder if the children watching Mr. Beast content differentiated when he talked about his toy line as an advertisement placement, because a lot of these advertisements were made to look like real and engaging videos.
And to demonstrate the product, I made this giant life-size version of the Swarms tube. Then you pour out the water, do the honors roll, and out of the water will be revealed which two swarms you got.
There are a ton of these little test tube beasts that they're selling, and honestly, I do not understand the difference between them all. I'm clearly not the target audience, but according to the website, in season 1 of Mr. Beast Lab Mutators, there are 4 unique mutators to collect. Though the toy line is just starting out, it quickly followed the standard Mr. Beast business model that we know at this point. It expanded very quickly, selling in a ton of different stores, Walmart, of course. You can even buy these toys in Amazon, and aggressively actively targeting children with the advertisements across Mr. Beast videos and also on networks like Paramount Plus, where I ended up seeing the advertisement. So that basically all of Jimmy's customer demographic has access to these toys. I can definitely see what a lot of people are starting to complain about, where Mr. Beast is trying to completely infiltrate the child mind, whether it's treats, food, or toys. Jimmy has made a conservative effort to be the primary product selling in all of these categories. Mr. Beast has profited immensely from all of his product-based businesses, mainly marketed to children. But no, he doesn't care about money. It also feels like selling to children is the equivalent of taking candy from a baby. It's one of the easiest demographics to sell to. He then took all that money he made off of children buying his products and invested it into crypto scams. Rosanna Palladino released an expose video accusing Jimmy of participating in illegal activity. Jimmy is seen with a group of people while allegedly playing Bust-A-Bit. Bust-A-Bit is a Bitcoin gambling platform that is illegal for US residents.
What you can see in the reflection of these large windows at night is the Bust-A-Bit website. This video is only a couple years old, so it shows that he is continuing to do this behavior.
Rosanna also claimed that multiple people have told her that Jimmy pressures his friends and employees to gamble.
With all of that, I am inclined to believe all of the stories that I've been hearing about him pressuring his own employees to gamble.
Rosanna, alongside a former Mr. Beast employee who we'll discuss in length later in this video, named Dawson, claimed that Jimmy also heavily participated in crypto pump and dump schemes. In the video, Dawson showed Jimmy's crypto account.
He had invested in this company called Refinable. It seems like he allowed this company to use his likeness.
That's him on the banner, isn't it? On the...
Yeah, that's definitely him. He was certainly letting them use his brand to promote this cryptocurrency. I do have his crypto account, and it did receive $560,000 in refinable token.
And soon after this snowballed into serious allegations of Jimmy's crypto dealings. The main claim being that Jimmy allowed companies to use his likeness to promote their cryptocurrencies. This increased said cryptocurrency's value on the market, and then once the cryptocurrency reached its height, organizers sold their holdings to make a substantial profit.
A couple months later, he did invest in another project called XCAD with KSI, checked to this crypto account, and once again, 2 months after receiving $277,000 in XCAD, he sold it all.
Pernahkah kamu terpikir tentang hal yang merusak kulitmu? Jangan takut, karena aku ada untuk menjagamu. Diformulasikan dengan 5 jenis ceramide yang berbeda. Dalam setiap usapan lembut, aku memperbaiki dan menjaga barrier kulitmu, menciptakan pelindung bagi kulit dari segala rusak eksternal. Bayangkan molekul kecil yang menyembuhkan kulitmu dari dalam. Skin TV, prepare your skin barrier.
There was a groundbreaking report shared by online investigator Soma XBT, and then backed up by several blockchain experts that accused Mr. Beast of participating in countless rug pulls of various crypto tokens.
So me and Logan both bought pumps. Gary V, it's like 11 p.m. just out of nowhere, just calls me and he's like, yo, I got like 30 people to call, hop in. I'm like, I don't care. He's like, it'll be the best decision of your life, just get in.
According to Google, because I'm lazy and this is a simple explanation, a rug pull is a cryptocurrency investment scam where the developers of a project abandon it and take the investors' money, leaving them with worthless tokens or no money at all. The term comes from the idea of pulling the rug out from under investors. In the case of influencers like Mr. Beast, the investors are his young and often naive audience. The reason why crypto influencers can be so insidious is they will market these coins to their audience, who often look up to them and trust them, especially in the case of someone like Mr. Beast, who branded themselves as a trustworthy, charitable guy. That influencer posts on social media that this next crypto coin is going to be the big thing. It's going to make them so rich, and the audience, trusting them, all invest in that coin, driving up the price of the coin. That influencer invested in the coin much earlier, before they promoted it out, when it was at a very low price, meaning that getting all of their audience to invest in the coin greatly drove up their own investments. Then they pull out, leaving everyone else who invested completely in the dust, taking away immense amounts of profits, all off of goading their fans to invest in it in the first place. And if you've been watching my channel long enough, you probably know this is very reminiscent of a pyramid scheme.
Millions and millions and millions of dollars, who cares, right?
Yeah, sure, I make money.
I don't make money.
Because it's so much money you make.
I just had this theory, like,
what?
Well, hopefully the Ponzi scheme never implodes. Ponzi schemes are great up until they just go bust.
Here are some other characteristics of rug pulls, again according to Google, because I'm lazy. Lack of transparency, meaning the project oftentimes has anonymous developers. High returns. The project promises high returns with little substance or reason why you would believe that in the first place. And then a sense of urgency. Scammers create a sense of urgency or scarcity to push sales, saying things like, you've got to invest in this coin. It's going to make you so rich, but only if you get in early, so buy now. The report released claimed that Mr. Beast earned potentially $23 million, all from participating in these rug pull schemes since 2021. But he doesn't care about money, right? $23 million.
5 people who investigated Mr. Beast and found $23 million in profits from, quote, scams, shady deals, and his network.
Where is all that money going? To charity, off of making his audience lose money in the first place? A lot of this cash reportedly came from a gaming NFT marketplace called Superverse. Superverse gave Mr. Beast 1 million tokens in 2021. Jimmy then went on to sell these tokens, selling off 7.5 million and then an additional 11.4 million in the following months. If you're interested in seeing the full report on Mr. Beast's alleged pump and dumps, the report by Lock.io is extremely extensive. While Mr. Beast used a variety of exchanges, his most common were Gemini and Binance. His Binance account alone has seen transfers totaling 13 million. A lot of other online creators have been called out for this behavior, but Mr. Beast went under the radar for seemingly a good minute. I think personally this has to do with the halo effect, the idea that the public has trouble reconciling with a persona that an internet or celebrity figure has built for themselves versus their harmful actions. People can become clouded with the idea of a person and take a long time to wise up to their true nature. Some crypto coins that Mr. Beast has invested in that have seen a stark decline, aka a rug pull, are Meta Wars, which peaked at 63 cents and has declined 99.86% since. MGod, which had a peak of $1.64, down 99.95% from its all-time high. Jigstack, which had the sharpest decline of all, down 99.99%. In total, Mr. Beast extracted $1,310,753 from Jigstack. And there's many, many more that follow this simple formula. Mr. Beast invests, makes a few Twitter posts promoting it, and then pulls out. People lose money. Meanwhile, Mr. Beast and his associates massively profit. Speaking of Mr. Beast's associates, there are a few people that Jimmy has associated with that have partaken in these rug pulls. Namely, KSI, who also participated in Lunchly, so it seems the two are very comfortable doing business with one another, and the crypto investor Alex Becker, who's been captured hanging out with Mr. Beast in the past. Alex Becker and Mr. Beast were both early investors in the crypto coin MGod. Mr. Beast had sent Alex Becker a transaction of 14,540 ERN. The same position would be worth 900K a few weeks later. KSI has invested and promoted multiple coins that Mr. Beast also invested very early in, and then subsequently pulled out from. KSI and Mr. Beast were both involved in promoting and marketing the coin Super. They not only both invested in XCAD or XCAD, but were seemingly the faces of it. The coin's social media is promoting that they both had invested. The coin Jigstack, which KSI promoted frequently and Mr. Beast invested in. Polychain Monsters, now renamed Protocol Monster Labs, KSI promoted frequently and Mr. Beast invested in. A lot of people have theorized that basically Jimmy partook in insider trading, but that is a hefty claim. At the very least, there was a sort of synchronized rug pull that took place. Mr. Beast and his buddies all colluding to invest in certain coins, promote them to their immense audience, and then dip out, making as much money as possible.
I don't make money.
But Mr. Beast doesn't care about money. He's a charitable guy, just wanting to do good on this planet. Don't all of his claims earlier about philanthropy and charity just feel like a slap in the face? Jimmy and his team have repeatedly claimed that it wasn't Jimmy who was running this crypto fund, that he gave control over to someone else to manage all of the transactions.
I was like, oh, this fund is led by someone who knows what he's doing. Here you go.
Just because Jimmy put someone in place to manage his crypto wallet doesn't mean that he didn't have a say on what transactions took place. The onus is still on him for these transactions that he directly profited from, promoting to his audience and then pulling from. All this exposes is that the onus may not just be on him. Jimmy has tried again and again to claim he had no idea what was going on with this wallet, while simultaneously setting up pre-sale transactions and promoting certain coins to his audience. Like, for example, the coin Super, which Jimmy promoted and pre-invested in.
The tweet that he responded to was, "There's a gem on the market at eye-watering prices." No coin is mentioned, so they're basically saying, like, there's this incredible play you could make on the market. And Jimmy's response to the guy he got in the pre-sale with is Super, and he doesn't disclose, one, that he set up a pre-sale and he's like in before anyone else, right? Millions of dollars, he's in. Two, that his fund had been selling and continued to sell after that tweet. Jimmy set up the Super pre-sale thing. That is such a big deal. In his whole thing about like, oh, I barely had anything to do with the fund. The most profitable trading decision this fund ever made was set up explicitly by Mr. Beast Jimmy Donaldson.
Clearly, there's some feigned naivete happening here. Jimmy profited millions of dollars, yet he pretends he's some dumb, bumbling baby who has no idea what crypto even is. So that was the majority of the Mr. Beast business empire. Of all the businesses that Jimmy started, who is the person behind them? Because Jimmy only shows up briefly in videos, leaves carefully crafted responses in interviews. There's a lot of ways to measure a person: who they surround themselves with, jokes they make, how they spend their time, what their values are. Ultimately, we'll never know who the real Jimmy is, but there's a lot of ways to glimpse it. The businesses Jimmy started and the empire he built shows what he wanted to achieve for himself. But who is the person behind the empire, and what will be left when it all comes crashing down? Let's discuss Jimmy and his associates behind the camera. Jimmy's Mr. Beast brand wasn't always so carefully crafted and perfectly polished. Back in 2018, The Atlantic reported that Jimmy had used homophobic slurs. Jimmy responded to a tweet saying, "I don't have a printer, F slur." In 2017, he replied to someone on Twitter saying, "FTFU, F slur." In a now private video titled "Giving $10,000 to Comments on This Video," Jimmy wears a shirt that says, "I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. In another video, he's standing in front of a pink post-it note that says "gay" with an arrow pointing towards him. I mean, maybe that's Jimmy's way of coming out. At the time the Atlantic article was published, the Mr. Beast Twitter bio read, "Just because I'm gay doesn't mean I'm gay." It's such childish humor. Of course it's offensive, but it's also just childish and not funny, to the point that it's kind of embarrassing.
QQ, shut the f up, you stupid fat. If the video was lit, how would I call you a stupid? Exactly, it's not lit. Dumbass. N-word for $400 money? The most I would pay is like 300. N-word, 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 N-word. Thanks, Hassan, for the donation. I appreciate it. No more, boys. No more typing the N-word in chat. No more cursing. Selling 10 for $69 each. That's a steep price. I don't think you're going to get any sales. I'm kidding.
The Atlantic contacted Jimmy to give him an opportunity to put his statements in some sort of context or provide some sort of apology or explanation, but he showed no regret and no remorse. I'm not offensive towards anyone. I'm not offensive in the slightest bit in anything I do. I'm just going to ignore it. I don't think anyone cares about this stuff. I didn't know that Jimmy Donaldson spoke on behalf of the entire LGBTQ community, but go off, I guess, King. He then asked the Atlantic if they could simply run a positive article about him, not including his use of slurs. Was he used to people complying with that request? Minutes after the call ended, Jimmy then deleted all tweets using the F slur on his Twitter account. Another clip surfaced of Mr. Beast on the Hot Wet Soup podcast. One of the hosts talks about Bad Baby. Mr. Beast says, "Let's be real, you wouldn't put your D word in her?" And then the host points out that Bad Baby was 14 years old at the time.
And he did say that he enjoys the Catch Me Outside girl and thinks she's funny, so let's just...
So that just shows what...
Let's be real. You wouldn't put your...
I mean, that's it's
probably not. She's like 14 years old.
After this, for many people, the image of Jimmy Donaldson was completely fracturing apart, and his family-friendly brand began to shatter. In 2021, there was an investigation done on Jimmy by the New York Times. This investigation claimed that Jimmy had fostered a toxic work environment, screaming at workers, forcing them to work long hours, and calling them slurs.
Mr. Beast is the latest YouTuber to face criticism for cultivating a work environment filled with favoritism and bullying.
Matt Turner, an editor for Jimmy from February of 2018 to September 2019, claimed that Jimmy berated him almost every day. Jimmy Donaldson allegedly called Matt Turner a slur often associated with people with disabilities.
Matt has previously shared his experiences on Twitter, saying that working for
guys,
Mr.
so the handyman is here. I will be giving them the ladder, and then I will
Beast
be
was the
moving
most
to
mentally draining
my
time of
house,
his life.
so
He'd
I
be
can
like,
keep an eye
"What
on them.
the
Okay, so
fuck is this?
give me
This
one
is
second. I'll turn
disgusting.
off so
What are
you
you,
cannot hear the
And I'd
dogs.
be like, man,
gradually,
like,
okay?
why do you have to insult me like that? You can just say, this is too much or not enough.
Some of Jimmy's most well-revered and well-regarded videos are when he helps people with disabilities who are unable to receive help through traditional healthcare. And yet behind the scenes, Jimmy is calling his employees slurs used to degrade and insult those with disabilities. The contrast between these two sides is pretty alarming. But Jimmy Donaldson denied the claims of setting a hostile work environment. He said to the Times, "I've literally worked with over 100,000 people. 2 people thought I was pretty demanding, which is perfectly fine. We have high standards, but it's not a toxic work environment."
You sure about that? You sure about that?
The experiences that these employees spoke out about was incredibly brave, especially since they were one of the first people to talk about the toxic work environment of the Mr. Beast empire. But still, people were incredibly shocked when the news about Ava Chris Tyson and her actions within the Mr. Beast operations came to light. You become the friends you keep, and Ava and Jimmy have always been close. Ava Chris Tyson is a longtime figure of the Mr. Beast empire. Within the past few years, Ava has publicly transitioned and faced a lot of online backlash and scrutiny for that. I want to clarify before I discuss all the controversies surrounding Ava Chris Tyson that just because Ava Chris Tyson acted in a very wrong manner does not justify any transphobic comments towards her. A lot of people have taken this controversy as an opportunity to be transphobic, which I think is very wrong. This whole controversy started when Discord messages were leaked between a Discord moderator named LavaGS and Ava Chris Tyson herself. These messages seemed to be very inappropriate, and at the time they leaked, Ava Chris Tyson was 20 years old and LavaGS was only 13 years old.
There's a history of Ava talking somewhat inappropriately to like minors. The biggest accusation came with a guy named Lava. The minor was around 13. This is Lava, and Ava was 20.
Many strongly believe that these messages were evidence of because of the very casual relationship developed between Ava, 20 years old, and LavaGS, 13 years old, and the inappropriate conversations that were had that you should never have with a 13-year-old. A 13-year-old might think they're mature and wise enough to have inappropriate conversations, but a 20-year-old should know better. Initially, Lava spoke out in defense of Ava Chris Tyson, saying that the jokes were just edgy jokes. Lava said, "Ava never did anything wrong and just made a few edgy jokes. I was never exploited or taken advantage of. I'm not a victim victim of anything being claimed in these videos or at all. I do think ultimately this is Lava's story, and Lava has a right to feel however they want to feel about this situation. Sometimes it's hard for those who've been groomed to realize that grooming took place, especially if you have very specific ideas in your mind of what grooming can look like, and you don't feel like you're a victim or don't want to believe you're a victim of anything. It can be really hard to wrap your head around the idea. Due to all the online backlash, Ava Chris Tyson stepped down from her role on the MrBeast channel. I would like to apologize for any of my past behavior or comments if it hurt or offended anyone. It was not my intent. Seeing recent events, we've mutually decided it's best I permanently step away from all things MrBeast and social media to focus on my family and my health. Having said that, I humbly apologize to anyone I've hurt with my unacceptable social media posts, past actions, and to those who may feel betrayed by how I used to act online. To lump these two factors together to create a narrative that my behavior extended beyond bad edgy jokes is disgusting and did not happen. Making bad edgy jokes matters a lot in the context of who you're surrounded by. When you make said bad edgy jokes around a bunch of minors, that has a lot further implications. Around the same time, MrBeast also posted a statement onto X saying, "Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I'm disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I've been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with MrBeast. This sounds promising at first, as if MrBeast took these allegations seriously and wanted to look into the inner workings of the company to ensure it wasn't a culture-wide issue. But then for a period of the next few months, MrBeast remained silent. And unfortunately, the situation with Lava was just the beginning regarding Ava Chris Tyson's wrongdoings. Just the day after Ava Chris Tyson announced she was stepping away, another former Discord moderator, who was a teenager at the time they were a Discord moderator, came forward and seemed to expose the full extent of Ava Chris Tyson's messages on this Discord.
This is a trend of Ava sending edgy jokes to like teens.
His name was Nathan Wayman, and he started working on Ava's Discord when he was only 15. He came forward and stated that Ava used me, manipulated me, and did very inappropriate things with me. In 2015, when Nathan was 13, he started watching the MrBeast channel. 2 years later, Ava tweeted out that she needed help building a server for the video game Gary's Mod to celebrate MrBeast hitting 10 million subscribers. Nathan responded, and Ava moved their conversation over to her private Discord server.
Me and him were both initially involved in running Discord server, helping set up Twitch streams and moderating them.
This Discord server was called Dank Memes, and the private Discord server only had about 20 people, including Jimmy Donaldson himself.
Had about 10 people in it, most of whom were minors. I'm not sure how they got in there, other than me and Lava.
In the leaked Discord messages from the server, Ava wrote that she was the dictator of the server and I can do what I want. For people to further understand the gravity of the amount of inappropriate things that Ava said on this Discord server, Nathan, along with other former moderators of the Discord, leaked over 500,000 messages from Ava Chris Tyson, spanning from 2017 to 2021.
Ava Tyson's Discord server leaks are getting dropped in a little less than an hour. I actually have thousands of Discord messages to go through.
Almost anywhere where these messages have been leaked have been deleted online, so I was not able to find many sources with the original screenshots. However, I did find a random TikTok with a dude showing these screenshots, so I thought I'd show that here.
Things just got worse for Tyson because an old Discord server was leaked and it's bad.
If you've seen my second channel video titled "Why Are So Many Influencers Low-Key Creeps?" you've probably already seen this. She's only 14. Damn. Along with an image attachment that was shared. Sharing images of 14-year-olds, Ava had a message that said, "Buy my feet pics," with a photo image attachment. Was this photo a photo of Ava's feet that she was sharing to minors? Ava also had a message that read, "My pee-pee gets big when I watch anime." While of course these messages are pretty inappropriate in general, again, the context of these edgelord jokes gets even weirder when you know that she was saying this to minors. Ava can't even pretend that she didn't know that minors were in the Discord. Not only because she was the one that invited a lot of them, but also because when the topic of making this Discord just for adults was brought up, probably because of all the inappropriate messages that were exchanged, Ava said that would be a lot of work. She also said, "The internet is full of P content, and what am I, a parent? No, you're an influencer who's been heavily featured on the MrBeast channel, the most popular YouTube channel in the world with a predominantly younger audience. And you're also an adult. What you say to these children has a lot of weight. Children by proxy look up to you, and if you're acting in an inappropriate manner, they would probably deem that as acceptable or okay, when it's not."
This is someone who we looked up to at the time, we idolized, we thought was the coolest person in the world, so they couldn't really do any wrong in our eyes. But looking back, I was definitely uncomfortable.
Nathan leaked over 500,000 of those messages and posted it onto GitHub. But the thing is, if you couldn't already guess by me saying most of these posts have been deleted on any place it's been posted, that GitHub page ended up getting deleted. The messages were removed, completely wiped from the site, making a lot of people start to wonder or theorize if MrBeast's team was trying to cover up this information. In a statement to Rolling Stone, a GitHub spokesperson claimed they were removed because it violated our terms for additional products and features. But in my opinion, just from what I've noticed when researching this topic, PR and legal teams are working overtime to change and hide this narrative. Nathan, Lava, or other members of the Discord would also often refer to Ava as dad or daddy.
Ava seems to have had this sort of like habit of calling everyone dad, or at points daddy.
They would also often have hours-long Discord calls with Ava when they were minors and she was 20.
This turned into us having lots of private conversations with and playing video games with for hours on end. Not only did we do a lot of unpaid work for that he promised he would pay us for, he would also frequently bring up sexual topics that was definitely not appropriate to bring up around 15, 16-year-olds, linking me several different corn and videos. And an NSFW bot in his Discord server would use this NSFW bot to spam different corn images.
Both Nathan and Lava told the Rolling Stone that Ava would often smoke weed on camera, talk about her marital issues, or complain about working on a MrBeast video. After all of those messages were posted publicly onto GitHub, meaning people could blatantly see the inappropriate nature of Ava's messages, LavaGS retracted some of his initial statement. Based on the recent screenshots and messages, I would like to say a statement about the Discord. This was 5 or 6 years ago, and I thought I had a good memory of the situation, but I was wrong. After reading the chat logs, this stuff was inappropriate and wrong. I spoke based on my memory of the situation, and I still do not remember these conversations, but they definitely happened. These conversations should not have happened with people at the age I was at the time. I strongly condemn them. I still believe I'm not a grooming victim, but these conversations should not have happened with me and any other minor in this Discord. I was a minor in this situation, and not the adult influencer who shouldn't have allowed this to happen. I did not see this as wrong at the time, but Ava's actions have gone beyond just an inappropriate Discord. Ava was seemingly a huge fan of the horrific artist named Shadman, who is basically a CP illustrator.
Lolly drawing, which is basically underaged art of girls. Which is crazy to use the word art there. There is a notorious lolly artist called Shadman, and what is Ava's relationship to Shadman? Well, it seems like, for years, an avid follower, or perhaps fan.
There were posters from Shadman hanging in, I believe, Jimmy and Ava's shared home, and other evidence that Ava communicated regularly about Shadman and bought the art.
The most egregious part of the relationship between Shad and Ava is a drawing that, like, people are theorizing might have been, like, contracted, like she might have paid for, or at the very least bought a print of. This is featured in an actual MrBeast video. It's like a MrBeast buying my friend or pizza driver a home video, and here is that exact drawing you can see in the corner.
Rosanna Pansino obtained disturbing messages in a Telegram group chat that both Ava Chris Tyson and Jimmy Donaldson were a part of. On X, Rosanna shared this 7-minute video featuring these disturbing messages, and in a good amount of these messages, a lot of people, but mostly Ava, are making disturbing sexual jokes about children. Frankly speaking, while I'll show some of the messages on screen here, I don't feel like fully diving in and discussing every single disturbing message. As you can guess, there's a lot, and I feel like that would just be terrible for everyone's mental health. Rosanna also wrote on X that she turned the message logs over to the FBI.
I tied up an FBI agent!
Rosanna also posted a YouTube video about this titled, MrBeast knew all along, 1,000+ leaked messages.
The proof that Jimmy knew about Tyson's behavior is right here. Ivanka Trump when she was 13. These are all just their work chats from 2020 to about 2021 on Telegram. I verified the legitimacy of these chats with multiple former employees, and let me tell you, they are absolutely insane.
Therefore, his post on X, where he claimed he was just completely shocked about what's come out about Ava Chris Tyson, may not be entirely truthful. These same inappropriate messages are featured on this Telegram in which both Jimmy and Ava go back and forth with one another. It almost seems like this sort of very inappropriate humor was commonplace. But But Rosanna's claims about reporting Jimmy to the FBI might never lead to an actual investigation, and especially not an arrest. Legal expert Nicole Brunecki told Newsweek, if the internal messages were mere exchanges of offensive content and there are no actual victims, children or otherwise, the FBI will likely take no action. A woman named Jess, who was Ava's executive assistant from 2023 to 2024, posted an over 60-part series about Ava's inappropriate actions on X.
Jess, who accused Ava Tyson of I think her case has been sort of mostly ignored.
Since Jess is also transgender, Ava messaged Jess on X to ask about her transition. To the Rolling Stone, Jess explained, to be reached out to by a celebrity that was in the closet and for them to also tell me that they were transitioning, that created an emotional connection between us, which made it hard to focus on the power dynamic. After it seemed like the both of them bonded, Jess asked Ava if Mr. Beast was hiring, and Ava told her, I'll definitely keep you in mind. Eventually, Ava did hire Jess to be her executive assistant, but it was only after Ava developed an inappropriate relationship with Jess that was not conducive to a positive working environment, almost as if Ava was testing Jess to see what she was willing to do for the job. Ava and Jess moved their chats to Discord, where Ava started asking Jess to do S-acts on Discord calls. I always felt like I had to say yes if I wanted to be in a video or get a job, Jess said. In June of 2023, Ava offered Jess a job as her executive assistant at the Mr. Beast company and said that Jess could live with her. Ava flew Jess to Ava's home in North Carolina, and Jess stayed at Ava's place. During Jess's stay, she claims that Ava began to take advantage of her, and soon after, a toxic work environment was created where Jess felt like she had to actually pleasure Ava, who was also her boss. I felt like I was going to be risking my job if I did nothing or if I walked away. Jess also said it took a long time for her to admit to herself that what happened was SA. Jess claims their final S encounter was in December, and after that encounter, Ava became more distant, which, according to Jess, led to a lot of fights between us, where it was mostly just me trying to stand up for myself and saying that this is wrong. Eventually, Jess says she hit her Mr. Beast. He's a fraud.
I'm a former Mr. Beast employee.
In the video, Mr. Beast. He's a fraud.
I'm a former Mr. Beast employee.
In the video, Dogpack404 exposes Mr. Beast's business practices.
Today, I am alleging that the company rigged videos and did illegal lotteries and sold fake signatures. I would consider that fraud, okay? There's a big emphasis at the company of like how to manipulate children, like understanding their psychology and everything.
He plays a clip of Jimmy's appearance on Bradley Martin's Raw Talk podcast, in which Jimmy and Bradley talk about whether or not Jimmy's videos are fake.
I remember when I first started seeing your videos, I was like, this gotta be fake.
Oh yeah, it's a huge problem for us now.
Have you ever faked a video?
No.
Dogpack404 shares snippets from Mr. Beast's videos, pointing out some inconsistencies and where things may have possibly been fake.
But this train track is CGI, these bus
so
wheels are
let's just
CGI, this explosion
do
is
whatever I'm
shredder
doing.
is CGI, this car is digitally
I'm
lifted,
so
this pit is
sorry,
fake,
this is the
this guy is
painful
fake, this
story.
raccoon is a paid actor,
And a
this
very
island
long
costs
ass
more than
one.
$1, the city is not abandoned, these buildings are CGI, and that's your only way out. You can literally get an Uber to the airport for $20. That's not a lurker, it's just a guy. This whole room is fake, this contestant is an actor and a secret employee at Mr. Beast, heads out through this fake door twice, this line is scripted, this action is scripted, in fact, pretty much all the videos with Mac are scripted.
There's been quite a few times that Mr. Beast has used CGI in videos, whether it's just to make something look better and more appealing to the visual eye, or, according to the more serious claims, fake certain aspects of his videos.
We filmed a secret Mr. Beast video that will never be uploaded to YouTube. The only way you can...
Okay, so this explosion here. I mean, real, CGI.
And the only man that can stop it is this man.
Okay, so some people have pointed out this shot as being potentially a little sussy. Right. In terms of CGI, what are your thoughts?
This one didn't necessarily raise any red flags.
In an interview, Jimmy addressed his use of CGI and how it can undermine the authenticity of videos. A good way for the interviewer to say, lie to your audience.
We're really pushing boundaries and like, I want to like keep leveling things up and I think that's a cool way to do it. But it's not like there's some like playbook on how to like incorporate it, right? Because no one else really does it. Like also we rarely use it. Like, I mean, maybe like 0.5%, 0.1% of my shots. Majority of what we do, or sometimes we'll extend a set.
But this train track is CGI, these bus wheels are CGI.
While Jimmy just says a bunch of stuff on the use of CGI, he never actually states whether or not his team used CGI to overinflate certain aspects of the video, like making a town look abandoned when it's not, or claiming to do charitable work when they're not actually doing it, and so forth. With the allegation that Jimmy used CGI to make it look like he and his team built an entire hospital when they never did, Jimmy just says that was a dumb mistake. Whoops, my bad.
Honestly, truthful, dumb mistake. They were trying to show what this like building looked like in the past, and in the past that hospital wasn't there.
Jimmy even claimed that because people spread on the information of Jimmy using CGI in his videos, his philanthropy channel is now struggling to get sponsorships.
Truthfully, that channel is struggling to get brand deals because of all the slander on it, because everyone, has convinced advertisers that the videos are fake.
I mean, it is a thing that he did utilize CGI, and people are talking about it. Dogpack404 went on further to talk about different aspects of Jimmy's videos that could be faked. He claimed that all videos featuring a man named Mac Hopkins were fake. That, in fact, Mac Hopkins was an actor and a secret employee.
I found public records showing that Mac moved from California to Greenville, North Carolina, where Jimmy is located, back in August 2023, 2 months before he appeared as a contestant. According to a former MrBeast employee, this is around the time when Mac started working full-time on the editing team at MrBeast.
How do you make money? with what money?
The money that I made.
How did you make it?
The video later alleges that many MrBeast challenges are faked or rigged to have a more entertaining outcome.
On the fourth day of 7 days stranded at sea, you can clearly see there's no one in the shelter. These are their empty beds.
Dogpack404 showed that in one video, MrBeast selected a group of friends and employees for one of his challenge videos, but claimed he selected a group of random people.
Let's look at this video. The contestants are not random subscribers.
So many people had jobs.
Oh, that contestant had to get out for her job? I guess you forgot she's your hiring manager. I actually recognize a lot of people in this video, including Jimmy's own girlfriend.
Hey, anyone I'm friends with watching that wants 10 grand?
The MrBeast team has claimed that this particular video was done during COVID, and when they had COVID tested the random group of people, a few of them tested positive, which meant that they had to substitute those randomly selected people with people that they knew, employees, friends, so that the video could continue for those who were able to participate in the challenge. That being said, having some sort of disclaimer that he knew some of the people instead of just saying blatantly that this was random people may have felt more authentic and trustworthy to the audience, instead of finding out after the fact that it wasn't, as Jimmy claimed, a randomly selected group of people. Dogpack404 also levies the claim that MrBeast participated in illegal lotteries for his young audience, exploiting his young audience.
If you buy one of our limited edition 40 mil special shirts, then we will sign that shirt, and some of them will get random prizes. 5 minutes, we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to put $1,000 in a random order.
So this was a 6-hour live stream. They took it down off YouTube. During those 5 hours, I counted 46 illegal lotteries. At one point, MrBeast is informed that they ran out of PlayStations, and he says, "Are we trying to not sell merch?"
Our city is sold out of PlayStations. We don't have any. We have to give up. Are we trying to not sell merch?
So he clearly knows that they're making more money by running these illegal lotteries. Another shady thing he did was constantly suggest that they're doing too many giveaways to make a profit.
My guy over there doing the numbers is like, stop, please. You do realize every time you give away an Xbox and $1,000, you don't make money. I'm like, oh.
When there was just no way they were ever even close to losing money on this stream.
Jimmy has recently addressed the illegal lottery allegations and whether or not he thinks he ran an illegal lottery.
Just to be truthful, if people want a refund or think for whatever reason, like we did something wrong, like I'll send you a link. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, that's all I really have to say. Maybe I could do a follow-up in the future. I'm trying to, dig up all the footage from that live stream.
Jimmy seems to just dance around the topic. He doesn't answer the question of whether or not they ran an illegal lottery and whether or not he thought what they did was unethical. The content creator Soggy Cereal showed in a deep dive that some of what Dogpack404 claimed were illegal lotteries may not have been. The videos that featured these lotteries had in the caption "free to enter," which is a legally required aspect of a lottery. And it seems like in at least one of the MrBeast lottery videos mentioned in Dogpack404's video, his team was compliant with the legal requirements, disclaiming in the video itself that it's free to enter.
Dogpack claims they only informed people on the website that no purchase was necessary. But did you read the description? You know, the description which I got via the Wayback Machine, where it literally says free entry available. MrBeast verbally says it on stream.
Go shopmrbeast.com, buy the shirt or hoodie. You can be one of the people that come down and compete in the video. There's also a free entry on the site as well, 100 of which are going to be picked from people that buy this shirt or hoodie, or if you enter for free on the site as well.
Personally, I believe this situation to be a little bit of a gray area. While Mr. Beast does provide the disclaimer that it's free to enter, which is the legal requirement, Jimmy does it in a very confusing way, mentioning first that people who buy shirts get to enter the giveaway, and then saying it's also free to enter. It's a little bit of mixed messaging. Remember, his audience is predominantly 10-year-old boys, and they may not understand the nuance behind what Jimmy is saying. They may think that they need to buy a t-shirt in order to increase their odds for the lottery. It doesn't necessarily mean it's illegal, but it's definitely a little shady. Dogpack404's video was massively viewed by the public, and after he made his claims, different commentary YouTubers also spoke about the topic. Suddenly, the idea that Mr. Beast might not be as authentic as he makes himself appear online, as well as charitable, started to spread, and there began a concerted effort to try and discredit Dogpack404's claims by current Mr. Beast employees. A current Mr. Beast employee identified as Tsuki came forward to try and defend Jimmy Donaldson. He posted a statement onto X saying, "I quickly want to debunk some of the info in this video since the guy who made it was on my team. It was my decision to fire him for erratic behavior. He worked at the company for less than a month and wasn't an employee for most of the videos he mentioned to have knowledge on." Tsuki also revealed Dogpack404's name, which is Dawson. Tsuki makes the lofty claim that Dawson admitted on Reddit to being under the influence of drugs during the filming of his video, which I'm guessing was an attempt to discredit Dawson. While some things that Dawson said have proved to be inaccurate or not entirely accurate, as I'm sort of explaining in this video, I still think that it's extremely strange that instead of trying to shed light on some of the inaccuracies in Dawson's video, the team members of Mr. Beast just went right to attacking him, trying to label him as a drug user. But Dogpack404 didn't seem to be too concerned with these tactics and came out with a second video. Dawson uploaded a second video titled, "I worked for Mr. Beast. He's a sociopath." Dawson collaborated with another former employee named Jake Weddle. Jake previously worked for Mr. Beast on videos like Dumpster Diving 100 Dumpsters, Extreme Hide and Seek, Make a Shot, Win $300,000.
There's half the people who, if you made Jimmy happy, you were on the good half. And these people got random bonuses and we usually moved up, had more screen time. I consistently was in the half that Jimmy did. Jimmy didn't like me, that's fine. I don't like him either, it's okay. Oh, that's just so good to say. I don't like Jimmy, I hate him so much.
In the video, Jake Weddle spoke about Mr. Beast faking some of his videos, like in the video, destroying my friend's car and surprising him with a new one. And Jake claimed that the video was fake from his reaction to his mother's response.
He wanted to do a prank where, unbeknownst to the person, he takes a rock, crushes their car.
We're gonna take a meteor and we're gonna put it on Weddle's car. We're gonna take another meteor and put it on Marcus's car. Both of them have no idea that we're doing it. Weddle and Marcus are probably shocked. They had no idea.
That was the one and only time I had to, huh? My car? What? Mom, I'm about to call you about the meteor thing. You have no idea? Be surprised. Oh, she should have got the Oscar. Oh my God, on the fly, she goes, what? I'm on vacation. Mom, my car has been destroyed. A meteor hit it.
I'm on vacation. Do you understand?
During his employment, Jake Weddle found out that an older black employee was getting paid less to do the same job he was doing. Jake and the other employee eventually decided to ask for higher pay and were both fired.
I just walked in there and asked for not necessarily a gajillion dollars, but maybe a salary that was more proportional to the work I was doing, given how much revenue that work was doing. There was another writer there, older comic, black guy, he had a kid, and I got paid more than him, and I thought that was wild because he was older than me, had a child, we're doing the exact same job. You're in the meeting with me. I said, I need XYZ or I'm out of here. And they said, bet, and they gave me a severance check the next day. And they gave him a severance check the next day.
One of the most concerning aspects of Jake Weddle's claims is when he talks about how he was part of a video where he had to get locked into solitary confinement. He needed to get locked into solitary confinement for 100 days for $100,000. But the video did not come out because it did not go well. The conditions in solitary confinement were extremely strenuous for Jake.
They were like, you're gonna be locked in this room, and we gotta make sure you're on all the time. We're gonna have cameras on you all the time. I was like, okay, I can do this. It got to a point where, like, they weren't turning the lights off. You know, I asked them, I said, can we have like nighttime hours? You know? And they said no, because it would fuck the time lapse shut.
The production team didn't seem to do much to help the situation. At some point, Mr. Beast allegedly came on set and had Jake Weddle say to the camera how grateful he was for this money because he could now pay off his student loans.
Jimmy said, can you say to the camera how thankful you are that now you can pay back your student loans? You know how hard it was to do a take of that, to pretend to make it genuine? I don't want to have student loans. I don't want to beat a cage. But Jimmy's the guy with the money, and if you do what he says, he'll do what you want. You want your student loans paid off? You just be in his cage.
But producers were starting to ask Jake Weddle whether or not he was doing okay because the footage they were getting was haunting. He then tapped out of the competition with 7 more days left. Jake did claim that MrBeast still gave him the $100,000, which that would be so messed up if he didn't after Jake had gone through so much mentally and physically to try and film this video for the MrBeast team. They never aired the video and instead worked out the kinks and continued to do solitary confinement videos with other people. Jake even claimed he was going to therapy over the filming experience, which there are so many documented studies that isolation, severe isolation, can mentally affect you greatly. In response to Jake's claims, Jimmy said that just because that's his experience when working with Jimmy doesn't mean that's everyone's experience.
I can never know 100% how something's going to affect someone, right? We put 2 people in a room, Bailey and Susie, 100 days trapped together. One thing that Weddle struggled with was the lights being on, and he mentioned that in the video. But Bailey and Susie, on day 20 of 100 Day Trap together, I offered to turn the lights off for part of the prize pool, and they said no. What I'm trying to say is you never know how someone's gonna react to something, right? It's impossible to fully predict.
Maybe that's the issue with doing challenges and surprise charities. You don't know how an individual is going to act, yet you're putting them into unpredictable situations. In the case of solitary confinement, no one exactly knows how they'll react to that situation, and whether or not it could extremely traumatize them. At least they got to walk away with some money and MrBeast got an entertaining video. It's fine if they can't sleep for the rest of their life. In this second video, Dogpack404 shows an internal document by the MrBeast team called How to Succeed in MrBeast Production. And the document starts with the subheading, No does not mean no.
When dealing with people outside MrBeast Productions, never take no at face value. Well, you shouldn't really be pressuring civilians to bend the rules that could get them fired, you know?
Yikes. So any employee could read that and take it to the extreme. Someone says no, that they don't want to be filmed, and that employee pushes and pushes them until they can get a yes, for example. In general, it's just a glaring warning sign that consent is not a priority with production and the filming team. In an interview, Jimmy tries to explain the no means no policy.
I wrote this little, I almost like advice book. There's a section that said no does not mean no, and then they just like cropped that out, and they're like, look, this is proof Jimmy's immoral and evil. The gist of why we had a section that said no does not mean no is because we do, I don't know if anyone's ever seen our videos, crazy things that have never been done before.
But I don't think he brings up any new information. Instead, Jimmy just outright admits that he tells team members to push the limits, even when it comes to safety. Jimmy even brings up the topic of cranes and pushing the limit on safety concerns when it comes to cranes and getting permission to use them.
No one like tries to dangle an obstacle course from cranes. Let's say the obstacle course in the sky, where we had like these obstacle courses that Mac did, held up by these cranes, weighed like 100,000 pounds or whatever. Like they would call crane companies and they'd be like, no. And then they'd be like, okay, hang up. And they'd come to me and they'd go, Jimmy, they said no, we can't do it. The video's not possible. And it's like, okay, well, of course they're going to say no, because everything we do has never been done before.
Which sounds familiar. I think there's another YouTuber who pushed the limits when it comes to cranes, and it ended up with serious injuries and major complications, virtually ruining that YouTuber's career. Maybe let's just not fuck around with cranes. It also creates an entire company culture. The things that you say create the culture. So his company culture is around not taking no for an answer. In Dawson's video, Jake Weddle also reveals that a MrBeast employee was fired for SA-ing minors. He claimed that Jimmy covered up things and knowingly hired a registered sex offender.
If it could be investigated, that'd be great. There was a known offender, registered offender, convicted offender, on the registry and everything, who worked there. He's on the registry for doing some not great stuff to some underage people. And they knew that, and they covered up the fact that not only did he work there, but he was like the manager when it all started.
And the S offender was a man who showed up in MrBeast videos wearing a mask.
He'll be in videos. He'll be in thumbnails. He'll be around. And whenever he is, he's wearing a mask.
Jake claimed that this employee was nicknamed Delaware because he was not allowed to be in the state Delaware.
Apparently they called him Delaware because he's not allowed to go back to Delaware. That's his nickname? Colloquially? Like, you know, it's Delaware, don't ask why.
Jimmy has claimed he had no idea about Delaware's past.
I walked into my local Best Buy and I just hired multiple people. One of them was the person named Delaware. And no, I did not know he was a registered offender.
At this moment, it's hard to tell how much Jimmy knew about Delaware's past. That being said, the claim that a man's name is Delaware because he's banned in the state of Delaware starts to fall apart when you really look at it. As the YouTuber Soggy Cereal pointed out, it's extremely rare for someone to ever actually be banned from a state.
State banishments are extremely rare. Most recent one I found was a 1-year Kentucky banishment in the year 2000.
It wouldn't make sense that that was the reason behind Delaware's nickname, but at the same time, I don't want to outright call Jake Weddle a liar. Maybe it was just office gossip. Twitter users Internet Anarch and Octopox YouTube posted documents from the S Offender Registry regarding a man named Charles R. Jefferson, who's believed to be Delaware. According to their posts, the man's victim was between 1 and 11 years old. Then Jake the Viking, who's another MrBeast employee, posted onto X defending Delaware and claiming that he's his brother-in-law. He claimed that when Delaware was 21, a 16-year-old girl accused him and others of SA when she was 11. Delaware took a plea deal. That's why there was no jail time, but he still had to register. Jake the Viking also claimed that his nickname was Delaware because he came from Delaware, which at this point, the focus on the nickname Delaware feels like a distraction from the main point, which is that Jimmy hired a registered S offender. Jake the Viking claimed that Delaware explained his situation to Jimmy and Jimmy's mom Sue before he was hired, though MrBeast heavily disputes this.
A rumor that's gone around that said that he sat me and my mom down and told us. Obviously, I don't remember that happening.
Sure, let's say that Jimmy had no idea about Delaware's past. His brother-in-law obviously did, and his brother-in-law, Jake the Viking, defends Delaware and doesn't see anything wrong with his past, knowingly associated with this registered S offender. Ava Chris Tyson, Jake the Viking, Delaware. Can you imagine what kind of company culture this creates with these people being so heavily involved in the MrBeast company? Because of all of these allegations, Jimmy Donaldson ended up hiring a new PR firm. MrBeast hired Matthew Hiltzick's Crisis Management Company. Hiltzick previously served as a senior vice president of corporate communications and government relations at Harvey Weinstein's Miramax, and now represents a lot of politicians and A-listers. Leaked documents obtained by the Daily Mail show that celebrity lawyer Alex Spiro sent a cease and desist to Dawson, using power and financial resources to try and intimidate and crush anyone who speaks out against you. MrBeast is such an ethical, charitable king. But this
Google Play Winterlands Challenge memanggil Gold dan Platinum member Google Play Point buat jadi Sultan Winterlands. Menangin jutaan diamond, VIP Pass ke Free Fires Free Finals 2025. Taklukin semua challenge-nya, tunjukin skill lo. Daftar sekarang.
But this did not stop Dogpack 404 from coming out with a third video. Dawson talked about the former MrBeast COO, LaKoya Hill. LaKoya previously ran an adult entertainment business and was allegedly a former adult actor. Dawson makes the claim that LaKoya was put on leave because he harassed his male coworkers.
In late 2021, he was allegedly fired for assaulting his assistant. He was actually quietly moved to the dubbing company, which was Unilingo at the time. Here is proof that he used the lead LaKoya at unilingo.tv email. He was actually brought back to MrBeast in 2023 after assaulting his assistant prior, and promoted to Chief Financial Officer, which is how I personally was introduced to him.
Also a claim levied at James Warren, a former MrBeast employee, of SAing a female employee.
He's Jimmy's cousin and secret CEO. And then the really big thing is that there was some incident between him and a female colleague that resulted in the female colleague leaving the company and receiving 3 years in severance pay.
Lastly, Dawson shares text messages from a former female employee who says that the workplace culture is toxic and sexist.
On my very first day, I was told to avoid being alone in a room with certain people in positions of power. At least once a week, I was subjugated to inappropriate questions and conversations. Once a male coworker asked me what I would do if Jimmy assaulted or harassed me. You can't take anything to HR either because Jimmy's mom runs it.
All of these employees who are at the top of the company that have been accused of serious issues, who would have thought that the workplace culture is a little bit toxic and sexist? The investigation into MrBeast's company, which MrBeast himself initiated and paid for, so you know it's gotta be unbiased, finalized after all the Dogpack 404 videos.
How would you respond to the allegation that the investigation was biased from the start?
Yeah. We hired Quinn Emanuel, which is one of the top law firms in the world. Like, I mean, it was very expensive. I mean, I think another thing that missing contracts people don't have is like, if they found anything illegal, they're obligated to report it to the police.
The investigation produced the following significant findings. The report reads, allegations of sexual misconduct between company employees and minors are without basis. The allegations were soundly rejected, including by alleged victims. That feels like a case of semantics, because clearly the employee they're referring to, Ava Chris Tyson, had a very inappropriate relationship with minors. While it is probably good that they looked into whether or not sexual misconduct took place, I don't think that's necessary to realize that what Ava Chris Tyson did was wrong. The power imbalance, manipulation, and potential grooming that could take place. Allegations of the company knowingly employing individuals with proclivities or histories towards illegal or questionable illegal conduct are similarly without basis. I'm assuming this is in reference to Delaware. The report also claimed several isolated instances of workplace harassment and misconduct were identified during the investigation. The company was informed of such conduct and took swift and appropriate actions to address the incidents, including, where necessary, disciplining or letting go of implicated individuals. The way the report presents this information feels untrustworthy. In general, the entire process didn't seem very transparent to the public. And when you're as massive of an influencer as Mr. Beast, transparency is everything. Our charitable, caring king has disappeared behind a wall of corporate jargon. There's also been a lot of talk about how this investigation is pretty obviously biased. Jimmy literally paid someone to find him innocent. Jimmy was asked if he was going to sue Dawson and said in a roundabout way that yes, Jimmy is planning a case against Dawson.
Are you going to sue Dogpack?
Well, there's tons of examples of him intentionally manipulating things to not be true. I mean, I've literally had people pull out millions of dollars and then tell me it was directly because of his video. Don't worry, I instantly was like, can you send that in writing? So, you know, if I win a case or anything, I can directly point damages. No reason why.
I'm not a legal expert and I don't know if the case has any grounds. From what I've heard, defamation is extremely hard to prove. There have been some things Dawson claimed as absolute truths that aren't necessarily as black and white. And in this video, I've shown the other perspective of things case by case as each new situation is brought up. People have also claimed that Dogpack is nothing but a disgruntled former employee of Mr. Beast, claiming that he grew bitter after he parted on bad terms with the company and was let go. And alleged leaked audio messages of Dawson's firing have been spread online.
Because you're trying to fire me, and I want to work at this company.
I'm the CEO of this company. If I'm talking, don't interrupt me. I'm telling you this is what's happening, and you're telling me that I'm wrong. I am not wrong. I've made the decision. Here, we will take care of it.
I appreciate that. Can I please have a second chance?
The thing is, I feel like I've seen that argument before with countless different whistleblowers. A whistleblower comes out with important information or wrongdoings about a company, and then they're labeled as disgruntled or bitter because they were let go of that company or no longer working for them. Not only does it feel like a very surface level attempt to discredit any claims someone makes, but it also feels like a logical fallacy, focusing on the person themselves and any wrong things they can nitpick about them, instead of focusing on the actual allegations and disputing those allegations. Because if a company did a lot of wrong things, then yeah, an employee is probably going to be bitter and disgruntled about that. And that doesn't mean that everything Dawson has done is perfect, or that Dawson is a hero and Jimmy is a villain. No one is solely morally good or morally evil, and I hope this video on Mr. Beast proves that case. Ultimately, Dawson's videos raised a lot of important concerns surrounding the Mr. Beast company work environment and team. And with all the news surrounding the wrongdoings of the Mr. Beast games, I think there needs to be a fundamental change in the operations of the Mr. Beast empire. Jimmy signed a $100 million deal with Prime Video to host a reality competition show called Beast Games. The initial concept of the show that was advertised is 1,000 contestants would compete for a $5 million reward, one of the biggest competitions that Mr. Beast has done yet, and which the press release claimed was the biggest single prize in the history of television and streaming.
The grand prize of the most insane competition show you've ever seen. And competing for it are these 1,000 contestants!
Akulah jawaban untuk semua permasalahan kulit. Diformulasikan dengan 5 jenis ceramide yang berbeda. Dalam setiap usapan lembut, aku memperbaiki dan menjaga barrier kulitmu. Skintific, repair your skin barrier.
there's two Taeyong.
So of course, thousands of people jumped at the chance to be able to compete in this game and win $5 million, even though there wasn't much information about what contestants would actually be doing. A lot of Mr. Beast videos have very extreme premises: complete isolation, living in a box. So you wonder what he would have 1,000 contestants do for the chance to win $5 million. Several contestants ended up speaking to the New York Times about the intake process, and the contestants were reportedly asked whether they'd be willing to be buried alive or travel to space.
The stakes have never been higher.
When you think about a person being asked if they would be willing to go to those extremes, you realize how dangerous these video concepts are in general. Putting people through all of this dangerous actions so you can film their reactions for good content while they're clearly desperately trying to win money that could change their entire lives in future. And the more desperate the better, so you can get those tear-jerking clips about how badly these people need the money, all to put into your content. That's not exploitative at all. He's just a generous, kind guy. It's also clear that Jimmy's concepts are escalating more and more, but at what cost?
This challenge might be the most cutthroat thing I've ever done. There are Navy SEALs coming for you with massive challenges. Welcome to the elimination train!
That has never been done on TV before.
Shooting for the competition started in July of this year, and the competition started with 2,000 contestants, and all of these contestants were crammed into the Allegiant Stadium in Nevada. These 2,000 people had to all stay within the stadium, eating, sleeping, and living there. Applicants were required to sign a contract reviewed by the Times that said, "I understand that such activities may cause me death, illness, or serious bodily injury, including but not limited to exhaustion, dehydration, overexertion, burns, and heat stroke." And during the competition, a lot of contestants were put in danger. Over a dozen participants who competed in the first round of Beast Games spoke to the New York Times, and these contestants claimed they weren't even given proper food during the competition.
Given maybe 400 calories a meal and only fed every 12 hours. Food would run out, and people would fight over, steal, and hoard food. Water was scarce and kept running out as well.
While doing all of these extreme challenges in Nevada in the middle of July. That sounds like hell. On a few occasions, production staff handed out feastable chocolate bars and then filmed people eating it and saying how much they liked the chocolate for an advertisement placement, instead of getting them proper nutrition that they needed to be able to do the competition. And things were even worse for people with food allergies and dietary restrictions. Several contestants claimed that they were fed food they were allergic to, and alternatives weren't provided, nor were they given proper medical care, and some competitors suffered serious injuries from the challenges, and the competitions required them to move heavy objects and compete in games like Capture the Flag. Even more concerning, before the competitors even arrived at the stadium, they had to turn in all their belongings, including their phone and medications. These contestants were then told that the medications would be distributed to them when needed. So production had to keep track of the medication schedule of 2,000 contestants. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a recipe for disaster. As you can guess, several contestants claimed they did not receive their medication on time, including one contestant who needed insulin.
I was a contestant until the end. I also didn't accept their hush money. It was really bad. People were having seizures because they were not getting medication, even though we were promised we would.
Before the competition took place, contestants described how Jimmy stepped out of a shrine-like structure and onto a platform above $5 million in cash, and they were instructed to cheer.
3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Trivandrum.
Upon descent, time comes to a slow as my mind relaxes and my heart opens up. Once again, I'm ready to discover peace inside and out. As I walk among welcoming waves, the breeze washes over me like a soothing balm. Every bite I take fills up my body and soul. accompanied by warm smiles that light up every room.
Oh, I forgot about them.
Here, a calm lingers and allows me to be present in every moment, with quiet moments to refocus on me, myself, and I, where tranquility and peace are a part of every step I take. In Trivandrum's embrace, my soul is painted in peace and serenity. So come, embark on your journey of self-discovery with us today.
Buat kamu pelanggan Shop and Drive, yuk ikutan Shell dan juga Astra Auto Parts bagi-bagi hadiah. Ada 1 unit mobil Daihatsu Rocky, 3 Honda Scoopy, dan ratusan voucher ganti oli senilai Rp500.000. Beli oli Shell Helix Astra dan aki GS Astra, kamu berkesempatan memenangkan hadiah. Info lebih lanjut cek Instagram @shopanddrive dan www.shopanddrive.com. Periode hingga 31 Desember 2024.
There's so many things that feel inherently wrong with that image. Jimmy casting himself as a godlike figure almost, a perfect patron that people should worship and adore, the mysterious benefactor of this life-threatening competition, the king of YouTube looking down on all of his peasants who is going to put through immense danger, all so they can maybe have a chance to win whatever cash he decides to bestow them. It truly feels like these contestants were treated like lower-class citizens, as if they weren't deserving of respect just because they wanted to compete in this competition. Making this even worse, contestants even claimed the staff was rude and unhelpful, even cursing at contestants, laughing at them when they were in need.
I asked someone if they had anything to eat because I was feeling lightheaded, and they told me to push through and basically suck it up. I witnessed 2 people that had seizures, and it took medical several minutes for them to get there. I'm assuming this happened because they did not have access to medication.
What an inhumane and dehumanizing experience to put people through.
I believe that they were in over their heads and did not plan very well. There was no clear communication between the contestants and production. I think this was because production knew just about as much as we knew.
And things got even worse when the competition started. The first challenge involved 5 teams of 400 people pulling ropes attached to 10,000-pound weights as fast as possible. Because of the massive amount of people crammed into this stadium to compete in this competition, you can probably imagine when this competition kicked off, the mass chaos that ensued, especially with teams of 400 people. There was a crush of people just pushing and shoving one another, and the production staff was unable to calm the crowd. I mean, did they not think riots could possibly happen with 2,000 people crammed into a stadium all competing for $5 million? Did they not think that contestants probably would be in danger, even from other contestants themselves? Once the chaos started, one contestant claimed that they started hyperventilating. Another said she'd been almost horizontal and was afraid of being trampled, which is a real danger with that kind of crowd. One person said she left the stadium bruised and bleeding after being eliminated in the first challenge. She was handed $1,000 bills, a stack of money as a sort of consolation prize, but was told after filming took place that she had to hand it back. Production said they would send the actual money eventually, but a lot of people claimed that never happened.
They offered anyone who lost $1,000 to sign away their rights to join any kind of class action lawsuit of any kind. I didn't sign, so I didn't get the money.
And those who made it past the first challenge were given toiletry kits and sleeping bags and slept on the floor of the stadium. But to make it even worse, contestants were told they had to sleep during the daytime because the challenges took place at night.
We were also sleep deprived, only allowed 3 to 4 hours. We all slept on the floor in the stadium in a $10 sleeping bag.
Sleeping during the day in the Nevada summer? Again, this sounds like absolute hell. well. In the end, 4 challenges took place in that initial round, eliminating half of the 2,000 people. And the 1,000 people who made it through all 4 challenges are now preparing for the next stage of the competition. But before this next stage of the competition even took place, a lawsuit was filed due to the seemingly dangerous and reckless acts of production. A lawsuit filed in LA Superior Court alleges multiple causes of action related to chronic mistreatment of and neglect suffered by participants in Beast Games. Attorneys for the Beast Games contestants said in a statement, several contestants ended up being hospitalized, while others reported suffering physical and mental complications while being subjected to chronic mistreatment, degradation, and, for the female contestants, hostile working conditions.
It was 100% rigged. All the games were about speed and strength, so only the young athletic males were at an advantage over the women and elderly people. Men started realizing that they could take out the women without being eliminated. Guys started tackling and hitting women. 2 girls were tackled and passed out on the field and were dragged off to continue filming. I saw people with broken bones, stitches, etc. And most were women.
The fact that from these claims, it doesn't seem like there was anything in place to prevent women from getting sexually harassed in this competition is mind-blowing. Are you serious? But no, Mr. Beast is just a charitable king who cares about doing good for others, leaving women in a crowd of 2,000 people to get sexually harassed, leaving people with allergies and medical needs without their medications, without proper food. How can you claim to be a legitimate, successful company who's done hundreds of these types of competitions, and yet you haven't thought these things through? You'd think at this time this would be standard for a production company who's done challenges where people stay days in a box, where tons of groups of people compete together. And yet these sorts of things weren't thought out, they weren't already commonplace. Portions of the lawsuit have been redacted, including the allegations of sexual harassment. But the lawsuit seeks to establish a pattern of sexual harassment, according to the attorneys representing the 5 plaintiffs. The complaint also cites examples from the handbook How to Succeed in Mr. Beast Production that says if talent wants to draw a dick on the whiteboard in the video or do something stupid, let them. Really do everything you can to empower the boys in filming and help them make content, help them be idiots. Which is an extremely alarming statement if you think about how far someone could take that. Doing stupid things could very easily become sexual harassment, especially if it's encouraged by the production, putting all other participants in the video in an unsafe environment. I just hope all these contestants are able to receive justice. Because if you think about it, they were reeled in with the promise of money, a life-changing amount of money, and then they were put through a degrading process. Also, Mr. Beast can have an entertaining reality show.
My heart is broken into pieces right now.
I don't trust anyone. I'm here for myself and my family.
Everything is on the line.
The mind games have begun.
All of these controversies of Mr. Beast ultimately has led to the public viewing him in a different light. His charitable giving persona completely washing away, stained by the harm he's seemingly put others through. Just looking through the history of Mr. Beast, his entire claim to fame was his philanthropy content and being seen as a giving person. Not for profit Jimmy. People enjoyed watching his content so much because they felt it was positively impacting other people. But when reports of serious harm from people participating in the video and the Mr. Beast company are spreading, as well as information that makes one distrust the content of a Mr. Beast video, all the good feels that people had when watching a Mr. Beast video is completely stripped away. And that is how we get the fall of the Mr. Beast empire. Of course, Jimmy will probably find ways to continue making content and working on his businesses. He's claimed multiple times in various interviews that he'll never stop making YouTube videos. But the entire foundation that the Mr. Beast brand and videos were built on has been completely stripped away, shattered in the eyes of the viewer. When social media is built off of public perception and you lose the image your brand was built off of, your brand slowly disappears and fades out. Your empire comes crumbling down.
Okay. GPS.
Surely there's. I don't think there is. Let's see, what are we gonna watch again? Oh, I need something long. Hey, Tommy. I think I can listen to this. How many hours have I been streaming though? So like more than 6 hours, right? 7, almost 8 hours. Okay. Okay, let's just watch this one. After that, well, I want to try to finish all of this, and then I'm gonna stop stream and then just continue everything else and after the stream. Essentially. Oh, no. I've been up since 3. As you can see, I just woke up and then said, you know what, I'm gonna stream.
Aku tuh kalau nggak ngopi kayak nggak on deh. Kalian gitu juga?
This is a really hard. It's gonna be a tough to like make a timestamp on.
No, you're not reading the title wrong. I 100%ed Stardew Valley 1.6 without using the wiki. Starting from day 1 of a brand new save, all the way to day 400, I didn't visit StardewValleyWiki.com a single time, and boy, was it tempting. Equipped with nothing but 120 hours of experience playing the 1.1 version of Stardew, some helpful Twitch and YouTube comments, and a handful of mods, I reached the mountaintop and collected every single achievement. Well, all of them except the Tsukiko Member of the Year achievement. I will never sully my hands to get that one. And as God is my witness, Stardew Valley will forever remain an unperfected game on my Steam profile. As I previously mentioned, this playthrough did have a handful of mods installed, 90% of which are aesthetic in nature. The only 2 mods that arguably made this challenge 1% easier would be the No Friendship Decay and UI Info Suite 2 mods. I'm willing to die on the hill that Friendship Decay is a stupid mechanic, and as an absent-minded buffoon, the UI Info Suite is handy for reminding me when it's someone's birthday, what the daily luck value is, or if the traveling merchant is in town. If you want to check out those 2 mods or any mod I use throughout this playthrough, they will all be linked in the description. Speaking of things linked in the description, this video is a compilation of 3 videos I've made previously, all of which are linked in the description. So when I reference comments from a previous video throughout this video, hopefully that's not confusing. And with all that being said, let's craft our character, quit our soul-sucking job in the city, and make our way to Stardew Valley. But not before a quick word from this video's sponsor. This video is sponsored by me. This 3.5-hour long video will not have a single mid-roll ad. And all I ask in advance is for you to help me out a little bit. If you could subscribe and enable notifications, that would be awesome. It's free and you can always unsubscribe later if you want. Also, smashing that like button would help too. I'm really shooting for the stars here. But if this video gets 6,000 likes, I'll perfect Stardew Valley Expanded. And finally, if you could help out the engagement metrics of this video by leaving a comment telling me what your favorite potato chip flavor is, that would be amazing. Alrighty, ad over, let's get into the gameplay. As I step off the bus and start my first day in Stardew Valley, I'm met by Robin. She walks me over to my new overgrown mess of a farm, and I also meet the town mayor, Lewis. I spend the first morning clearing out some weeds, tilling a nice patch of land, and then planting and watering the free parsnip seeds. I head into town and meet Harvey and Abigail, then pick up some potato seeds from Pierre's. Introductions are also made to bachelorettes Leah, Penny, and Emily. What remains of day one is spent planting and watering the new potato crops and clearing out all the grass and weeds from the farm. A nice comfy bed is my reward for a good day's work. I begin day 2 with crop watering, then heading down to the beach to talk to everyone's favorite fisherman, Willie, and getting the fishing rod. I introduce myself to more bachelors and bachelorettes, including Alex, Maru, Sebastian, and Shane. That evening, I got my first level of foraging down by the beach and redecorated the bedroom before hitting the sack. A nice rainy day 3 is just what the doctor ordered, and I'm chopping trees and fishing for catfish all day. I even get my fishing skill up to level 2. I've got crops to water and flounder to catch on day 4. Pierre sells me some beans and cauliflower seeds, and that flounder
Again, I don't know what's the point.
I caught can go straight to Pam for some extra money. I headed back to the farm and spent that afternoon tilling the soil, planting and watering my brand new green beans and cauliflowers, before breaking some stones on the farm and getting my first mining skill level up. I finished the day off by meeting bachelors Elliot and Sam. I woke up on day 5 with Marnie and a cat outside my door. Of course, I adopted the little bastard and named him Alfie. My first crop of parsnips are ripe, so I get those harvested and get my farming skill to level 1. Of course, I can't neglect my watering duties, so I get the cauliflower moist and head down to the traveling merchant, who doesn't seem to have anything I need or anything I could afford right now. So it's back to the farm to continue the cleanup process. That afternoon, I'm introduced to the community center, the building I'm going to restore to its former glory. The rest of the day was spent fishing and breaking rocks on the farm. It's day 6 and I'm watering crops like a good farmer boy. I meet up with the wizard and he has a concoction for me to sip on. I don't know what this beverage was laced with, but at least I have an all-powerful wizard trip sitter. Getting back down to earth, I visit the mines for the first time and head over to Pierre's to purchase more cauliflower and potato seeds. I'm gonna need a lot of money soon, so I get those planted then call it a day. The Queen of Sauce blesses me with the stir-fry recipe on day 7, and a rainy spring day equals lots of fishing. I finish my first bundle, the Spring Forageables bundle, and plant the rewarded spring seeds promptly. I pick up a rare seed from the traveling merchant and fish into the early hours of the next day and reach level 3 in my fishing skill. I'm not lucky enough to have 2 days of rain on day 8, so I'm back in the field watering crops and doing even more fishing as I search for the sturgeon for the river fish bundle. That evening, I get a little cutscene with the local homeless man Linus and let him know that there's no shame in letting food go to waste. He probably searches through the saloon trash can, as he should. The morning of day 9, I have some mail. It's some cookies from Mom. Thanks, Mom. What crops are happy crops? And I do love myself some rice, so I get that all done. The entire rest of day 9 is spent chopping trees, clearing weeds, and destroying rocks to make the farmland a little less ugly. On the morning of day 10, I harvest the first bunches of kale and get a farming skill level up, before making sure the cauliflower grows big and strong with water. All this farm work at low levels is terrible for my stamina, so I spend all day cutting down trees to get seeds for some farm snacks. It's day 11 and I spend the morning fishing at the river as I get up to level 4 in my fishing skill, before heading over to Pierre's to purchase even more parsnip seeds. I get those planted ASAP since I'm going to need 5 gold parsnips for a bundle. I finish the day by fishing down by the beach with Willie, looking for an eel that will never come. Potatoes are ready for harvest on day 12, and just look at those sweet, sweet experience gains. Feels so good. The traveling merchant is in town, and guess what? She has a sturgeon. Since I'm not using the wiki and I don't know when or where to catch a sturgeon, I make sure to purchase one and finish the lake fish bundle, which opens the boiler room bundles. I've been hoarding geodes and decided today was the day to get them cracked open and have all their contents placed in the library for everyone to see. I also took my first crack at the mines now that the boiler room bundles are open and made it all the way to floor 10. Day 13 is the day of the egg festival. After watering crops, I ran straight to buy as many strawberries as I could, which amounted to 32, not good, not bad. Then it was off to the races with the egg hunt. I collected 9 eggs, and considering that this was my first time ever doing the egg hunt, I don't think that's a bad total. And neither did Lewis, since I won and was rewarded with a straw hat. I got my new hat on and rain coming down on day 14 as I harvest the forageables and get a foraging skill level up. With this most recent harvest, I can finish off the spring crops bundle. I finished day 14 by spending the entire evening fishing in the lake and trying to get a walleye that will never come, but I did get level 5 fishing skill and took the fisher profession. Day 15 was spent entirely in the mines, slapping rocks and bad guys until I lost track of my health and died to a flying worm thingy. Lucky for me, Linus was there to save the day, but I did lose some coal and geodes. But nothing too valuable, so that's good. I've got some strawberries to water the morning of day 16, then I hit the forest to collect some salmon berries for another bundle. I also finally made my introduction to the final bachelorette, Haley. The rest of the day is spent getting revenge on the bugs that knocked me out the day before. I even got a level up in the combat skill and made it to floor 30. While I slept, a fairy or pixie or some other flying thing blessed one of my strawberry plants. Day 17 is very boring. My first crop of strawberries is in, so I get all those picked and sold away. Then I spent the rest of the day getting deeper in the mines, all the way down to floor 40. After the customary plant watering, I get a cutscene on day 18 introducing Morris, aka the Joja Overlord, who offers 50% off items to everyone in the store. I mean, who can turn that down? I mean, I certainly couldn't. I say that as I purchased the expanded rucksack from Pierre for full price. The rest of the day is spent updating the museum with ores and further spelunking in the mines. On day 19, I opened a letter from my mom with 500 gold inside it instead of cookies. Thanks for the cash, Mom. Let's take that money to the traveling merchant. Unfortunately, there's nothing here that I need, so I spent the rest of the day cleaning up the farm some more, looking for field snack ingredients. Some green beans need to be harvested and watered the morning of day 20, which is shortly followed by my first tool upgrade. A copper pickaxe, which I have to wait a couple of days for, so it's back to fishing for this boy. I fished in the river, the ocean, and the lake, all in an attempt to get fish I probably can't get this season. But I don't want to miss out on them accidentally and not be able to finish the community center this first year. That sentiment continues on into day 21, as I'm back at Willie's shop fishing. Then, it's back to the traveling merchant where I purchased some garlic seeds, just in case there's any vampires in this valley. I finished the day with, you guessed it, more fishing. I forgot to press record for almost all of day 22, but I did at the end, so here are the highlights. I went mining with my brand new copper pickaxe that I picked up from Clint's, and got some artifacts, ores, and made it all the way to level 5 farming skill, and selected the tiller profession. I did remember to record day 23, and spent the morning watering turnips, fishing at the lake, and donating the artifacts I got yesterday in the mines. I spent the entire rest of this day at the lake next to the mine trying to catch a walleye, which if you hadn't figured out by now isn't possible, but I was paranoid at this point that I was going to miss out on a fish and entirely lose a bundle before the end of the first year. Demetrius wakes me up on day 24 talking some nonsense about using my cave for science. I know, what a weird thing to ask someone. Anyways, I let him use it to attract fruit bats because I'm not a fun guy. You know, you get it? Fun guy, fungi, mushrooms, the other option is mushrooms. You get it. Anyways, it's the day of the flower festival today, so I harvest my cauliflowers and head on down to the forest. Of course, I purchased the rare crow, and I just sit in the corner while everyone else has fun, but, you know, they don't know I'm gonna be a millionaire one day. Speaking of being a millionaire, strawberries are ripe on day 25. The rest of the day is spent killing bad dudes and going deeper in the mines as I make it all the way down to floor 60. I take another step on completing the community center on day 26 as I fill out the geologist bundle and the adventurers bundle to unlock the vault bundles, which I instantly complete the 2500 gold bundle and collect my reward of chocolate cake, which, side note, totally doesn't look like chocolate cake if you ask me. The rest of the day is spent in the mines, destroying wooden barrels, hoping for some sweet weapons and armor. Dumb boy strikes again, and I forgot to record most of day 27, so here's some footage of me organizing my chest of all the loot I got in the mines today. Speaking of mines, I got level 4 mining skill and level 4 combat skill, so that's really all you missed today. It's day 78 and the final day of spring, as I learned the omelet recipe from the Queen of Saus. A nice rainy walk down to the traveling merchant later nets me a tuna that I have to purchase because, again, I can't use the wiki. And the rest of the day is spent fishing to make sure I'm confident I caught everything I need for this first spring season. Day 29 and the first day of summer, I spent the morning removing the refuse of previous seasons and preparing the farm plot for new summer crops. Then it's down to Pierre's to go purchase a whole bunch of summer seeds. It took me the whole day to get ready for this season, so I ended the day by watering all the new seeds. I pick up right where I left off on day 30, by watering the blueberry seedlings before spending the day cutting down more trees to have enough wood to repair the bridge down at the beach to collect those forageables that I'll need for some bundles. On day 31, I receive a letter in the mail for everyone's favorite quest, retrieving Mayor Lewis's boxers. Of course, I head on down to Marnie's for reasons, I think we all know why, and notice that they're in her bedroom. But I can't get them since we're not friends, so I guess I'll just have to sweeten her up soon. The rest of the day is spent fishing down at the ocean, completing the summer forageables bundle, and more fishing down at the lake, trying to get some summer fish, which also resulted in a fishing skill level up. The first rainy day of summer on day 32 has arrived, so that means fishing. In the morning, I got an ancient seed in a sunken treasure chest, which is pretty sweet, and in the afternoon, I caught the elusive red snapper. I took that and a bream I caught earlier to the community center and completed the ocean fish bundle. I'm watering crops the morning of day 33 before heading down to the traveling merchant, who has nothing I want, so I bounce right out of there and head over to the library to donate some artifacts and the ancient seed I fished up yesterday. I collect my brand new painting, ancient seed, and ancient seed recipe, and spend the rest of the day up late in the mines, desperately looking for a ladder to finally get to level 100 and consume my first star drop of the playthrough, which tastes like YouTube subs. Speaking of which, love you YouTube subs. Anyways, I pass out just steps away from my house like a drunk college student. I have a nice harvest of hot peppers on day 34, then hit up Clint's to open some geodes since it's a good luck day. I take all my goodies over to the library and donate them to Gunther, then head down to the mines to beat up some bad guys and make it down another 10 floors, where I'm rewarded with some crystal shoes. I reach level 5 combat skill during these spelunking sessions, and take the scout profession. Radishes are ready for plucking on day 35, so I get those harvested and head down to Willie's shop and purchase the iridium rod, which is immediately put to use trying to catch fish for the lake bundle and night fishing bundle. Day 36 is another day without rain, so I have to water the crops myself. I've been neglecting my farm cleaning duties recently, so I get out the axe and chop down some trees. I did so much tree chopping that I've reached level 5 in the foraging skill and select the gatherer profession, after some initial hesitation. Day 37 is honestly just another day 36. I water and harvest some crops, chop down some trees on the farm, but today I spent some time fishing down by the bridge and at the mine lake searching for walleyes that won't be here until next season. Day 38 begins with some stump clearing, as I'm cleaning up the mess that was earmarked for future me. I decide enough is enough and make a crab pot and place it on the beach. That evening is spent down by the mine lake fishing up sunken treasure and various fish species until I reach level 7 in the fishing skill. Day 39 is luau day, and I have some melons to harvest. The bats have been busy in the cave, so I collect all those fruits and head on down to the beach and toss a gold parsnip into the soup. The governor is in attendance today, and side note, I think it's unfair that he wasn't given a name, so I'm going to call him Stan. Stan takes a sip of soup and calls it average. We don't like you, Stan. The luau comes and goes, and here I am harvesting tomatoes on day 40. Then it's over to Pierre's to purchase more melon seeds that I plant, fertilize, and water. Now that I have these tomatoes, I can finally finish the summer crops bundle. And I finished the rest of the day in the mines getting a level up, making it all the way to floor 120 and grabbing the skeleton key. That mining level up was my 5th, so I went ahead and got the geologist profession. Day 41 is the last day I use a normal axe, as I decided to finally get that copper upgrade. It's a rainy summer day, so I spent the entire afternoon and evening down at the lake mine doing some fishing. I even fished up a diamond that was the last thing I needed for the treasure hunters bundle. Now that those 3 bundles are finished, these little yo-yo looking guys, aka the Junimos, cleaned up the boiler room and put a nice little star above the fireplace. They also fixed the Minecrafts for me overnight. The Queen of South is back on TV on day 42 teaching me how to make pancakes. My blueberries and corn are ready for harvest, so I get those plucked off and then head down to the traveling merchant. Once again, there's nothing super valuable here for me to grab, so I just go straight to the lake and start fishing. The crab pot that I placed a while back on the beach has a cockle in it, so I take that straight to the community center to complete the crab pot bundle. While I'm here, I also provide the funds necessary to complete the 5,000 gold bundle. Then it's back to the beach to place 3 more crab pots I got as a reward. I finished the day off by doing some late night fishing. Doing my daily watering and crop harvesting grants me a farming level up on day 43. And Clint has finally finished my copper axe upgrade. While I'm at Clint's workshop, I crack open some stock geodes and donate my findings to the library. I spent some time in the mines and utilized my new copper axe to clear those pesky little stumps off my farm and finish the day in the community center completing the 10,000 gold bundle and the construction bundle. It's day 44, and a fun fact, blueberries need water to grow, but trees need axes to fall. I bet you didn't know that. I went on a mining trip, and I got a little overconfident fighting this group of slimes and sorcerer dudes, and ended up passing out. I totally didn't read the item recovery service description and selected a diamond when I 100% should have just gone back and got my sword. What you see here is my desperate but futile attempt to finding the recovery service again and trying to get my stuff back. Much like my soul after losing my sword, day 45 is dark and stormy, so I decided to create some lightning rods to capture the power of electricity. I then finished the day back in the mines getting my mining skill up to level 6. Day 46 is another rainy day, so all I'll have to do is harvest this blueberries, they're blueberries, it's not money. And I spent the rest of the evening claiming revenge on the sorcerers and getting my combat skill up to level 6. I get some melons wet on the morning of day 47, then hightail it down to the traveling merchant who has nothing I want once again. However, I do want to complete the community center, so I fork up the cash for the 25,000 gold bundle, and our little yo-yo Junimo boys pop out and create a nice little office, and add another star above the fireplace. The rest of this day is spent down by the ocean, fishing up some fish. They're fish. And the yo-yo gang fixes up the bus overnight. Day 48 is tomato harvest day. After picking those fruits, they're fruits, not vegetables, fun fact, I check in on Maru, whose father totally doesn't scare me. Anyways, it's off to take my first trip to the desert, where I meet Sandy. Side note, I really like her portrait in this mod, it's my favorite out of everyone's. Now that we're in the desert, I did my first Skull Caverns run, which I was woefully unprepared for, so I ran away very, very fast. But it wasn't a total loss. Since we were in the desert, I could pick up the cactus fruits and the coconuts and complete the dye bundle and exotic foraging bundle, before spending the rest of the evening fishing. I'm lost in the south the morning of day 49 as I learn how to make a maki roll, and I make sure to water my melons, then head down to the beach to have my first fight with a legendary fish, the crimson fish, which of course, ya boy wins. And then I spend the rest of the day trying to catch a lava eel, and I totally didn't spend 6 hours down here, only to get trash. Day 50 is another stormy day, that begins with the harvesting of melons, a bunch of blueberries, and then some more melons. Then it's back to the ocean to do some fishing, where I finally get the last level up. And of course, I select the angler profession to maximize my fishing revenue. We got back-to-back rainy days on day 51, so it's time to collect the blueberries and the battery packs from yesterday before heading over to Robin's. I originally meant to look at the price and materials needed for a house upgrade and then buy a coop, but I moved my mouse up as soon as I clicked and accidentally bought the house upgrade. I was finally able to catch a lava eel though, so that's a nice plus, I guess. Another rainy day on the farm, and my melons are finally ready for harvest. I spent the entirety of day 52 in the Skull Caverns and got my mining skill up to level 6. It was a good day as I got that level up and made some solid money. I'm not lucky enough to get 4 days in a row, so it's back to using the watering can for day 53. With all that money I made yesterday, I felt it was time for another rucksack upgrade, so I went and purchased that from Pierre. Today was a good luck day, so I spent another full day in the Skull Caverns collecting diamonds and ores and killing those flying snake dudes. Day 54 is day 26 of summer, and I wake up to find that Robin has finished my new house overnight and pulled my bed and sleeping corpse into the new room. Today is Blueberry Day, so I get those harvested and get my farming skill up to level 8 before finally getting my coop placed down on the farm after spending too much time deciding where to put it. The quality crop bundle is now complete with 5 gold pieces of corn, and the rest of the afternoon is spent collecting rocks in the mines so that I can start decorating my farm a little bit. Now that I'm a level 8 farmer man, I can make kegs, everyone's favorite get-rich-quick crafting item. Speaking of kegs, it's now imperative to start getting a lot of oak resin really quickly. So I plot out my tree farm on day 55. This isn't the most eloquent solution, but it'll work for now. I spend the rest of the day exploring some rocks in Skull Caverns looking for holes to jump down. I made it all the way down to floor 28, my furthest dive so far, and then ran right back upstairs. As you can see, it was a pretty good mining day. Day 56 is the final day of summer, and I got one last tomato crop. Also, I get a very handsome 10,000 gold for going so deep in the Skull Caverns. I immediately take my axe to get another upgrade, and I spend most of the evening reeling in fish and sunken treasure down by the lake. I then head over to the beach and catch the midnight jellies get their dance on. The first day of fall, in the morning of day 57, is spent preparing for crop planting. Then it's off to Pierre to purchase a whole bunch of different seeds, then sowing and watering them on the farm. The rest of my day is spent fishing by the river, where I pull up some sunken treasure with a dinosaur egg in it, so that's pretty cool. I almost soft-locked myself into the chicken coop the morning of day 58. I spent way too much time than I care to admit trying to get out, but luckily I had a gate to get myself free. I head on down to the town square and it looks like the mayor and Robin have a new request board put up, but more importantly, my axe is ready from Clint's. I also decide to dump off my pickaxe for the steel upgrade as well. Back on the farm, I can finally clear off these ugly stumps and spend the evening fishing down by the lake. The secret woods isn't safe for me anymore, because on day 59 I can finally cut down the log in my way. I collect some hardwood and mushrooms, then make my way to Marnie's and purchase my first chicken, who I name Bok Choy. Of course, chickens need food and warmth, so some hay and a heater are also purchased. And then I get my first chicken petting XP. Down at the community center, I complete the fall foraging bundle, and the day ends with some late night fishing. I begin day 60 down at the beach collecting some coral now that I can make deluxe fertilizer. Up at Robin's, it's time to build a barn, so I get that placed right near the coop. Down by the river, I finally catch a tiger trout, and you can see how excited I am as I complete the river fish bundle. Back at the farm, I frame out the ranging space for the barn, plant some more cranberry seeds, and path out some stone steps for aesthetic purposes. I spend the evening down at the river looking for walleye to finish the fish tank. Day 61 and my farm is finally beginning to take shape, as this fresh bok choy and all these quality sprinklers looking real nice. The traveling merchant is in town, so I head on down to buy a pale ale offer, because I don't know how to make that for the bundle. My new pickaxe is ready to be collected, so I go ahead and do that, and then spend the evening in the Skull Caverns putting it through its paces. Alright, it's day 62. It's the day everyone's been waiting for. It's fall, it's a rainy day. But first, we begin with harvesting some eggplants and collecting my first egg, now that bok choy is an adult. I head down to the ocean and see this man who's selling an amulet, but apparently a level 10 fisher can't get it, which I don't think is fair. Then it's over to Marnie's to purchase some more chickens, who I named Bongus and Kevin. And then, finally, it's time to fish. And I get that walleye I've been searching for. In fact, I get 2, which immediately get dumped into the quality fishing bundle and night fishing bundle, allowing our Junimo friends to reappear, clean up the fish tank, and add a 3rd star above the fireplace, marking the halfway point to the community center completion. The rest of the evening is spent at the farm mining out these large rocks with my new steel pickaxe in the middle of a thunderstorm. I never said I was a smart farmer. I'm back on the sauce on day 63 as I learn another recipe, then collect some more batteries from my lightning rods. The chicken coop is full of cute furry friends that need pets, and then it's down to the secret woods to get some more hardwood. My barn was completed overnight, so I have to go purchase some dairy cows, named Bessie and Born, if you know you know. I haven't opened geodes in a minute, so I give Clint some money to pop those open, then donate all my findings to the library. Back on the farm, I made another quality sprinkler and populate its tile with cranberries before meeting up with Willie down by the mines, where the Junimos broke open the rock overnight and allowed the river to be rich with ore. Day 64 will be known as Berry Day, as I have some cranberries ready for harvest, and blackberries are available to pick on the bushes in town. I bought some more cranberry seeds and spent the remainder of the day cleaning up the woodland area and beautifying my farm with more stone pathing. All that berry picking got me up to level 7 in the foraging skill, and now I can make tree fertilizer, which will become very important later on. It's day 65, and I just got a letter. It's from Lewis letting me know that the Stardew Valley Fair is in a week. With all those blackberries I collected yesterday, I make sure to complete the Forager's Bundle, then gear up with food to head to the desert to spend the rest of the day in the Skull Caverns, where I get another mining skill level up. I purchased and placed a heater in the barn on day 66, so that my cows can be all warm and snuggly when those cold winter months come around. Then I spent the entire day, which was a rainy and lucky day, fishing for catfish. And as you can see, I made quite a bit of money off of those fishy boys. I'm finally starting to like the way that my farm looks on day 67 with all these crops and ingots ready to be harvested. The train came to town today, but it didn't drop any free goodies, so I don't know how it works or how to get any free stuff, but I'll keep trying. Speaking of free stuff, I'm tired of cutting grass and not getting any hay out of it, so I bought myself a silo. The rest of the day is spent down by the beach foraging for coral and doing some fishing at the ice lake. I've got my scythe out on day 68 to harvest some hay and amaranth, before heading over to Pierre's to buy more cranberry seeds. Marnie requested some amaranth, so I dropped that off on my deliveries, only to notice that I can finally get in her room and pick up the mayor's trousers. After parading around his bloomers in the town square, I decide it's time to hand them back over. And then I spent the rest of the day unsuccessfully refreshing floor 10 of the mines looking for copper ores. On day 69, nice, I harvest some cranberries and then purchase some more cranberry seeds. While I'm at Pierre's, I give Abigail a present for her birthday, and then head on over to the Skull Caverns and get a whole bunch of gold. My eyes are glued to the Queen of Sauce on day 70 as I learn how to make another recipe. Then it's out to the fields where pumpkins are ready to be harvested. I went to Pierre's to buy something, and got wrangled into carrying Abigail in a game of Prairie King, since I mean, she knew, just look at me, I'm an elite gamer. You look at me and you think, bam, gamer. With that pumpkin harvest, I was able to complete the fall crop bundle. And I spent the remainder of the day copper farming before hitting the hay and learning about my perks for being a level 9 farmer, level 7 in my combat skill for beating up on all these flying dudes. It's been a while since I checked out the cave, so that's what I do the morning of day 72. Today is the Stardew Valley Fair, and I make sure to bring some pretty dope stuff for my display, including an iridium bar, diamond, and the crimson fish I caught. I spent most of the fair in the fishing minigame and target shooting minigame before putting everything on green and winning big. With all those stars, I made sure to purchase my second star drop of the playthrough and the rare crow. And now for the main event. Lewis checks out on all the displays, and guess what? Your boy won on his first year. That's a pretty PogChamp moment, if you ask me. Day 73 begins on the coop as I got to make sure these chickens are happy. I decided to check out the new quest board and accept the one from the wizard, and head straight to Skull Caverns to fight some ghosts, and mine some ores in an attempt to get some ectoplasm. Call me Ocean Spray because it's cranberry harvesting time on day 74. Then it was back to Skull Caverns where I successfully acquired some fresh, juicy ectoplasm for my wizard friend. The rest of the day was spent mining the caverns and getting up to level 9 mining skill. I got more cranberries to pick off on day 75, along with some chicken eggs to collect and birds to pet. I pick up a rare crow from the traveling merchant because I don't know if I got this one yet, then deliver the ectoplasm to Rasmodius. I then stop by Caroline's tea garden and have a grand old time, before cracking open a whole bunch of Omni Geodes with Clint. And I mean a whole bunch, like a lot. I donate my haul of artifacts and minerals to Gunther at the library, and decide to spend some of that coin on a shiny new sword. Of course, I gotta test it out on the slimes and the mines, whilst I look for more gold. After that donation haul, Gunther hooked me up with a rusty key on day 76, and I also got a crafting recipe for the mini obelisk from the wizard dude. Caroline also hooked me up with a tea sapling recipe for hanging out with her yesterday. With the rusty key in hand, I went straight to the sewers to meet up with everyone's favorite boy, Crocus, and purchased my third star drop. The rest of the day was spent fighting dinosaurs in Skull Caverns. I guess the Queen of Solace likes the fall since she's on TV again on day 77. Of course I collect my ripe and juicy eggplants, and then give Shane a ruby that he requested. I then spent the remainder of the day fishing at the ice lake. It's been a while since I've done an end of profit screen, so here it is. It's not a bad day if I do say so myself. I began day 78 just hanging out fishing down by the river, when I reel up a sunken treasure that has an ancient doll in it, something I've been desperate to get my hands on. Of course, I take it directly to the community center and complete the children's bundle, before taking up Demetrius's aquatic overpopulation quest. I have to catch 10 salmon, so I might be sitting by this bridge for a while, just doing some fishing. It's day 79, and I've got even more cranberries to harvest, along with some sap and mushrooms from this mushroom tree. I don't know if these are rare to grow, but it's pretty neat. I spent the rest of the day at the river catching some salmon, along with fishing up a diamond. Someone needs to let me know in the comments, like, how lucky do you need to be to get diamonds, because I've gotten 2. A nice rainy day 80 makes for the perfect harvesting time. I decided to start on my next project, an oak resin farm, down by the train station. So I put those acorns down and just have to wait for them to grow. It's back to salmon fishing as I finally get the 10th and final salmon I need to complete the quest and get some decent money out of it. With all this cash in my pocket, I decided to purchase 1 void egg off my dude Krobus, and my dumb spent way too much time looking for an incubator in a default coop, I'll tell you that much. To end the day, I stomped down to the Hidden Woods and picked up the final dwarf scroll by killing a slime. I hit the sack and basked in the money rolling into my account. Demetrius sent me a letter the morning of day 81 containing the crafting recipe for a farm computer. I'm not exactly sure what a farm computer does, but I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. I also got the first of many oak resins from the tree farm. I created my first keg and put a blackberry in it to make my first bit of wine. The rest of the day was spent farming for gold in Skull Caverns. I pick up right where I left off on day 82, back in Skull Caverns to beat up some bad guys, get some gold, and just spend the entire day running around hacking at enemies and making money, until I got up to level 8 in combat skill, granting me the ability to incubate slimes. It was also a pretty good day in terms of making stacks on stacks on stacks. Back in the cranberry fields on day 83 to make more money, then it's over to the chicken coop to say hello to my feathered friends and collect their eggs. I just began equipping some space boots from the Adventurers Guild before completing a children's maze, because that's what this is, and picking up a gold pumpkin, which I honestly have no clue if it has a special purpose, but I mean it does look pretty nice. I get my Gordon Ramsay on and learn another recipe the morning of day 84, the last day of fall, and complete one last cranberry harvest before the winter freeze sets in. After saying hello to and milking my fluffy cow friends, I head on down to Pierre's to purchase the 100 units of wheat flour that I'll need to complete the Home Cooks bundle, leaving the Enchanter's bundle as the final hurdle for the bulletin board. After contemplating for a good while, I decided to go for the big coop upgrade down at Robin's workshop. Then head up to the train tracks where once again, there's no free goodies for me. I was pretty upset, so I ran down to the traveling merchant and purchased a legal drug in the form of a coffee bean and a rare crow. The rest of the evening was spent getting my Paul Bunyan on in the forest and planting and fertilizing my tree seed haul down by the train tracks. The farming level up I got earlier today was my 10th and final farming skill. And of course I'm going to select that artisan profession for those wine gains. Day 85 and the first day of winter begins by making some beer and then chopping down more trees in the forest. Over the course of the day, I collected every winter forageable that I needed to complete the winter foraging bundle. With this bundle done and dusted, the arts and crafts room has been repaired by the Yo-Yo Junimo boys, and another star gets added to the community center fireplace. A nice little bonus for completing this room means that the Junimos will fix the bridge leading to the quarry. I also got level 8 in my foraging skill, but that's not super important. I've got some mail the morning of day 86 from Marnie letting me know that the auto grabber is up for sale. Additionally, Robin also sent me a letter informing me of her new wood chipper in stock. I also learned that you have to have a big coop to incubate it, so I pop on over to the new coop that I just made and throw in the void egg that I bought from Krobus. My oak resin farm is progressing nicely as I tap those trees, and then it's over to the quarry that needs a good cleaning up. I finished the second day of winter down by the beach, catching a squid and giving it to my favorite fishing boy, Willie. Now that I have an upgraded coop, the first thing I do on day 87 is go buy a duck and name her Goose. Then it's off to the wizard hut to give him a cave carrot. I explored the cave next to the quarry area for a good long while, and found this sick golden scythe, which is pretty sweet, and I spent the evening clearing the quarry of all the rocks. I start day 86 with a nice jaunt through the snowy fields near Linus's campsite and dig up a dinosaur egg, just chilling. Then I head over to Robin's and upgrade to a deluxe coop. The rest of the day is spent in the desert down in Skull Caverns looking for some way to make up for all those lost profits with my inability to grow crops. I had a pretty good day of mining, as you can see from my haul. Day 89 begins by chopping down every tree in my sightline in the forest since I need to replenish my wood after buying all those coop upgrades. After going in to check in on Haley and Emily, I get insulted by Haley just calling me a simple farm boy. So she doesn't want to pick her shit up, so that's the problem, and I just need to be like, hey, stop being a slob. Just have one chore a week, clean your stuff up, lady. Turns out everyone is okay with that compromise, so I just go back to being a simple farm boy and do some fishing down by the lake. As I'm sleeping tight in my nice little bed, a scary witch lady drops off a little surprise in my new deluxe coop. Clint sent me a letter the morning of day 90 to play Cupid and give Emily an amethyst for him. I mean, I'm more than down. But before we do that, I gotta check on all the birds in the chicken coop and head down to Marnie's and purchase a rabbit, which is way more expensive than I thought it was going to be. I buy him anyways, and I name him Thumper because, you know, I'm a 90s kid. I spend a decent amount of the day refreshing floor 10 in the mines looking for copper ores before finally completing Clint's quest and giving Emily an amethyst. And she says, I don't care where you got it from, it's beautiful. And she kisses me. So, sorry Clint, but she's for the streets, man. We get lost in the sauce the morning of day 91 before hitting up the traveling merchant who has some large goat milk for me. I see Krobus running around outside, and I go down to the sewers and see you. Yo, what's up, dude? Why were you outside? And he's like, oh, I wasn't outside. And so I'm just like, okay, whatever. I go to the community center, and I drop off the goat milk, wine, and the juice that I made. And then I spend the evening fishing and looking around for Krobus until I find him in a bush. Kind of random, but, you know, you hang out in the bushes, my dude. Do whatever you want. And to finish off the evening, I put some honey in the keg, which will end up making some mead. Speaking of kegs, it's straight back to him on day 92 to collect my wine and mead. Then it's off to the chicken coop, where a new void chicken has been hatched. I name her Penny, because why not, and I also collect a duck egg. With the duck egg and meat in tow, I can complete the animal bundle and brewer's bundle to completely repair the pantry of the community center and get the 5th star above the fireplace. Today is also the ice festival, so I get my fishing rod ready and catch a solid 6 fish in the competition, and of course, level 10 fisher, I take home the dub, baby. My reward isn't too bad, so that's a bonus. I got a nice fun little hat. I finish the day by putting a dinosaur egg in the incubator and watching the Junimos repair the greenhouse. It's my first time ever having a greenhouse on day 93, and I have no clue what kind of crops I can grow in it, so I just throw down some spring and summer seeds and some wild seeds to see what grows. After confirming that they all work, I put down my ancient and starfruit seeds to get those watered. Funny story. I spent so much time failing to make mead by putting in random stuff in the kegs, and the day after I complete the pantry, I dig up the lost book explaining how to make everything in a keg. So that's totally useless now, but I thought it was a funny coincidence. I spent the rest of the day resetting floor 10 for copper ores to make more kegs, and I went to bed. Speaking of kegs, again, I made 3 more the morning of day 94, which I get placed down and then populated with various fruits I found in the Bat Cave to make lots of wine. The rest of the day was spent doing a skull cavern run, looking for ores and consequently getting a level up in the mining skill. This is my 10th and final level up, and I went ahead and took the gemologist profession. I decided to totally redo my farm on day 95. I got rid of all the cobblestone little pathing that I made and replaced it with a different type of stone floor, a good amount. I mean, there's still left. There's a lot of cobblestone to get rid of. And this is a month-long renovation, and this is just step 1, so yeah, it was a lot of work. On day 96, I got a letter from Rasmodius saying he needs some void essence, and I got plenty of that, baby. So I accept the quest, I hand off the goods, and then, you know, it's a good luck day, so Farm Reno's gonna have to wait. I crack open some geodes at Clint's and kill some monsters down in Skull Caverns. There's a whole bunch of scary dudes on this floor, but I didn't die, I didn't come home empty-handed, which is, you know, that's always a win. Some old lady is at my door on day 97. She's got a plant pot for me. Thanks, old lady. I then spend way too much time at Robin's workshop, moving around my coop, greenhouse, barn, and silo, and I mean it when I say way too much time. This isn't even their final configurations. I ended up changing them later, but I guess I thought this looked good at some point, but you know, they get changed. I spend the rest of the evening just doing pathing. A good portion of this pathing will remain the same, but now, looking back on it, it's funny knowing that I end up destroying a lot of this and moving it over like 1 or 2 spaces to the left or right. I got a letter on day 98 letting me know that the night market will be in town tomorrow with free coffee. Speaking of coffee, it might look like I've used some while putting up these fences and doing even more pathing, but trust me, no coffee was consumed. I did all this renovation stuff without using any speed boost because I'm insane. Insanity drives you to do crazy things, like tearing up all the pathing you did last night and spending the entirety of another night doing even more pathing because something is uneven. It's so much fun. Day 99 is my favorite day of the playthrough so far. It starts by picking up some wine and, you guessed it, doing more construction. This time I'm plotting out and measuring out my mega crop field for next spring. After doing all that work with the barns and the paths, I realized that my crop area would be way too small, so it's over to Robin's to reposition my barn, coop, and silo so that I can make sure I get everything right before spring comes around. Then it's off to the night market, where the traveling merchant has exactly what I need, a rabbit's foot. Of course, I check out the mermaid show, but it doesn't seem to have anything interesting going on there. Then I head down to the ocean floor and do a little bit of fishing, but finally, it's up to the community center where my newly purchased rabbit foot and wine complete the Enchanter's bundle, fixing the bulletin board and the common area. As the Junimos say goodbye, the community center is now complete with all 6 stars. And I'm a very happy boy. The morning of day 100, I get a letter from Lewis thanking me for finishing the community center bulletin. As I head up to the resin farm, I run into the wizard looking at this weird cave. He says I need to talk to Krobus and get a talisman to unlock the route. As I head down to the sewers, I run into all the villagers celebrating the reopening of the community center. Everybody's having a grand old time, the new facilities are refurbished, and Pierre and Morris get in a fist fight, and Pierre kills Morris, just punches him into next week. As I was donating some lost books to the library, I picked up one about legendary fish and how to catch them, so I do my best looking for the glacier fish, but no luck. But I was able to catch the mutant carp in the sewers. Now that I'm down here, I speak to Krobus, who opens up the route to get the talisman, grab it from the treasure chest, and then pick up my wine before bed. On day 101, I have so many letters in the mailbox. One from Willie telling me to come around when I have a chance, and then a whole bunch of letters with just recipes. And one final letter from Pierre, who is now open 7 days a week. My greenhouse has yielded its first crop as all these wild forageables are ready for harvest, And I finally figured out that you can just right-click on secret notes to use them. I've been trying to give them to Gunther, and he doesn't want them. This first secret note is from Linus, I'm guessing, telling me what you can find in certain trash cans on lucky days. So I go back to my home and get out all my collected secret notes and start cracking them open. The second one is pretty easy, but I just gotta wait for that one. The third one, I don't know exactly how to do this, but the fourth one, yeah, let's go ahead and do that one. So let's go down to the desert and go to where X marks the spot and dig it up. And it's just a weird thing. I then read some more secret notes. One about Junimos and what they like, and then another from Penny with gift suggestions, which will come in handy. And then the final one is from Gunther talking about a door hidden in the tunnel. As day turns to night, I'm over by the train station using the talisman I got yesterday to open up the cave, where I encounter a goblin henchman who won't let me through. So it sounds like we're gonna have to convince him to let me through some way. And I finish the day by making some weird sounds with Linus in his tent. A package of a complete breakfast is left in my mailbox from Gus the morning of day 102. I also got a letter from the mayor giving me a white elephant gift buddy. That's gonna be Sam. In the greenhouse, I harvest the ripe starfruit and then head down to the mines and finally break down the wall to the dwarf guy. I purchase the rare crow he sells and get double diamonds at the quarry, and then go to the forest and chop down some trees. I'm still going for that glacier fish, so I found a bubbly patch in the water and did some fishing before finishing the day by placing some fruit in the kegs. I spent, I kid you not, all of day 103 doing farm beautification. This included fencing out the area for the big crop field, the barn, the coop, doing a whole bunch of pathing to make everything a little more even. Like I said previously, I don't even know if this is going to be the end of it. I like it right now, but things can change. But it looks good. It looks good right now. I've got some more ingots ready to be collected the morning of day 104. Then it's down to the chicken coop where my dinosaur egg is hatched. The game says it's a lizard, so I named her Lizzie, but it kind of looks like a dinosaur to me. Speaking of, I also got a rabbit split, so I really didn't need to purchase one. Funny how that works. Speaking of coincidences, I also donated a lost book to the library that details everything about goblins. The most important bit is that they love void mayonnaise. I learned the pumpkin pie recipe on day 105 thanks to the Queen of Sauce. Then check out a secret note from Alex to find out what he loves. Remembering that note from the other day about the door in the tunnel, I run over to check that out, but it needs a battery, so I run back to the farm, grab one, slot it in, beginning another quest line. The rest of this day is spent in the Skull Caverns killing bad guys. It's the morning of day 106, and Jody is at my door asking me over for dinner. Of course I accept. You say no to this face. I then open up another secret note showing a young Marnie with a baby Jazz. It's just so cute. Secret note number 2 showed me that the mermaid show did have a point. I just didn't have the code, but this will come in handy for next year, definitely. Note number 3 is from Sam, and has his holiday shopping list full of favorite gifts of other villagers. I finally have some time during the day, so I head on down to Willie's shop, where he shows me a busted up ship that I have the pleasure to repair. That evening, I head over to Jody and Sam's house, where we have a delicious dinner of largemouth bass. I'm out on the farm doing some scarecrow placing and sprinkler measuring the morning of day 107. Then it's off to Willie's, where I donate 5 battery packs, 200 pieces of hardwood, and 5 iridium ingots to repair the ship. Unfortunately, I have to wait a day, so I'm down in the mines looking for more copper. Farm beautification resumes on day 108 as I purchase another silo and place it next to the barn for symmetry's sake. My void mayonnaise is finally ready, so I head back to the goblin henchman and gift it to him. He gets out on my way, so I get inside the house and I pick up the wizard's ink that he originally asked me for. He rewards this fetch quest with a magic book that can summon a Junimo hut for a whole lot of resources I don't have right now. I end the day by lighting up the paths on the farm since I'm afraid of the dark, and dumping a whole bunch of produce that I have had stockpiled into the shipping bin. Now, this is an aesthetically pleasing end screen, and I even get a little Santa flying by. It's day 109, and I've got some wine ready for sale. I head on down to the holiday celebration in the square and give Sam a complete breakfast. Fun fact, I actually mixed up Alex and Sam. Alex completes breakfast, but Sam didn't seem too mad about it, so it's whatever. My secret gifter was Lewis, and he got me a glow ring. Thanks, Lewis. You're the best, dude. It's day 110 and I'm in the coop checking on my chickens, dinosaur, and rabbit before hitting up the greenhouse and planting some more starfruit seeds and ancient seeds. Winter's ending soon, so I got to make sure I do some fishing. Then I take my first trip on Willie's refurbished boat to a super secret tropical island. I found a golden walnut just chilling in the dark, met a weird child who won't talk to me, and fed the walnut to a toucan sitting next to him. I then spent way too much time exploring this island looking for like more ways to unlock it, and just giving up and then going fishing instead. Day 111, the penultimate day of this video, begins at the train station, where I still can't get any free goodies, even with these sig games. I head on down to Robin's and purchase a fish pond and place it down in a spot that I'm probably going to end up moving later. I then spend the evening doing some pathing around the new fish pond, and then deciding it was ugly and just getting rid of it and lighting up the area instead. It's day 112, baby, the final day, and we begin by the playset waiting until noon to get my secret note reward, which is a massive little Junimo plushie. Then it's back to the tropical island, where I once again spend way too much time trying to figure out how to progress this little area, and like where this little flame guy went, and how to get more golden walnuts, and I immediately just use a farm warp totem to get home because I can't deal with it. I then spent the rest of this first year just chilling on the refurbished couch of the community center, enjoying the fruits of my labor for this first year in Stardew Valley. I step out into the spring air on day 113 as a new valley dweller, Ken, makes his introduction. I check my mail and someone made sure to let me know that Pelican Town is not immune to inflation as Robin and Clint's prices have increased. And then it's over to Pierre's to purchase my potato seeds for the first crop of this year. The mega crop field I created in winter of last year is finally ready to be tilled and populated with potato seeds, and I make sure that my cows are well fed and my coop animals have enough room to run around. And then finish off the day by watering those potatoes and hitting the sack. Our first 1.6 edition reveals itself during my blissful slumber, as mystery boxes have been distributed throughout Stardew Valley. These can be found by pretty much doing anything: mining rocks, killing monsters, chopping trees, fishing, you name it. The morning of day 114, I got a letter from Marnie with yet another 1.6 edition. I can now adopt more pets. The licensing fees are pretty expensive, so I think I'll hold off on that for now and make sure all my coop animals are taken care of. I also took the advice from a few commenters of my last video, Ima and Ryukagi, and let my animals outside using the flaps on the outside of the coop. In my greenhouse, a succulent ancient fruit is ready for harvest, and then I take my first trip of the year to Ginger Island. Another huge shout out is in order for O Caroline in comment section. I've never been to Ginger Island before, and they really helped me out for these next couple days, specifically letting me know to keep an eye out for patterns or irregularities. With their help, I found a couple golden walnuts buried under these little stone circle thingies before running into another 1.6 edition, the Joja Parrot, who will find every golden walnut for me for 1 million G. Now that might come in handy later, but for now I want to have the authentic Ginger Island experience. So I make my way into the volcano dungeon, lava. Shout out to my boy Kakashi and Zambi Killer in the YouTube comments for helping me out with that one. I spent some time in the dungeon doing some mining where I found a golden walnut and killed some little fire boys, netting me my first ever cinder shards. I quickly realized that I wasn't ready for this dungeon yet, so I hightailed it out of there and went home to end the day. Day 115 begins by making my first trip to the desert of this year and visiting the Skull Cavern. On the early floors, I found myself some pretty neat crystal shoes, and made it all the way to floor 26, where I was able to get some well-needed iridium ores. I guess I'm a little rusty in the mining department, as I got a little overzealous and ended up in Harvey's hospital bed. Lucky for me, it was only 1,000 G to fix me up, and I only lost some inconsequential items from my trip. I did manage to find a secret note from Mr. Key, but I already started that questline by stumbling into it a couple seasons ago. I went straight to bed, and I guess there was a lightning storm overnight that blasted open the old Joja Mart. I totally didn't forget to feed my cows yesterday, so I get that rectified to start day 116. And then I make my first big chest, a brand new item introduced in the 1.6 update. This new chest almost doubles the storage space compared to a regular chest, and can be placed right on top of the current one to easily replace the items. Look at all those squares I can fill up now. Speaking of filling up, I'm gonna need a whole bunch of kegs to fill if I ever want to be a millionaire. So I made my way to the train station to cut down some trees I planted to get some wood, and I stumbled across yet another new 1.6 update mechanic, my first skill book. Now this skill book, Woodcutters Weekly, doesn't do anything super cool, but it does give me 250 foraging XP I didn't have before. While chopping down even more of these trees, I found another secret note. This one is from Grandpa, saying that he's hidden a very special secret for me somewhere in the valley, but I'll only find it when I'm ready. While coming back from my deforestation session, I found Abigail chilling in the rain playing the flute. She looked lonely, so I took out the harpsichord that I famously always have on my person and jam out while getting absolutely soaked. To dry out, I decided to hit up the Calico Desert and start my wood farm. I spent almost the entire day planting pine cones in the sand so that I will have a reliable source of wood in the future. The morning of day 117 is all about farming. Amid some more quality sprinklers, got the ground all tilled up and planted with potatoes, which subsequently got wet, and the traveling trader is in town today. So I grabbed myself a rare seed, and then got even more potato seeds to plant over at Pierre's. Of course, I get those shoved into the ground and watered before making a couple more kegs from the wood I gathered yesterday. While I was getting my lost copper ores back from the Adventurers Guild, I noticed a present in Marlon's room which contained a skill book, Mapping Cave Systems. If I knew this was there before buying my ores back, I could have saved a couple hundred G. For those curious, I still have a long way to go in the monster eradication goals, so I decided to spend some time in the mines refreshing floor 41 to kill dust sprites and get iron and quartz to smelt to finish off the day. I got a letter from Emily to start day 118. It looks like she is in need of an apricot, and I know I have one in my fridge, so I grabbed that before collecting some more fruit in the Batcave. All that iron and quartz came in handy as I made even more quality sprinklers, and I also made a couple iridium sprinklers to continue fleshing out the greenhouse. As I went to give Emily that apricot she requested, I found her reaching nirvana as she spouts some hippy-dippy knowledge about light and secrets or something. Anyways, I was able to give her the apricot, which she thanked me for. Then it's back up to the crop field to plant even more potatoes. My brewing empire is going to require a lot of kegs, so I get some more oak seeds planted by the train station, then finish off the day by doing more dust sprite farming on floor 41 of the mines before hitting SAT for the evening. As I rested peacefully, a fairy visited my farm. Shout out to Natty from my previous video for letting me know how lucky I was for getting the fairy with my strawberry crop last year. I started off day 119 by watching some TV and picking up the pizza recipe. And then Emily gave me the salad recipe in the mail. Salad and pizza, Oops, my bad. Back to the game. I got a whole bunch of potatoes that need to be harvested, and my star fruits in the greenhouse are ready to be plucked too. Lucky for me, Leah's request is for a potato, so that's an easy accept, before selling Pierre my harvest of over 20,000 G and reinvesting with some more potato seeds. I found Leah down by the lake and gave her the potato she asked for, and here's my friendship list at this point in time. I still got lots to do if I want to befriend everyone. While cutting down some trees, I found a secret note from Emily and Haley's parents, giving me insight into some of their favorite gifts. And then spent the afternoon replanting my crop field with more potatoes. It's been a while since I hit up the Skull Cavern, so I fought some serpent dudes who dropped a secret note that shows me Maru's favorite gifts. And then I fought another serpent that dropped a skill book, the Monster Compendium. A chance at double loot? Sign me up, dude. That's the perfect way to end the day. I start day 120 by crafting a handful of quality sprinklers and getting those put into the crop field. I then make sure my ducks, chickens, lizards, and rabbits are all happy boys and girls. And then over to the mines I go, where I found the dwarf has yet another skill book, the Dwarvish Safety Manual, that makes using bombs much more practical. I spent the afternoon crushing dust sprites, and then I was over to Skull Cavern, where I found my first treasure floor. Unfortunately for me, I only got a couple of rain totems, so to finish the day off, I decided to pick up Pierre's Prime Produce quest and get yet another sprinkler placed on the farm. Day 121 begins in the chicken coop field, checking on my birds, then collecting another ancient fruit from the greenhouse. After finishing my farm chores, I decided that today was going to be entirely committed to another Skull Cavern run. I found myself a secret note about someone losing a necklace in the bathhouse, I got another treasure floor, but still nothing really great came out of it. And then I found another serial note written in terrible English about bringing some Maypel steer rope to the secret woods. The most exciting thing that happened today was that I finally got a prismatic shard. The first thing I did was take it right to the desert shrine, and bada bing bada boom, your boy ends the day by getting a dope weapon, the galaxy sword, baby. The morning of day 122, I finally finished getting all the sprinklers I needed for not only the main mega crop field, but also the greenhouse. Now that I've got a decent sword, I decided to return to Ginger Island for the first time in a while, and collect some golden walnuts by fighting some monsters in the volcano dungeon. I made it all the way to the 5th floor, where I met the dwarf who's selling some dope Cinder Clown shoes and some recipes that I decided to pick up. After that, I made it all the way to the top of the volcano. I picked up the 2 golden walnuts at the entrance and exit respectively, then picked up another prismatic shard from the chest. I then had my first experience with the forge. Please forgive all the mistakes and wasted time I spent here. I really had no clue what I was doing or how to use cinder shards or anything like that. So I decided to call it quits and go home. But not before reading some journal scraps that taught me all the tips that my commenters in the last video already told me. So it's almost like you guys were the ones leaving these notes for me around the island. I also met everyone's favorite bird boy for the first time, now that I had enough golden walnuts. If you don't love Leo, we can't be friends. I'm sorry, it's how it has to be. Anyways, an exciting day was put to bed as I used a farm work totem to go home. I've got some ripe potatoes that need plucking to start day 123, and the bats have left me some treats in the cave. That prismatic shard I found at the volcano gets donated to Gunther, and then I decided to crack open some of those mystery boxes I've collected. Some of the stuff you can get in these are pretty sweet, like the mountain totem, but more often than that, it's all pretty meh. That afternoon, my quarry project started by crushing some ores, then it was over to the desert to check out how my tree farm was coming along. I spent some time in the Skull Cavern and found myself another secret note, talking about Junimos and feeding them raisins. I then killed some dinosaurs to find another treasure floor where I got 10 cinder shards. I went home and sold off some gems I've been hoarding to call it a day. Day 124 is super exciting. And it's not because tomorrow's the Egg Festival or I have a bunch of potatoes, they're potatoes, that are ready for harvest. It's exciting because it's finally time to reveal a new mod I added and who I will be marrying in this playthrough. I had you guys and gals vote and the winner was Rasmodius. But since I'm a red-blooded alpha male, I decided to install another mod that not only makes Rasmodius marriageable, but also turns him into a super bad wife, Rasmodia, equipped with heart events and special dialogue. I've installed a handful of mods for this series, all of which will be linked below in the description. But please keep in mind, none of these mods are game-breaking or detract from the wiki-free nature of this playthrough. Since I know nothing about Rasmodia's favorite gifts, marrying her might be an uphill battle, but I'm committed to marrying this girl. Another exciting new feature in 1.6 makes its first appearance today, the bookseller. This special trader comes to town twice a season and sells some pretty amazing skill books. I decided to pick up the Way of the Wind today, since it gives you a nice speed boost when walking around town. Do you remember when that lightning strike opened up the old Joja Mart? Well, I haven't been inside yet, so I shimmied my way in and found another Junimo who looks like he needs me to complete a bundle of some super rare items. That afternoon, I decided to expand my capacity for smelting, and then made my way to the Skull Cavern, where after over 120 days, I was finally able to master the combat skill by killing some slimes. I finished the day off by firing up my furnaces with iron and selected the Desperado profession, and watched some money roll into my bank account. The Egg Festival highlights a very short day 125. I'm not too proud to admit that I totally failed this year's egg hunt, but that really doesn't matter. The most important thing was that I was able to plant every single strawberry seed in my mega crop field before the clock hit 2 a.m. Day 126 starts off by collecting the hash brown recipe from the Queen of Souls, then collecting the salmon dinner recipe from Gus in the mail. A brand new festival introduced in 1.6 is starting up tomorrow, and will be located in the desert, so that's exciting. I get a dino egg put into the mayonnaise machine for the missing bundle, then hit up the traveling trader and purchase a lucky lunch. I gave Rasmodia some wool I got from my rabbits, but it seems like it isn't the best gift to give. Today is Haley's birthday, and I remember I got a special note saying that she really liked pink cake. So I gave her one of those, which she really seemed to like. I don't know how she teleported to the beach, but she ended up losing a bracelet, which of course I found and returned to her.
Where my hug at?
I took a ride over to the Calico Desert that afternoon to collect some wood, and I managed to level up my forging to level 9, which is pretty uneventful, so I just go back to shopping.
Okay, I'm just gonna continue just
Down in the caverns, I spent some more time killing slimes, looking for iridium ores, and I found a treasure floor with some mega bombs, much to my dismay. And to finish off the day, I was able to find another secret note about something hidden behind the community center. The Calico Desert Festival starts today, day 127. So I collected a quest from Granny Evelyn, picked up some Dino Mayo, and accepted the Cave Patrol quest from Clint, before dropping off 25 golden potatoes at Pierre's. Completing that quest gave me another new 1.6 item and feature, the Prize Machine. Every time you get a prize ticket, either by completing quests or doing other stuff around town, you can exchange them for prizes in the mayor's house. I got 12 carrots from this one. I spent some time with everyone's favorite incel, Clint, and broke open some artifact troves and geodes. I donated some stuff to the museum, but I still have a long way to go to complete it. But at least I got a crystallarium out of this round of donations. I finally made my way to the desert and discovered the wonder of this brand new festival. Some townspeople like George and Pam have set up their own shops that you can buy stuff from. There's a race between some animals that, of course, I won. And they even brought a chef in to create some meals. The first meal I got used a rare fruit and hot sauce to make an amazing dish, rumpled fruit skin, that granted me +1 speed and +3 luck. I picked up a special festival quest to kill 10 serpents in the Skull Cavern and started making my way down the floors. I found these cool little cat shrines that can give you nice rewards like a calico egg, or they give you no effects at all. After a good long while, I was finally able to kill my 10th serpent and complete the quest. I took my winnings and bought a pale ale from Pam at her stall, since I still had to complete her quest all the way from fall of last year. I took the pale ale I bought and gave it right back to her, and she seemed pretty okay with it. I utilized the farm warp totem guy to get back home, and finished the day off by making a big chest for all the rings, clothing items, and extra swords I have. Today wasn't a bad money day either from all the minerals and artifacts I was able to sell. Day 128 starts in the cow pen, as I get some delicious white stuff from those udders, and then hit up the greenhouse to harvest some sweet gem berries. I grab all the ready oak resin by the train station, then head back to the desert for the second day of festivities. I once again decided to go with the Serpent Slayer monster hunt quest, and found a cat totem to help me out. While getting some iridium, I got another prismatic shard, and then found a secret note treasure map. Killing all those serpents really came down to the wire, as I dispatched the last 2 I needed, with just enough time to make it home before 2 a.m. I got a lot of ores mining yesterday, so I start day 129 by picking up the smelted bars, then running over to the abandoned Joja Mart to drop off the prismatic shard and dino mayo I've collected thus far. Now that I'm on the final day of the festival, I was able to correctly answer all of those trivia questions. I definitely wasn't embarrassed on the first couple days, and that's why I didn't show them or anything like that. I went for the treasure hunt quest today since Omni Geodes are easier to find than iridium ore, and the cat statues really hooked it up by giving me not only more ghosts, but also more monsters in general. Killing all these ghosts makes getting Omni Geodes super simple, and I was able to finish the quest by getting lucky by breaking a rock. To finish off the final day of the Desert Festival, I used my calico eggs to purchase some accessories, as well as a handful of lucky lunches. A rainy day 1:30 means I'm in the barn, making sure my cows are fed and collecting some milk, before finally starting up my lava eel farm. I gave Rasmodia a duck feather, which once again wasn't a favorite gift, then dumped off some ores into the smelters. Now that the festival's over, I can focus on that cave patrol quest from Clint, and started killing some skeletons in the mines. I spent pretty much all day doing just that. Day 131 begins in the greenhouse, collecting some ripe ancient fruit. Any ripe fruit almost always gets turned into seeds, as I work to create an ancient fruit empire. In the bird coop, we have a brand new friend, Porsche the lizard. I have no good reason why I named her that, but she seems happy enough with that name. Since I've stocked up on ores, I've decided to take a crack at fishing for more legendary fish. The one for the spring is the Legend, which from the book in the library says can be found in the log submerged in the mountain lake on rainy days. Lucky for me, Today is rainy, so I grab a brand new duck-themed bobber at Willie's and head over to the lake. This scaly dude put up quite a fight, but a max-level fisher combined with some fishing-enhanced food makes my fishing bar absolutely massive, resulting in an easy catch. While I was skeleton farming, I found a secret note compelling me to get to level 100 of the Skull Cavern. But I went right back to chopping down these bony boys, where I finally completed the monster eradication goal. But I still had a ways to go to complete the patrol quest. I finished this day off by making another big chest, since my fishing storage is really getting out of hand. My main goal on day 132 was to finish the cave patrol quest early, so I started the day in the mines, where I finally killed the last skeleton I needed. Clint was generous enough to give me 6,000 G, so I gave him some money back by contracting him out to open up some mystery boxes and geodes, most of which I already had. But I did have some stuff to give to Gunther, and I got a reward. More importantly, that quest completion got me another prize ticket I could exchange for a peach sapling. Then it's over to Ginger Island. I collected enough golden walnuts to have this group of parrots shoo off the giant turtle and reveal a brand new area with what appears to be ample farming space. I also met some old lady by the beach who sent me on a quest, and I spent more time than I'm proud of trying to kill this green little worm guy. I mean, just look at me. What an idiot. I found a couple of golden walnuts hiding in plain sight, then saw this door with a walnut on it. But I guess I don't have enough walnuts to get in just yet. I'm on the right track to opening up that door, though, by finding more walnuts by killing some slimes, and shaking this little bush here. Some walnuts are easy to find, like this one on the ledge, but others aren't so easy. Especially if you're as dumb as I am, thinking pushing these random buttons will work. I found 2 more golden walnuts just chillin', one by the broken down house, and another that is kinda sorta behind a hidden passage. But the coolest thing I did today was forge my galaxy sword with a prismatic shard up at the volcano to add the Crusader perk onto it. I'm not too sure what that does just yet, but I'm sure I'll find out. Completely ignore me passing a dragon tooth since I don't know what they were just yet, but I did pick up my first magma cap to finish off day 132. Clint gave me the recipe for the Geo Crusher to start day 133, and Pierre needs some sashimi. Sashimi is easy enough to make, so I whip that up in the kitchen, then it's strawberry picking time. My big field has 444 spaces, and it takes quite an effort to get them all harvested. But trust me, it is well worth the patience. As I was going to the general store to give Pierre his sashimi, I got the cutscene that explains why everyone has a mega distaste for this man. I mean, where does he get off charging 25,000 G for golden quality potatoes that I harvested, and that he just slapped an organic sticker on? Hello, Pierre haters, Jack's joining you. Yes, I'll hold. Anyways, I gave Pierre his sashimi, and I finally heeded the advice of commenter Sturdek and began upgrading all my tools, starting with my axe. Down at the Skull Cavern, I learned what the Crusader perk does, as I kill a mummy without needing a bomb, so that's pretty sweet. I also set a depth record today in the cavern by getting all the way down to level 59 before eventually going to bed. Even though I don't want Pierre to talk to me anymore, he gave me a blueberry tart recipe to start day 134, along with a mini shipping bin. I finally have enough iridium to spare to justify making the iridium bond ring. Then I grabbed the fragments of the past quest from Gunther and made my way to Ginger Island. I found a bird that dropped an aquamarine in the northern section of the island, which will become important later, and decided to forge it with my sword for a crit chance boost. While I was doing some monster fighting in the dungeon, I finally saw that I could pick up these dragon teeth, so I got a couple along with some iridium ores, as well as a golden walnut, before opening up one of these volcano chests and getting a new weapon, the Dragon Tooth Club. It was getting late, so I needed to sacrifice some walnuts on level 5 of the dungeon to create a getaway hole. But I made sure to break the goodie hets and got another golden walnut before heading on home. As you can see, it was a pretty good mining day. Lewis made sure to remind me that tomorrow was the flower dance, but what's more important than finding love is making money. So it's to the greenhouse to harvest some ancient fruit and star fruit. I get the furnaces all fired up and smelting copper, then made some more seed makers so that I don't have to wait so long on replanting days. Obviously, the right starfruits go into the seed maker, and then it's back into the greenhouse to throw some deluxe speed grow on the newly planted starfruit seeds and sweet gem berry stalks. After a long wait, my golden axe is ready for pickup, but I give it right back to Clint to upgrade it to iridium quality. Since I picked up that Fragments of the Past quest, I'm back in the mines slaying skeletons looking for bone fragments. This would go a lot faster with Monster Musk, wouldn't it? It's not all bad, I guess. I did get a secret note detailing Abigail's favorite gifts. I then took a quick break to hang out with my future wife and Linus, talking about the tides and other nonsense. But then it's back in the mines, where I found another secret note that details some of Leah's favorite gifts, and then went right back to slaying skeletons. Luckily, I should only have to do this for a couple more hours. To start off day 136, one of my rabbits cut off one of his feet for me, and my lava eel is asking for 3 fire cores for some reason. I was finally able to get the last bone fragment I needed for the quest, but by the time I finished, the flower dance had already ended. It's probably for the best though. Don't want to get any of these ladies or dudes' hopes up. I did end up finding this tree stump that looks ready for carving, but I didn't have the hardwood needed to renovate it. So I spent the rest of the day down in the mines doing some fishing. These lava eels might be the hardest fish I've had to catch so far, since it's so rare to get a bite, and they're super slippery when you got them on the line. I also got a cave jelly, another new addition in 1.6. Day 137 was my final strawberry harvest of the season, so I made sure to collect all 444 of those berries, and then went over to Clint's to pick up my iridium axe. I decided to take a break from mining, so I dropped off my pickaxe to be upgraded to gold while I'm here. I dropped off those 100 bone fragments I collected a couple days ago, and got my money and prize ticket as a reward. That prize ticket got me 15 flower seeds, which is amazing, and all my strawberries fetched me a handsome 80,000 G, just in time for the bookseller to be in town. I purchased 2 skill books, The Way of the Wind 2 and Old Slitherlegs. Of course, I read those bad boys on the spot so that I'm super fast, even when going through crops. I want to max out my forger's skill soon, so I sold even more strawberries to pick up 2 copies of Woodcutter's Weekly. 13,000 G is a pretty steep price to pay for 500 XP, but I'm not too mad at it. Speaking of madness, this iridium axe is absolutely incredible. It only takes 3 chops to fell a tree and clear the stump. So I pretty much spent the entire day in the desert, chopping trees for forging XP, and replanting the pine cones for sustainability. I also started working on the northern part of the desert, and turning that into a tree farm as well. With all that extra wood, I was able to create 20 more kegs, doubling my bandwidth for wine and juices. These kegs are really starting to take up a lot of room on the farm, but don't you worry, I have a plan for that. I wake up on day 138 with a letter from Gunther with a bone mill recipe, which I'm sure I'll use a lot. I collected all the oak resin from my tree farm by the train platform, along with some moss, a new resource introduced in 1.6. I spent a lot of time trying to find a good gift for Asmodeus since she doesn't have a secret note like all the other characters for favorite gifts. But I think back to my first year in the valley and remember that quest I got, where Asmodeus, before his miraculous sex change, asked for a void essence. So I gave her one of those, and she really loved it. Now I have a favorite gift for her that I have a whole bunch of back at home. Since I'm working on getting foraging XP, the big stumps at the secret woods is a great farming method. And speaking of secrets, I found a secret note that shows some of the favorite gifts for Harvey, Elliot, and Shane. I also found this note, but I have no clue what it's